Welcome, dear friends, to a gentle pause in your day, a moment crafted for relaxation and the embrace of restful dreams. As the world quiets down, let us set aside our worries and step into a haven of peace. I hope you've had a wonderful day, and I'm truly grateful that you've chosen to spend this time here with us. This is the perfect time of year to wrap yourself in the warmth of calming stories. So settle in, let the soothing tales guide you, and drift into a night of serene slumber. Story 1. Deep within the heart of an ancient forest, where the sunlight filtered through the dense canopy in golden streams, and the air was a fragrant blend of pine and rich earth, there lived a young fox named Ryla. Though small and unassuming, Ryla possessed a remarkable gift, the ability to understand the language of the trees. Her fur was a fiery auburn that glistened like burnished copper in the sun, and her eyes were a vivid emerald, mirroring the lush foliage that surrounded her. Ryla's days were spent in harmony with the forest, her senses attuned to its subtle music. She could often be found weaving through the underbrush, where shafts of light pierced the shadows, illuminating the myriad hues of the forest floor, a vibrant tapestry of mosses and fallen leaves. The whispers of the trees were her constant companions, their voices like the soft rustling of leaves in the wind, sharing tales of ancient times and timeless wisdom. Each rustle and murmur told stories of past seasons, of creatures long gone and cycles eternally repeating. On a crisp autumn evening, as the forest floor was carpeted with a symphony of russet and gold leaves, Ryla nestled beneath the outstretched arms of a mighty oak. The air was sharp with the scent of pine and earth, and a gentle breeze rustled through the branches, carrying with it a faint whisper. It was the voice of the forest itself, calling out for help. The trees spoke of a great sickness that had befallen their realm, a dark blight that threatened to consume them all. The whispers were tinged with a note of desperation, like a plea that had long gone unanswered. Ryla knew she had to act. With her keen senses and unwavering determination, she set out on a journey to uncover the source of this mysterious ailment and find a way to heal the forest before it was too late. Her paws padded softly over moss and stone, her heart beating in rhythm with the pulse of the forest. As she ventured deeper into the heart of the woods, the forest revealed its wonders to her. She encountered wise owls perched atop twisted branches, their eyes glowing like twin moons in the dusk. They hooted softly, offering cryptic advice and ancient riddles. Mischievous squirrels scampered through the undergrowth, their bushy tails flicking like brushes of paint against the canvas of the forest. They chattered eagerly, guiding her with tales of hidden paths and forgotten secrets. A family of gentle deer grazed in a sun-dappled glade, their eyes filled with a calm wisdom that spoke volumes without words. Each creature she met added another piece to the puzzle, guiding her towards the truth. She learned that the blight had started subtly, with the wilting of leaves and the silence of once vibrant streams. The forest was a tapestry, and each thread of life was interwoven with the others, its unraveling a slow but certain doom. Her journey led her to the outskirts of the forest, where she met an ancient tortoise named Eldrin. His shell was etched with the markings of countless years, and his eyes held the depth of untold wisdom. Eldrin was known as the Keeper of Secrets, his slow, deliberate movements a testament to the patience that only time could bestow. He spoke of the forest's past, of a time when the blight had first emerged, and the guardians who had once protected the realm. "The forest is alive, young one," Eldrin said, his voice a gravelly whisper. "It breathes, it feels, and it remembers. Your bond with the trees is not just a gift, but a responsibility. The forest chose you, Ryla, just as you chose it." Ryla listened intently, her heart swelling with a sense of purpose. She realized that her journey was not just about healing the forest, but understanding her place within it. Eldrin's words resonated deep within her, igniting a spark of courage that would guide her steps. It was then that Ryla stumbled upon a hidden grove, a sanctuary unlike any she had seen before. The trees here stood tall and majestic, their leaves a vibrant emerald hue, and their bark shimmering with an otherworldly glow. An ethereal light filtered through the canopy, casting the clearing in a dreamlike glow. In the center of this enchanted clearing, a crystalline pool shimmered invitingly, its surface reflecting the sky like a mirror of liquid sapphire. As Ryla approached the pool, she felt a surge of energy pulsing through her veins, as if the very essence of the forest was coursing through her being. It was then that she realized the true nature of her quest, to find the heart of the forest and restore its balance. The pool's waters whispered to her, the ripples forming patterns that danced like a symphony of light and shadow. With newfound purpose, Ryla plunged into the shimmering waters, allowing the magic to envelop her. In that moment, she became one with the forest, her consciousness intertwined with the ancient wisdom of the trees. Visions unfolded before her eyes. She saw the roots of the forest stretching deep into the earth, entwined with a darkness that pulsed like a festering wound. Through this mystical connection, Ryla learned of a dark force that had taken root deep beneath the earth, a malevolent entity that fed on the energy of the forest, slowly draining it of its vitality. This was the source of the blight, a corruption that threatened to consume all life. The entity was a shadow of despair, born from forgotten sorrows and untended wounds of the earth. Armed with this knowledge, Ryla knew what she had to do. She called upon the strength of the forest, drawing upon the collective power of every tree, every creature, and every drop of life-giving water. With a brilliant burst of energy, she unleashed a wave of pure, cleansing light that pierced the darkness and banished the evil from the realm. The light surged like a tide, casting away shadows and leaving the land bathed in a renewed glow. As the last vestiges of the blight dissipated, the forest seemed to take a collective breath, as if awakening from a long, troubled slumber. The trees stood taller, their branches reaching towards the sky, and the air was filled with the sweet fragrance of renewal. Birds erupted into song, a jubilant chorus echoing through the trees as life returned to the forest in a vibrant symphony. Ryla emerged from the pool, her fur glistening with droplets of water that shimmered like diamonds in the dappled sunlight. She had not only saved the forest, but had undergone a profound transformation herself, her connection to the natural world deeper and more profound than ever before. Her heart beat in harmony with the forest, a guardian born from the union of spirit and nature. From that day forward, Ryla became known as the guardian of the forest, a protector and steward of the ancient realm. She walked among the trees, listening to their whispers and ensuring that the delicate balance was maintained. The forest was her family, each leaf and creature a cherished part of her heart. And in the quiet moments, when the forest was bathed in the golden glow of dusk, Ryla would gather the creatures around her and weave tales of her incredible journey, a testament to the power of friendship, perseverance, and the unbreakable bond between all living things. Her stories were seeds of hope, planted in the fertile ground of youthful hearts and minds. As the years passed, Ryla's legend grew, inspiring generations of forest dwellers to cherish and protect the natural world. And deep within the heart of the ancient grove, the crystalline pool remained, a shimmering reminder of the magic that lived within and the transformative power of embracing one's true destiny. Its waters whispered of unity and renewal, a beacon of light in the heart of the forest. One frosty winter night, when the stars glittered like distant fires in the sky, Ryla found herself reflecting on her journey. She realized that through her adventures, she had not only saved the forest, but had also discovered her true purpose. Her heart swelled with gratitude, and she vowed to continue protecting the forest with unwavering dedication. Yet, there was one more chapter to unfold. The forest, in its gratitude, decided to reveal a hidden aspect of its being, a place where only those truly attuned to its spirit could tread. Guided by the whispers of the trees, Ryla embarked on a final quest, deeper into the woods than she had ever ventured before. The path was a tapestry of shadows and moonlight, the air crisp with a lingering promise. As Ryla pressed on, she began to notice the air around her growing warm and vibrant, filled with the scent of honey and wildflowers. The trees leaned in closer, their branches forming a protective arch overhead. She could feel their anticipation, their voices a soft hum of encouragement. At last, she arrived at a secluded glen, a place untouched by time. The glen was a sanctuary of tranquility, where vibrant wildflowers bloomed in a myriad of colors, their petals glistening with dew like jewels in the moonlight. In the center of the glen stood a single tree, ancient and wise, its bark etched with the stories of countless generations. Ryla approached the tree with reverence, her heart full of wonder and gratitude. The tree's voice was gentle yet powerful, resonating within her very soul. It spoke of a time when the forest had faced its darkest hour, and how Ryla's courage had rekindled its spirit. It was here that Ryla would lay down roots of her own, ensuring that the forest's legacy would endure. And so, Ryla's story continued, an ever-unfolding tale of courage, wisdom, and the enduring spirit of the forest. Her legacy was one of hope and harmony, a testament to the power of nature and the unbreakable bond between all living things. For two, in the quiet, mist-laden valleys of the Whispering Woods, where ancient oak trees stood sentinel over the land, there was a tale passed from generation to generation, like a treasured secret carried on the wind. It was a story of an unusual friendship, a journey of transformation, and a hidden world beneath the carpet of fallen leaves, waiting to be discovered by those with eyes to see and hearts to understand. Our story begins at the edge of this woodland, where a small, unassuming cottage sat, its thatched roof dotted with moss, and its windows framed by climbing ivy. In this cottage lived a young girl named Lily. She was known for her kind heart and a curiosity that sparkled in her eyes like the stars twinkling in the night sky. Her days were filled with exploring the woods, gathering wildflowers, and listening to the stories her grandmother told by the fireside. Lily's grandmother, wise and gentle, had once been a wanderer of the woods herself. Her tales were rich with legends of the forest, each story a tapestry woven with threads of adventure and wisdom. She spoke of creatures that danced in the moonlight, spirits that guarded the ancient trees, and hidden paths that led to places unseen by ordinary eyes. As the fire crackled and cast flickering shadows across the walls, Lily would sit enraptured, her imagination painting vivid pictures of these mystical realms. One autumn morning, as the golden sun filtered through the canopy of leaves, Lily set out on one of her adventures. The air was crisp, and the scent of damp earth mingled with the sweet aroma of fallen leaves. As she wandered deeper into the woods, she felt the familiar thrill of anticipation, as if the forest itself held its breath, waiting to reveal its secrets. Her path led her to a small, hidden glade, where a gentle stream meandered through a bed of smooth pebbles. The sunlight danced on the water's surface, creating a mosaic of light and shadow. It was here that she first encountered the magical object that would change her life forever. Amidst the pebbles, half buried in the soft earth, was a small, intricately carved wooden box. Its surface was adorned with delicate vines and flowers, and it seemed to hum with a quiet energy resonating with the very soul of the forest. Lily knelt beside it, brushing away the dirt with her fingers, her heart fluttering with excitement and curiosity. With a gentle touch, she opened the box, and inside she found a small, iridescent stone, unlike anything she had ever seen. It shimmered with all the colors of the rainbow, and as she held it in her palm, she felt a warmth spread through her, as if the stone held a piece of the sun itself. Lily knew that this was no ordinary stone. She felt a connection to it, an unspoken bond that seemed to promise something extraordinary. She placed it carefully back in the box and tucked it into her satchel, her mind racing with possibilities. As she made her way back home, Lily couldn't shake the feeling that the stone was calling to her, urging her to look beyond the surface of the world she knew. That night, as she lay in bed under the soft glow of moonlight, she held the box close, her thoughts filled with dreams of hidden worlds and magical adventures. The following day, Lily returned to the glade, the box safely nestled in her satchel. As she sat by the stream, the stone cradled in her hand, she noticed something peculiar. The water's surface rippled, though there was no breeze to disturb it. She leaned closer, peering into the depths, and gasped in astonishment. Beneath the water, she saw a world unlike any she had imagined. It was a vibrant underwater kingdom, teeming with life. Schools of fish darted through coral gardens, their scales glinting like jewels. Sea turtles glided gracefully, and anemones swayed with the current, their colors vivid and bright. But what caught her attention most was a figure that moved with the grace of a dancer, its form shimmering like the stone in her hand. It was a creature of myth and wonder, a mermaid, with long, flowing hair and eyes that sparkled like the sea. Lily watched in awe as the mermaid noticed her. Their eyes met, and in that moment, a silent understanding passed between them. The mermaid gestured to Lily, inviting her to join in the dance of this hidden world. Without hesitation, Lily dipped her hand into the water, and as her fingers touched the surface, a transformation began. She felt herself becoming lighter, as if the water itself embraced her, drawing her into the depths of this enchanting realm. She found herself submerged, breathing easily, as if she were still above the surface. Her senses came alive with the vibrant colors and sounds of the underwater world. The mermaid swam beside her, a gentle smile on her lips, and together they explored this magical place. As they glided through the water, the mermaid showed Lily the wonders of her world, a garden of luminous sea flowers that glowed with their own light, a cavern filled with treasures from sunken ships, and a school of dolphins that played in the currents, their laughter like music. In this hidden world, time seemed to stand still, and Lily felt a deep sense of belonging, as if she had found a piece of herself that had been missing. She realized that the stone had not only revealed this magical realm, but had also awakened something within her, a connection to the natural world that was both profound and beautiful. But as the sun began to set, casting its golden rays through the water, Lily knew it was time to return to her own world. The mermaid led her back to the place where the stream met the glade, and with a gentle touch, Lily found herself back on the forest floor, the stone still warm in her hand. As she walked home, Lily felt a sense of peace and wonder. She had discovered a hidden world, and in doing so, had found a deeper understanding of herself and the world around her. The stone had shown her the magic that lay beneath the surface, waiting to be discovered by those who dared to look beyond. In the days that followed, Lily returned to the glade often, her friendship with the mermaid growing stronger with each visit. They shared stories and laughter, and Lily learned the ways of the sea, while the mermaid listened to tales of the world above. Through their friendship, Lily discovered the power of connection and the importance of seeing beyond the surface of things. She learned that true magic lies not in the extraordinary, but in the everyday wonders of the world around us. One evening, as the leaves turned to gold and the crisp chill of autumn hung in the air, Lily sat with her grandmother by the fireside, the warmth of the flames wrapping around them like a comforting embrace. She decided to share her adventures with the stone and the mermaid, her words weaving a tapestry of discovery and revelation. Her grandmother listened with a knowing smile, her eyes twinkling with a mixture of pride and understanding. "The world is full of wonders, my dear Lily," she said, her voice a gentle melody of wisdom. "And you have learned to see with not just your eyes, but with your heart. That is the true magic." As the seasons changed and the leaves turned to gold, Lily knew that her journey had transformed her. She carried the lessons of the hidden world with her, a reminder that life was full of magic waiting to be discovered. And so, under the watchful eyes of the ancient oaks, Lily continued to explore the whispering woods, her heart open to the wonders of the world, and her spirit forever touched by the magic of the stone and the friendship that had changed her life. As the weeks turned into months, Lily's adventures did not remain confined to the underwater kingdom. Intrigued by the mermaid's tales of the forest's hidden treasures, she began exploring the woods with renewed curiosity. One afternoon, beneath the canopy of the ancient oaks, she stumbled upon an old stone archway hidden by a tangle of ivy and brambles. The archway, weathered and covered in lichen, seemed to whisper secrets of an age long past. As Lily cleared away the vines, she felt a familiar hum, the same quiet energy as the stone. It was as if the archway was another portal, a gateway to another realm, or perhaps a forgotten part of the forest. Stepping through the archway, Lily found herself in a grove filled with trees that bore fruit of every imaginable color. The air was thick with the fragrance of ripe berries and blossoms, and the ground was carpeted with a tapestry of vibrant wildflowers. In the center of the grove stood an ancient tree, its trunk twisted and gnarled, its branches reaching skyward as if in eternal supplication. Drawn to the tree, Lily approached it with reverence. She could feel a pulse of life within it, an ancient wisdom that resonated deep within her. As she placed her hand against the rough bark, a vision filled her mind, a vision of the forest as it had been centuries ago, teeming with creatures and magic, a sanctuary where the natural and the mystical lived in harmony. The vision faded, leaving Lily with a profound sense of connection to the land, a bond that went beyond words. She realized that the forest was alive, its heart beating in time with her own, and that her role was not merely as an observer, but as a guardian of its secrets. From that day on, Lily became a steward of the forest, her adventures taking on a new purpose. She worked to preserve the hidden wonders she had discovered, leaving offerings of flowers and berries for the woodland creatures and tending to the ancient trees with the care they deserved. Her friendship with the mermaid deepened, their bond a testament to the power of understanding and empathy. Together, they nurtured the connection between land and sea, their laughter echoing through the glade as they shared stories of their respective worlds. Years passed, and Lily grew into a wise young woman, her heart forever tied to the whispering woods. Her grandmother's stories continued to guide her, a living legacy of the magic that had always existed just beneath the surface. And so, the tale of Lily, the girl with the starry eyes and the heart of a guardian, became a part of the forest's rich tapestry. It was whispered among the trees and carried on the wind, a story of friendship, discovery, and the enduring magic of the natural world. Under the watchful eyes of the ancient oaks, Lily's spirit lived on, a beacon of light and hope for all who dared to venture into the whispering woods, ready to uncover the wonders that lay hidden beneath the carpet of fallen leaves. On a crisp winter's eve, as snowflakes danced in the moonlight, a new chapter began for Lily. She stumbled upon a circle of stones, half buried in the snow, near the heart of the forest. The stones were worn smooth, their surfaces etched with symbols that seemed to pulse with a gentle luminescence. Lily, drawn by an inexplicable pull, traced the symbols with her fingertips. As she did, a soft glow enveloped the circle, and a gentle warmth seeped through her, as if the stones themselves were alive with ancient energy. She closed her eyes, surrendering to the embrace of the forest's magic. When she opened her eyes, Lily found herself surrounded by ethereal figures, their forms shimmering like morning mist. They were the spirits of the forest, guardians of the ancient woods, their eyes reflecting the wisdom of ages. They greeted her with a nod, acknowledging her role as a guardian and friend to their realm. With a serene gesture, the spirits invited her to join in their nocturnal dance, a celebration of the forest's timeless beauty. As Lily moved among them, she felt a profound sense of belonging, the rhythmic pulse of the forest resonating within her very soul. This encounter marked a new beginning for Lily, a deeper connection with the whispering woods and its inhabitants. She had not only discovered the hidden world beneath the leaves, but had become an integral part of its timeless dance. Her heart brimmed with gratitude and a renewed understanding of her place within the tapestry of life. In the years that followed, Lily's role as a guardian grew, her actions inspiring others to see the world through her eyes. She shared the stories of the forest with those willing to listen, teaching them the importance of protecting the natural wonders around them. And so the story of Lily continued, an ever-evolving tale of wonder, friendship, and the enduring magic that lay waiting in the quiet, mist-laden valleys of the whispering woods. Her legacy lived on, a reminder that true magic resides in the bond between humans and nature, and in the heart of those brave enough to seek it. As the years rolled into decades, the whispering woods saw many changes, but the tale of Lily endured, passed down as a guiding light for the generations that followed. Her story became a cornerstone of the community, a reminder of the delicate balance between humanity and the natural world. One spring morning, a young girl named Lyra, with eyes as bright as Lily's once were, stood at the edge of the forest, the whispers of ancient tales echoing in her heart. Inspired by the stories of Lily and the mermaid, she felt an inexplicable pull toward the mysteries of the woods. Lyra's journey began, much like Lily's, with a heart full of wonder and a spirit eager for adventure. As she ventured into the depths of the forest, she found herself drawn to the very same glade where Lily had first encountered the magical stone. The box was still there, nestled among the pebbles, waiting for a new guardian to embrace its secrets. With a gentle touch, Lyra opened the box, her eyes widening at the sight of the iridescent stone. As the warmth of the stone spread through her, she understood that she was connected to a legacy of magic and discovery. And so, the story continued, as it always had and always would, a testament to the enduring bond between the Whispering Woods and those who dared to seek its wonders. The cycle of discovery, friendship, and guardianship lived on, a beacon of hope and magic for all who heard the whispers of the ancient oaks. Story 3. In a distant corner of the galaxy, where stars twinkled like a million tiny lanterns in the velvet expanse of space, there lay a small, vibrant planet named Lumina. Lumina was known for its lush, emerald forests that whispered secrets to the gentle winds and its crystalline lakes that shimmered with the colors of the rainbow. On this peaceful planet lived a kind-hearted creature named Lyra. Lyra was a Lumian, a species known for their gentle nature and luminous, silken fur that glowed softly in the dark. She had eyes like pools of liquid silver and a curious heart that longed for adventure. Her days were spent tending to the forest and listening to the stories the ancient trees wove into the breeze. The very air of Lumina was alive with a symphony of sounds, the rustling leaves, the distant calls of creatures, and the melodious hum of the planet's own heartbeat. The forest was Lyra's sanctuary, a place where the golden light filtered through the canopy, dappling the ground with patterns of warmth. She often wandered along the winding paths, her feet cushioned by the soft moss that carpeted the forest floor. She knew each tree by name, each flower by its unique scent, and each creature by its distinct song. The forest, in turn, embraced her with a gentle rustle, a living entity that breathed with her. One starry night, as the moon cast its silvery glow across the land, a strange object streaked across the sky, trailing a tail of fiery orange. It was a spaceship, and it crash-landed with a soft thud in the meadow near Lyra's home. The Lumian, drawn by the unusual sight, made her way through the whispering trees to the edge of the meadow. There, amid the smoke and gentle hum of cooling metal, emerged a creature unlike any she had seen. Tall and slender, with skin that shimmered like a pearl under the moonlight, was Kiro, a traveler from the distant planet of Viridia. Kiro had eyes the color of the deep ocean and a cautious expression etched across his face. The air around him was tinged with the scent of salt and sea, a reminder of his aquatic world. Lyra approached with a soft step, her fur glowing warmly in the night. "Are you hurt?" she asked, her voice a gentle melody. Kiro blinked, surprised by the sudden appearance of the luminescent creature. I seem to be fine," he replied, his voice carrying the cadence of his oceanic home. "My ship, however, is not." As the two creatures regarded one another, a gentle breeze rustled through the meadow, carrying with it the scent of blooming starflowers. Lyra's heart reached out with kindness. "Perhaps I can help. Our wise elder Glyn knows much about the ways of the stars and machines." Kiro hesitated, the ingrained caution of his people whispering in his mind. But there was something in Lyra's eyes, a sincerity and warmth that transcended their differences. "Thank you," he said, his voice softening. Together, they made their way through the forest, the sound of their footsteps a gentle symphony with the night. As they walked, Lyra shared tales of Lumina, of the creatures that danced in the moonlight and the songs of the ancient trees. Kiro, in turn, spoke of Viridia, a world of endless seas and singing waves. His descriptions were vivid, painting pictures of vast blue expanses and the rhythmic lull of tides that sang his people to sleep. Yet despite their growing camaraderie, misunderstandings soon emerged. Kiro, accustomed to the vastness of the ocean and the solitude it brought, sometimes found the closeness of Lumina's forest overwhelming. He would often withdraw, seeking solace in the open meadows, leaving Lyra puzzled and a little hurt. She struggled to understand his need for space, having thrived her entire life in the embrace of the forest's closeness. One day, as the sun painted the sky with hues of gold and crimson, Lyra found Kiro perched on a hill, gazing at the horizon. She settled beside him, her fur catching the fading light. "Do you miss your home?" she asked gently. Kiro nodded, the longing evident in his voice. "I do. The openness, the endless horizon. It's hard to find that here." Lyra thought for a moment, her heart understanding the ache of being away from one's roots. "I cannot bring the ocean to you," she said softly, "but perhaps we can create a space that feels like home." Together, they worked to clear a small glade, where the sky stretched wide and the wind sang through the grass. They planted flowers that danced like the waves, and built a small pond that mirrored the sky. Kiro found solace in this place, and Lyra found joy in sharing her world with him. This act of creation was not mere imitation. It was a fusion of their worlds, a testament to their growing bond. As the days turned into weeks, the bond between the Lumian and the Viridian grew stronger. They faced challenges together, from repairing the ship to navigating the cultural differences that arose. Each misunderstanding became a stepping stone, teaching them the value of patience and the beauty of seeing the world through another's eyes. Lyra, who had always been content with the familiar, found herself embracing new perspectives, her curiosity deepening with each shared experience. One afternoon, as they sat by the pond, Kiro shared a piece of his past, a story of the great song, a powerful hymn of his people that was said to calm even the fiercest storms on Viridia. He sang it softly, his voice weaving a tapestry of sound that seemed to blend with the rustling leaves and the gentle lapping of water. Lyra listened, entranced, feeling the music resonate deep within her. "I never knew music could hold such power," she confessed, her voice tinged with awe. "On Lumina, we listen to the stories of the trees, but we have no songs like yours." Kiro smiled, the warmth of his expression a balm to her heart. "Perhaps you can teach me your stories, and I can teach you our songs. Together, we can create something new." And so they did, weaving together their unique traditions into a harmonious blend of music and storytelling. Lyra's voice danced alongside Kiro's song, creating melodies that echoed through the forest, drawing creatures from their hiding places to listen to the enchanting fusion. One evening, as the first stars appeared in the sky, Kiro stood beside his repaired ship, ready to return to Viridia. Yet, his heart was heavy with the thought of leaving. Lyra stood by his side, her eyes reflecting the starlight. "You've shown me that friendship can transcend distance and difference," Kiro said, his voice filled with gratitude. "I may be leaving, but the bond we share will always remain." Lyra nodded, her heart full. "And you have taught me that true friendship is about embracing each other's worlds, even when they are different from our own." As Kiro prepared to leave, Lyra retrieved a small, luminescent stone from her pouch, its glow reminiscent of the gentle light that bathed Lumina each night. "Take this," she said, placing it in Kiro's hand. "A piece of Lumina to remember us by." Kiro accepted the stone with reverence, its glow reflecting in his ocean-colored eyes. "And I will leave you with something from Viridia," he said, gifting her a shell that sang softly when held to the ear, reminiscent of the sea's melodies. With a gentle embrace, Kiro stepped into his ship. As it ascended into the night sky, Lyra watched, her fur aglow with the warmth of their friendship. Though they were from different worlds, they had discovered a connection that transcended the stars. As Lyra watched the ship disappear into the night, she felt a serene peace settle over her. The forest around her whispered with an ancient wisdom, affirming the lesson that had woven itself into her heart, that true friendship is not bound by proximity or similarity, but is a tapestry of shared experiences, mutual respect, and the courage to embrace the unknown. With a gentle sigh, she turned and made her way back through the forest, the soft glow of her fur lighting the path ahead. She felt connected not only to her own world, but to the vastness of the galaxy, knowing that somewhere out there, Kiro was looking up at the same stars and feeling the same connection. And so, as the night deepened and the world around her settled into a quiet slumber, Lyra lay beneath the ancient trees, their branches cradling her in their protective embrace. She closed her eyes, and in the stillness of the night, she dreamed of distant planets and the friendships that bridged them, her heart aglow with the warmth of a friendship that would endure as long as the stars themselves. In time, the seasons would change, bringing new stories and new travelers to Lumina's shores. But the tale of Lyra and Kiro would remain, etched in the hearts of those who heard it, a gentle reminder of the power of kindness, understanding, and the enduring light of friendship. As the years passed, Lyra often visited the glade they had created, now a place of legend among the Lumian people. She would sit by the pond, the water shimmering with memories of laughter and shared dreams, knowing that somewhere across the galaxy, Kiro too carried a piece of Lumina in his heart. Together, they had crafted not just a sanctuary on Lumina, but a bridge of light and understanding that spanned the stars. And in the quiet moments, beneath the canopy of twinkling lights, Zilara found solace in the knowledge that true friendship, like the stars, was eternal. One day, as Zilara rested by the pond, a gentle ripple disturbed its surface. A message in a bottle, bobbing gently against the shore, caught her eye. With curiosity piqued, she retrieved it and carefully unfurled the delicate parchment within. It was a letter from Kiro, detailing his adventures and the stars he had visited, each word a connection across the vastness of space. Dear Zilara, the letter read, though the stars may separate us, know that our friendship is a guiding light in the darkness. I often sit by the sea listening to the waves and think of the stories we shared under Lumina's sky. Until we meet again, may our worlds continue to intertwine in the dance of the cosmos. With a smile, Zilara folded the letter and tucked it against her heart, the warmth of their bond a constant companion. She knew that no matter the distance, their friendship would endure, a beacon that shone brightly across the galaxy, uniting their worlds in an unbreakable tapestry of light and love. Inspired by Kiro's letter, Zilara began to write her own stories of their adventures, sharing them with the young Lumians who gathered eagerly to listen. She spoke of bravery, understanding, and the beauty of discovering common ground with those who seemed different. Her tales became a cherished part of Lumina's lore, instilling in the hearts of her people the importance of kindness and the courage to embrace the unknown. As the cycles of Lumina continued, Zilara found herself not just a keeper of stories, but a bridge between worlds. She taught the young ones the songs Kiro had shared, their voices rising in harmony with the forest's symphony. In these moments, Zilara felt Kiro's presence, a reminder that their friendship was as boundless as the galaxy itself. And so, under the vast, starlit sky of Lumina, Zilara lived her days with a heart full of joy and a spirit of adventure, forever connected to her friend across the stars. Seasons turned, and Lumina welcomed travelers from various corners of the universe, each bringing new stories and perspectives. Zilara, now a respected elder among her people, found herself an ambassador of Lumina's open-hearted spirit. She greeted visitors with warmth, sharing the tales of her adventures with Kiro, and encouraging them to forge their own bridges of understanding. One day, a group of young Viridians arrived, their eyes wide with wonder at the lush beauty of Lumina's forests. Among them was a curious young creature named Lyra, whose eyes sparkled with the same oceanic hue as Kiro's. "You remind me of a dear friend," Zilara said, her heart swelling with nostalgia and joy. Lyra, eager to learn, listened intently to Zilara's stories, her fascination growing with each tale. "Kiro is my uncle," she revealed, her voice filled with pride. "He spoke of you often, and I've always dreamed of visiting Lumina." Together, Zilara and Lyra explored the forest, their laughter echoing through the trees. Lyra marveled at the glade Zilara and Kiro had created, her heart touched by the enduring legacy of their friendship. As Lyra prepared to return to Viridia, she and Zilara sat by the pond, their reflections shimmering on the water's surface. "I feel as though I've found a second home here," Lyra admitted, her voice tinged with emotion. Zilara smiled, her eyes sparkling with wisdom and warmth. "Our worlds are forever intertwined, Lyra. Just as Kiro and I built a bridge, so too can you. Let your heart be your guide, and the stars will always light your path." With a promise to return, Lyra departed, leaving Zilara with a renewed sense of hope and connection. As the years continued to pass, Zilara's stories and the lessons she had learned with Kiro lived on, inspiring generations to embrace the beauty of diversity and the strength of unity. And so, under the eternal starlit sky, Lumina thrived as a beacon of friendship and understanding, a testament to the enduring light of a bond that transcended the stars, illuminating the way for all who sought to connect across the vastness of the universe. As the twilight of her life approached, Zilara took solace in the stories she had shared and the bridges she had built between worlds. Her legacy, woven into the very fabric of Lumina, was a testament to the power of connection and the beauty of embracing the unknown. She often sat by the pond, reflecting on the journey that had brought her so many friends from across the stars, her heart full of gratitude and peace. And in the heart of Lumina, beneath the ever-watchful stars, Zalara's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and unity for all who sought to bridge the gaps between worlds. Story 4. Title: The Whispering Forest. Once upon a time, nestled between the emerald hills and beneath the vast star-speckled sky, lay the village of Elderglen. Its cottages, with their thatched roofs and ivy-covered walls, exuded warmth and a sense of belonging. Here the air was always filled with the scent of blooming honeysuckles, mingling with the earthy aroma of freshly turned soil, and the gentle melody of a nearby brook harmonized with the rustling leaves. At the heart of Elderglen, the village square thrived with life, a place where tales of old were shared and new adventures often began, as laughter and chatter interwove with the distant clink of a blacksmith's hammer. In this quaint village lived a young girl named Lyra. Her eyes sparkled like sunlight on a dewdrop, and her laughter was as infectious as the spring breeze, carrying with it a hint of mischief. Her auburn hair, often tangled with twigs and leaves from her explorations, was a testament to her adventurous spirit. Lyra was known for her boundless curiosity and her knack for befriending the most unexpected of companions. Her closest friend was a wise old owl named Bramble, with feathers as soft as the first snowflake of winter and eyes that held the wisdom of ages, tinted with a hint of mischief, much like Lyra's own. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Lyra and Bramble sat perched on an ancient oak that stood at the edge of the village. The tree, gnarled and wise, had stood through countless seasons, its branches a testament to resilience and strength. The bark, rough and worn, told stories of storms weathered and sun-drenched days, a silent guardian of secrets long past. Lyra, Bramble hooted softly, his voice like a gentle breeze rustling through autumn leaves. Have you ever heard the tale of the Whispering Forest? Lyra's eyes widened with intrigue, her heart quickening with the promise of adventure. No, Bramble, I haven't. Do tell. The Whispering Forest, Bramble began, his tone weaving a tapestry of mystery and enchantment, is said to be a hidden world within our very own woods. It lies beyond the veil of the ordinary, where trees speak and the stars dance upon the ground. It is a place where time flows like the river, unbound and free. As the owl spoke, Lyra felt a flutter of excitement within her chest, her imagination painting vivid images of enchanted groves and starlit paths. Can we go there, Bramble? Can we find the Whispering Forest? Bramble, with a twinkle in his eye that spoke of adventures past, replied, The journey to the Whispering Forest is not one of distance, but of spirit. It requires an open heart and an attentive ear. But be warned, young one, for the path is shrouded in mystery and unfolds differently for each seeker. Undeterred by the challenge, Lyra resolved to embark on this journey, her heart filled with the promise of adventure. And so, as the first stars began to twinkle in the deepening dusk, she set off with Bramble perched faithfully on her shoulder, his feathers brushing against her cheek like a comforting whisper. They ventured into the woods that bordered Elderglen, the trees towering above them like silent guardians. The forest, usually familiar and welcoming, now seemed alive with whispers and secrets. The moonlight, filtering through the canopy, painted the forest floor in silver patterns, creating an ethereal path that beckoned them onward. As they journeyed deeper, a gentle breeze carried a soft melodic whisper to Lyra's ears. It was a sound both strange and comforting, like a lullaby sung by the night itself, weaving through the branches in a dance of light and shadow. Do you hear that, Bramble? Lyra asked, her voice barely above a whisper, her heart thrumming with a mix of anticipation and wonder. Bramble nodded, his feathers ruffling slightly in agreement. Listen closely, Lyra. The forest speaks in its own language. It will guide you if you let it. Following the sound, they came upon a clearing bathed in moonlight, and at its center stood an ancient stone well. The stones were covered in moss, and wildflowers grew around its base, their petals glowing softly in the night, as if kissed by starlight. Lyra approached the well, her footsteps light and reverent. As she peered into its depths, the whispers grew louder, forming a harmonious chorus that resonated within her heart, a melody that seemed to echo the very essence of the forest. Welcome, seeker, the whispers seemed to say. You have found the gateway. Bramble fluffed his feathers, a sign of approval. You have done well, Lyra. The whispering forest awaits your presence. Taking a deep breath, Lyra reached out and touched the edge of the well. In that moment, the world around her shimmered and began to shift. The trees swayed gently, and the air filled with the scent of jasmine and rain, a fragrance both soothing and invigorating. The whispers grew into a symphony, enveloping her in their gentle embrace. And then, as if passing through a veil of dreams, Lyra found herself in the heart of the whispering forest. The landscape was both familiar and fantastical, a place where reality and magic danced hand in hand. The trees were taller, their leaves glistening like emeralds, and the ground beneath her feet sparkled with stardust, a carpet of dreams woven with threads of light. Bramble, perched beside her, fluffed his feathers in delight. Welcome to the whispering forest, dear Lyra. Here, the heart leads the way, and every step is a discovery. As they wandered through this enchanted realm, Lyra marveled at the wonders around her. Birds with plumage like rainbows flitted from branch to branch, singing songs that wove stories of old. A gentle stream meandered through the forest, its waters clear and cool, reflecting the sky's myriad colors, a mirror to the heavens above. But amidst the beauty, Lyra sensed a quiet sorrow lingering in the air, a note of longing woven into the forest's melody. She turned to Bramble, her brow furrowed with concern. "What troubles this place, Bramble? I feel a sadness here." Bramble, wise and gentle, nodded. "The forest is alive, Lyra, and like all living things, it feels the ebb and flow of existence. There is a mystery here, one that yearns for resolution. Perhaps it is why you have been called to this place." With determination burning in her heart, Lyra resolved to uncover the source of the forest's sorrow and bring it peace. Guided by the whispers, she ventured deeper into the woods, Bramble by her side, his presence a comforting beacon in the unknown. As they journeyed, they encountered a variety of creatures, each with stories of their own. There was Thistle, the mischievous squirrel with a heart of gold, who guided them through the tangled underbrush, his laughter a playful symphony. Then came Willow, the gentle deer with eyes like pools of midnight, who spoke of ancient secrets hidden in the roots of the earth, her voice a soothing lullaby. Through their encounters, Lyra learned of a forgotten tale, the story of the Star Tree, a majestic oak that once stood at the heart of the whispering forest. It was said to be a bridge between the worlds, its branches reaching to the heavens and its roots entwined with the very soul of the earth. But the Star Tree had withered long ago, its light dimmed by a sorrow that none could name. Its spirit, once vibrant and joyful, now lay dormant, waiting for a heart pure enough to awaken it. Determined to bring the Star Tree back to life, Lyra and her companions set out on a quest to find the three sacred elements that would rekindle its spirit: the tear of the moon, the heart of the sun, and the breath of the earth. Their journey was filled with challenges and discoveries, each step bringing them closer to the heart of the whispering forest. They braved the icy mists of the moonlit glade to capture the tear of the moon, a silver drop that shimmered with ethereal light. They ventured to the sunlit grove, where the heart of the sun lay hidden within a golden bloom, its warmth radiating like a gentle caress. Finally, they sought the breath of the earth in the cavern of echoes, a place where the very air hummed with ancient songs. Here they found a hidden spring, its waters imbued with the essence of life itself. With the sacred elements gathered, Lyra and her friends returned to the place where the Star Tree once stood. The ground was bare, save for a circle of stones that marked its resting place. As Lyra placed the tear of the moon, the heart of the sun, and the breath of the earth upon the stones, a gentle glow began to emanate from the earth. The air hummed with energy, and the whispers of the forest rose in a harmonious crescendo. Slowly, the Star Tree began to emerge, its branches reaching upward in a graceful dance. Leaves unfurled like emeralds catching the light, and blossoms of starlight bloomed along its boughs. The forest, once shrouded in quiet sorrow, now sang with joy and renewal. Lyra watched in awe as the Star Tree's spirit awoke, its light weaving a tapestry of hope and wonder. The forest whispered its gratitude, a melody that resonated within her heart. Bramble, perched beside her, hooted softly. "You have brought the whispering forest back to life, dear Lyra. Your kindness and courage have rekindled its spirit." Lyra smiled, her heart full of warmth and contentment. I could not have done it alone, Bramble. Friendship and love are the true magic that binds us all. As they celebrated the forest's revival, a new presence made itself known, a figure cloaked in the shimmering light of the moon. It was the spirit of the star tree, taking form to express its gratitude. The spirit, radiant and ethereal, extended a hand to Lyra, offering her a single luminescent leaf. "This is a token of the forest's gratitude," it said, its voice like the soft rustle of leaves in the wind. "May it remind you of the magic that lies within your heart." Touched by the gesture, Lyra accepted the leaf, feeling its gentle warmth radiate through her hand. It was a symbol of the bond she had forged with the forest, a testament to the journey she had undertaken. As they made their way back to Elderglen, Lyra noticed subtle changes in the forest. The once silent trees now hummed with life, their whispers a soothing chorus that harmonized with the songs of the birds. The air seemed to vibrate with an energy that was both ancient and new, a testament to the rebirth they had witnessed. Upon returning to the village, Lyra and Bramble found the villagers gathered in the square, eager to hear of their adventure. The village elder, a woman with silver-streaked hair and eyes that sparkled with untold stories, approached them with a knowing smile. "You have returned with more than a tale, dear Lyra," she said, her voice a gentle caress. "You have brought back the very spirit of the Whispering Forest." The villagers listened in rapt attention as Lyra recounted their journey, her words painting vivid images of the magical realm they had discovered. As she spoke, the village square seemed to come alive with the essence of the forest, the scent of honeysuckles mingling with the crisp night air. Inspired by Lyra's tale, the villagers decided to honor the forest with a festival of renewal. They adorned the square with garlands of flowers and lanterns that twinkled like stars, a celebration of the bond between Elderglen and the Whispering Forest. As the festival unfolded, Lyra found herself reflecting on the journey that had changed her life. She realized that the true magic of the forest lay not just in its enchanting beauty, but in the connections it fostered, the friendships and love that transcended time and space. And so, as the stars twinkled above and the gentle breeze carried the forest's song, Lyra's story became a cherished memory, a bedtime tale whispered from generation to generation, a reminder that the heart's journey is a wondrous adventure indeed. Thus, in the warmth of a crackling fireplace, and under the watchful gaze of the moon, the village of Elderglen continued to thrive, its people forever enchanted by the magic of the Whispering Forest and the girl who had listened to its call. 5. The Whispering Brook and the Moonlit Feather, an extended tale. In the quaint village of Willowbark, cradled between rolling green hills and a forest that seemed to hum with its own secret melody, there was a brook that whispered stories to those who cared to listen. The villagers often spoke of how the brook's waters glittered under the moonlight, like a sky full of stars captured in a gentle stream. It was said that on nights when the moon was full, the brook unveiled its mysteries to those with open hearts. In this village lived a young girl named Lyra. With her hair as fiery as autumn leaves and eyes as deep as the forest's shade, Lyra was known for her boundless curiosity. She loved nothing more than exploring the woods with her best friend Finn, a boy who could talk to animals and often wore a crown made of twigs and leaves. Together they shared a friendship that was as natural and enduring as the forest itself. Lyra's love for nature was nurtured by her grandmother's tales of the forest's hidden wonders and ancient secrets. Her grandmother, an elder in the village, had a voice that resonated with the wisdom of ages. Every evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, she would gather the children by the hearth, her stories weaving a tapestry of magic and history that sparked imaginations and fueled dreams. Lyra, wide-eyed and eager, absorbed every word, her heart yearning to uncover the truths behind the legends. One evening, as twilight painted the sky in hues of lavender and rose, Lyra and Finn ventured to the brook. The air was crisp with the scent of pine and earth, and the gentle gurgle of the water was a lullaby that beckoned them closer. Lyra knelt by the brook's edge, her fingers trailing lightly through the cool water. "Do you think the stories are true, Finn?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Finn, crouching beside her, nodded with a thoughtful smile. "The forest is full of magic, Lyra. We just have to be patient enough to see it. As they sat, a sudden breeze rustled through the trees, carrying with it a soft, melodic whisper. The sound seemed to dance around them, filling the air with an ancient melody that spoke of dreams and adventures. Leela's heart quickened as she listened, her imagination soaring with the music's gentle rise and fall. Then, without warning, a delicate feather drifted down from above, landing softly on the brook's surface. It glowed with a silvery light, as if it had been kissed by the moon itself. Lyla and Finn exchanged a glance, their eyes wide with wonder. "Do you think it's a sign?" Lyla asked, her voice tinged with excitement and awe. Finn nodded, reaching out to gently pluck the feather from the water. "It must be. I've never seen anything like it." As Finn held the feather, a warmth spread through his hand, and he felt a strange sensation, as if the feather were whispering secrets to him. He closed his eyes and images began to dance in his mind. Tall trees with golden leaves, stars that shimmered like diamonds, and a path that wound through a forgotten part of the forest. Lyla watched Finn's expression change, her curiosity piqued. "What do you see?" "It's a journey," Finn replied, his voice filled with wonder. "A place hidden deep within the forest. I think the feather wants us to find it." Without another word, the two friends rose to their feet, the feather safely tucked into Finn's pocket. The forest around them seemed to awaken, the trees whispering their encouragement as Lyla and Finn set off on their adventure. The path they followed was unlike any they had seen before. It twisted and turned, leading them deeper into the heart of the forest, where the air was thick with the scent of moss and the gentle sound of distant waterfalls. As they walked, the moonlight wove through the branches overhead, casting a silvery glow that illuminated the way. They traveled for what felt like hours, their excitement growing with each step. The forest seemed to guide them, the trees bending slightly as if to point the way. And then, at last, they arrived at a clearing filled with a light that shimmered like sunlight on water. In the center stood an ancient oak, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches stretching high into the sky. At the base of the oak, nestled among the roots, was a small door, its wood worn smooth by time. The door was adorned with intricate carvings of animals and plants, each detail lovingly etched into the wood. It felt as if the door were a part of the tree itself, as natural as the leaves that rustled in the night breeze. Lyla and Finn approached the door with a mix of excitement and trepidation. Finn held the feather in his hand, and as he raised it to the door, the carvings began to glow softly. The door swung open with a gentle creak, revealing a staircase that spiraled down into the earth. Hand in hand, Lyla and Finn descended the stairs, the air growing warmer and more fragrant with each step. The walls of the passageway were lined with luminescent stones that bathed the tunnel in a soft, golden light. As they reached the bottom, they found themselves in a vast cavern, the ceiling stretching high above them like a cathedral of nature. The cavern was filled with wonders beyond their wildest dreams. Delicate crystal formations sparkled in every color of the rainbow, casting prismatic reflections on the walls. In the center of the cavern, a pool of water shimmered with an inner light, its surface as smooth as glass. As they marveled at their surroundings, Lyla noticed something peculiar, a series of ancient murals etched into the cavern walls. They depicted scenes of the forest through the ages, animals frolicking through lush meadows, trees growing and withering with the passing seasons, and the cycle of life and renewal. Each mural seemed alive, the figures moving subtly as if captured in a moment of eternal dance. Lyla felt a deep connection to these images, as if they were sharing the secrets of time with her. "Finn, look," she said, pointing to a mural of a majestic stag standing beneath a glowing moon. "It's as if the forest is telling its story." Finn nodded, entranced by the murals. "It's like a tapestry of time," he murmured, his fingers tracing the lines of a wise old owl, its eyes twinkling with hidden knowledge. Lyla and Finn approached the pool, their reflections gazing back at them with an almost magical clarity. As they knelt by the water's edge, a gentle voice filled the air, as soft and soothing as the brook's whispers. "Welcome, children of the forest," the voice said, echoing softly through the cavern. "You have found the heart of the woods, a place where dreams are born and magic thrives." Lyla and Finn exchanged a glance, their hearts full of wonder and gratitude. "Who are you?" Finn asked, his voice barely louder than a breath. I am the spirit of the forest, the voice replied, a warmth in its tone. I have watched over these lands for centuries, nurturing the life that dwells within. You have been chosen to carry a gift back to your world, a gift of wisdom and friendship that will help your village prosper. As the voice spoke, a tendril of light rose from the pool, swirling gracefully in the air before settling into the shape of a small, glowing orb. The orb hovered before Lyla and Finn, pulsing gently with a rhythm that matched their heartbeats. This orb contains the essence of the forest's wisdom, the spirit continued. It will guide you in times of need, teaching you the secrets of the natural world and the strength that lies in unity and kindness. Lyla and Finn accepted the orb with reverence, feeling its warmth infuse their very beings. They knew that this gift was precious, a beacon of hope and harmony that they would cherish forever. Thank you, Lyla said, her voice full of heartfelt gratitude. We will honor this gift and share its wisdom with our village. The spirit's voice smiled in its reply, a gentle breeze rustling through the cavern in response. Go now, and let your journey be filled with joy and discovery. Remember, the forest is always with you. With a final glance at the shimmering pool, Lyla and Finn turned and made their way back up the staircase, the orb glowing softly in their hands. As they emerged into the clearing, the moon greeted them with its silvery light, a reminder of the magic that surrounded them. The journey back to Willowbrook was filled with a sense of peace and purpose. The forest seemed to hum with approval, its songs resonating in their hearts. Lyla and Finn knew that their adventure had only just begun, and that they would carry the forest's wisdom with them always. As they stepped into the village, the first rays of dawn began to paint the sky in shades of gold and pink. The villagers, drawn by a sense of curiosity and wonder, gathered to hear the tale of Lyla and Finn's adventure. With the gentle crackle of a fire warming the morning air, Lyla and Finn shared their story, weaving a tapestry of magic and friendship that captivated everyone who listened. And as they spoke, the orb glowed warmly between them, a symbol of the bond they shared with the forest and with each other. From that day forward, the village of Willowbrook thrived. The forest's wisdom, carried within the hearts of Lyla and Finn, inspired the villagers to live in harmony with nature and one another. The brook continued to whisper its stories to those who paused to listen, its waters a reminder of the magic that lay just beyond the veil of the ordinary world. In the days that followed, Lyla and Finn found themselves drawn back to the forest, eager to uncover more of its secrets. Each visit felt like a new chapter in a story that was still being written, full of possibilities and hidden treasures. One sunny afternoon, as they wandered through a grove of ancient pine trees, they stumbled upon a clearing they'd never seen before. The clearing was filled with wildflowers that danced in the gentle breeze, their colors vibrant against the emerald backdrop of the forest. In the center stood a stone circle, its weathered surface etched with runes and symbols that seemed to pulse with life. Lyla and Finn approached the stones, their hearts beating in unison with a sense of discovery. I wonder what this place is, Lyla mused, her fingers tracing the cool surface of a stone. It feels ancient. Finn knelt beside her, his eyes scanning the runes. It's like the forest's own language, he said thoughtfully. Maybe it's another part of its story. As they explored the circle, Finn noticed a small, hidden compartment at the base of one of the stones. Inside, they found a collection of small, carved wooden figures, each depicting a different animal from the forest. There was a fox poised mid-leap, a bear standing tall, and an owl with wings spread wide. Lyla picked up the owl, feeling the smooth wood beneath her fingers. These must be special, she whispered, sensing the care that had gone into crafting each piece. Finn nodded in agreement. It's like they're guardians of this place, each one holding a piece of the forest's spirit. Their discovery deepened their connection to the forest, reinforcing the bond they felt with the natural world and its hidden wonders. As they placed the figures back in their resting place, they understood that the forest's magic was not just in the grand moments of discovery, but also in the quiet, subtle connections that wove through every leaf and stone. And so, the tale of the Whispering Brook and the Moonlit Feather became a cherished legend, passed down through generations, as a testament to the power of friendship, the magic of the natural world, and the wonder that awaited those who dared to believe in the impossible. In the heart of the forest, beneath the ancient oak, the spirit watched over its domain, content in the knowledge that its gifts had found a home in the hearts of two kindred souls. And as the moon cast its gentle glow upon the land, the forest hummed with a song of gratitude, a lullaby for all who listened and believed. And so, with hearts full of dreams and the promise of new adventures, Lyla and Finn continued to explore the wonders of the world around them, their bond as strong and enduring as the forest itself. And in the quiet moments when the brook's whispers filled the air, they knew that the magic of the forest would always be with them, guiding their footsteps and illuminating their path. Thus ends the tale of the Whispering Brook and the Moonlit Feather, a story of friendship, discovery, and the timeless magic of the natural world. And as the fire crackles softly in the hearth, the village of Willowbrook settles into the embrace of night, wrapped in the warmth of dreams and the gentle promise of the forest's eternal song. 6. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees seemed to hum soft lullabies, and the ground was carpeted with a tapestry of moss and wildflowers, there lay a quaint little village called Moon Haven. This village, nestled under the gentle glow of a perpetually twinkling sky, was a place where magic flowed as naturally as the babbling brook that wound its way through the center of town. Moonhaven was known for its serene beauty and the warmth of its community. It was a place where the houses were made of smooth, rounded stones, with thatched roofs that looked like they had sprouted from the earth itself. Each window glowed with the soft light of candles, and the air was always scented with the comforting aromas of freshly baked bread and blooming lavender. One crisp autumn evening, as the golden leaves danced gently down from the trees, a peculiar event began to unfold. The village's beloved clock tower, which stood proudly in the village square for generations, had started to chime at odd hours. Instead of its usual melody marking the passage of time, it now played a strange, lilting tune that no one recognized. This curious phenomenon puzzled the villagers, for the clock tower was enchanted to ensure it kept perfect time and harmony with the natural world. The villagers gathered in small groups, whispering under the glow of the street lamps, their breath visible in the cool evening air. Among the villagers was a young girl named Lyra, known for her keen sense of curiosity and her love for solving puzzles. Lyra lived with her grandmother, Eleonora, in a cozy cottage at the edge of the woods. Eleonora was a wise and gentle soul, whose knowledge of the old ways and stories of the forest was unparalleled. After the clock tower's melody drifted through the night once more, Lyra turned to her grandmother with eyes wide with wonder. "Grandmother, what do you think could be making the clock tower chime so strangely?" Eleonora smiled softly, her eyes twinkling with the light of 1,000 stories. "Ah, my dear, the world is full of mysteries, each waiting patiently for the right heart to uncover them. Perhaps it is time you seek the counsel of the forest's guardians." Encouraged by her grandmother's words, Lyra set out the next morning, her heart light with excitement. She followed the winding path through the woods, where the sunlight filtered through the leaves like streams of golden syrup. The forest was alive with the sounds of rustling leaves and the distant call of birds. Lyra soon arrived at the ancient oak tree known as the Heartwood. This tree was the oldest in the forest, its trunk wide enough to hide an entire family behind. It was said to be the dwelling of the forest's guardians, the elder tree sprites, who were wise creatures of gentle magic and deep understanding. As Lyra approached, she noticed faintly glowing figures emerging from the bark of the tree. They were the elder tree sprites, their tiny forms shimmering with an ethereal light. Their eyes, like polished stones, watched her with curiosity and kindness. "Greetings, young Lyra," they chorused in voices as soft as the rustle of leaves. "What brings you to the Heartwood today?" Lyra curtsied politely, a gesture she had learned from her grandmother. "Wise sprites, the clock tower in our village has been playing a strange melody at odd hours, and we cannot understand why. I seek your guidance to unravel this mystery." The sprites exchanged thoughtful glances, their forms flickering like candle flames. "The clock tower's melody is the song of the wind harp," they explained. It is an ancient instrument, once played by the winds themselves. It seems the melody is calling out for something lost. Intrigued, Lyla asked, what could be lost that the melody seeks? The wind harp's song is woven with the essence of harmony and balance, the sprites continued. Perhaps it seeks the return of something that has tipped the scales. Thanking the sprites for their wisdom, Lyla made her way back to Moonhaven, her mind alight with possibilities. As she walked, she pondered what might be missing from their village that could upset such a delicate balance. Upon her return, Lyla went to visit the clockmaker, a gentle old man named Mr. Thistle. His workshop was a treasure trove of gears and cogs, where the air was filled with the comforting tick-tock of timepieces. "Mr. Thistle," Lyla began, "have you noticed anything unusual about the clock tower lately?" The clockmaker nodded, his expression thoughtful. "Indeed, young Lyla, the clock's song is different, as if it sings of longing." "Do you recall anything that changed before the melody began?" Lyla inquired. Mr. Thistle scratched his head, his brow furrowed with concentration. "Now that you mention it, a few weeks ago, a little bird's nest was found empty beneath the clock tower. The nest had been there for years, but the birds have vanished." Lyla's eyes widened with realization. Perhaps the birds are what the wind harp's song is calling for. They are part of the harmony that needs restoring. With newfound determination, Lyla set out to find the missing birds. She followed the path that led deeper into the woods, listening closely for any sign of their song. The forest, with its tapestry of sounds, seemed to guide her steps. As she wandered, she came upon a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight. There, perched on the branches of a young maple tree, were the missing birds, their feathers shimmering like jewels in the sunlight. They chirped a sweet, melodious tune that seemed to echo the clock tower's strange melody. Lyla approached gently, speaking softly to the birds. "Oh, little ones, the village misses your song. Won't you return to the clock tower and bring back the harmony?" The birds, understanding her gentle plea, fluttered their wings in agreement. With a joyful trill, they took flight, leading Lyla back to Moonhaven. As the birds returned to their nest beneath the clock tower, the strange melody ceased, replaced by the familiar, comforting chimes that had marked the hours for generations. The villagers gathered to watch in awe as the birds settled in, their presence restoring the balance that had been missing. That evening, as the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the village celebrated the return of their feathered friends. Lyla, her heart full of contentment, sat by the fire with her grandmother, recounting her adventure. "You see, my dear," Eleonora said, wrapping an arm around Lyla's shoulders, "sometimes the answers we seek are found by simply listening to the world around us. Balance and harmony are treasures worth nurturing." As the fire crackled softly and the night wrapped the village in its gentle embrace, Moonhaven drifted into a peaceful slumber, its harmony restored. And in the heart of the whispering woods, the clock tower stood tall, its melody a testament to the power of friendship and the wisdom of listening to the whispers of the world. Story 7. Once upon a time, in a verdant forest where the trees stretched their branches towards the heavens, there lived a community of creatures whose lives were intricately woven into the fabric of nature itself. In this enchanted realm, the whispers of the wind carried ancient melodies, and the babbling brooks sang softly of the secrets they had witnessed over the centuries. At the heart of this mystical forest dwelled a wise old oak tree, its gnarled bark etched with the memories of 1,000 summers. Perched among its branches was a family of owls, guardians of the woodland lore. The eldest owl, whose eyes shone like 2 moons, had seen the forest through countless cycles of rebirth and renewal. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves danced in a gentle breeze, the young owlets gathered around their elder, eager to learn the ways of the forest. The wise old owl cleared his throat and began to speak, his voice rich and melodious. "My dear ones, this forest is a sacred place, where every living being plays a vital role in maintaining the delicate balance of nature. From the smallest insect to the mightiest oak, each creature has a purpose, a thread woven into the tapestry of life." The owlets listened intently, their feathers ruffling in the cool night air. "Look around you, my children," the elder continued. "See how the squirrels meticulously gather their winter stores, ensuring the survival of their kind. Observe the bees as they flit from flower to flower, pollinating the plants that sustain us all. Even the mushrooms that sprout from the fallen logs play their part, recycling the nutrients of the earth. As the wise owl spoke, the forest seemed to come alive with a symphony of sounds, the rustling of leaves, the chittering of insects, and the distant call of a nightingale. The owlets marveled at the intricate tapestry of life that surrounded them. But our forest is not merely a place of survival, the elder added, his eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom. It is a realm where magic breathes life into every season, where the cycles of nature are celebrated with reverence and wonder. With a sweep of his wing, the old owl gestured towards the distant horizon, where the first hints of autumn's fiery hues were beginning to blaze across the treetops. As the leaves turn crimson and gold, the forest prepares for its annual slumber, embracing the chill of winter with grace and acceptance. It is during this time that the fairies gather, spinning their gossamer threads to weave blankets of warmth for the slumbering creatures. The owlets gasped in delight, for they had heard tales of the elusive fairies, but had never glimpsed their enchanting presence. And when the first snowflakes drift down from the heavens, the elder continued, the spirits of the forest awaken, their icy breath painting intricate patterns upon the frozen ponds and streams. These spirits are the guardians of winter, ensuring that the forest rests peacefully until the first buds of spring emerge. As the night deepened, the old owl's voice grew softer, lulling the owlets into a state of tranquil wonder. He spoke of the magical renewal of springtime, when the earth awakened from its slumber, and the forest was alive with the songs of nesting birds and the gentle unfurling of new leaves. He described the vibrant energy of summer, when the forest basked in the warmth of the sun, and the air was thick with the fragrance of wildflowers. Throughout his tales, the wise old owl wove a tapestry of interconnectedness, reminding his young charges that every creature, every plant, and every element of the forest played a vital role in maintaining the delicate balance of nature. "Remember, my dear ones," he whispered as the first rays of dawn peeked through the canopy. "The wisdom of the forest has been passed down through generations, a sacred trust that we must honor and protect. For it is only through our reverence for the natural world that we can ensure its beauty and magic will endure for centuries to come." As the sun rose over the ancient forest, the owlets blinked sleepily, their hearts filled with a newfound appreciation for the wonders that surrounded them. They knew that the lessons of the wise old oak would guide them through their lives, reminding them of the sacred harmony that bound all creatures together in nature's eternal dance. Story 8. In the heart of an ancient forest where the whispering pines reached toward a sky as vast as dreams, there existed a world often hidden from human eyes. A world where the air was rich with the scent of pine needles and the gentle rustle of leaves played a soothing melody. Sunlight, filtered through a canopy so dense it seemed woven from emerald silk, danced upon the forest floor in dapples of gold. This was a place where creatures small and great lived in harmony, their lives woven together like the intricate patterns of a spider's web. Among them was a wise old tortoise named Tiberius, whose shell was mottled with the colors of earth and time. He had seen many seasons come and go, and his gentle nature was known far and wide. One crisp morning, as autumn began to paint the world in hues of amber and crimson, Tiberius made his slow, deliberate journey to the grand oak, a tree so ancient that its roots were said to cradle the very heart of the forest. It was here that the creatures gathered to share news and stories, and where Tiberius would offer his wisdom. The forest was alive with the sounds of preparation for the coming winter. Squirrels chattered energetically as they buried acorns beneath a blanket of fallen leaves, and the air was filled with the soft murmur of wind brushing through branches. A delicate mist hung in the air, wrapping the forest in a gentle embrace. As Tiberius approached the grand oak, he was greeted by a chorus of welcomes. There was Lyra, the clever fox with fur as bright as the morning sun, and a family of rabbits whose ears twitched with curiosity. High above, the birds looked down, their feathers ruffled into fluffy coats against the chill. "Good morning, friends," Tiberius rumbled, his voice deep and warm like the earth itself. "I have come to speak of the changing seasons and the magic they bring." The creatures settled around him, eyes bright with anticipation. Tiberius began to tell them of the magical phenomena that tied the forest to the rhythm of the seasons. He spoke of the gentle snowfall that would soon blanket the earth, insulating it, nurturing it, and how each snowflake was a tiny perfect crystal, a gift from the winter sky. But, he continued, we must remember the balance. Just as the earth must rest beneath the snow, so too must we prepare and respect the cycles of nature. Lyra, the fox, nodded thoughtfully. Tiberius, how do we ensure we live in harmony with these cycles? Tiberius smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. We listen, dear Lyra. The forest speaks to us if we take the time to hear its whispers. It tells us when to gather, when to conserve, and when to give back. As the morning sun climbed higher, warming the chill from the air, the creatures shared their plans for the upcoming winter. The rabbits had dug snug burrows lined with leaves, and the birds had fluffed their nests high in the trees. In the midst of their preparations, a young deer named Serene approached, his eyes wide with concern. Tiberius, he said softly, I've heard of a great storm that might come. What should we do? The old tortoise regarded the young deer with kindness. Ah, Serene, storms are a part of the cycle, too. They can be fierce, but they also bring renewal. We must find shelter when they come, and afterward, we will see how the forest renews itself. The creatures spent the day sharing stories and advice, weaving a tapestry of community and support. As twilight descended, painting the sky in shades of lavender and rose, Tiberius spoke once more. Remember, dear friends, the forest thrives because of the balance we maintain. Our lives are intertwined with the seasons, and it is our duty to protect and cherish this harmony. As the creatures began to disperse, their hearts were lighter, and their minds filled with thoughts of the wisdom shared. They understood their place within the forest's grand design, and felt a renewed sense of belonging to the rhythm of life. That night, as the moon rose high and bathed the forest in its silvery glow, Tiberius found his way to a quiet spot beneath the stars. The air was crisp and clear, and the world seemed to hold its breath in anticipation of the first snowflakes. The old tortoise settled into his shell, his heart full of gratitude for the community that surrounded him, the lessons learned, and the beauty of the world that he called home. And as he drifted into a peaceful slumber, the first gentle flakes began to fall, a soft, magical touch upon the earth, a reminder of the cyclical dance of seasons, whispered through the quiet of the night. And so in the heart of the ancient forest, the lives of its creatures continued, bound together by friendship, wisdom, and the eternal magic of nature's embrace. Story 9. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang ancient lullabies and the streams hummed a gentle tune, a small village lay cradled within a verdant valley. The village was called Lumin's Hollow, named after the soft, ethereal glow that seemed to hang in the air like a constant twilight, casting everything in hues of lavender and gold. It was a place of simple joys, where laughter echoed through cobblestone streets, and the scent of freshly baked bread wafted from every window. The people of Lumin's Hollow lived peacefully, tending to their gardens and weaving tales by the fireside. But what made this village truly remarkable was a secret known only to a few, a hidden world within the forest, a realm where the ordinary and the extraordinary danced in harmony. It was said that deep within the woods, past the ancient oak that stood like a sentinel, lay a portal to this enchanted world, guarded by creatures of light and shadow. In this village lived a young girl named Serene, with hair the color of moonlight and eyes as bright as the morning star. She was known for her boundless curiosity and a heart as open as the skies above. Serene often wandered the woods, her feet as familiar with the forest paths as a bird is with the wind. Her grandmother, wise and kind, often shared stories of the hidden world, tales spun from dreams and whispers, of creatures who spoke in riddles and streams that sang in harmony with the stars. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky donned its sapphire cloak, Serene sat by the fireside, her grandmother's voice weaving magic into the night. The old woman spoke of the prism stone, a magical object said to reside in the hidden world, capable of revealing one's true self and granting the deepest of desires. It was a tale Serene had heard many times, yet it never failed to stir a yearning deep within her soul. Remember, dear heart, her grandmother would say, the prism stone is not just a treasure to behold, but a journey to be lived. Those who seek it must do so with an open heart and a spirit willing to embrace the unknown. That night, as the village slumbered under a blanket of stars, Seraphine lay awake, the story echoing in her mind. Her heart thrummed with a quiet determination, a longing to discover the hidden world and witness the prism stone's magic for herself. And so, with the first light of dawn, Seraphine set out on her journey, her steps guided by the soft whispers of the forest. The path through the woods was dappled with sunlight, the air sweet with the scent of wildflowers. As she walked, Seraphine felt a gentle tug, an invisible thread pulling her towards the ancient oak, its branches stretching towards the sky like arms in eternal supplication. The tree stood tall and wise, its bark etched with runes that glimmered faintly in the morning light. With a heart full of hope and a mind open to possibilities, Seraphine placed her hand upon the tree. To her amazement, the runes began to glow, a soft luminescence that spread across the bark like ripples on a pond. The air shimmered, and with a whisper of wind, a portal opened before her, revealing a world bathed in iridescent light. Stepping through the portal was like entering a dream. The hidden world was a tapestry of colors and sounds, a symphony of nature's wonders. Trees with leaves of silver and gold swayed gently, their trunks adorned with blossoms that sang with the voices of 1,000 birds. Streams of crystal-clear water wound through the landscape, their surfaces dancing with rainbows. Seraphine wandered deeper into this enchanted realm, her senses alive with the beauty around her. It wasn't long before she encountered her first companion, a creature as curious as herself. It was a fox, its fur a vibrant red that shimmered in the light, its eyes a deep, knowing amber. The fox approached with a cautious grace, its tail flicking like a brush, painting the air with curiosity. "Hello," Seraphine greeted softly, kneeling to meet the fox's gaze. "I am Seraphine. I'm searching for the prism stone." The fox tilted its head, a gesture both thoughtful and inquisitive. "The prism stone," it replied, its voice a gentle rustle like leaves in the breeze. "A treasure sought by many, found by few. Why do you seek it, young wanderer?" Seraphine pondered the fox's question, her heart speaking before her mind. "I wish to understand myself, to see the world with new eyes, and to help my village with whatever wisdom I might gain." The fox regarded her for a moment, its eyes reflecting the forest's quiet wisdom. "Very well," it said finally. "I will guide you, but remember, the journey is as important as the destination." Together they ventured further into the hidden world, the forest unfolding like a story with every step. Along the way, they met other creatures, an owl with feathers of starlight, a rabbit with eyes like pools of moonlit water, and a deer whose antlers glimmered with the essence of twilight. Each joined their journey, drawn by Seraphine's pure heart and the promise of the adventure ahead. As they traveled, the companions shared stories and songs, each revealing a piece of the world's magic. The owl spoke of the stars and their ancient wisdom, the rabbit of the earth's gentle embrace, and the deer of the balance between light and shadow. Through their tales, Seraphine began to understand the interconnectedness of all things, the delicate threads that wove the fabric of life. Days passed in a harmonious cadence, the journey a dance of discovery and friendship. Yet as they neared the heart of the hidden world, the path grew more challenging. The forest thickened, shadows deepening, as if testing Seraphine's resolve. Doubt flickered within her like a candle in a storm, but her companion's presence was a steady flame, guiding her through the darkness. One evening, as the sun dipped low, painting the sky in shades of fire and amethyst, the group arrived at a glade, its center dominated by a pool of still, glassy water. In its depths lay the prism stone, a gem of indescribable beauty, its facets catching the light and refracting it into a spectrum of color that danced across the glade like a living rainbow. Seraphine approached the pool with reverence, her heart a symphony of hope and wonder. As she gazed into the water, she saw her reflection, the girl she was and the woman she was becoming. The prism stone glimmered beneath the surface, its light merging with her own, revealing not just her face, but her essence, her dreams, her fears, her boundless potential. In that moment of clarity, Seraphine understood the true magic of the prism stone. It was not a treasure to be possessed, but a mirror of the soul, a guide to self-discovery and transformation. She realized that the journey itself had granted her the wisdom she sought, the friendships she forged, a testament to the power of kindness and understanding. With a heart full of gratitude, Seraphine turned to her companions, her voice a soft melody of joy. "Thank you," she said, her eyes shining with the light of 1,000 stars. "Thank you for guiding me, for teaching me, for being my friends." The fox, the owl, the rabbit, and the deer gathered around her, their presence a comforting embrace. "You have found what you sought, young wanderer," the fox said, its voice a gentle caress. "Remember this journey, and carry its lessons with you always." With a final lingering look at the prism stone, Seraphine turned back towards the portal, her steps light with newfound purpose. As she crossed into the familiar embrace of the whispering woods, she felt a change within her, a quiet strength, a deeper understanding of herself and the world. Returning to Lumen's Hollow, Seraphine found the village as she had left it, nestled in its valley beneath the twilight sky. Yet, everything felt different, imbued with a richness and depth she had not noticed before. She shared her journey and its lessons with the villagers, her stories weaving a tapestry of hope and possibility. The village thrived, its people united by the knowledge that magic was not confined to distant realms, but lived within every heart, every friendship, every moment of kindness and courage. And as the years passed, Seraphine's tale became a part of the village's lore, a reminder that the greatest journeys are not measured by distance, but by the heart's capacity to grow and embrace the unknown. In the quiet of the evening, as the stars blinked awake and the forest whispered its eternal song, Seraphine would often sit by her grandmother's side, sharing tales of the hidden world, of the creatures who had become her friends, and the magic of the prism stone. And though her hair turned silver with time, her eyes retained the sparkle of that young girl who once stepped into the unknown, guided by the gentle hand of wonder. And so, the story of Seraphine and the prism stone became a part of Lumen's Hollow, a testament to the power of friendship, the beauty of discovery, and the enduring magic of the heart. Under the watchful gaze of the ancient oak, the village thrived, a beacon of light and love in the heart of the whispering woods. As the village slumbered, cradled in the embrace of the forest, the hidden world remained, a secret known to those with the heart to seek it, a reminder that within every ending lies the promise of a new beginning. And in that truth, the village found peace, nestled beneath a sky that sang with the light of 1,000 stars, each a promise of dreams yet to be discovered. Story 10. In the far reaches of the galaxy, where swirling nebulae painted the cosmos with hues of violet and emerald, lay the planet of Luminara. It was a tranquil world, known for its shimmering skies and gentle winds that whispered secrets of ancient stars. Here lived a young luminari named Lyra, whose translucent skin glowed softly, matching the luminescent flora that bloomed under the planet's perpetual twilight. Lyra was a gentle soul, her heart as tender as the delicate petals of the moonflowers she tended in the garden of her village. She longed for adventure and dreamed of exploring the distant stars that twinkled like fireflies in the night sky. Yet the Luminari were a cautious people, content with their serene existence and wary of the unknown. One fateful evening, as Lyra wandered along the glistening shores of the crystal lake, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight. Nestled amidst the silver sands was a small spacecraft, unlike any she had ever seen. Its metallic surface glinted under the starlight, and from its hatch emerged a being unlike any the Luminari had encountered. The creature was called Timo, hailing from the distant planet of Pharos, where robust metal cities towered under a sunless sky. Timo's kind, the Pharovians, were known for their ingenuity and resilience. His skin, a smooth alloy of bronze and copper, reflected the light of Luminara's twin moons. But beneath his steely exterior, Timo harbored a spirit of adventure and curiosity much like Lyra's. Their first meeting was fraught with misunderstanding. Lyra, startled by Timo's sudden appearance, spoke in the soft musical language of the Luminari, her gestures fluid and graceful. Timo, on the other hand, communicated through a series of clicks and hums, resonating through an embedded translator that crackled with unfamiliar static. Despite their differences, a spark of understanding flickered between them. Lyra extended her hand, offering a delicate moonflower. Timo, recognizing the gesture as one of peace, accepted it with a nod, his metallic fingers closing gently around the bloom. As days turned into weeks, Lyra and Timo began to bridge the gap between their worlds. Lyra taught Timo the art of listening to the whispers of the wind and understanding the language of the stars. Timo, in turn, shared stories of his home, the ingenuity of the Farovians, and the wonders of technology that seemed like magic to Lyra's eyes. One morning, as the dawn painted the sky with ribbons of rose and gold, a challenge arose that would test their burgeoning friendship. A sudden storm, fierce and unrelenting, swept across Luminara, threatening to uproot the village and its cherished gardens. The Luminari, unaccustomed to such ferocity, looked to Lyra for guidance. Drawing upon Timo's knowledge of engineering and her own understanding of the land, Lyra devised a plan. Together, they worked tirelessly, using Timo's tools to reinforce the village structures and channel the storm waters away from the gardens. Through their combined efforts, the village weathered the storm, emerging with only minor damage and a newfound appreciation for resilience. In the aftermath, as the villagers gathered to thank Lyra and Timo, an unexpected warmth blossomed between the two friends. Lyra realized that true friendship transcended language and form, and Timo discovered the beauty of a world he had once seen as fragile and unfamiliar. Their bond deepened as they continued to learn from one another, exploring the mysteries of the universe and their own hearts. The Luminari, once hesitant, embraced Timo as one of their own, recognizing the strength that lay in diversity and understanding. As the seasons passed, Lyra and Timo became inseparable companions, their adventures weaving a tapestry of joy and discovery. They journeyed across Luminara and beyond, guided by the light of their friendship and the lessons they had learned from one another. And so, under the eternal twilight of Luminara's sky, Lyra and Timo discovered the true meaning of friendship, a bond forged through shared challenges, mutual support, and the courage to embrace the unknown. Their story, whispered by the winds and written in the stars, became a beacon of hope and harmony for all who dared to dream beyond their own horizons. As the years went by, Lyra and Timo's friendship became a legend among both the Luminari and the Farovians. Their tale was told in songs and stories, inspiring others to reach out beyond their own worlds and seek connections with those they once considered strangers. The bond between Lyra and Timo showed that even the most unlikely companions could come together to create something beautiful, something that could change the course of history. Their legacy was not one of grand conquest or epic battles, but of quiet understanding and gentle kindness. Lyra continued to tend to her moonflowers, their glow a reminder of the night she first met Timo. She cherished the memories of their adventures, each one a testament to the power of friendship and the strength found in embracing differences. Timo, too, carried the lessons of Luminara with him as he journeyed back to Pharos. He shared with his people the wonders he had witnessed, the friendships he had forged, and the importance of looking beyond the surface to see the heart within. Together, they showed that the universe was not a place of division and fear, but of endless possibilities and boundless love. Their story, a gentle reminder that true friendship knows no bounds, became a guiding light for all who sought to make the cosmos a more harmonious place. And so, under the watchful eyes of the stars, Lyra and Timo's friendship continued to shine brightly, a beacon of hope and unity in a galaxy that was vast and varied, yet ultimately connected by the threads of kindness and understanding. As the final chapter of their story drew to a close, the warmth of their friendship lingered on, a comforting presence that would forever illuminate the path for those who dared to dream and reach out to others, no matter how different they may seem. Story 11. The Whispering Woods and the Silver Locket. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and a serene river, there was a young girl named Lyla. With hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes as bright as the morning sky, she was known for her curious nature and kind heart. Lyla lived with her grandmother, a wise and gentle woman who often spoke of the Whispering Woods, a mysterious forest on the outskirts of the village. Every evening, as the sun dipped behind the hills, grandmother would sit by the fireplace, her soft voice weaving tales of the woods that whispered secrets to those who dared to listen. "The trees there," she'd say, "are more than mere wood and leaf. They hold stories of old, and if you listen closely, they might share their wisdom." One chilly autumn afternoon, as leaves danced in the wind, Lyla found herself wandering towards the edge of the village. The whispering woods called to her with a silent song, a melody only her heart could hear. She paused at the forest's edge, where the trees stood like ancient sentinels, their branches swaying gently, as if in greeting. Gathering her courage, Lyla stepped into the woods. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and damp earth. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. As she ventured deeper, the whispers of the woods grew stronger, a soft murmur that seemed to speak directly to her soul. It was then that Lyla noticed something gleaming beneath a bed of fallen leaves. She knelt and brushed the leaves aside to reveal a silver locket. It was exquisite, with intricate engravings that sparkled in the dappled sunlight. As she held it in her hands, a warmth spread through her, and the whispers of the woods grew clearer, more insistent. Curious about the locket's origins, Lyla decided to ask her grandmother. That evening, by the glow of the fireplace, she showed the locket to the old woman. Her grandmother's eyes widened in recognition, a quiet awe reflecting in their depths. "This," she said softly, "is a locket of the Whispering Woods. It's said to hold a magic that connects the wearer to the heart of the forest. It has been missing for generations, lost to time and memory." Intrigued and a little daunted, Lyla asked, "What should I do with it?" "Listen," her grandmother replied simply. "The woods will guide you." That night, as Lyla lay in bed, the locket resting on her chest, she felt a gentle tug at the edge of her consciousness. It was as if the woods were calling her, inviting her to discover their secrets. With a sense of purpose, she drifted into a deep, peaceful sleep. The following morning, Lyla awoke with a newfound determination. She slipped the locket around her neck and set off towards the Whispering Woods once more. As she entered the forest, the whispers enveloped her, a soothing hum that seemed to pulse with life. Guided by an unseen hand, Lyla followed the path deeper into the woods. The trees stood tall and proud, their leaves rustling like a symphony of nature's music. The air was filled with the sweet scent of wildflowers, and sunlight danced through the branches, casting a warm glow. As Lyla walked, she noticed a gentle rustling behind her. Turning, she saw a small creature peeking from behind a tree. It was a fox, its fur a soft, silvery white, and eyes that mirrored the locket's shimmer. The fox regarded her with a curious tilt of its head, and Lyla felt an inexplicable connection to it. "Hello there," she said softly, extending her hand. The fox stepped forward cautiously, sniffing her fingers before giving her hand a gentle nudge with its nose. Lyla laughed, a sound that seemed to harmonize with the wood's whispers. "Will you accompany me?" Lyla asked. The fox flicked its tail in response, trotting alongside her as if it had always been meant to be her companion. Together, they journeyed deeper into the heart of the forest. The path twisted and turned, leading them to a clearing bathed in golden light. In the center stood an ancient tree, its trunk gnarled and twisted, branches reaching skyward like fingers tracing the heavens. Lyla approached the tree, the fox at her side. The whispers grew louder, more distinct, and she realized they were not just sounds but words, an ancient language she could somehow understand. "Welcome, keeper of the locket," the tree's voice resonated, deep and melodic. "You have been chosen to protect the balance of our world." Lyla's heart swelled with a sense of purpose. "What must I do?" she asked. "Listen and learn," the tree replied. "The locket will guide you." From that day forward, Lyla visited the Whispering Woods often, the silver fox her constant companion. She learned to understand the forest's language, its secrets, and its wisdom. The locket, warm against her chest, pulsed with life, its magic intertwining with her own. Through her journey, Lyla discovered hidden groves and sparkling streams, places where time seemed to stand still. She met other creatures of the woods, each with their own stories and knowledge to share. With each encounter, her understanding of the world deepened, her heart expanding with compassion and wonder. One day, as Lyla sat beneath the ancient tree, the fox curled beside her. She asked, "Why was I chosen?" The tree's leaves rustled, a gentle laughter in the breeze. "Because you listened, dear one. In a world filled with noise, you hear the whispers. Lyla smiled, feeling the truth in the tree's words. She realized that her journey had changed her, teaching her the importance of listening, of understanding the world beyond what was visible. As the sun began to set, casting a golden glow over the forest, Lyla felt a deep sense of peace. She had found her place, her purpose in the harmony of the whispering woods. The locket, a symbol of her bond with the forest, rested warmly against her heart. With the fox by her side, Lyla made her way back to the village, the whispers of the woods a comforting melody in her ears. She knew she would return to the forest, to the ancient tree and its secrets, but for now she was content to carry its wisdom within her. As she crossed the threshold of her home, her grandmother greeted her with a knowing smile. "The woods have spoken to you, haven't they?" Lyla nodded, her heart full. "Yes, and I will listen always." That night, as Lyla lay in bed, the locket a comforting weight against her chest, she felt the whispers of the woods lulling her to sleep. In her dreams, she danced among the trees, the fox by her side, a symphony of nature's music guiding her steps. And so, in the quiet village by the river, under the watchful gaze of the whispering woods, Lyla found her story, the locket a bridge between worlds, a testament to the magic that existed in the whispers of the trees and the heart of a true listener. Story 12. In the heart of the tranquil whispering woods, where the trees swayed in a symphony of rustling leaves and dappled sunlight danced upon the forest floor, there lived a young girl named Mira. Mira was known for her gentle nature and her love for all things that grew and bloomed. Yet within her there churned a quiet unease, an anxiety that came with the thought of change and the unknown future. Mira spent her days tending to her garden, which was tucked away in a sunlit clearing, hidden from the world by a curtain of weeping willows and fragrant wildflowers. Her garden was her sanctuary, a place where she found solace among the vibrant hues of blooming petals and the comforting hum of buzzing bees. But even this haven couldn't quell the restlessness that had begun to stir in her heart. One golden afternoon, as Mira knelt in the soil, her fingers tracing the delicate veins of a lily's leaf, she noticed something unusual. A faint glimmer sparkled at the edge of her garden, nestled within the roots of an ancient oak tree. Curious, Mira pushed aside the leaves and discovered a small, ornate mirror, its frame entwined with silver vines and tiny, glistening gemstones. As she picked up the mirror, it shimmered with an ethereal light, and Mira felt a gentle warmth spread through her fingertips. She gazed into the glass and was startled to see not just her own reflection, but a vision of herself surrounded by a myriad of colorful butterflies, each one more radiant than the next. The butterflies flitted around her, their wings whispering secrets of transformation and renewal. In that moment, Mira understood that the mirror was no ordinary object. It was a magical artifact, a relic of the forest's ancient magic, and it had chosen her for a reason. The butterflies were a sign, a symbol of change and metamorphosis, urging her to embrace the journey ahead. Despite the unease that knotted her stomach, Mira knew she must follow the path the mirror had shown her. She carefully tucked the mirror into her satchel and set off deeper into the woods, where the shadows grew long and the air was thick with the scent of pine and earth. As she ventured further, she encountered a wise old tortoise named Thistle, who was known throughout the forest for his sage advice and gentle humor. Thistle, with his weathered shell and kind eyes, listened patiently as Mira confided her fears about change and the uncertainty it brought. "Ah, my dear," Thistle chuckled softly, his voice like the rustle of dry leaves. "Change is but a dance of life, a rhythm we all must learn to follow. It is not the change itself that brings fear, but the resistance to it." With Thistle's words as her guide, Mira continued her journey, meeting other woodland creatures along the way. There was Celeste, the songbird, whose melodies reminded Mira of the beauty in each moment, and Rowan, the gentle deer, who taught her the grace of moving forward with quiet strength. Each encounter brought Mira closer to understanding that change was not something to be feared, but a natural part of life's grand tapestry. She began to see the world through new eyes, noticing the subtle shifts in the forest, the budding leaves, the blossoming flowers, the way the light changed as day turned to dusk. One evening, As the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed with the colors of twilight, Mira found herself at the edge of a sparkling stream. She sat by the water's edge, the mirror in her lap, and watched as the butterflies from her vision danced around her once more. In the gentle embrace of the forest's magic, Mira realized that her journey was not just about embracing change, but about discovering her own strength and resilience. The mirror had shown her the beauty of transformation, and the forest had taught her the importance of growth and acceptance. As the stars began to twinkle in the velvety sky, Mira felt a profound peace settle within her. She understood now that she was not alone on this journey. The forest, with its ancient wisdom and gentle creatures, was her ally, guiding her along the path of discovery and transformation. With a heart full of gratitude and newfound courage, Mira returned to her garden, the mirror safely tucked away in her satchel. She looked around at the familiar blooms and knew that, while the garden remained the same, she had changed. She had grown, like the flowers she so lovingly tended, and was ready to embrace whatever the future held. And so, with the whispering woods as her constant companion, Mira found the courage to step into the unknown, her heart light and her spirit free, forever transformed by the magic of the forest and the journey of self-discovery. Story 13. Once upon a time, nestled in a valley where the morning mist kissed the ancient pines, there was a quaint village named Willowbark. In this village, known for its lush meadows and whispering brooks, lived a gentle soul named Lyra. She had hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that mirrored the tranquil sky. Lyra was known for her kindness, but she often felt a tremor of unease about the changes she sensed within herself and the world around her. Lyra loved tending to her garden, where she grew flowers of every hue, their petals soft as velvet and colors bright as a dream. Yet lately, the garden seemed to have a mind of its own. Vines curled unpredictably, and blossoms opened in unexpected patterns. Lyra felt as though nature was speaking a language she could not yet understand, and it made her anxious. Her dearest friend, a wise old tortoise named Thistle, noticed her worry one sun-dappled afternoon. Thistle, with his shell etched by time and his eyes brimming with patience, found Lyra amidst her garden's wild embrace. "Lyra, my dear," Thistle began in his slow melodic voice, "I sense a storm within your heart. What troubles you so?" With a sigh that seemed to carry the weight of the world, Lyra confessed, "I feel like everything is changing, Thistle. The garden, myself. It's as if the earth beneath me is shifting, and I don't know where to find my footing." Thistle nodded, his understanding as deep as the oldest forest. "Change is the soil in which we grow, my dear. Sometimes we must simply trust the roots we cannot see." To help her embrace this transformation, Thistle suggested a journey to the Heartwood Glade, a magical place known to cradle the secrets of the earth. Lyra hesitated but agreed, trusting in her friend's wisdom. As they traveled, the path was lined with the sweet scent of honeysuckle and the gentle rustling of leaves that whispered tales of old. The sun filtered through the canopy, casting playful shadows that danced around them. Along the way, they were joined by a curious songbird named Soul, whose cheerful melodies lightened Lyra's heart. Finally, they reached the Heartwood Glade, where ancient trees stood like guardians of time. In the center of the glade, a pool shimmered, its surface reflecting the sky and the surrounding greenery in perfect harmony. Lyra felt a sense of peace wash over her as she approached the water. "Peer into the pool," Thistle encouraged, "and see what your heart reflects." Lyra gazed into the pool, her reflection rippling gently in the water. As she did, the magic of the glade began to reveal itself. Her reflection transformed, showing her not as she was, but as she could be, a vision of strength and grace, surrounded by the vibrant life of her garden, thriving in harmony with the change she feared. Tears of understanding welled in her eyes. She saw herself embracing the transformation, growing alongside the unpredictable beauty of her garden. The vines that once seemed chaotic now appeared as a dance of life, weaving new patterns that spoke of unity and renewal. Sol flitted to her shoulder, offering a soft trill of encouragement. "You see, Lyra," the songbird chirped, "change brings its own melody. It's up to you to find the harmony within." With a heart full of newfound courage and acceptance, Lyra returned to Willowbark. She embraced the changes in her garden, allowing it to flourish in its wild, wonderful way. The vines became her allies, the blossoms her companions, each one a testament to the beauty of transformation. In time, Lyra learned that the true magic lay not in resisting existing change, but in welcoming it with open arms. She grew alongside her garden, discovering strengths she never knew she possessed. And whenever doubt crept in, she remembered the heartwood glade and the reflection that showed her the person she was destined to become. And so, in the gentle embrace of the valley, under the watchful eyes of the ancient pines, Lyra found her place in the tapestry of change. With Thistle's wisdom and Soul's joyful songs guiding her, she learned that growth was not something to fear, but a gift to cherish. As the seasons turned, Willowbark thrived, its beauty a mirror of Lyra's journey. And each night, as the stars wove their stories across the sky, Lyra would sit by her garden, listening to the symphony of life, her heart at peace with the ever-changing world. And so, the village of Willowbark continued to blossom. Its stories carried on the wings of the wind, whispering to those who dared to listen, that in the heart of change lies the greatest magic of all. Story 14. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a young girl named Ryla. Her hair was the color of autumn leaves, and her eyes sparkled with the curiosity of 1,000 questions. Each evening, as the crimson sun dipped below the horizon, Ryla would sit by her window, dreaming of the vast, unknown world beyond her village. One breezy morning, Ryla awoke with a feeling of excitement tingling in her fingers and toes. Today was the day she had decided to explore the mysterious glimmering grove, a place spoken of only in hushed tones and bedtime stories. The grove was said to be filled with wonders beyond imagination, a place where the ordinary became extraordinary. As Lyra set off, the village was still cloaked in the soft light of dawn. The cobblestone paths led her to the edge of the woods, where the trees stood tall and proud, their leaves rustling like whispers in the gentle breeze. With her heart beating like a bird's wings, Lyra stepped into the embrace of the forest. The path through the glimmering grove was unlike any other. The trees here wore leaves of shimmering gold and silver, catching the sunlight and casting a warm, magical glow. The air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming flowers, and Lyra could hear the soft, melodic hum of unseen creatures going about their day. As she ventured deeper into the grove, Lyra encountered her first whimsical creature, a tiny, glowing sprite with wings like stained glass. The sprite zipped around her, trailing a ribbon of light that danced in the air. With a giggle, the sprite introduced itself as Flicker. "Welcome to the Glimmering Grove, brave explorer," Flicker chimed, its voice as light as a breeze. "What brings you to our enchanted home?" "I'm here to see the wonders of the grove," Lyra replied, her voice filled with wonder. "I've heard so much about this place and its magic." Flicker twinkled with delight. "Then you must meet our friend, the Whispering Willow. She knows the secrets of the grove like no other." Guided by Flicker's radiant glow, Lyra soon arrived at a grand clearing where a magnificent willow tree stood. Its branches swayed gently, brushing the ground and creating a soft, rustling music. The willow seemed to breathe, its leaves whispering secrets of the ages. "Ah, visitor!" The willow spoke, its voice low and soothing, like the murmur of a distant stream. "It takes courage to explore the unknown. What is it you seek, young one?" Lyra hesitated, then spoke from the heart. "I seek to understand the wonders of the world and to learn from the magic within it." The whispering willow chuckled softly. "A noble quest indeed. Remember, young traveler, that true magic lies not in the destination but in the journey itself." As Lyra pondered these words, she felt a warmth spread through her. She realized that her courage had brought her here, and it was the journey that had filled her with wonder. Continuing her exploration, Lyra came across a gentle stream that glowed with a soft, iridescent light. The water sang a quiet lullaby as it moved, and she knelt beside it, dipping her fingers into the cool, refreshing flow. As she did, a tiny, shimmering fish leapt from the water, its scales sparkling like diamonds in the sun. "Hello, traveler," the fish greeted, its voice like the tinkling of distant bells. "You have a kind heart, and the grove has welcomed you with open arms." Lyra smiled, feeling grateful for the warmth and kindness that surrounded her. She spent the day wandering through the grove, each step revealing new wonders, glowing flowers that bloomed only in song, and gentle creatures that greeted her with friendly smiles. As the sun began to set, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Lyla knew it was time to return home. With Flicker guiding her back, she emerged from the grove, feeling a sense of fulfillment and peace. The village welcomed her with open arms, and as she lay in her bed that night, Lyla's heart was full. She had ventured into the unknown and discovered not only the magic of the glimmering grove, but also the courage and wonder within herself. And so, as the stars danced in the night sky, Lyla drifted into a peaceful sleep, dreaming of her next adventure, knowing that the world was filled with magic waiting to be discovered, if only one had the courage to seek it. Story 15. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling emerald hills and whispering forests, there lived a young woman named Lyla. Her cottage, with its thatched roof and ivy-clad walls, stood at the edge of a sprawling meadow where wildflowers danced in the gentle breeze. Every evening, the golden hues of the setting sun would paint the sky in shades of lavender and rose, casting a tranquil glow over the land. Lyla had always felt a deep connection to the earth beneath her feet and the stars above her head, yet she often pondered about the roots of her own being. Her grandmother, wise and gentle, had often told tales of their ancestors who once lived in harmony with the magic of the land. These stories, woven with threads of wonder and mystery, filled Lyla's dreams with visions of a forgotten legacy. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to shades of amber and crimson, Lyla decided to explore the attic of her cottage. Dust motes danced in the sunlight, streaming through the small window, illuminating the wooden beams and the scent of aged parchment and cedar. There, tucked away in a corner, she discovered an old wooden chest. Its surface was etched with intricate patterns of spirals and vines, symbols she recognized from her grandmother's stories. With a heart full of curiosity, Lyla opened the chest to reveal a collection of artifacts wrapped in faded silk. Among them lay an exquisitely carved wooden staff, its surface smooth and cool to the touch. As she held it, a gentle warmth spread through her fingers, as if the staff recognized her as its rightful keeper. Beside the staff was a leather-bound journal, its pages filled with delicate handwriting that chronicled the lives and wisdom of her forebears. Each entry spoke of their deep respect for the natural world and the magical bond they shared with the land. Lyla spent hours poring over the journal, her heart swelling with pride and a newfound sense of belonging. One passage in particular caught her eye. It spoke of a sacred grove hidden deep within the forest, where the spirits of nature gathered with the elders of old. It was said that those who entered the grove with an open heart and mind could commune with the whispers of the past and seek guidance for the future. The following morning, with the staff in hand and the journal tucked safely in her satchel, Lyla set out on a journey into the heart of the forest. The crisp air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and fallen leaves, and the gentle rustle of branches overhead seemed to welcome her as she ventured deeper into the woods. Guided by instinct and the wisdom of her ancestors, Lyla finally arrived at the grove. Ancient oak trees encircled the clearing, their gnarled branches forming an archway of leaves that filtered the sunlight into dappled patterns on the forest floor. A serene stillness enveloped the grove, and Lyla felt the presence of those who had come before her. Taking a deep breath, Lyla closed her eyes and raised the staff, feeling its energy resonate with the land around her. In that moment, she understood that the legacy of her ancestors was not just a collection of stories and artifacts, but a living tradition that flowed through her veins as surely as the river flowed through the valley. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the forest, Lyla experienced a profound sense of peace and connection. She realized that the lessons of the past were not meant to be kept hidden away, but to be shared and celebrated, nurturing the bonds between her people and the land they cherished. With a heart full of gratitude and a spirit renewed, Lyla returned to her village. She knew that her journey was only beginning, and that she would carry the wisdom of her ancestors forward, weaving their legacy into the fabric of her life and those around her. And so, under the watchful gaze of the stars, Lyla sat by the crackling fireplace in her cottage, sharing stories of old with her friends and family, ensuring that the magic of her heritage would continue to illuminate the path for generations to come. As the night deepened and the fire burned low, a gentle contentment settled over the village, and all who heard Lyla's tales drifted into a peaceful slumber, their dreams filled with the whispers of the past and the promise of a bright tomorrow. Story 16. In a far-flung corner of the universe, nestled among the twinkling tapestry of stars, lay the planet of Luminara, known for its endless meadows of luminescent flora that glowed softly under the 3 pastel moons. Its inhabitants, the Luminara, were gentle beings with translucent wings and voices that chimed like soft bells. They lived in harmony with their world, understanding the subtle languages of nature. One particularly radiant morning, as the dew kissed the glowing petals, a small spacecraft descended from the sky, casting a shadow over the shimmering fields. It was a sleek, silvery craft from the planet Zorath, a place of towering metal cities and bustling energy. From within the vessel emerged a Zorathian named Tarek, a being with skin like polished stone and eyes that flickered with the intensity of 1,000 neon lights. Tarek had ventured to Luminara on a mission to learn about the mysterious flora that held the promise of sustainable energy, something Zorath desperately needed. Yet, as Tarek navigated the soft terrain, his heavy footsteps left bruises on the delicate ground, causing the Luminara to flutter around in gentle distress. Amidst this, a young Luminara named Mira approached, her wings casting a comforting glow. She watched Tarek with curiosity rather than fear, sensing a heart beneath the stony exterior. Mira's voice, a melody of wind chimes, cut through the morning air. "Welcome, traveler. What brings you to our light-kissed lands?" Tarek, though initially startled by Mira's ethereal presence, managed a respectful bow. "I seek knowledge of your glowing plants. Our world is dimming, and we are in urgent need of their luminous secrets." Mira nodded, understanding the urgency in his voice. "Then let us walk together, and I will show you what our world offers," she replied with a gentle smile. Thus began their journey across Luminara's vibrant landscapes. At first, their differences were stark. Tarek's analytical mind struggled to grasp the Luminara's intuitive understanding of their environment, while Mira found Tarek's technological explanations puzzling. Yet as the days passed, they found a rhythm in their exchanges, a dance of knowledge and perspective. One evening, as the moons painted the sky in hues of lavender and rose, they reached the heart of Luminara, a colossal tree pulsating with warm light. Mira explained that it was from this ancient tree that all life on Luminara sprang, and it was here that the true balance of their world was maintained. Tarek marveled at the sight, his heart stirring with a newfound respect. But as they studied the tree, a sudden tremor shook the ground. A rare quake threatened to topple the heart, a disaster that could spell doom for Luminara's delicate ecosystem. In the face of imminent danger, Tarek and Mira sprang into action. Tarek's technological prowess combined with Mira's deep-rooted wisdom allowed them to stabilize the tree. Tarek used the materials from his spacecraft to create supports, while Mira guided him in placing them with precision, understanding the Earth's subtle whispers. As they worked side by side, a deep bond formed. Tarek's respect for the Luminara's way of life grew, while Mira came to appreciate the ingenuity and determination of the Zorathians. Their shared challenge had forged a bridge between their worlds. When the tremors ceased and the heart stood firm once more, Tarek turned to Mira, his eyes reflecting the gentle glow of the tree. "I came seeking energy for my world, but found something far more valuable, the light of friendship." Mira's wings shimmered with warmth as she replied, "And I have learned that strength lies not only in harmony, but in the joining of different hearts and minds." As Tarek prepared to return to Zorath, Mira gifted him a small, glowing seed from the heart of Luminara. "May this remind you of our shared journey and the light we found in each other." With a heart full of gratitude, Tarek departed, the seed safely nestled in his care. He carried with him not just the promise of sustainable energy, but the enduring warmth of a friendship that transcended stars and species. And so, the unlikely companions from Luminara and Zorath discovered that true friendship was the most luminous power of all, a light that could illuminate even the darkest of worlds. Story 17. In a quaint little village cradled by emerald hills and kissed by the gentle whisper of the ocean breeze, there lived a young woman named Lyra. Lyra had eyes the color of honeyed amber and hair that cascaded like liquid night down her back. Yet, despite her serene appearance, Lyra was ensnared by a quiet struggle simmering beneath her calm exterior. The village was a tapestry of simple pleasures: cobblestone paths lined with wildflowers, cottages adorned with ivy, and windows aglow with the warm light of evening hearths. It was a place where seasons were marked by the fragrant bloom of cherry blossoms and the gentle fall of golden leaves. But Lyra felt a growing dissonance within her heart, a yearning she couldn't quite identify, as if she were a bird with wings too large for its nest. One mist-laden morning, as the sky blushed with the first hues of dawn, Lyra wandered down to the edge of a forest that bordered the village. This forest was a place of whispered legends, where the air was perpetually scented with pine and the ground carpeted with soft moss. The villagers spoke of ancient magic residing within its depths, a magic that mirrored the heart's true desires. As Lyra stepped beneath the arch of intertwined branches, she felt a tingle of anticipation, a gentle flutter that beckoned her deeper into the forest's embrace. The sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor, as if the leaves were weaving a story only the heart could understand. Amidst the towering trees, Lyra came upon a small clearing where the air seemed to shimmer with an ethereal glow. At its center stood a tree unlike any other she had seen. Its trunk was silver as moonlight, and its leaves were like fragments of the starry sky. Entranced, Lyra approached the tree, her fingers brushing against its bark, and felt a warmth spreading through her, like a distant memory coming to life. "Fear not, gentle soul," came a voice as soft as a sigh. Startled, Lyra glanced around and saw a figure emerging from the shadows. It was an old woman, her eyes twinkling with the wisdom of ages, and her hair as white as the snow-capped peaks. She wore a cloak woven from the colors of twilight and carried an air of gentle authority. "Who are you?" Lyra asked, her voice barely more than a whisper. "I am known as Malus, the keeper of this forest and its magic," replied the woman, her smile warm and inviting. "I sense a restlessness within you, child, a desire for change." "I feel it too," Lyra admitted, her heart unburdening itself like a brook rushing over stones. "But I am afraid of what that change might bring." Malus nodded, her eyes understanding. "Change is the essence of life, dear one. It is the soil in which we grow, the wind that carries us to new heights. But fear not, for you are not alone. The forest has ways of guiding those who seek its wisdom." With a gentle gesture, Malus invited Lyra to sit beside her beneath the star tree. As they settled, the forest around them seemed to hold its breath, a sacred silence enveloping them. Malus began to speak of the magic that threaded through the woodlands, how it mirrored the transformations within the soul, and how true change was born not of force, but of gentle acceptance. Lyra listened, her heart opening like a blossom to the sun's embrace. She learned of the importance of patience, of nurturing the seeds of change with kindness and understanding. She learned that transformation was not a single moment, but a journey, a dance between what was and what could be. Days turned into weeks, and Lyra returned to the forest often, seeking the solace of its ancient wisdom and the company of Malus. With each visit, she felt the stirrings of change within her, subtle yet profound, like the slow unfolding of a bud into bloom. She began to notice the beauty in the small things, the way the sunlight caught the dew on a spider's web, the symphony of birds at dawn, the way the villagers' laughter echoed through the lanes like a melody of its own. Slowly, Lyra's restlessness faded, replaced by a quiet confidence, a knowing that change was not something to fear, but to embrace. One day, as the leaves turned to gold and the air carried the crispness of autumn, Lyra walked through the village with a newfound lightness in her step. She had woven the lessons of the forest into her heart, and with them, she had found her place in the world. Her journey of transformation had not only changed her, but it had also deepened her connection to the village, to the people she cherished, and to herself. And so, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the stars began their nightly vigil, Lyra sat by her window, a gentle smile playing on her lips. She had learned that true magic lay not in grand gestures, but in the gentle unfolding of one's own heart. And as she drifted into dreams, she knew that she was exactly where she was meant to be, her soul as serene and vast as the night sky above. Story 18. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Willowbark, nestled between emerald hills and serene, whispering woods, there lived a gentle soul named Marigold. She was a young woman with a heart as warm as summer sunshine and a smile that could melt the frostiest of mornings. Marigold spent her days tending to her small garden, where wildflowers grew in a riot of colors and herbs wafted their soothing fragrances into the air. One crisp autumn morning, while arranging a bouquet of late-blooming asters and golden leaves, Marigold discovered a peculiar object nestled among the roots of an ancient oak. It was a small, intricately carved wooden box, its surface worn smooth by time, yet still retaining an aura of mystery. Drawn to its subtle glow, Marigold gently lifted the box, feeling a gentle warmth seep into her palms. As she opened the lid, a soft melodic hum filled the air, as if the box held the whispers of 1,000 gentle breezes. Inside lay a shimmering, translucent feather, iridescent and ethereal. As Marigold touched it, she felt a tingling sensation spread through her fingertips, leaving her heart feeling lighter and more hopeful than ever before. Curiosity piqued, Marigold decided to seek the wisdom of wise old Rowan, the village's beloved storyteller and keeper of ancient lore. Rowan lived on the edge of the village, in a cozy cottage surrounded by a labyrinth of rose bushes that bloomed even in the chill of autumn. "Ah, Marigold," Rowan greeted, his eyes twinkling like starlit skies. "What brings you to my humble abode?" Marigold shared her discovery, presenting the feather and the box to Rowan. The old storyteller examined them with gentle reverence, his fingers tracing the delicate patterns etched into the wood. "This, my dear, is a feather of serendipity," Rowan explained softly. "It is said to hold the power to reveal the extraordinary in the ordinary, to open the eyes to the wonders that lie beyond the veil of the everyday." Marigold listened intently, her heart dancing with the possibilities that lay before her. "But remember," Rowan continued, his voice as soothing as a lullaby, "the true magic lies not in the feather itself, but in the journey it inspires. It will guide you, but it is your heart and wisdom that will unveil its true secrets." Thanking Rowan, Marigold returned home, her mind alight with dreams of discovery. She tucked the feather into her pocket, feeling its gentle hum resonate with her heartbeat. That night, as the moon cast its silvery glow over the village, Marigold dreamt of distant lands and hidden wonders. The following morning, with the feather clutched gently in her hand, Marigold set off on her journey. She wandered through the woods, where the rustling leaves seemed to whisper encouragement. Along the way, she met a cast of delightful characters, each offering their own unique brand of wisdom. First, she encountered Pippin, a sprightly squirrel with fur as soft as dandelion fluff and eyes like polished chestnuts. Pippin chattered merrily, sharing tales of hidden groves where wild berries grew in abundance. "Follow your curiosity, dear Marigold," Pippin advised, "for it is the curiosity of the heart that leads to the most wondrous of discoveries." Marigold smiled, grateful for Pippin's kind words, and continued on her way. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting the world in hues of gold and amber, she found herself at the edge of a tranquil pond. There she met Lyra, a wise old turtle whose shell was etched with the stories of ages long past. Lyra spoke in a voice as gentle as the ripples on the pond's surface. "Remember, Marigold, patience and reflection are the keys to unlocking the deepest mysteries. Sometimes the answers lie within the quiet moments." Taking Lyra's wisdom to heart, Marigold paused by the water's edge, allowing the stillness to wash over her. As she gazed at her reflection, the world seemed to shift, revealing a tapestry of shimmering possibilities woven into the fabric of reality. With renewed resolve, Marigold continued her journey, the feather of serendipity guiding her steps. She traversed meadows that sang with the chorus of crickets and fireflies, and climbed hills that offered vistas of breathtaking beauty. Along the way, she learned to see the magic in the everyday, the dance of sunlight through the leaves, the symphony of raindrops on the roof, the warmth of a kind smile. At last, as the first snows began to dust the village in a blanket of shimmering white, Marigold returned home. Her heart was full, her spirit enriched by the journey she had undertaken. She had discovered that the true magic of the feather lay not in the object itself, but in the way it had opened her eyes to the wonders of the world around her. In the cozy glow of her cottage, Marigold placed the feather of serendipity back into its box, a smile of contentment playing on her lips. She knew that she had found something far more precious than any treasure, an appreciation for the beauty and magic that existed in every moment, waiting to be discovered by those with hearts open to the whispers of serendipity. And so, with the village of Willowbark nestled beneath a starry sky, Marigold drifted into a peaceful slumber, the gentle hum of the feather singing her dreams alight with wonder. And in the quiet of the night, the world seemed just a little bit more magical, a place where the ordinary and the extraordinary danced together in harmony. The end. Story 19. Once upon a time, in the heart of a lush and vibrant forest, known as the Whimsy Woods, there was a little village called Tiddlywink. The village was uniquely charming, with cottages painted in the brightest of colors and roofs that twinkled like stardust under the moonlight. The paths were lined with flowers that giggled softly whenever a gentle breeze tickled their petals, and the air was always sweet with the scent of honey and clover. In this delightful place lived a quirky group of friends who were unlike any others. There was Pippin, a jovial rabbit with ears so long they sometimes tangled in the branches above. He was known for his knack for crafting the most delicious carrot cakes anyone had ever tasted. Then there was Tilly, a tiny mouse with a heart as big as the sky, who wore spectacles that seemed 3 sizes too large for her tiny face. Tilly was a curious inventor, always tinkering with bits and bobs to create marvelous contraptions. Their dear friend, Nimbus the owl, was wise beyond his years. His feathers shimmered with a silvery hue, and he had a fondness for collecting clouds in jars, claiming each one held a different secret from the sky. Last but not least was Fizz, a dragon no larger than a teacup. His scales were a kaleidoscope of colors, and he could light up the darkest night with a single puff of his glittery breath. One sunny morning, as the dew sparkled like tiny gems upon the grass, the friends gathered at the edge of the Gigglebrook, a babbling stream that sang cheerful tunes as it danced over the stones. They were planning their annual picnic, a day of laughter and feasting under the shade of the great wishing oak. As they laid out their picnic blanket, a peculiar thing happened. The colors of the world began to shift. The sky turned a shade of lavender, the leaves of the trees blushed a bright pink, and the waters of the Gigglebrook shimmered in hues of gold and green. Everything seemed to have taken on a magical vibrancy that was both enchanting and puzzling. "Goodness!" exclaimed Pippin, his eyes wide with wonder. "What's happening to the colors?" "It seems," mused Nimbus, adjusting his spectacles with a thoughtful hoot, "that the forest has been touched by a spell of whimsy." Tilly, ever the problem solver, scratched her little head. "Maybe it's the work of the colorful curmudgeon," she suggested. "I've heard tales of a mischievous sprite who delights in mixing up the hues of the world." Fizz fluttered his wings excitedly. "What if we could find the curmudgeon and ask him to return the colors to their proper places? It could be an adventure." And so, with baskets full of treats and hearts full of courage, the friends set off on their quest. They skipped through meadows where the grass was as soft as a whisper, and climbed hills that seemed to giggle as they rolled down them. Everywhere they went, the world was a kaleidoscope of color, and their journey was filled with laughter and discovery. Their path led them to the Rainbow Grotto, a hidden glade where rainbows danced like ribbons in the air. It was there they found the colorful curmudgeon himself, a tiny, sprightly figure with hair like a sunrise and eyes that sparkled with mischief. "Well, well, well," chuckled the curmudgeon, twirling in midair. "Visitors, what brings you to my colorful corner of the world?" With a polite bow, Nimbus explained their plight. "We seek your help, dear curmudgeon. The forest has been touched by your playful magic, and while beautiful, it has caused quite a stir among the creatures." The curmudgeon chuckled again, a sound like tinkling bells. "Ah, I see. I didn't mean to cause trouble, just a bit of fun. But perhaps there's a way to make things right and still keep a touch of whimsy." Tilly's eyes lit up with an idea. "What if we helped you create a new color, one that could be a special reminder of this day?" The curmudgeon clapped his hands with glee. "A splendid idea. A new color. woven from friendship and laughter. Together, they gathered ingredients from the forest, a sprinkle of sunrise dew, a dash of moonbeam dust, and a few drops of giggleberry juice, which bubbled with joy. With a swirl of magic and a puff of Fizz's glittery breath, they created a color so wondrous it couldn't be named, a hue that shimmered like hope and sparkled like dreams. The curmudgeon, true to his word, restored the forest to its original colors, but left a touch of the new hue in the wings of butterflies and the petals of certain flowers, a gentle reminder of the day whimsy touched their world. With heartfelt thanks and a promise of friendship, the friends returned to Tiddlywink, their picnic now even more special with the magic of their adventure. As they basked in the warmth of the afternoon sun, they realized that sometimes a little bit of unexpected magic can make life all the more wonderful. And so, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with the colors of dreams, the friends drifted into a peaceful slumber, their hearts light with laughter and their spirits aglow with the joy of friendship. In the whimsy woods, under the gentle watch of the stars, all was well. Story 20. In a galaxy far, far away, where stars twinkled like diamonds on a velvet canvas, there lived two beings from vastly different worlds. The first was Zara, a curious young Venusian with shimmering emerald skin and eyes that sparkled with the wisdom of ancient forests. Her people were deeply connected to the rhythms of nature, attuned to the ebb and flow of life itself. The second was Grazix, a brash and impulsive Martian warrior whose rough exterior concealed a heart as fiery as the red sands of his home planet. His kind valued strength, courage, and an unwavering sense of honor above all else. Their paths crossed quite by chance when Zara's spacecraft was caught in a cosmic storm, forcing her to make an emergency landing on the desolate surface of Mars. Grazix, patrolling the rugged terrain, stumbled upon the battered vessel and its disoriented passenger. At first, the two regarded each other with trepidation, their cultures and customs so vastly different. Zara saw Grazix as a brutish and aggressive creature, while he viewed her as a naive and delicate sapling, ill-suited for the harsh realities of the universe. However, fate had other plans for this unlikely pair. As they embarked on a perilous journey to find a way off the planet, they faced a myriad of challenges that would test the very limits of their resilience. In the scorching heat of the Martian deserts, they learned to rely on each other's strengths, with Grazix's formidable combat skills protecting them from the planet's ferocious beasts, and Zara's deep connection to the natural world guiding them to precious oases of life-giving water. As they trekked across treacherous canyons and scaled towering cliffs, misunderstandings gave way to mutual respect. Grazix came to admire Zara's unwavering inner strength and her ability to find beauty in even the most desolate of landscapes. Zara, in turn, saw past Grazix's gruff exterior and recognized the nobility of his spirit, his fierce loyalty to those he cared for. Through shared hardships and moments of vulnerability, an unbreakable bond began to form between them. When Grazix was gravely injured during a harrowing encounter with a monstrous sandworm, it was Zara's healing touch and soothing words that nursed him back to health. And when Zara fell into a deep chasm, it was Grazix's quick thinking and unyielding determination that saved her from certain peril. In those quiet moments around the flickering campfire, they would share stories of their homeworlds, marveling at the diversity of life in the cosmos. Zara would regale Grazix with tales of the lush, verdant forests of Venus, where every leaf and petal sang with the harmonies of nature. Grazix, in turn, would spin yarns of the great Martian warriors of old, their valor and honor forged in the fires of battle. Slowly but surely, their differences faded into insignificance, eclipsed by the profound connection they had forged through their shared experiences. They realized that true friendship transcends the boundaries of species, culture, or even the vastness of the galaxy itself. And when at last they found a way off the hostile planet, their bond had grown so strong that the thought of parting ways was unthinkable. They chose instead to embark on a new journey together, exploring the wonders of the universe side by side, their hearts forever intertwined by the threads of true friendship. For in that moment, they had discovered a truth more precious than any star or planet, that the greatest adventures are not found in the distant reaches of space, but in the connections we forge with one another, no matter how unlikely or improbable they may seem. Story 21. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of an ancient forest that whispered with secrets of ages past, stood the quaint village of Elderglen. This village was cradled by towering oak trees whose boughs seemed to touch the sky, and it was here that the villagers lived in harmony with the forest, respecting the delicate balance of nature. Elderglen was a place where sunlight danced merrily through the leaves, dappling the cobblestone paths with flickering patterns of light and shadow. In this village, there was a young girl named Lyra. Lyra had eyes the color of moss after a gentle rain, and hair that tumbled down like autumn leaves, rich and auburn. She was known for her kind heart and curious spirit, often wandering far beyond the village boundaries to explore the mysteries of the forest. Her constant companion was a small, fluffy squirrel named Nutkin, whose bright eyes mirrored her own inquisitive nature. One crisp morning, as the first golden rays of the sun pushed away the lingering mists, Lyra set out with Nutkin on her shoulder. The air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves and the distant melody of birdsong. Today felt different, as if the forest itself was holding its breath in anticipation. Lyra had heard tales of a hidden world within the forest, a place where magic flowed as freely as the streams that wound through the trees, and today she felt drawn to find it. As they ventured deeper into the forest, the canopy thickened, the light dimming to a soft, green glow. The path became less defined, and soon Lyra found herself navigating by instinct alone. Nutkin chattered with excitement, his tiny paws digging into her shoulder for balance as they wound their way through the underbrush. After what seemed like hours, they came upon a small clearing. In the center stood a peculiar tree, unlike any Lyra had seen before. Its bark shimmered with hues of silver and gold, and its leaves glowed softly with an ethereal light. At its base was a hollow, just large enough for a person to crawl through. Lyra felt a gentle tug at her heart, a whisper beckoning her forward. With a deep breath, Lyra knelt before the hollow. Nutkin scurried down to investigate, peering into the darkness with his tiny nose twitching. Gathering her courage, Lyra crawled into the hollow, feeling the cool earth beneath her hands and knees. The passage was short, and soon she emerged into a world bathed in twilight, where the air shimmered with magic and wonder. This hidden realm was unlike anything Lyra had imagined. The trees here were taller, their leaves a luminous blue. Flowers bloomed in impossible colors, and streams of liquid crystal wound their way through fields of soft, velvety moss. The air was filled with a symphony of sounds, from the gentle rustle of leaves to the tinkling of unseen chimes. Lyra's heart swelled with awe, but she was not alone for long. From behind a curtain of cascading vines stepped a creature of extraordinary beauty. It was a deer, but unlike any deer Lyra had ever seen. Its coat was a shimmering silver, and its antlers were woven with delicate, glowing flowers. Its eyes, deep and knowing, met Lyra's with a gentle curiosity. "Welcome, traveler," the deer spoke, its voice like the softest breeze. "You have found the enchanted glade, a sanctuary hidden from those who cannot see with their hearts." Lyra's eyes widened in wonder. "Thank you," she replied, her voice filled with reverence. "This place is more beautiful than I could have ever imagined." The deer inclined its head gracefully. "Few are those who find their way here, for it is not the eyes that guide them, but the purity of their spirit." Lyra felt a warmth spread through her chest at these words. "What is this place?" she asked, her curiosity insatiable. "This is a realm where magic flows freely, where the boundaries between dreams and reality blur," the deer explained. "It is a place of healing and transformation." As Lyra explored the glade, she found herself drawn to a small pond at its center. The water was as clear as glass, reflecting the starlit sky above, even though it was day. Kneeling beside it, Lyra dipped her fingers into the cool water, sending ripples across the surface. As she did, she noticed something glimmering at the bottom, a small, ornate key. Reaching in, she retrieved the key, its metal warm and pulsing gently in her hand. It was intricately carved, with vines and stars, and seemed to hum with a quiet power. "What is this?" Lyra asked, turning to the deer. The deer approached, its gaze fixed on the key. "That is the key of whispers," it said. "It has the power to unlock the heart's deepest desires, to reveal truths and grant peace." Lyla looked at the key with a mixture of awe and trepidation. "What do I do with it?" she asked. "That is for you to discover," the deer replied, its voice soft and reassuring. "The key will guide you when the time is right." With the key safely tucked into her pocket, Lyla spent the afternoon exploring the glade, marveling at its wonders. She met other creatures, each as enchanting as the first, a family of foxes with coats of fiery red and eyes that sparkled like the night sky, a flock of birds with feathers of iridescent hues, and a wise old owl who spoke in riddles. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold, Lyla felt a gentle tug at her heart. It was time to return home. She thanked the creatures for their kindness and promised to return, then made her way back to the hollow tree. Emerging into the familiar forest, Lyla found that the world seemed different, as if touched by the magic of the hidden realm. Nutkin chattered happily on her shoulder, and together they retraced their steps back to Elderglen. In the days that followed, Lyla often thought of her adventure and the key she had found. She kept it close, a reminder of the hidden magic in the world and the potential within herself. The key seemed to hum with a quiet energy, a promise of things yet to come. One evening, as the village gathered around a crackling bonfire, Lyla noticed a change in the air. The villagers were worried, their voices hushed as they spoke of the forest. The trees were wilting, their leaves turning brown, and the streams had begun to dry. Lyla felt a pang of concern. The forest, their protector and provider, was in peril. She knew she had to act, to find a way to restore its vitality. That night, as the moon cast its silvery glow over Elderglen, Lyla held the Key of Whispers in her palm, feeling its warmth seep into her skin. Closing her eyes, she focused on her desire to heal the forest, to bring life back to its fading heart. In the stillness, she heard a whisper, a voice carried on the wind. It spoke of an ancient spring, hidden deep within the forest, its waters imbued with the power to restore life. The voice guided her, urging her to find the spring and use the key to unlock its magic. Determined, Lyla set out at dawn, Nutkin by her side. The forest was silent, its usual vibrancy dulled. As they traveled, Lyla felt the key guiding her, its warmth pulsing in her hand. After a long journey, they reached a secluded glen, its entrance obscured by a curtain of ivy. Pushing through, Lyla found herself before a spring, its waters shimmering faintly in the morning light. Kneeling beside it, she placed the key at its edge, watching as it sank into the water without a ripple. A moment later, the ground trembled, and the spring began to glow with a brilliant light. The water bubbled and surged, spreading outwards, its touch bringing color and life back to the forest. Leaves unfurled, streams flowed anew, and the air filled with the sweet scent of blossoms. Lyla watched in awe as the forest awoke around her, vibrant and alive once more. The key had fulfilled its promise, unlocking the heart of the forest and restoring its magic. When she returned to Elderglen, the villagers greeted her with tears of joy and gratitude. The forest was their lifeblood, and its renewal meant life for them all. In the days that followed, Lyla became a guardian of the forest, a bridge between the world of magic and reality. She often visited the enchanted glade, learning from its inhabitants and deepening her connection with the natural world. Through her journey, Lyla discovered not only the hidden magic of the forest, but also the strength and wisdom within herself. Her adventure had changed her, teaching her the power of belief and the importance of protecting the world she loved. And so, under the starlit skies of Elderglen, where the forest whispered its secrets and the air was filled with the music of life, Lyla found her place, her heart forever entwined with the magic of the world around her. Story 22. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled at the edge of a vast, whispering forest, there lived a young girl named Lyra. The village was a sleepy place, where cobblestone streets meandered lazily past thatched cottages, their chimneys curling tendrils of smoke into the crisp, pine-scented air. The villagers were a kind-hearted folk, with laughter often spilling from the tavern and songs echoing from the fields. Yet, there was something peculiar about Lyra that set her apart. Lyra possessed a gift, a magical ability that had been passed down through generations, though it often skipped a few before reappearing. She could hear the thoughts of the forest, the gentle murmur of the leaves, the secrets whispered by the brook, and even the soft sighs of the stones beneath her feet. To Lyra, the forest was alive, a friend that spoke in a language only she could understand. One brisk autumn morning, as the sun cast golden rays through the amber leaves, Lyra set out on a journey that would change her life forever. She had heard a new voice in the forest, one that sang a melody both haunting and beautiful. It was a voice filled with longing, echoing from the heart of the forest where the trees grew so thick that even sunlight struggled to pierce through. With a woolen cloak wrapped snugly around her shoulders, Lyra stepped off the well-trodden path and into the embrace of the forest. The air was cool and fresh, carrying the scent of damp earth and the faint sweetness of wild berries. As she walked, the forest seemed to wrap around her like a warm hug, the branches swaying gently as if to guide her way. The voice grew stronger as she ventured deeper, its song weaving a tapestry of emotions that tugged at her heart. It spoke of friendship lost and found, of dreams long forgotten, and of a hidden world waiting to be discovered. Lyra listened intently, her feet moving with purpose, guided by the melody that called to her very soul. After hours of wandering, Lyra reached a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight. At its center stood a magnificent oak, its trunk wide and gnarled, with roots that spread out like welcoming arms. Hanging from one of its branches was a small, intricately carved wooden box, suspended by a delicate silver chain. Lyra approached the tree, her heart pounding with anticipation. As she reached out to touch the box, the voice ceased its singing and spoke directly to her. "Lyra," it said, gentle as the morning breeze, "you have found the heart of the forest, a gift for those who seek with pure intent." The box was warm to the touch, its surface etched with symbols that seemed to dance and shimmer in the light. Lyra carefully opened it and found a small, glowing stone nestled inside. It was unlike anything she had ever seen, a swirling sea of colors that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. "This is a stone of friendship," the voice continued. "It holds the power to bridge worlds and hearts, to heal and to unite. Use it wisely, for it is as fragile as it is powerful." Lyra held the stone close, feeling its warmth seep into her being. A sense of peace washed over her, and she knew that her journey was only beginning. The forest had given her a gift, and now it was up to her to discover its true purpose. With the stone safely tucked in her pocket, Lyra made her way back to the village, her mind buzzing with possibilities. She spent the following days listening to the villagers, observing their joys and struggles, and pondering how the stone might help bridge the gaps she saw between them. One day, as she sat by the village well, a shadow fell across her. Lyra looked up to see a young boy, his face streaked with dirt and his clothes tattered. His eyes held a sadness that spoke volumes, and Lyra's heart ached for him. "Hello," she said softly, offering him a warm smile. "I'm Lyra. What's your name?" The boy hesitated, glancing around as if expecting someone to scold him. "I'm Finn," he replied, his voice barely a whisper. "Would you like to sit with me, Finn?" Lyra patted the spot beside her, and after a moment's hesitation, Finn joined her. They sat in companionable silence, the sound of the village bustling around them. Lyra could feel the weight of Finn's sorrow, a silent plea for understanding and friendship. She reached into her pocket and felt the comforting warmth of the stone. "Do you want to see something magical?" she asked, her eyes twinkling with a hint of mischief. Finn nodded, his curiosity piqued. Lyra brought out the stone, its glow casting a soft light between them. Finn's eyes widened in wonder, his earlier sadness momentarily forgotten. "This stone," Lyra began, "is a gift from the forest. It holds the power of friendship and understanding. Would you like to hold it?" Finn hesitated, but Lyra's gentle encouragement gave him the courage to reach out. As his fingers closed around the stone, his eyes widened further, and a small smile crept onto his face. "It's warm," he said, a note of awe in his voice. Lyra nodded. "It's filled with the warmth of friendship. And just like this stone, our hearts can glow with that same warmth when we share kindness and understanding." As Finn held the stone, something wondrous happened. The colors within it began to swirl more vigorously, casting vibrant hues across the cobblestones. And in that moment, Lyra and Finn both felt a deep sense of connection, as if their hearts were whispering secrets only they could hear. The stone had bridged the gap between them, weaving a thread of friendship that would not easily break. Finn's smile grew brighter, and Lyra knew that she had taken the first step in using the stone's magic to heal and unite. Days turned into weeks, and the village began to change in subtle ways. Lyra took every opportunity to share the stone with those in need, whether it was a farmer burdened by a poor harvest, a mother worried about her child's future, or an elder longing for the company of old friends. Each time, the stone's gentle glow brought warmth and understanding, knitting the villagers closer together. But the stone's power was not without its limits. Lyra discovered that it thrived on genuine intent and faltered when faced with deceit or selfishness. She learned to listen not only to the voices of the forest, but also to the unspoken words of those around her, discerning when and how to offer the stone's gift. One evening, as the stars twinkled in the velvet sky, Lyra returned to the clearing where she had first found the heart of the forest. The oak tree stood as majestic as ever, its branches swaying gently in the night breeze. "Thank you," Lyra whispered, placing her hand against the tree's rough bark, "for trusting me with this gift." The forest rustled in response, a soft murmur that wrapped around her like a lullaby. And in that moment, Lyra understood that the forest's gift was not just the stone, but the journey of friendship and understanding it had set her upon. As she walked back to the village, Lyra felt a profound sense of peace and purpose. She knew that her journey was far from over, but she welcomed the challenges and joys that lay ahead. The stone had taught her that true magic lay not in the object itself, but in the hearts of those it touched. And so, with the forest as her guide and the stone as her companion, Lyra continued to walk the path of friendship and wisdom, forever changed by the journey that had begun with a simple song in the woods. The village thrived in the warmth of newfound connections, the bonds between its people growing stronger with each passing day. Lyra's gift had become a cornerstone of their community, a reminder that even the smallest gesture of kindness could light the way through the darkest of times. As for Lyra, she remained a beloved figure in the village, her gentle heart and wise spirit a beacon of hope and love. She often returned to the forest, listening to its whispers and gathering the strength she needed to face whatever challenges lay ahead. And so the story of Lyra and the heart of the forest became a cherished tale, passed down through generations, a testament to the power of friendship and the magic that lies within us all. As the moon rose high above the forest, casting its silvery glow over the land, Lyra knew that she was exactly where she was meant to be, surrounded by the beauty of the world and the warmth of those she held dear. And in that peaceful moment, beneath the stars and the watchful gaze of the ancient oak, Lyra smiled, content in the knowledge that her journey of friendship and wisdom would continue for many more seasons to come. Story 23. The Whispering Woods and the Feather of Wishes. In a serene village cradled by lush hills and ancient groves, nestled under a glittering canopy of stars, lived a boy named Finn. With tousled auburn hair and eyes the color of emeralds, Finn was known for his insatiable curiosity and boundless imagination. His heart was as open as the rolling meadows that surrounded his home, and his joy was as infectious as the laughter of a brook skipping over stones. Each night, as the moon cast a silver glow over the village, Finn would dream of far-off lands and hidden realms. His favorite place to ponder these dreams was the Whispering Woods, a mystical forest that held secrets older than time itself. The villagers often spoke of the woodland's gentle magic, a place where the trees sang with the wind and the ground thrummed with stories of old. On a crisp autumn evening, as the golden leaves twirled and danced in the twilight breeze, Finn set off towards the woods, his heart fluttering with excitement. The air was sweet with the scent of pine and the fading warmth of the sun. As he stepped into the forest, the familiar symphony of rustling leaves and chirping crickets embraced him like an old friend. Finn wandered deeper, guided by the soft luminescence of the moon filtering through the canopy. He marveled at the towering oaks and the gentle whispers that seemed to float through the air, carrying tales from a time long past. It was then that he noticed a peculiar glow emanating from a thicket, a gentle, beckoning light that pulsed like a heartbeat. Drawn by its allure, Finn carefully parted the brambles and found himself staring at a magnificent feather resting upon a mossy rock. It shimmered in hues of azure and silver, as if the sky and stars had woven themselves into its delicate strands. Finn's breath caught in his throat, for he knew he had stumbled upon something truly extraordinary. Gingerly, he reached out and cradled the feather in his palm. It felt warm and alive, humming with a gentle energy that resonated with his very soul. As he held it, a soft voice filled his mind, as gentle as the wind on a summer's day. "Young dreamer," the voice whispered, "you hold the feather of wishes. It can grant one wish, a true desire of the heart. But choose wisely, for the wish must come from a place of kindness and love." Finn's heart raced with possibilities. He could wish for anything, for riches, for fame, for adventures beyond his wildest dreams. Yet as he pondered, he realized that his happiest moments were those shared with others, filled with laughter and friendship. He thought of his village, of his friends and family, and of the simple joys that filled their days. With newfound clarity, Finn made his decision. He closed his eyes and whispered his wish to the feather, feeling its warmth spread through him like a gentle embrace. "I wish," he began, "for my village to always find joy in the simple things, to share laughter and love, and to live in harmony with the magic of the world around us." As the last word left his lips, the feather shimmered brilliantly, its light enveloping Finn in a cocoon of warmth and peace. The sensation was indescribable, like being wrapped in the universe's most tender hug. The forest around him seemed to sigh with contentment, as if acknowledging the purity of his wish. In the days that followed, the village blossomed with an inexplicable joy. Laughter rang through the streets like a melodious song, and kindness flowed as freely as the village stream. The villagers, though unaware of the magic that had touched their lives, felt a renewed sense of wonder and appreciation for the world they called home. Finn often returned to the Whispering Woods, his heart full of gratitude for the adventure it had gifted him. The feather, though no longer visible, remained with him always, its magic woven into the very fabric of his being. He learned that true magic wasn't in grand gestures or fantastical journeys, but in the simple, everyday moments shared with those we love. And so, as the seasons changed and the stars continued to twinkle above, Finn and his village thrived in the gentle glow of the Feather of Wishes, forever reminded that the greatest treasures lie not in what we possess, but in the love and joy we share. The end. Story 24. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the silver mists of dawn weave through the dense canopy like whispers of forgotten tales, there existed a world hidden from the eyes of most. This was a realm where the air was thick with enchantment, and the very ground pulsed with the life and magic of the earth itself. The forest was a tapestry of towering oaks and whispering willows, their leaves rustling like gentle lullabies in the wind. Sunlight filtered through the branches, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor, where ferns unfurled their fronds and wildflowers nodded in the breeze. High above, in the crook of a mighty elm, lived a family of wise old owls. Their feathers were as soft as the twilight sky, their eyes large and golden, reflecting the secrets of the forest with a knowing gleam. These owls were the guardians of the forest's ancient wisdom, passed down through countless generations. Their leader, a venerable owl with plumage like moonlit snow, was known as Eldrick. His voice was a deep, soothing murmur that resonated like the low roll of distant thunder. In the warm embrace of summer, when the air was sweet with the scent of honeysuckle and the forest hummed with the song of cicadas, Eldrick gathered his young ones around him. "Listen well, my dear ones," he intoned, his eyes shining with gentle authority, "for the forest speaks, and we must heed its whispers." Beneath their perch, the forest floor teemed with life. A procession of ants marched diligently along a fallen log, carrying with them the bounty of the season. Nearby, a family of deer nibbled at the tender shoots of grass, their ears twitching with the rustle of leaves. In the distance, a brook babbled over smooth stones, its waters glinting in the slanting sunlight like a ribbon of liquid silver. As the summer days rolled into the crisp embrace of autumn, the forest donned a cloak of fiery reds and golds. The air turned cooler, carrying with it the earthy scent of fallen leaves. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of amber and rose, Eldrick gathered his young ones again. "Change is upon us," he said, his voice as soft as the rustling leaves. "With each season comes a lesson, a gift from the earth." As the nights grew longer and the winds more chill, the forest creatures prepared for the winter to come. The squirrels busied themselves, collecting acorns and tucking them away in secret caches. The bears, their fur thick and glossy, sought out cozy dens where they would sleep through the cold months. And the owls, ever watchful, observed the rhythm of the forest, their hearts in tune with its pulse. With the arrival of winter, a gentle hush fell over the forest. Snow blanketed the ground, muffling the sounds of the world and transforming the landscape into a realm of pristine beauty. The air was crisp and clear, and the night sky glittered with stars like scattered diamonds. In the stillness, the owls shared their wisdom with the forest creatures, reminding them of the balance that must be maintained, the harmony that ensured their survival. As the snow began to melt and the first tender shoots of green pushed through the earth, the forest awoke to the promise of spring. The air was filled with the sweet fragrance of blooming flowers, and the songs of returning birds echoed through the trees. The stream, now swollen with meltwater, sang a joyful tune as it coursed through the forest, its banks lined with vibrant wildflowers. Eldrick, perched high in his ancient elm, watched over the awakening forest with a deep sense of peace. His heart swelled with gratitude for the cycles of nature, for the wisdom passed down through the ages, and for the harmony that bound all creatures together. And so, as the sun set on another day, casting its golden glow over the whispering trees, the forest settled into a tranquil slumber. The owls, with their ancient wisdom, kept watch, their eyes reflecting the starry night. In this hidden world, where magic and reality intertwined, the dance of the seasons continued, a testament to the enduring balance of nature and the gentle grace of life itself. Story 25. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees stretched their ancient limbs towards the sky and the gentle hum of nature sang a lullaby, there lay a secret known only to a few. This was a place where the mundane and the magical intertwined, where every leaf, every stone carried the whispers of old tales. Nestled in this verdant embrace was the village of Bramble Hollow, a place that seemed to have sprung from the pages of a fairy tale itself, with its cobblestone paths and cottages with thatched roofs. Here lived a young girl named Clara, whose heart brimmed with curiosity and kindness. Clara was no ordinary child. She possessed a unique ability, one that she kept hidden from all but her closest friends. She could hear the voices of the forest, a gift that allowed her to understand the language of the trees and the songs of the streams. This was a secret she cherished, for it filled her days with a sense of wonder and a connection to the world around her that was as profound as it was comforting. Her best friend, a gentle-hearted fox named Finley, was her constant companion. Finley had fur as bright as the autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled with mischief and warmth. Together, they explored the forest, seeking out its hidden wonders and unraveling its mysteries. It was during one of these adventures that their tale began, on a misty morning when the air was crisp and the world felt like it was holding its breath in anticipation of what was to come. As they walked along a path carpeted with fallen leaves, Clara and Finley stumbled upon something unusual. Hidden beneath a canopy of ferns was an ancient, weather-worn stone, etched with symbols that seemed to shimmer in the dappled sunlight. Clara knelt beside it, brushing away the leaves and dirt, revealing a map carved into its surface. It was a map of the Whispering Woods, but with paths and places marked that neither Clara nor Finley had ever seen before. "What do you think it leads to?" Clara whispered, her voice tinged with excitement. Finley tilted his head, considering. "Perhaps it's a forgotten part of the forest, or maybe a place where magic is stronger," he suggested, his tail flicking with anticipation. Deciding they had nothing to lose and everything to discover, the pair set off, following the map's cryptic instructions. Their journey took them deeper into the forest than they had ever ventured, to places where the canopy was so dense that only slivers of sunlight pierced through, creating patterns that danced on the forest floor. The air was rich with the scent of pine and earth, and the symphony of birdsong accompanied them as they walked. As they journeyed, Clara felt a change within herself. a growing sense of confidence and purpose. The forest seemed to recognize her as one of its own, guiding her steps with gentle nudges and whispered encouragements. She realized that this journey was not just about discovering a hidden place, but also about discovering herself and the depths of her own courage and wisdom. After what felt like hours of walking, they arrived at a clearing unlike any they had seen before. It was a place of breathtaking beauty, where the earth seemed to glow with an inner light. In the center stood an ancient oak, its branches spread wide as if in welcome. Beneath it lay a pool of water so clear it mirrored the sky, and beside it, nestled in the roots, was a small, intricately carved box. Clara approached the box with reverence, her fingers tracing the delicate patterns etched into its surface. It felt warm to the touch, as if imbued with life. She carefully opened it, revealing a small, iridescent stone that pulsed with a soft, gentle light. As she held it in her hand, a warmth spread through her, filling her with a sense of peace and belonging. "This is no ordinary stone," Finley remarked, his voice hushed with awe. "It's a heartstone, a gift from the forest itself. It has the power to reveal truths and heal broken things." Clara nodded, understanding instinctively that this heartstone was both a treasure and a responsibility. It was a symbol of the bond between her and the forest, a testament to her ability to listen and understand the world around her. Their journey back to Bramble Hollow was filled with a quiet joy, the kind that comes from knowing one's place in the world and the strength of the connections that bind us all. Clara felt transformed, her heart lighter and her spirit brighter. She knew that with the Heartstone, she could help others, bringing hope and healing wherever it was needed. As they stepped out of the forest and into the village, Clara looked back at the trees, whispering her gratitude for the gift they had given her. Finley, ever at her side, nudged her gently, reminding her that their adventure was just beginning. Together, they returned to Bramble Hollow, where the villagers welcomed them with smiles and open arms. Clara shared her story, her eyes shining with the light of the Heartstone, and in doing so, she wove a new thread of magic into the fabric of their lives. And so, in the quiet of the night, as the village settled into slumber beneath a blanket of stars, Clara and Finley sat by the fire, their hearts full and content. The journey had changed them, deepening their friendship and revealing the power of love and understanding. They knew that as long as they had each other and the forest to guide them, any challenge could be overcome. In the gentle glow of the hearth, as the embers whispered their secrets, Clara and Finley drifted into dreams, their hearts entwined with the magic of the Whispering Woods, forever and always a part of its timeless story. Story 26. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of pine and the gentle rustle of leaves whispered secrets, there lived a community of creatures who knew more than they let on. This forest, with its towering trees that reached up to nuzzle the sky, was a world unto itself. Sunlight dappled through the canopy, painting the forest floor in patterns as intricate as lace, and every breath of wind carried with it the symphony of 1,000 tiny lives. Among the residents of this enchanted wood was a wise old owl named Auburn. His feathers were a tapestry of browns and grays, blending seamlessly with the bark of the ancient oaks he called home. Auburn was the keeper of stories, the guardian of the forest's lore. His eyes, round and golden, held the light of countless sunsets and the wisdom of ages past. He watched over the forest with a gentle heart, ensuring that balance and harmony were maintained. The creatures of the forest relied on Auburn's counsel, especially when the seasons danced their eternal dance, bringing with them changes that were as wondrous as they were challenging. The arrival of spring, with its explosion of colors and scents, was a time of renewal. The forest floor became a lush carpet of wildflowers, their petals kissed by morning dew that glistened like tiny diamonds. Spring was the season of new beginnings, a time when the forest's creatures emerged from their winter slumbers to greet the warmth of the sun. One such creature was a young squirrel named Finn. His fur was the color of autumn leaves, and his eyes sparkled with curiosity and mischief. Finn was known for his adventurous spirit, always eager to explore the nooks and crannies of his vast home. But this spring, Finn faced a challenge that left even his brave heart uncertain. The forest was in the grip of a peculiar drought. The streams that usually babbled with joy were reduced to mere whispers, and the once vibrant leaves drooped under the weight of the sun's relentless gaze. The creatures of the forest were worried. Without water, how would they thrive? Finn, determined to find a solution, scampered off to seek Orin's wisdom. The journey to Orin's tree was a delightful one, despite the dry spell. The air was filled with the scent of pine needles and the occasional hint of wild mint. Sunlight filtered through the branches, casting warm patches of light that danced on Finn's russet fur as he bounded from one mossy rock to another. When Finn finally reached Orin's tree, he found the wise owl perched serenely on a branch, his eyes half closed in meditation. "Orin," Finn called softly, "the forest needs your help." Orin opened his eyes and nodded, inviting Finn to speak. "The streams are drying and the leaves are wilting. How can we bring balance back to our home?" The old owl ruffled his feathers thoughtfully, casting his gaze over the forest. "Ah, young Finn," he began, his voice as soothing as a lullaby, "there is a tale I must share with you. Long ago, when the world was young, the forest was guarded by the spirit of the rain, a gentle being who danced through the skies, showering the earth with life-giving water. But over time, as the world changed, the spirit's dance was forgotten." Finn listened intently, his heart stirred by the ancient tale. "What must we do, Orin, to remember the dance and call the spirit back?" Orin smiled, a knowing gleam in his eyes. "To awaken the spirit, we must show our gratitude for all that the forest provides. Only then will the spirit see that we remember the old ways." With Orin's guidance, Finn went to work. He gathered the creatures of the forest, each contributing in their own way to a grand celebration of life. The birds sang melodies that echoed through the trees, their notes weaving a tapestry of sound that spoke of joy and hope. The rabbits and deer danced a gentle ballet, their movements as graceful as the breeze that whispered through the leaves. As the celebration reached its crescendo, the sky began to change. Clouds soft and gray as Orin's feathers gathered above, and a cool breeze stirred the air. It was as if the forest itself held its breath, waiting. Then, with a gentle sigh, the heavens opened, and the rain began to fall. It was a gentle rain, a soft patter that kissed the earth and brought it to life. The streams began to sing once more, their voices rising in a joyful chorus as they flowed through the forest. The leaves drank deeply, their color returning with each precious drop, and the creatures danced beneath the rain, celebrating the return of balance and harmony. Finn, soaked but jubilant, looked up at the canopy, where Orin watched with pride. The young squirrel understood now that the forest was more than just a home. It was a community bound together by respect, gratitude, and love. And as the rain continued to fall, Finn knew that the spirit of the rain had heard their call, and the forest was once again whole. Under the watchful eyes of Orin, the forest thrived. Seasons came and went, each bringing with it new challenges and new joys. But the memory of that magical dance lingered, a reminder of the power of gratitude and the wisdom that flowed through generations. And so, in the heart of the ancient forest, where reality and magic intertwined, the creatures lived in harmony, their lives a testament to the enduring beauty of nature's balance. Story 27. Once upon a time, in the gentle embrace of a valley cradled by whispering pines, there lay a quaint village named Willowbark. The village was known for its cozy cottages with thatched roofs, which seemed to snuggle against the rolling hills like contented cats basking in the sun. Life in Willowbark was peaceful, filled with the simple joys of tending gardens and telling stories by firelight. At the edge of this village, where the cobblestone paths began to give way to the wildflower-strewn meadows, lived a young girl named Lyla. Lyla was known for her bright eyes that sparkled with curiosity and a heart that beat with the rhythm of adventure. More than anything, she loved the stories told by the elders about the Enchanted Glade, a hidden realm said to lie just beyond the misty woods that bordered their village. The misty woods were a tapestry of towering trees, their branches woven together like the threads of an ancient emerald quilt. It was said that the woods were always shrouded in a soft, silvery mist, which danced like playful spirits in the early morning light. Lyla often stood at the edge of these woods, dreaming of the wonders that lay beyond. One crisp autumn morning, just as the first golden leaves began to flutter gently to the ground, Lyla decided it was time to turn her dreams into reality. With a small satchel filled with fresh bread, a flask of honeyed tea, and her favorite woolen scarf wrapped snugly around her neck, she set off toward the misty woods, the morning sun casting a warm, hopeful glow on her path. As Lyla stepped into the woods, the air was filled with the scent of pine and earth, a fragrance that felt like a comforting hug. The mist swirled around her feet like a friendly cat, and each step seemed to echo with the promise of discovery. The trees whispered secrets in a language only the wind could understand, urging her onward. Before long, Lyla came across a shimmering brook that wound its way through the forest like a silken ribbon. The water babbled joyfully over smooth stones, creating a melody that invited Lyla to pause and listen. As she knelt by the brook to take a sip, she caught sight of a small creature peeking out from behind a moss-covered rock. It was a squirrel, but unlike any she had seen before. Its fur was a soft lavender, and its eyes twinkled like stars in the dusky sky. "Hello there," Lyla greeted gently, her voice as soft as the breeze. "What brings you to the brook?" The squirrel tilted its head, its tiny nose twitching with curiosity. "I am Sprig," it chirped in a voice that was both musical and merry. "I gather the mists to weave with dreams. What brings you here, traveler?" Lyla smiled, her heart warmed by the creature's friendly demeanor. "I seek the enchanted glade. I've heard tales of its beauty and magic." Sprig's eyes widened, and it clapped its tiny paws together with delight. "Ah, the glade, a place where dreams and reality dance together. I shall lead you there, for it is not far from here." With Sprig as her guide, Lyla ventured deeper into the woods, the path winding like a gentle stream through the trees. They passed beneath arches of golden leaves, their footsteps a soft crunch on the forest floor. Along the way, they encountered a family of rabbits with fur as snowy as winter's first frost, and a chorus of birds whose songs painted the air with vibrant hues. Soon the woods began to thin, and the mist parted like a curtain drawn back to reveal the stage. There before Lyla lay the enchanted glade, a realm of wonder that surpassed even her wildest dreams. The grass was a rich emerald, dotted with flowers that glowed like tiny lanterns in shades of amethyst and sapphire. At the heart of the glade stood a grand oak tree, its branches adorned with sparkling dewdrops that caught the sunlight and scattered it like 1,000 tiny rainbows. Lyla stepped into the glade, her heart swelling with joy and a sense of belonging. She felt as though she had stepped into a story, one where she was both the reader and the heroine. As she looked around, she noticed a circle of stones, each one carved with intricate patterns that seemed to pulse with a gentle light. "These stones," explained Sprig, hopping onto one with graceful ease, "are the guardians of the glade. They hold the wisdom of ages and protect this place from harm." Lyla approached the stones, feeling their warmth beneath her hands. As she did, a soft, melodious hum filled the air, resonating with her very being. In that moment, she understood that courage was not the absence of fear, but the willingness to embrace the unknown with an open heart. With a newfound sense of peace, Lyla spent the afternoon in the glade, basking in its beauty and learning from its gentle inhabitants. She danced with the fireflies as dusk fell, their glow a gentle reminder that light could be found even in the deepest shadows. As the first stars began to twinkle in the velvet sky, Lyla knew it was time to return home. Sprig, ever the faithful guide, accompanied her back through the misty woods, the path now familiar and welcoming. When they reached the edge of the woods, Lyla turned to her lavender-furred friend. "Thank you, Sprig," she said, her voice filled with gratitude. "You've shown me a world of wonders and taught me the true meaning of adventure." Sprig twitched its whiskers in farewell, its eyes gleaming with fondness. "Remember, Lyla, the journey is just as important as the destination. May your heart always be open to new paths." With a final wave, Lyla stepped back into the village, her heart light and brimming with stories to share. That night, as she lay in her cozy bed, the soft rustling of leaves outside her window lulled her to sleep. Her dreams were filled with the magic of the enchanted glade, and she knew that courage and exploration would forever be her guiding stars. And so, in the heart of Willowbrook, beneath a sky adorned with dreams, Lyla found her own tale, a tale of wonder, friendship, and the boundless beauty of the unknown. Story 28. In a lush, emerald realm where sunlight danced through a canopy of ancient trees, there lay a hidden glade known only to the creatures of the forest. This secluded haven was the heart of the forest, where whispers of the wind carried tales older than time itself. Here, the air was thick with the scent of moss and pine, and the gentle symphony of babbling brooks and rustling leaves painted a backdrop of tranquility. The creatures of this woodland were not ordinary animals, for they shared a secret bond with the magic that pulsed beneath the earth. Among them was Brindle, a wise old badger with fur like silver rain and eyes that sparkled with the wisdom of ages. Brindle had lived through many seasons, each bringing its own lessons and wonders. The forest had taught him that balance was the key to harmony, and it was a truth he cherished deeply. One crisp autumn morning, when the air was laced with the sweet scent of ripened berries and fallen leaves crunched beneath gentle paws, Brindle gathered the glade's inhabitants for their seasonal council. This gathering was a cherished tradition where knowledge was shared and the balance of the forest was discussed. The creatures settled in a circle, their breaths mingling with the cool morning mist. There was Lyra the fox, with her fiery coat and eyes that glinted like amber in the sun. She was known for her cleverness and agility, traits that served her well in the forest's many challenges. Beside her sat the gentle dove, Kala, whose song could soothe even the most restless of hearts. Her feathers shimmered like moonlight on water, and she carried the stories of the sky within her heart. As the gathering commenced, Brindle spoke in his deep, melodious voice. "Friends, the forest has whispered of a change that stirs in the earth. The balance we hold so dear is at risk, and it is up to us to restore it." A murmur of concern rippled through the circle. The forest had always been a sanctuary of harmony, where the cycles of nature unfolded with grace. To hear that this balance was threatened was unsettling. "What must we do, Brindle?" inquired Lyra, her tail flicking with curiosity. "The seasons have been shifting," Brindle explained, "and with them the patterns of weather and growth. We must discover the cause and find a way to restore the natural order." The creatures pondered this new challenge, their minds weaving through possibilities. It was Kala who finally suggested, "Perhaps we should seek the wisdom of the Wind Whisperer. He knows the language of the breezes, and may guide us to the source of this disruption." With a collective nod, the decision was made. The journey to the Wind Whisperer, a mythical being said to reside at the highest peak of the forest, would not be easy. Yet the creatures were united in their purpose, bound by their love for the forest and each other. The path to the mountain was a tapestry of vibrant hues. The reds and golds of autumn leaves created a carpet beneath their paws and talons. As they traveled, the air grew cooler, kissed by the promise of winter. The forest, usually bustling with life, seemed to hold its breath in anticipation. As the day turned to dusk, they reached the foot of the mountain. The sky above was a canvas of stars, twinkling like diamonds scattered across velvet. They rested there, warmed by the stories they shared and the glow of camaraderie that surrounded them. The next morning, the ascent began. The climb was steep and challenging, but each creature played their part. Lyra's nimble feet found the safest paths, while Brindle's strength helped those who struggled. Kala flew ahead, scouting the way and singing encouragement on the wind. At last they reached the summit, where the Wind Whisperer awaited them. He was an ethereal figure, woven from the very air itself, with eyes that mirrored the shifting sky and a voice like the rustle of leaves. "Welcome, guardians of the forest," he spoke, his words a gentle breeze that caressed their fur and feathers. "I have awaited your arrival, for the winds have carried your concerns to me." Brindle stepped forward, bowing respectfully. "Wise Wind Whisperer, we seek to restore balance to our beloved forest. The seasons are out of harmony, and we fear for the life within." The Wind Whisperer nodded, understanding their plight. "The earth has grown weary, burdened by the changes wrought by time and neglect. The cycles of nature require a gentle hand to guide them back to their rightful course." He gestured toward the horizon, where the first light of dawn painted the world in hues of gold and rose. "To restore balance, you must listen to the heart of the forest. Its pulse is the rhythm of life, and within it lies the path to harmony." With newfound clarity, The creatures thanked the Wind Whisperer and began their descent. The journey home was filled with a renewed sense of purpose. They spoke to the trees, listened to the rivers, and felt the earth beneath their feet as they went. Each step was a promise to the forest, a promise of care and respect. Upon returning to the glade, the creatures set to work. Lyra discovered a way to guide the fallen leaves into natural mulch, nourishing the soil and preparing it for the coming spring. Kala sang songs that lifted the spirits of all who heard, reminding them of the beauty in each season's change. And Brindle, with his deep understanding, led the creatures in rituals that honored the cycles of life and death. As the days passed, the forest began to heal. The streams sang with newfound vigor, and the trees stood tall, their branches whispering secrets of growth and renewal. The balance was restored, and with it, a peace settled over the land. In the heart of the glade, under the gentle watch of the stars, the creatures gathered once more. The air was filled with the scents of blooming flowers and the sound of laughter, a symphony of life that echoed through the forest. Brindle looked around at his friends, his heart swelling with gratitude. We have learned that harmony is not a state to be reached and forgotten, but a dance we must engage in each day. Together we have restored the balance, and together we will protect it for the generations to come. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, the forest thrived, a testament to the power of friendship, wisdom, and the enduring magic of nature. As the creatures nestled into their beds of leaves and moss, a gentle breeze swept through the glade, carrying with it a lullaby of peace, a reminder that all was well in their world. Story 29. Once upon a time, nestled deep within the heart of an ancient forest, a world of wonder and enchantment thrived. Here, the boundaries between reality and magic intertwined seamlessly, revealing hidden realms where the natural creatures lived in harmony with the rhythms of nature. As the first rays of dawn kissed the dew-laden leaves, a symphony of birdsong filled the air, ushering in a new day. Tiny sprites, their gossamer wings fluttering like iridescent jewels, emerged from their cozy hollows within the towering oak trees. These mischievous beings were the guardians of the forest, tasked with maintaining the delicate balance between all living things. In a sunlit glade, a family of deer grazed peacefully, their gentle movements a testament to the tranquility that permeated the forest. Yet even in this idyllic setting, the young fawns remained ever vigilant, their large, liquid eyes scanning the undergrowth for any sign of danger. Nearby, a wise old oak tree, its branches adorned with cascading curtains of moss, watched over them like a protective sentinel. As the seasons changed, the forest underwent a mesmerizing transformation. In autumn, the leaves turned brilliant shades of crimson and gold, their vibrant hues seemingly set ablaze by the touch of the autumn equinox. It was during this time that the sprites would gather, their tiny voices raised in an ancient incantation to thank the trees for their bounty and to welcome the coming winter. When the first snowflakes began to drift lazily through the crisp air, the woodland creatures prepared for the long slumber ahead. The squirrels scurried about, gathering the last of the acorns and burying them deep beneath the earth's embrace. Meanwhile, the sprites would weave intricate patterns of frost onto the bare branches, creating dazzling crystalline sculptures that sparkled in the pale winter light. As spring arrived, the forest burst forth with renewed life. Delicate wildflowers dotted the forest floor, their vibrant petals unfurling like tiny banners, heralding the return of warmth and growth. It was during this time of rebirth that the sprites would call upon the powers of the vernal equinox, coaxing forth the first buds and encouraging the timid sprouts to emerge from their earthen slumber. Throughout the changing seasons, the wisdom of the ancient ones was passed down from generation to generation. The elders, their voices soft yet commanding, would gather the young sprites around the glowing embers of a campfire and share tales of the forest's past. They spoke of the great oak tree that had stood as a silent witness for centuries, weathering storms and droughts with unwavering resilience. They recounted the legend of the crystalline pool, whose waters were said to possess healing powers for those pure of heart. As the night deepened, the sprites would listen in hushed reverence, their eyes wide with wonder. for they knew that within these stories lay the secrets to maintaining the delicate harmony that governed the forest. It was a harmony woven from the intricate tapestry of life, where every creature, every plant, and every drop of dew played an essential role in the grand symphony of nature. And so, the hidden lives of the natural creatures continued, their existence an intricate dance with the ebb and flow of the seasons. The sprites, guided by the wisdom of their ancestors, remained ever vigilant, ensuring that the magical balance was upheld and that the enchantment of the ancient forest would endure for generations to come. Story 30. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the trees stood tall and proud, their whispers carried secrets of ages long past. There existed a hidden world known only to those who lived beneath the canopy of emerald leaves. This was a place where reality and magic intertwined like ivy around an ancient oak, and where nature's creatures lived harmoniously among the whispering winds and dancing sunlight. As the first light of dawn painted the sky with strokes of soft pink and gold, a gentle mist rose from the forest floor, wrapping the world in a cool embrace. Here, amidst the ferns and mossy stones, lived a wise old tortoise named Tansy. Her shell was a tapestry of green and brown, and her eyes held the wisdom of countless seasons. Tansy moved with deliberate grace, her presence a comforting constant for the creatures of the forest. Every morning, as the sun's rays filtered through the leaves, Tansy would gather the younglings of the forest, the curious fox kits, the playful squirrel pups, and the timid fawns. They would sit in a circle around her, eager to hear stories of the world beyond their glen, tales woven with the threads of truth and wonder. "Today," Tansy began, her voice as soothing as the rustling leaves, "I shall tell you of the balance that keeps our forest thriving, a balance as delicate as the first frost on a spider's web." The young creatures leaned closer, their eyes wide with anticipation. They could feel the magic in the air, a tingling sensation that danced along their fur and feathers. "Long ago," Tansy continued, "when the world was young and the stars still new in the sky, the seasons were born from the breath of the great spirit of nature. Each season brought its own gifts, and each had its own role to play. Spring, with its gentle rains and budding flowers, wove a tapestry of renewal. Summer, with its warm, golden light, nurtured growth and abundance. Autumn, with its vibrant hues and crisp winds, prepared the world for rest. And winter, with its soft blankets of snow, whispered dreams of rebirth." As Tansy spoke, the forest seemed to come alive with the spirit of each season. The leaves rustled softly in agreement, and the air carried the scents of blooming flowers, freshly cut hay, and the earthy promise of new beginnings. "But," Tansy said, her voice growing softer, "the balance is fragile. Each creature, from the smallest ant to the mightiest bear, plays a part in maintaining the harmony. We must live with respect and care, never taking more than we need, and always giving back to the earth." The young creatures nodded, their hearts swelling with a newfound understanding. They could see the truth in Tansy's words, reflected in the gentle sway of the trees and the harmonious song of the birds. It was then that a curious phenomenon began to unfold. As Tansy finished her tale, a soft, shimmering light appeared at the edge of the glen. It was the aurora, the spirit of the seasons, visiting the forest to ensure that the balance was being kept. The aurora moved gracefully, her presence a kaleidoscope of colors that danced across the forest floor. She paused beside Tansy, her light brushing against the tortoise's shell like a gentle caress. "Thank you, Tansy, for passing on the wisdom of the ages," the aurora whispered, her voice like the tinkling of distant chimes. "And to you, young ones, remember the lessons you have learned today. The forest is your home, and it is your duty to protect it." With that, the aurora faded into the morning mist, leaving behind a lingering warmth that filled the glen with a sense of peace and unity. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, the young creatures scattered, their hearts light with hope and purpose. They carried with them the stories of the past and the wisdom of the forest, ready to play their part in the circle of life. And so, in the ancient forest, where reality and magic danced hand in hand, the creatures lived in harmony, guided by the lessons of the wise old tortoise and the ever-present spirit of the seasons. Here, in this hidden world, balance was more than just a word. It was a way of life, a melody that sang in the heart of every creature and a promise of a future where nature would always thrive. Story 31. In the heart of the ancient forest, where towering oaks and whispering pines seemed to touch the sky, there existed a world that thrived, unseen by the hurried eyes of humankind. The forest was a sanctuary, a living tapestry woven from the threads of time, where each creature played its part in an intricate symphony of life and balance. As dawn painted the canopy in hues of amber and gold, the forest awoke with a gentle sigh. Birds, with feathers like brushed velvet, flitted from branch to branch, their songs a serene lullaby that welcomed the morning light. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and pine, a fragrant reminder of the night's gentle rains. In a sun-dappled clearing, where the light danced like 1,000 tiny fairies, lived a wise old tortoise named Auburn. Auburn's shell was like a map of the forest itself, etched with patterns that told stories of seasons past. His eyes, deep and knowing, held the timeless wisdom of the earth, and his heart was as gentle as the breeze that whispered through the leaves. Auburn was the guardian of the forest's harmony, a role passed down through generations of his kind. He understood the delicate balance that maintained the forest's health, from the smallest ant weaving its way through the underbrush to the mighty stag standing proud beneath the ancient trees. Auburn knew that every creature, no matter how small, played a vital role in the forest's song. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to shades of fiery red and golden yellow, a peculiar phenomenon began to unfold. The wind, usually a soothing presence, grew restless, swirling in strange patterns that stirred the leaves into a dance of confusion. The animals, sensing the change, gathered around Auburn's clearing, their eyes wide with concern. A wise old owl named Sylvia, her feathers as soft and silent as moonlight, perched beside Auburn. "Something is amiss, dear friend," she hooted softly, her voice like a gentle lull in the storm. Auburn nodded, his eyes scanning the canopy above. "The winds carry a message, one we must heed carefully," he replied, his voice a deep rumble that resonated with the earth itself. The creatures of the forest leaned closer, their breaths held in anticipation. Auburn closed his eyes, feeling the pulse of the forest, the rhythm of life that connected them all. He sensed the imbalance, a disruption in the harmony that had sustained their world for centuries. "The balance has shifted," Auburn finally spoke, his voice calm yet filled with urgency. "The seasons are in discord, and we must restore the harmony before winter claims the land." A murmur of worry rippled through the gathering, but Auburn's presence was like a soothing balm, calming their fears. He knew that wisdom and friendship would guide them through this trial. "We must journey to the heart of seasons," Auburn declared, "a place where the magic of the forest flows most strongly. There we can mend the threads that have unraveled." And so a company of forest friends set out, led by Auburn and Sylvia. Alongside them trotted a playful fox named Lyra, her fur a warm russet that blended with the autumn leaves. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity, and her spirit was as light as the autumn wind. Together they ventured deeper into the forest, where the undergrowth was thick with ferns and the air was alive with the scent of wood smoke and moss. The path was not easy, but their journey was filled with laughter and stories, each step a testament to the bonds of friendship. As they traveled, Auburn shared tales of seasons past, of winters long gone and springs reborn. Sylvia offered her own wisdom, recounting the secrets of the night sky and the language of the stars. Lyra, with her boundless energy, reminded them of the joy found in each moment, in the simple act of being alive. After days of travel, they arrived at the heart of seasons, a mystical glade where the air shimmered with an otherworldly light. In the center stood an ancient tree, its roots deep within the earth, its branches reaching for the heavens. This was the heart of the forest's magic, where the lines between seasons were drawn and redrawn. Auburn approached the tree, bowing his head in reverence. "Here, we will restore the balance," he whispered, his voice carried by the gentle wind. The friends gathered around the tree, their hearts united in purpose. Together, they sang the Song of Seasons, a melody that had been passed down through generations, a hymn of harmony and renewal. Their voices rose and fell, weaving with the wind, until the air itself seemed to hum with life. As the last notes faded, a profound stillness settled over the glade. The winds calmed, the leaves sighed in relief, and the forest breathed a deep, contented breath. Balance had been restored, the harmony of nature reaffirmed. With their task complete, Auburn and his friends returned to their home, their hearts full of peace and gratitude. The forest once again thrived in its timeless dance, each creature playing its part in the eternal symphony. And as night fell, a gentle snow began to blanket the earth, a soft promise of the winter to come. The forest slept under its white cloak, dreaming of spring and the promise of renewal. In the heart of the ancient forest, where magic and reality intertwined, the hidden lives of natural creatures continued, a testament to the power of wisdom, friendship, and the enduring balance of nature. And so the story of the forest, like the seasons, would go on, forever and always. Story 32. In a quaint village nestled at the edge of an ancient, whispering forest, where the sunlight played hide-and-seek through the leaves, lived a gentle soul named Maribel. Her cottage, a cozy haven of warmth with its thatched roof and smoke curling lazily from the chimney, stood at the forest's threshold. Maribel, with her hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes as deep as forest pools, was beloved by all for her kindness and gentle smile. Yet, a quiet struggle lay beneath her serene facade. Change, in all its forms, unsettled Maribel. She cherished the familiar rhythms of her days, the predictable melody of morning birdsong, and the steady presence of the towering oaks that bordered her garden. But life, with its inevitable tides, was tugging at her shores. The village was slowly changing. New faces appeared, and old paths were repaved. Maribel felt the weight of these transformations pressing against her, like a brisk wind urging her to move when all she wished was to remain still, cradled in the arms of the known. One crisp morning, as the sun cast a golden glow over the dew-kissed earth, Maribel set out on her customary walk through the forest. The air was sweet with the scent of pine and the distant murmur of the brook, a lullaby to her thoughts. She carried with her a small woven basket, planning to gather herbs and wildflowers, a task that soothed her restless heart. As she wandered deeper into the forest, she noticed a peculiar glow emanating from beyond a cluster of ancient oaks. Curiosity, that gentle nudge of the unknown, beckoned her forward. She stepped lightly over the mossy ground, the whisper of leaves underfoot, until she reached a clearing bathed in an ethereal light. In its center stood a magnificent tree, unlike any she had seen. Its bark shimmered like silver, and its leaves, resplendent in hues of sapphire and emerald, rustled with a language all their own. Maribel felt a flutter of awe and trepidation. The tree seemed alive in a way that transcended the ordinary dance of nature. As she approached, a soft voice, like the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze, resonated through the clearing. "Welcome, Maribel," the voice intoned, warm and inviting. "I am the keeper of seasons, and I have awaited your arrival." Maribel's heart beat a little faster, but not with fear. There was comfort in the voice, like a familiar melody heard after many years. "Why have you awaited me?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "The world, dear Maribel, is ever-changing, and within you lies the power to embrace this change," the keeper replied. "I offer you a gift, a chance to see the world not as it is, but as it can be, through the eyes of wonder and transformation." Maribel hesitated, the old fear of change curling like smoke in her mind. Yet the promise of wonder, the possibility of seeing with new eyes, was a spark in the quiet corners of her soul. She nodded, a small gesture of acceptance. With a gentle smile, the keeper of seasons extended a branch, and from it fell a single leaf, glowing with a soft, golden light. As it touched Maribel's palm, warmth spread through her, like the sun breaking through a cold morning mist. From that moment, the world unfolded in hues and shades she had never imagined. The forest, once familiar, now seemed endlessly new, each leaf and stone a treasure to be discovered. Maribel felt a lightness, as if she had been carrying a weight she could now set down. Her journey home was filled with small wonders. A family of squirrels playing chase, the intricate lace of a spider's web glistening with dew, the symphony of birdsong that seemed to sing directly to her heart. Each step was a dance, a celebration of the present, unburdened by the shadows of change. Back in the village, Maribel found herself drawn to the new faces and paths. She shared stories with travelers, learned new songs, and tried her hand at crafts she never imagined she could master. Her cottage became a gathering place, a haven for laughter and tales spun late into the night. Her dear friends, like the wise baker Tomas and the spirited weaver Lyla, noticed the change in Maribel. "There's a light in you, Maribel, like the dawn on a new day," Lyla remarked one evening, as they sat by the fireside, the warmth wrapping around them like a comforting embrace. "It's the magic of seeing the world anew," Maribel replied, her voice soft with contentment. "I've learned that change is not something to fear, but a chance to grow, to discover parts of ourselves we never knew existed." Through the seasons, as the village blossomed and evolved, Maribel found peace in the ebb and flow of life. She understood that while change was inevitable, it was also a friend that brought with it the gift of transformation. She learned to trust in the wisdom of the keeper of seasons, who had shown her that within every ending lay the seeds of a new beginning. And so, Maribel's life became a tapestry of moments, each thread woven with the colors of discovery and the gentle grace of acceptance. As the years passed, she remained a beacon of warmth and kindness, a reminder to all who knew her that within the heart of change lay endless possibilities. And when the village spoke of Maribel, they spoke of her laughter like a summer breeze, her stories that warmed the spirit, and the magic of her unwavering belief in the beauty of transformation. For Maribel had learned the most precious lesson of all, that the journey of change, with its turns and surprises, was the most wondrous adventure of them all. Story 33. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed gentle tunes and the moss glowed with an emerald luminescence, there lay a small village named Moon Hollow. The villagers lived in charming cottages with thatched roofs, and their days were filled with the sweet scent of blooming lilacs and the soft rustle of leaf-laden paths. One serene evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of lavender and rose, a peculiar mystery began to unfold. The villagers noticed that the luminous glow of the Moon Hollow lanterns, which usually lined the cobbled streets, had grown dim. These lanterns, filled with enchanted fireflies, were known to never fade, casting a warm, golden light throughout the nights. Concerned whispers fluttered through the village like autumn leaves, and it was decided that young Finn, an inquisitive and thoughtful soul, would seek out the cause of this strange occurrence. Finn was known for his bright eyes that missed no detail and his gentle heart that cared deeply for every creature of the woods. Finn set off on his quest with a satchel slung over his shoulder, containing a notebook, a quill, and a small jar of honey, always a useful offering in the whispering woods. As he ventured deeper into the forest, the air grew cooler, and the faint aroma of pine and earth embraced him like an old friend. Along his path, Finn encountered a wise old owl named Olwen, perched upon an ancient oak. Olwen's feathers were a tapestry of browns and grays, and his eyes held the wisdom of many lifetimes. "Greetings, Finn," hooted Olwen, his voice a soothing melody. "I sense you are troubled by the dimming lights of your village." "Indeed, Olwen," Finn replied, looking up at the venerable owl. "I hope to discover why the fireflies are losing their glow." Olwen nodded sagely, swiveling his head towards the canopy above. "The answer you seek may be found by listening to the whispers of the forest and observing the signs nature offers." Thanking Olwen, Finn continued his journey, his mind attuned to the subtle sounds of the woods. As he wandered, he noticed a peculiar pattern. Clusters of fireflies seemed to gather around certain trees more than others, their lights flickering like stars in the twilight. Curious, Finn approached one such tree, its bark a deep mahogany, and its roots twisting into the earth like ancient runes. He settled beneath its boughs, allowing the tranquility of the forest to envelop him. It wasn't long before a soft, melodic voice drifted through the air. "Hello, dear traveler," sang the voice. Emerging from the shadows was a shimmering sprite named Lyra, her wings shimmering with hues of silver and sapphire. "I see you've found the heart of the matter." "Lyra," Finn greeted with a gentle smile, "can you help me understand why the fireflies are drawn here and why their lights are dimming?" Lyra fluttered closer, her delicate wings stirring the air with a soft hum. "The fireflies have always shared their glow with the spirit of the forest, but recently the spirit has grown weary. It needs the light to find its way back to balance." Finn listened intently, understanding that the balance of the forest was as delicate as a spider's web. "Is there a way to help restore this balance?" Lyra nodded, her eyes sparkling like dew-kissed petals. "The spirit seeks a token of harmony, something that embodies the kindness and unity of the village. Perhaps you can find such a token to offer." With renewed purpose, Finn thanked Lyra and made his way back to Moon Hollow. As he passed through the village, he gathered small tokens from each villager. A knitted scarf from Grandmother Ethel, a wooden carving from old Tobias, a jar of honey from the beekeeper's daughter, all symbols of the community's warmth and generosity. Returning to the ancient tree, Finn laid these offerings at its roots. The fireflies danced above, their lights growing brighter with each token placed. A gentle breeze swept through the forest, carrying with it a soft, harmonious hum. Suddenly, the tree began to glow, a warm light emanating from within its core. The fireflies' lights shone with renewed vigor, and the forest seemed to sigh with contentment. Finn felt a serene presence enfold him, whispering gratitude for the village's kindness and unity. With the balance restored, Finn returned to Moon Hollow, where the lanterns now shone brightly once more. The villagers gathered to celebrate, their hearts full of joy and wonder. And so, beneath a sky strewn with stars, Moon Hollow basked in the gentle glow of its lanterns, a testament to the power of community and the magic of the Whispering Woods. As Finn lay in his bed that night, a sense of peace enveloped him, knowing that the light of friendship and kindness would always guide their way. Story 34. In a tranquil village, nestled between the Whispering Woods and the glistening stream, where time seemed to dance gently from one moment to the next, peculiar happenings had begun to stir the curiosity of its inhabitants. This village, known as Moonlark Hollow, was a place where the air was always infused with the sweet scent of jasmine, and the skies were painted with the soft hues of dawn and dusk. At the heart of Moonlark Hollow stood a quaint little cottage, roofed with moss and surrounded by a garden that seemed to bloom in perpetual spring. It belonged to a wise and kind-hearted woman named Mirabelle. Her days were filled with the gentle tinkling of wind chimes and the laughter of children who often visited to hear tales of old and new. Mirabelle had a knack for solving mysteries, a talent she wielded with the gentleness of a breeze. One crisp morning, as a light mist still clung to the ground, Mirabelle noticed something unusual. The garden, usually vibrant with colors, seemed to have lost its usual cheer. Flowers that bloomed with the first light of dawn were now shyly bowing their heads, and the birds that chirped their morning songs were peculiarly silent. It was as if the garden itself was holding its breath. Concerned, Mirabelle knelt beside a cluster of forget-me-nots, their petals a pale blue reminiscent of the morning sky. "What troubles you, little ones?" she whispered, her voice as soft as the rustle of leaves. But the flowers, usually so eager to sway in response, remained still. Later that day, as the sun lazily climbed the sky, Mirabelle decided to seek the wisdom of Eldrick the Enchanter, who lived in the heart of the Whispering Woods. Eldrick was known for his deep understanding of the natural world and its secrets. With a basket of freshly baked honey cakes, Mirabelle set out, her footsteps cushioned by the mossy path that led into the woods. The Whispering Woods were aptly named, for the trees seemed to murmur stories of ages past, their leaves shimmering like emeralds. As Mirabelle walked, the gentle rustling of the foliage seemed to form a melody, a soothing lullaby that accompanied her journey. Upon reaching Eldrick's dwelling, a charming abode nestled amidst towering oaks, Mirabelle found the old enchanter seated in a rocking chair, a book resting on his lap. His long silver beard sparkled with dew, making him appear both ancient and timeless. "Ah, Mirabelle," Eldrick greeted, his voice warm and inviting, like the first sip of mulled cider on a chilly eve. "What brings you to my humble abode on this fine day?" Mirabelle explained the strange occurrences in her garden, her words painted with concern and curiosity. Eldrick listened intently, nodding occasionally as he stroked his beard. "It seems, dear Mirabelle," Eldrick finally spoke, "that your garden is under the influence of the moon-shadow moth, a rare creature indeed known for its love of the moonlit blooms. They say its presence can draw the energy from the flowers during the day, causing them to wilt." Intrigued, Mirabelle asked how she might gently persuade the moth to move on. Eldrick smiled, his eyes twinkling with ancient knowledge. The moonshadow moth has a fondness for the night-blooming jasmine. If you were to plant some near your garden, it might just encourage the moth to visit a place more suited to its nocturnal nature. Thanking Eldrick for his guidance, Mirabelle returned to her cottage. She spent the afternoon planting the fragrant jasmine near the edge of her garden, her hands working the earth with care and love. As twilight descended, the jasmine began to unfurl its delicate petals, releasing a scent that was both sweet and comforting. That night, as the moon bathed the village in its silvery glow, Mirabelle watched from her window. To her delight, she saw the moon-shadow moth, its wings shimmering like mother of pearl, flutter towards the newly planted jasmine. It danced among the blooms, its presence a gentle whisper in the night air. Over the following days, the garden slowly regained its vibrancy. The flowers lifted their faces to the sun once more, and the birds resumed their joyful songs. Mirabelle felt a deep sense of peace, knowing that balance had been restored. In the days that followed, the villagers would often gather in Mirabelle's garden to share stories and laughter, the air filled with the fragrance of jasmine and the gentle hum of life. And as the sun set, casting a warm glow over Moonlark Hollow, Mirabelle would often smile to herself, grateful for the wisdom of friends and the gentle mysteries that brought them together. And so, in the heart of the whispering woods and the glistening stream, the village of Moonlark Hollow continued to thrive, a haven of peace and wonder. And if you listen closely, you might still hear the gentle flutter of the moonshadow moth as it danced beneath the moonlit sky, a reminder of the magic that resides in the most unexpected places. Story 35. Once upon a time, in the heart of a sprawling, ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets only the wind could understand, there lived a community of creatures unlike any other. Nestled beneath the emerald canopy, the forest was a symphony of life, each creature playing its part in a delicate, harmonious tune. The forest was alive with the gentle rustle of leaves, their surfaces glistening with morning dew like tiny jewels scattered across a vibrant green carpet. Rays of sunlight filtered through the dense branches, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor where wildflowers blossomed in a riot of colors, violet, gold, and crimson. In this enchanted place, the animals lived in a world of balance, each one understanding its role in the grand tapestry of life. Among them was a wise old fox named Fendrel, whose fur was the color of autumn leaves, fiery and warm. Fendrel was known far and wide for his wisdom, passed down through countless generations. He was the keeper of the forest's stories and the guardian of its ancient magic. One crisp morning, as the scent of pine mingled with the earthy aroma of damp soil, Fendrel gathered the younger creatures of the forest for a tale. They gathered around him, eyes wide with anticipation, their breaths forming delicate clouds in the cool air. There was Bramble, the curious rabbit with ears as long as the day, and Tilly, the little hedgehog with a coat as soft as the velvet night. Today, Fendrel began, his voice as soft as the rustling leaves, I will tell you the story of the season's dance, a magical phenomenon that binds our forest in harmony. The creatures leaned in closer, their hearts beating in time with the gentle rhythm of the forest. Long ago, Fendrel continued, the forest was a place of chaos, with each season vying for power, causing the world to swing from bitter cold to scorching heat in the blink of an eye. The trees would crack under the pressure of snow one day, only to be scorched by the relentless sun the next. The creatures were confused and frightened, unable to find their place in such turmoil. The forest seemed to hold its breath, listening to Fendrel's tale. Then came a time when the elders of the forest, wise and ancient as the stars, convened to bring peace to the land. They decided that each season would have its time to reign, ensuring a balance that would allow all life to flourish. Thus, the season's dance was born. Fendrel's eyes sparkled like the dew-kissed leaves as he spoke of the dance. Spring would awaken first, painting the world with fresh blooms and gentle rains. Summer followed, with its golden warmth and long, lazy days. Autumn arrived next, wrapping the forest in a tapestry of fiery colors and crisp air. Finally, winter would blanket the world in a soft white silence, allowing the earth to rest and renew. The young creatures sighed in wonder, imagining the dance of the seasons as a gentle, flowing ballet across their beloved home. But, Fendrel cautioned, this balance is delicate. Each being in the forest must respect and contribute to it, for the dance to continue. Our actions, however small, ripple through the forest like a stone tossed into a still pond. Tilly, the hedgehog, spoke up, her voice as soft as a whisper. How can we help, Fendrel? What can we do to keep the balance? Fendrel smiled, his gaze warm and reassuring. By understanding our place and helping one another. When you share the fruits of the earth, you honor the bounty of summer. When you gather leaves and twigs for the winter, you respect the gifts of autumn. Each act of kindness, each moment of sharing, keeps the dance alive. Bramble, the rabbit, nodded thoughtfully. So, by living in harmony with each other and the seasons, we ensure the magic continues. Exactly, Fendrel replied, his voice like a gentle caress. And remember, the forest always listens. It sees the kindness in your hearts and rewards it with its own gifts. As Fendrel's tale came to an end, the sun began its slow descent, casting a golden glow over the forest. The creatures lingered, absorbing the serenity of the moment, feeling the interconnectedness of their world more deeply than ever before. The days turned to weeks, and the lessons of the season's dance wove themselves into the fabric of their lives. Each creature took to heart the wisdom of Fendrel's story, nurturing the balance of their world through simple acts of care and camaraderie. In time, the forest flourished, a vibrant testament to the power of harmony and the enduring magic that resided within its ancient boundaries. The creatures thrived, their lives an intricate tapestry of friendship and wisdom, woven together by the timeless dance of the seasons. And under the watchful gaze of the old fox, they knew that as long as they remembered the story of the season's dance, their beloved forest would always remain a haven of peace and enchantment. And so, as the moon rose high to sprinkle silver light over the tranquil landscape, the creatures nestled into their cozy dens, lulled to sleep by the soft whispers of the wind, carrying the promise of another beautiful day. Once upon a time, in the heart of a sprawling, ancient forest, where the trees whispered secrets only the wind could understand, there lived a community of creatures unlike any other. Nestled beneath the emerald canopy, the forest was a symphony of life, each creature playing its part in a delicate, harmonious tune. The forest was alive with the gentle rustle of leaves, their surfaces glistening with morning dew like tiny jewels scattered across a vibrant green carpet. Rays of sunlight filtered through the dense branches, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor where wildflowers blossomed in a riot of colors, violet, gold, and crimson. In this enchanted place, the animals lived in a world of balance, each one understanding its role in the grand tapestry of life. Among them was a wise old fox named Fendrel, whose fur was the color of autumn leaves, fiery and warm. Fendrel was known far and wide for his wisdom, passed down through countless generations. He was the keeper of the forest's stories and the guardian of its ancient magic. One crisp morning, as the scent of pine mingled with the earthy aroma of damp soil, Fendrel gathered the younger creatures of the forest for a tale. They gathered around him, eyes wide with anticipation, their breaths forming delicate clouds in the cool air. There was Bramble, the curious rabbit with ears as long as the day, and Tilly, the little hedgehog with a coat as soft as the velvet night. Today, Fendrel began, his voice as soft as the rustling leaves, I will tell you the story of the season's dance, a magical phenomenon that binds our forest in harmony. The creatures leaned in closer, their hearts beating in time with the gentle rhythm of the forest. Long ago, Fendrel continued, the forest was a place of chaos, with each season vying for power, causing the world to swing from bitter cold to scorching heat in the blink of an eye. The trees would crack under the pressure of snow one day, only to be scorched by the relentless sun the next. The creatures were confused and frightened, unable to find their place in such turmoil. The forest seemed to hold its breath, listening to Fendrel's tale. Then came a time when the elders of the forest, wise and ancient as the stars, convened to bring peace to the land. They decided that each season would have its time to reign, ensuring a balance that would allow all life to flourish. Thus the season's dance was born. Fendrel's eyes sparkled like the dew-kissed leaves as he spoke of the dance. Spring would awaken first, painting the world with fresh blooms and gentle rains. Summer followed, with its golden warmth and long, lazy days. Autumn arrived next, wrapping the forest in a tapestry of fiery colors and crisp air. Finally, winter would blanket the world in a soft, white silence, allowing the earth to rest and renew. The young creatures sighed in wonder, imagining the dance of the seasons as a gentle, flowing ballet across their beloved home. But, Fendrel cautioned, this balance is delicate. Each being in the forest must respect and contribute to it, for the dance to continue. Our actions, however small, ripple through the forest like a stone tossed into a still pond. Tilly, the hedgehog, spoke up, her voice as soft as a whisper. How can we help, Fendrel? What can we do to keep the balance? Fendrel smiled, his gaze warm and reassuring. By understanding our place and helping one another, when you share the fruits of the earth, you honor the bounty of summer. When you gather leaves and twigs for the winter, you respect the gifts of autumn. Each act of kindness, each moment of sharing, keeps the dance alive. Bramble, the rabbit, nodded thoughtfully. So, by living in harmony with each other and the seasons, we ensure the magic continues. Exactly, Fendrel replied, his voice like a gentle caress. And remember, the forest always listens. It sees the kindness in your hearts and rewards it with its own gifts. As Fendrel's tale came to an end, the sun began its slow descent, casting a golden glow over the forest. The creatures lingered, absorbing the serenity of the moment, feeling the interconnectedness of their world more deeply than ever before. The days turned to weeks, and the lessons of the season's dance wove themselves into the fabric of their lives. Each creature took to heart the wisdom of Fendrel's story, nurturing the balance of their world through simple acts of care and camaraderie. In time, the forest flourished, a vibrant testament to the power of harmony and the enduring magic that resided within its ancient boundaries. The creatures thrived, their lives an intricate tapestry of friendship and wisdom, woven together by the timeless dance of the seasons. And under the watchful gaze of the old fox, they knew that as long as they remembered the story of the season's dance, their beloved forest would always remain a haven of peace and enchantment. And so, as the moon rose high to sprinkle silver light over the tranquil landscape, the creatures nestled into their cozy dens, lulled to sleep by the soft whispers of the wind, carrying the promise of another beautiful day. Story 36. Once upon a time, in the quaint little village of Willowbark, nestled between gentle rolling hills and whispering woods, lived a young boy named Finn. His days were filled with the sweet simplicity of village life, gathering wildflowers with his friends, listening to the soothing lull of the babbling brook, and exploring the endless wonders of the forest that bordered his home. Willowbark was a place where the grass was always a lush emerald, and the air carried the fragrance of honeysuckle and freshly baked bread. Each evening, the sun would cast a golden glow across the thatched rooftops, promising the village another peaceful night. One serene afternoon, as Finn wandered through the forest, his gaze fell upon something peculiar. It was a small, ornately carved box, half hidden beneath a blanket of fallen leaves. The box was crafted from a rich, dark wood and adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity piqued, Finn carefully lifted the box into his hands. As he did, a gentle warmth spread through his fingers, as though the box were alive with a quiet, comforting pulse. With a soft click, the box opened to reveal a single, delicate feather inside, iridescent and gleaming with colors that danced like the northern lights. This was no ordinary feather. It whispered secrets to Finn's heart, unlocking a sense of magic he had never known. The feather granted Finn an extraordinary ability to understand the language of the forest creatures, and so began his wondrous journey of discovery and wonder. Finn's first encounter was with a wise old owl named Sage, who perched regally on a gnarled branch. Sage's eyes, deep and knowing, regarded Finn with a hint of amusement. "Ah, young one," he hooted softly, "the forest speaks to those who listen. What brings you to our sacred woods?" Finn explained his newfound gift, and Sage nodded sagely, his feathers rustling like pages of an ancient book. "There is much to learn in these woods, but remember, wisdom is the key to understanding." With Sage as his guide, Finn journeyed deeper into the heart of the forest, where sunlight wove through the canopy in threads of gold. Along the way, he met a myriad of creatures, each with a story to tell and a lesson to share. There was Willow, the gentle deer, who taught Finn the importance of patience and observation. Her eyes, soft and brown like the earth, held a serenity that calmed Finn's restless spirit. Then there was Bristle, the mischievous squirrel with a knack for finding the hidden treasures of the forest floor. Bristle's chatter was a constant reminder that joy could be found in the smallest of things, and his laughter echoed through the trees like a playful melody. As Finn's journey continued, he found himself in a secluded glade where the air was thick with the scent of pine and the ground was carpeted with soft moss. Here, he encountered a challenge, a riddle posed by the enigmatic Mist, an ethereal fox with eyes like liquid moonlight. Mist spoke in a voice that was both melody and mystery. To unlock the secret of the forest's heart, you must answer this. What is it that speaks without words, guides without force, and is felt but never seen? Finn pondered the riddle, feeling the cool breeze brush against his cheek, hearing the rustle of leaves and the distant call of a nightingale. He closed his eyes, letting the symphony of the forest fill his senses. And then, with a smile, he answered, "It is love." Mist nodded, her eyes twinkling with approval. "Indeed, young Finn, love is the language that binds us all, the unseen force that guides our hearts." With the riddle solved, the forest unveiled its deepest secret, a hidden grove where the ancient wisdom of nature was inscribed on the stones, like whispers of time. Here, Finn learned that true magic lay not in power or grand gestures, but in the kindness shared between friends, the quiet moments of understanding, and the gentle touch of love that connected all living things. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the forest in a soft twilight glow, Finn returned to Willowbrook, his heart forever changed. The village welcomed him home with open arms, unaware of the magical journey he had undertaken. Yet Finn carried with him the lessons of the forest, whispering them to those who would listen, weaving them into the fabric of village life. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, Willowbrook continued to thrive, a place where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, and where the gentle power of love and wisdom prevailed. With a heart full of warmth and a spirit enriched by the wonders of the forest, Finn drifted into peaceful slumber, knowing that the magic of the feather and the lessons it had taught would remain with him always. And in the quiet of the night, the forest whispered its eternal lullaby, cradling Willowbrook in its timeless embrace. Once upon a time, in the quaint little village of Willowbrook, nestled between gentle rolling hills and whispering woods, lived a young boy named Finn. His days were filled with the sweet simplicity of village life, gathering wildflowers with his friends, listening to the soothing lull of the babbling brook, and exploring the endless wonders of the forest that bordered his home. Willowbrook was a place where the grass was always a lush emerald, and the air carried the fragrance of honeysuckle and freshly baked bread. Each evening, the sun would cast a golden glow across the thatched rooftops, promising the village another peaceful night. One serene afternoon, as Finn wandered through the forest, his gaze fell upon something peculiar. It was a small, ornately carved box, half hidden beneath a blanket of fallen leaves. The box was crafted from a rich, dark wood and adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity piqued, Finn carefully lifted the box into his hands. As he did, a gentle warmth spread through his fingers, as though the box were alive with a quiet, comforting pulse. With a soft click, the box opened to reveal a single, delicate feather inside, iridescent and gleaming with colors that danced like the northern lights. This was no ordinary feather. It whispered secrets to Finn's heart, unlocking a sense of magic he had never known. The feather granted Finn an extraordinary ability to understand the language of the forest creatures, and so began his wondrous journey of discovery and wonder. Finn's first encounter was with a wise old owl named Sage, who perched regally on a gnarled branch. Sage's eyes, deep and knowing, regarded Finn with a hint of amusement. "Ah, young one," he hooted softly, "the forest speaks to those who listen. What brings you to our sacred woods?" Finn explained his newfound gift, and Sage nodded sagely, his feathers rustling like pages of an ancient book. "There is much to learn in these woods, but remember, wisdom is the key to understanding." With Sage as his guide, Finn journeyed deeper into the heart of the forest, where sunlight wove through the canopy in threads of gold. Along the way, he met a myriad of creatures, each with a story to tell and a lesson to share. There was Willow, the gentle deer, who taught Finn the importance of patience and observation. Her eyes, soft and brown like the earth, held a serenity that calmed Finn's restless spirit. Then there was Bristle, the mischievous squirrel with a knack for finding the hidden treasures of the forest floor. Bristle's chatter was a constant reminder that joy could be found in the smallest of things, and his laughter echoed through the trees like a playful melody. As Finn's journey continued, he found himself in a secluded glade where the air was thick with the scent of pine and the ground was carpeted with soft moss. Here, he encountered a challenge, a riddle posed by the enigmatic Mist, an ethereal fox with eyes like liquid moonlight. Mist spoke in a voice that was both melody and mystery. To unlock the secret of the forest's heart, you must answer this. What is it that speaks without words, guides without force, and is felt but never seen? Finn pondered the riddle, feeling the cool breeze brush against his cheek, hearing the rustle of leaves and the distant call of a nightingale. He closed his eyes, letting the symphony of the forest fill his senses. And then, with a smile, he answered, "It is love." Mist nodded, her eyes twinkling with approval. "Indeed, young Finn. Love is the language that binds us all, the unseen force that guides our hearts." With the riddle solved, the forest unveiled its deepest secret, a hidden grove where the ancient wisdom of nature was inscribed on the stones, like whispers of time. Here, Finn learned that true magic lay not in power or grand gestures, but in the kindness shared between friends, the quiet moments of understanding, and the gentle touch of love that connected all living things. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the forest in a soft twilight glow, Finn returned to Willowbrook, his heart forever changed. The village welcomed him home with open arms, unaware of the magical journey he had undertaken. Yet Finn carried with him the lessons of the forest, whispering them to those who would listen, weaving them into the fabric of village life. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon and stars, Willowbrook continued to thrive, a place where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, and where the gentle power of love and wisdom prevailed. With a heart full of warmth and a spirit enriched by the wonders of the forest, Finn drifted into peaceful slumber, knowing that the magic of the feather and the lessons it had taught would remain with him always. And in the quiet of the night, the forest whispered its eternal lullaby, cradling Willowbrook in its timeless embrace. Story 37. Once upon a time, nestled deep within a lush valley where the air was sweet with the scent of pine and wildflowers, there lay a quaint village called Willowbrook. This village, with its cobblestone streets and thatched-roof cottages, was a place where time seemed to slow, and the world outside felt like a distant dream. The villagers were kind and simple folk, always eager to lend a hand or share a smile. In the heart of Willowbrook there stood an ancient oak tree, its branches reaching skyward like arms in prayer. Beneath its sprawling canopy, the villagers gathered for picnics and tales, for it was said that the tree possessed a mysterious magic. The children of Willowbrook were especially fond of this tree, for it was where they believed dreams were spun into reality. Among these children was a gentle girl named Marin, whose eyes sparkled with curiosity and wonder. She had a quiet nature, preferring to listen to the stories of the wind and the rustling leaves, rather than engage in the boisterous games of her peers. Marin lived with her grandmother, a wise woman who was known for her intricate tapestries and the tales she wove into them. One crisp autumn morning, as the sky blushed with the first light of dawn, Marin set out towards the ancient oak. The air was crisp and carried the earthy scent of fallen leaves. She wrapped her shawl tighter around her shoulders and listened to the faint whispers of the forest. Today she felt a stirring in her heart, a call to discover something hidden within the world she thought she knew. As she approached the oak, Marin noticed something unusual. At the base of the tree, nestled among the roots, was a small, shimmering object that caught the morning sun. She knelt down, brushing aside the leaves to reveal a delicate glass vial filled with a swirling, iridescent mist. It was beautiful and mesmerizing, like holding a piece of the sky in her hand. Marin's heart fluttered with a mix of excitement and apprehension. She felt a strange connection to this vial, as if it held the key to a secret she had longed to uncover. Clutching it tightly, she decided to visit her grandmother, who might know more about the mysterious find. Her grandmother's cottage was warm and inviting, filled with the scent of freshly baked bread and the crackling of a well-tended fire. The walls were adorned with colorful tapestries depicting scenes of nature and magic, each thread telling a story of its own. "Grandmother," Marin called softly as she entered. "Look what I've found." Her grandmother paused from her weaving, her wise eyes twinkling with curiosity as she examined the vial. "Ah, my dear Marin," she said, her voice a gentle melody. "This is no ordinary object. This is a vial of dream mist, a rare and powerful essence that can reveal hidden worlds and awaken the heart's deepest desires." Marin listened, captivated by her grandmother's words. "But how did it come to be here?" she asked. "Perhaps the forest has chosen you, Marin," her grandmother replied, "for it is said that dream mist appears only to those with a pure heart and a mind ready to see beyond the ordinary." With this newfound knowledge, Marin felt both honored and daunted by the responsibility. She wondered what hidden worlds awaited her, and how she might use the dream mist to uncover them. That night, Marin lay in bed, the vial safely tucked beneath her pillow. As she drifted into slumber, she felt a warmth spread through her, wrapping her in a cocoon of comfort and anticipation. Her dreams were vivid and enchanting, filled with glimpses of a vibrant world just beyond the veil of her understanding. The following morning, Marin awoke with a sense of purpose. She knew that the dream mist was not meant to be kept hidden, but to be shared, to illuminate the lives of those around her. With this resolve, she set out on a journey to explore the hidden world within the natural environment. As she walked through the village, Marin noticed the familiar sights and sounds, but with the dream mist in her pocket, everything seemed more alive, more connected. The birds' songs were melodies of joy, and the babbling brook whispered secrets of the earth. Her journey led her to the edge of the forest, a place where few dared to venture. The trees stood tall and proud, their leaves a chorus of rustling whispers. With each step, Marin felt the forest welcoming her, guiding her deeper into its heart. It wasn't long before she stumbled upon a clearing bathed in dappled sunlight. In the center stood a magnificent archway formed by intertwining branches, glistening with dew like 1,000 tiny stars. Marin felt an inexplicable pull towards it, as if the archway was a portal to another world. Summoning her courage, she uncorked the vial and let a single drop of dream mist fall. The air shimmered, and the archway began to glow with a warm, inviting light. Marin stepped through, her heart pounding with excitement and wonder. On the other side, she found herself in a realm unlike any she had ever imagined. The sky was a canvas of swirling colors, and the air was filled with the sweet scent of blooming flowers. Creatures of all shapes and sizes roamed freely, their eyes sparkling with intelligence and kindness. Marin was greeted by a friendly fox with fur as soft as velvet and eyes that gleamed with wisdom. "Welcome, Marin," the fox said in a voice as smooth as honey. "We have been waiting for you." "Waiting for me?" Marin asked, her voice a mixture of awe and curiosity. "Yes," the fox replied with a nod. "The dream mist chose you for a reason. You have the heart to see and the courage to explore. Our world needs someone like you to understand and protect it." Marin felt a swell of pride and responsibility. She realized that her journey was not just about discovering hidden worlds, but about learning to cherish and safeguard them. As the days passed, Marin explored this magical realm with the fox as her guide. She learned from the wise owls, perched high in the ancient trees, and marveled at the shimmering fish that danced in the crystal-clear streams. Each encounter deepened her connection to the world and its inhabitants. But Marin's journey was not without challenges. One day, she stumbled upon a dark and tangled thicket, its thorns sharp and menacing. Beyond it lay a part of the realm that had been forgotten, a place where shadows loomed and hope seemed to wane. Marin knew she had to venture into this forgotten land, for it was part of the world she had come to love. With the fox by her side, she carefully navigated the thicket, using her wits and courage to find a way through. As they emerged on the other side, Marin gasped at the sight before her. The land was barren and gray, the trees gnarled and leafless. A chill hung in the air, and the silence was heavy with sorrow. "Why is it like this?" Marin asked, her heart aching for the desolate land. "This part of our world has been neglected," the fox explained, its magic forgotten and its spirit dimmed. But you, Marin, have the power to rekindle the light and restore its beauty. Determined to help, Marin remembered the dream mist and its ability to awaken the heart's deepest desires. She uncorked the vial and released a gentle mist that enveloped the land like a soft embrace. As the mist settled, the barren earth began to stir with life. Slowly, color returned to the trees, and the air filled with the sweet song of birds. A gentle breeze carried the scent of fresh blossoms, and the once gray land blossomed into a vibrant tapestry of life. Marin watched in awe as the realm transformed, her heart swelling with joy and gratitude. She realized that the true magic of the dream mist was not in its power to reveal hidden worlds, but in its ability to remind her of the beauty and potential in every corner of the universe. With the fox's guidance, Marin continued her journey, her heart filled with a newfound understanding of the world and her place within it. She knew that the magic she had discovered was not meant to be kept to herself, but to be shared with others, to inspire and uplift. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting the sky in hues of gold and pink, Marin returned to the archway. She knew it was time to go back to Willowbrook, to share her experiences and the lessons she had learned. Bidding farewell to the fox and the magical realm, Marin stepped through the archway, her heart light and her spirit renewed. She returned to her village, her eyes shining with the knowledge and wonder she had gained. Marin's adventures with the dream mist became the stuff of legend, and her stories inspired the villagers to see their world with fresh eyes and open hearts. She shared the magic of the hidden realm, teaching others to cherish and protect the natural world around them. And in the heart of Willowbrook, beneath the ancient oak tree, Marin found her place as a guardian of dreams and a keeper of secrets, her heart forever intertwined with the magic of the world she loved. And so it was that Marin's journey came full circle, a tale of discovery and transformation, where the magic of friendship and the power of dreams illuminated the path to a brighter, more connected world. The village of Willowbrook thrived, its people inspired by Marin's adventures and the lessons she shared. The ancient oak tree continued to stand as a symbol of hope and unity, its branches a testament to the magic that lay within the hearts of those who dared to dream. And as the years passed, Marin grew into a wise and gentle elder, her life a tapestry woven with the threads of kindness and courage. She watched as the children of Willowbrook played beneath the oak, their laughter echoing through the valley like a song of joy. In time, the village became known far and wide as a place where dreams were nurtured and where the bonds of friendship and community were cherished above all else. Travelers from distant lands came to see the magic of Willowbrook, drawn by the tales of the girl who had discovered a hidden world and shared its wonders with all. Marin's legacy lived on in the hearts of those she touched, a reminder that magic was not just in vials of shimmering mist, but in the everyday moments of love and connection that bound people together. As she sat beneath the ancient oak, her eyes closed in peaceful reflection, Marin knew that her journey had been a gift, a journey of the heart that had transformed her world and the lives of those around her. And so the story of Marin and the dream mist became a timeless tale, whispered beneath the stars and carried on the gentle breeze, a story of magic and friendship, of discovery and growth, and of a world where dreams truly could come true. Story 38. On the edge of a sprawling, enchanted forest where the trees whispered secrets to the wind and the flowers hummed gentle lullabies, there lay the quaint village of Willowwood. Willowwood was a place where magic danced in the air like dandelion seeds on a summer breeze, and the villagers lived harmoniously with the mystical creatures that called the forest home. In the heart of this village, nestled between the cobblestone streets and beneath the shadow of the ancient oak tree known as Grandmother Tree, was a small, cozy cottage. This cottage belonged to young Anwin, a gentle soul with a curious mind and a heart as warm as a hearth on a winter's night. Anwin loved nothing more than exploring the woods with her faithful companion, a wise old owl named Bramble, whose feathers shimmered like moonlight on water. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed with hues of lavender and gold, a peculiar event began to unfold. Anwen noticed that the candles in her cottage flickered mysteriously, though there was no breeze to disturb them. The flames danced and swayed, casting playful shadows on the walls. When Anwen stepped outside, she saw that the village was bathed in a soft, silvery glow, as if the moon had donned a cloak of enchanted light. Curious and intrigued, Anwen decided to visit the village square, where she found a gathering of her neighbors, all whispering about the strange occurrences. Among them was old Jasper, the village storyteller, who was known for his wisdom and tales of wonder. With his long white beard and eyes that twinkled like stars, Jasper was revered by all. "Something peculiar is afoot," Jasper mused, stroking his beard thoughtfully. "But fret not, my friends, for the forest holds answers for those who seek them with pure hearts." Anwen, eager to unravel the mystery, turned to Bramble, who perched on her shoulder. "What do you think, dear friend? Shall we venture into the woods and seek the truth of this enchantment?" Bramble hooted softly, a sound like the rustle of autumn leaves, and nodded in agreement. Together, they set off towards the forest, the path illuminated by the ethereal glow that seemed to emanate from the very air. As they walked deeper into the woods, the silence was broken only by the gentle rustling of leaves and the distant call of a nightingale. The forest seemed alive, vibrant with magic and wonder. Anwen felt a gentle tug at her heart, as if the trees themselves were guiding her. After a while, they reached a clearing where the moonlight poured down like liquid silver, bathing everything in a serene, calming light. In the center of the clearing stood a figure, a delicate creature with wings that shimmered like dew-kissed spider silk. It was Faye, the guardian of the forest, whose presence was as soothing as a lullaby whispered in the dark. "Welcome, dear Anwen," Faye greeted, her voice a melody of warmth and kindness. "I see you have come to seek the cause of the village's enchantment." Anwen nodded, her eyes wide with wonder. "Yes, Faye. We wish to understand what is happening and how we might help." Faye smiled, her eyes twinkling like the stars above. "The magic you see is not of mischief, but of love. It is the forest's gift to your village, a reminder of the bond we share. Yet it seems that some hearts have grown distant, forgetting the harmony that once was." Anwen pondered Faye's words, understanding dawning upon her. "Perhaps we have been too caught up in our daily lives, forgetting the wonders that surround us. We must remember to cherish the magic of the forest and nurture our connection with it." Faye nodded, her wings fluttering gently. "Indeed, and to bring balance back, the villagers must come together, rekindle their friendships, and celebrate the magic that binds us all." With renewed purpose, Anwen thanked Faye and promised to share this message with her neighbors. As she and Bramble made their way back to the village, Anwen felt a sense of peace and clarity, as if the forest's wisdom had seeped into her very being. Upon returning to Willowwood, Anwen gathered the villagers in the square once more. She shared the forest's message, urging them to embrace the enchantment as a reminder of their connection to the magical world surrounding them. Inspired by her words, the villagers decided to hold a festival of light and friendship, celebrating the harmony between the forest and their community. On the night of the festival, lanterns twinkled like fireflies in the trees, and laughter filled the air. The villagers gathered around Grandmother Tree, sharing stories, songs, and the warmth of companionship. As they danced beneath the silver moon, the strange occurrences ceased, replaced by a gentle magic that wove through the air like a comforting embrace. Anwen, standing with Bramble by her side, watched the scene unfold with a heart full of joy and gratitude. She knew that the forest would always be there, a steadfast friend and guardian, as long as the villagers remembered to cherish its magic and nurture their bond with it. And so, under the watchful eyes of the stars, Willowwood found its harmony once more, and the village continued to thrive in peace and unity. The enchantment of the forest remained, a gentle reminder of the love and friendship that could overcome any mystery, and the village slept soundly, cradled in its magical embrace. Story 39. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her days were filled with simple joys, chasing butterflies through sun-dappled meadows, listening to the gentle babbling of the nearby stream, and curling up by the fire with her favorite storybook. One crisp autumn morning, Willow woke to find a curious object on her nightstand, a small, intricately carved wooden box. Puzzled, she turned it over in her hands, admiring the intricate patterns etched into its surface. As her fingers traced the delicate grooves, something extraordinary happened. The box began to glow with a warm, golden light. Willow gasped in wonder as the lid opened, revealing a single feather resting within. It was no ordinary feather, however. Its radiant colors seemed to shimmer and dance before her eyes. Entranced, she reached out to touch it, and in that moment, a wave of energy washed over her. Suddenly, Willow found herself transported to a world unlike anything she had ever seen before. Towering trees of vibrant hues stretched toward a sky painted in dazzling shades of amber and crimson. Strange, enchanting creatures scampered through the undergrowth, their laughter like tinkling bells carried on the breeze. As Willow marveled at her newfound surroundings, a gentle voice called out to her, "Welcome, dear child, to the realm of wonders." Turning, she found herself face to face with a kindly old oak tree, its branches stretching wide and its trunk etched with ancient runes. "I am Elderwood, guardian of this realm," the tree continued. "The feather you found is a key, unlocking the door to a world of magic and adventure. But it is also a test, for only those with pure hearts and open minds can truly embrace its wonders." Willow listened, captivated, as Elderwood explained that a dark force threatened to consume the realm of wonders, casting its beauty into shadow. "You have been chosen, young Willow, to embark on a journey of self-discovery and courage, where you will face challenges that will shape your very soul." With a wave of his branches, Elderwood summoned two companions to guide Willow on her quest. First appeared Zephyr, a mischievous breeze spirit with an infectious giggle and a penchant for playful pranks. Then came Ember, a wise and gentle salamander, whose flickering flames cast a warm, comforting glow. Together, the trio set off into the heart of the realm of wonders, venturing through landscapes that seemed to shift and swirl with every passing moment. They traversed crystal-clear rivers that sang with the voices of 1,000 tiny fish, and climbed towering peaks wreathed in clouds of multicolored mist. Along the way, they encountered wondrous beings, chattering pixies who wove gossamer tapestries from moonbeams, and lumbering stone giants whose rumbling footsteps shook the very earth. Each new encounter brought with it a lesson, a whisper of wisdom imparted by the realm itself. Yet their journey was not without its trials. Dark shadows lurked in forgotten corners, jealous of the light and beauty that thrived in the realm of wonders. Time and again, Willow and her companions found themselves faced with challenges that tested their resolve and their hearts. In one particularly dire moment, they found themselves trapped in a maze of twisting, thorny vines that seemed to shift and contort with malicious intent. As Willow's fear threatened to overwhelm her, Ember's gentle flames illuminated a path forward, not by burning through the obstacles, but by coaxing the vines themselves to bloom with vibrant, fragrant flowers. It was then that Willow realized the true power of the realm of wonders, a power rooted not in brute force, but in kindness, patience, and understanding. With each challenge they faced, she grew stronger, her heart opening wider to the wonders that surrounded her. At last, after what seemed like an eternity of adventure, Willow and her companions stood before the source of the darkness that threatened the realm, a great, shadowy entity that fed on fear and doubt. But Willow was no longer the timid girl who had first stumbled into this magical world. Drawing upon all she had learned, she reached out with her heart, offering compassion and empathy to the entity. And in that moment, the darkness began to recede, transforming into a shimmering aurora of light and hope. As the realm of wonders was restored to its former glory, Elderwood's voice echoed through the land, filled with pride and gratitude. "Well done, young Willow. You have proven yourself worthy of the wonders that surround us, and in doing so have discovered the greatest wonder of all, the boundless strength and resilience of your own heart." With a final embrace for Zephyr and Ember, Willow found herself back in her own cozy room, the feather clutched tightly in her hand. but she knew that the magic of the realm of wonders would forever be a part of her, a guiding light in the years to come. As she drifted off to sleep, Willow smiled, her dreams filled with the laughter of pixies and the gentle crackle of embers' flames. For she had learned that true wonder lies not in extraordinary realms, but in the extraordinary courage and kindness that burns within us all. Once upon a time, in a cozy little village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young girl named Willow. Her days were filled with simple joys, chasing butterflies through sun-dappled meadows, listening to the gentle babbling of the nearby stream, and curling up by the fire with her favorite storybook. One crisp autumn morning, Willow woke to find a curious object on her nightstand, a small, intricately carved wooden box. Puzzled, she turned it over in her hands, admiring the intricate patterns etched into its surface. As her fingers traced the delicate grooves, something extraordinary happened. The box began to glow with a warm, golden light. Willow gasped in wonder as the lid opened, revealing a single feather resting within. It was no ordinary feather, however. Its radiant colors seemed to shimmer and dance before her eyes. Entranced, she reached out to touch it, and in that moment, a wave of energy washed over her. Suddenly, Willow found herself transported to a world unlike anything she had ever seen before. Towering trees of vibrant hues stretched toward a sky painted in dazzling shades of amber and crimson. Strange, enchanting creatures scampered through the undergrowth, their laughter like tinkling bells carried on the breeze. As Willow marveled at her newfound surroundings, a gentle voice called out to her, "Welcome, dear child, to the realm of wonders." Turning, she found herself face to face with a kindly old oak tree, its branches stretching wide and its trunk etched with ancient runes. "I am Elderwood, guardian of this realm," the tree continued. "The feather you found is a key, unlocking the door to a world of magic and adventure, but it is also a test, for only those with pure hearts and open minds can truly embrace its wonders." Willow listened, captivated, as Elderwood explained that a dark force threatened to consume the realm of wonders, casting its beauty into shadow. "You have been chosen, young Willow, to embark on a journey of self-discovery and courage, where you will face challenges that will shape your very soul." With a wave of his branches, Elderwood summoned two companions to guide Willow on her quest. First appeared Zephyr, a mischievous breeze spirit with an infectious giggle and a penchant for playful pranks. Then came Ember, a wise and gentle salamander, whose flickering flames cast a warm, comforting glow. Together, the trio set off into the heart of the realm of wonders, venturing through landscapes that seemed to shift and swirl with every passing moment. They traversed crystal-clear rivers that sang with the voices of 1,000 tiny fish, and climbed towering peaks wreathed in clouds of multicolored mist. Along the way, they encountered wondrous beings, chattering pixies who wove gossamer tapestries from moonbeams, and lumbering stone giants whose rumbling footsteps shook the very earth. Each new encounter brought with it a lesson, a whisper of wisdom imparted by the realm itself. Yet their journey was not without its trials. Dark shadows lurked in forgotten corners, jealous of the light and beauty that thrived in the realm of wonders. Time and again, Willow and her companions found themselves faced with challenges that tested their resolve and their hearts. In one particularly dire moment, they found themselves trapped in a maze of twisting, thorny vines that seemed to shift and contort with malicious intent. As Willow's fear threatened to overwhelm her, Ember's gentle flames illuminated a path forward, not by burning through the obstacles, but by coaxing the vines themselves to bloom with vibrant, fragrant flowers. It was then that Willow realized the true power of the realm of wonders, a power rooted not in brute force, but in kindness, patience, and understanding. With each challenge they faced, she grew stronger, her heart opening wider to the wonders that surrounded her. At last, after what seemed like an eternity of adventure, Willow and her companions stood before the source of the darkness that threatened the realm, a great, shadowy entity that fed on fear and doubt. But Willow was no longer the timid girl who had first stumbled into this magical world. Drawing upon all she had learned, she reached out with her heart, offering compassion and empathy to the entity. And in that moment, the darkness began to recede, transforming into a shimmering aurora of light and hope. As the realm of wonders was restored to its former glory, Elderwood's voice echoed through the land, filled with pride and gratitude. Well done, young Willow. You have proven yourself worthy of the wonders that surround us, and in doing so have discovered the greatest wonder of all, the boundless strength and resilience of your own heart. With a final embrace for Zephyr and Ember, Willow found herself back in her own cozy room, the feather clutched tightly in her hand. But she knew that the magic of the realm of wonders would forever be a part of her, a guiding light in the years to come. As she drifted off to sleep, Willow smiled, her dreams filled with the laughter of pixies and the gentle crackle of Ember's flames. For she had learned that true wonder lies not in extraordinary realms, but in the extraordinary courage and kindness that burns within us all. Story 40. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between lush, rolling hills and a shimmering silver river, there lived a gentle-hearted young girl named Annabelle. She was known throughout the village for her curiosity and her compassionate spirit. Annabelle had a small wooden house that sat at the edge of the whispering woods, where she often wandered, listening to the soothing melodies of the rustling leaves and the soft babble of the nearby brook. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the golden sunlight filtered through the canopy of amber and ruby leaves, Annabelle set out for her daily walk. The air was rich with the scent of pine needles and moss, and the ground was carpeted with a tapestry of fallen leaves that crunched softly underfoot. She wore her favorite woolen scarf, knitted by her grandmother, which draped around her like a warm hug. As she meandered deeper into the woods, Annabelle's eyes caught a glimmer of something unusual nestled amidst the roots of an ancient oak. Curiosity piqued, she approached and found a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was covered in strange symbols that seemed to shimmer faintly in the dappled light. As she gently lifted the lid, a soft celestial glow spilled out, revealing a quartz-like crystal with a mesmerizing, ever-shifting light within. Annabelle held the crystal delicately in her hands, feeling an unexpected warmth radiate from it. The moment she touched it, a gentle voice filled her mind, as if the crystal was speaking directly to her heart. "You have found the Heartstone," it said, its tone as soothing as a lullaby. "It holds the power to reveal the true essence of things." With her heart fluttering like a bird in her chest, Annabelle knew that this was no ordinary discovery. The Heartstone was a magical item, and she felt a sense of destiny entwine with her own. As she returned to the village, Annabelle began to notice subtle changes around her. The market square, usually bustling and noisy, seemed to vibrate with a newfound clarity. She could see the kindness in the baker's smile, the warmth of the blacksmith's laughter, and the gentle patience of the tailor as he mended a child's torn cloak. The Heartstone had opened her eyes to the deeper beauty of her world and its people. However, with this newfound vision, Annabelle also perceived an underlying sadness in the village. A shadow seemed to linger over the lives of her friends and neighbors, a quiet yearning as if something essential was missing. Determined to help, Annabelle set out on a journey to uncover the source of this melancholy. Her first stop was the cottage of Old Man Thistle, the village elder and a man of great wisdom. His home was a cozy place, filled with the comforting scent of herbs and the gentle crackle of a fire in the hearth. As Annabelle explained her discovery, Old Man Thistle listened intently, his eyes twinkling with interest. "The Heartstone chooses its bearer wisely," he mused, stroking his silver beard thoughtfully. "It reveals not just the beauty of a thing, but its longing and potential as well. To understand what your village needs, you must listen with both your heart and your mind." With this advice in her heart, Annabelle continued her journey, visiting each villager and listening to their stories. She met with the cheerful miller, whose laughter masked a longing to explore the world beyond the valley. She spoke with the gentle schoolteacher, who dreamed of writing a book filled with her tales. Each conversation unveiled dreams hidden beneath the surface, like the stars hidden by the light of day. Along her way, Annabelle was joined by a curious trio of helpers. There was Pip, a mischievous squirrel with fur as soft as velvet and eyes like polished chestnuts, who often perched on her shoulder, chittering advice and encouragement. Then there was Lyla, a wise old owl with feathers the color of moonlight, who offered her insights with a calm, soothing voice. Lastly, Finn, a kind-hearted fox with a bushy tail and a knack for finding hidden paths, guided them through the forest and beyond. Together, they traveled to the farthest edges of the village, where the silver river wound its way through the landscape like a shimmering ribbon. It was here, by the riverbank, that Annabelle paused, the heartstone in her hand glowing warmly in the gathering twilight. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of lavender and rose, Annabelle realized the truth. The village was yearning not for more, but for connection, for a way to share their dreams and enrich each other's lives. With this understanding, Annabelle returned to Willowbrook and gathered everyone in the village square. Under the soft glow of lanterns, she shared her journey and what the Heartstone had revealed. Her words wove a tapestry of hope and understanding, and the villagers listened with rapt attention. "Let us build a place," Annabelle suggested, "where we can come together to share our dreams and talents. A place where stories are told, songs are sung, and laughter is shared. Let us create a community that nurtures each heart's desire." Inspired by her vision, the villagers set to work. Under the watchful gaze of the stars, they built a cozy gathering hall, its walls echoing with the laughter and music of their shared dreams. The Heartstone was placed at the center, a beacon of warmth and light. In the days that followed, Willowbrook blossomed with renewed vitality. The miller became a storyteller, enchanting children and adults alike with tales of faraway lands. The schoolteacher's book of stories took shape, each page alive with the colors of imagination. And the village, once shadowed by unspoken longings, thrived with the joy of shared dreams and newfound friendships. Annabelle, with her heart full of love, watched as her village transformed. The Heartstone had indeed chosen well, revealing not just the essence of things, but the path to a brighter, more connected future. And so, in the gentle embrace of Willowbrook, where the silver river whispered secrets to the night and the stars danced in the velvet sky, Annabelle knew that the true magic of the Heartstone was the love and understanding it had inspired in all their hearts. With the village at peace, Annabelle returned to her quiet walks in the whispering woods, her heart aglow with gratitude for the journey she had taken and the wonder she had discovered within her own world. And as the gentle night settled over the land, she whispered her dreams to the stars, knowing that the magic of the Heartstone would forever guide the village she loved. And so, wrapped in the warmth of friendship and the light of understanding, the villagers of Willowbrook lived happily ever after, their hearts forever connected by the magic of shared dreams. Story 41. In a quaint little village nestled between emerald hills and whispering forests, there was a cobblestone street lined with charming cottages that seemed to lean in, sharing secrets with one another. The air always held a hint of lavender and freshly baked bread, creating a comforting embrace for anyone who wandered through. In one of these cottages lived a kind-hearted young woman named Anwen. She had a way of seeing the world that was both curious and thoughtful, often finding beauty in the simplest of things. Her days were spent tending to her garden, where every flower seemed to bloom with the vibrant colors of a sunset, and her nights were filled with stories shared by the warmth of her fireplace. One chilly autumn morning, as the leaves performed their gentle dance to the ground, Anwen decided to explore the attic of her cottage, a place she had seldom ventured. Dust motes floated lazily in the beams of sunlight that filtered through the small window, casting a magical glow over the forgotten treasures stored there. As she sifted through old trunks and boxes, Anwen discovered a peculiar-looking mirror, its frame intricately carved with vines and blossoms, as if nature itself had a hand in its creation. The mirror, although slightly tarnished, reflected a warmth that seemed to reach out and wrap around her like a familiar hug. Anwen carefully lifted the mirror, and to her astonishment, a soft, melodic voice filled the air. "Greetings, dear soul," it said with a gentle lilt. "I am the Mirror of Echoes, here to guide those who seek and listen." Startled yet intrigued, Anwen found herself speaking to the mirror. "What is it that you can show me?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The mirror shimmered, and within its depths, images began to appear. Anwen saw herself, not as she was, but as she could be, radiating kindness, surrounded by friends, and embarking on adventures that stretched beyond her imagination. "You possess a gift," the mirror continued, "a way with words and a heart that listens. You are destined to weave stories that touch and heal." A sense of wonder filled Anwen, and with it a determination to embrace this newfound calling. Yet she knew she could not undertake this journey alone. She needed guidance and companions who could see beyond what was evident. That very evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of coral and gold, Anwen set out to seek the wisdom of the villagers. Her first visit was to the home of old Bert, the village storyteller, whose tales of yore were famous far and wide. Bert was a gentle soul with a twinkle in his eye that suggested he knew more than he let on. Over a cup of chamomile tea that warmed her from within, Anwen shared her discovery and the images the mirror had shown her. Bert listened intently, nodding as if he had anticipated this moment for some time. "The mirror has chosen wisely," he said, his voice rich and comforting. "Stories have the power to transform, to bridge worlds seen and unseen. But remember, my dear, it is not the words alone, but the heart that speaks them that truly matters." Encouraged by Bert's words, Anwen continued her journey, visiting the village's wise healer, Lyra, who was known for her gentle hands and soothing presence. Lyra, with her calming energy, taught Anwen the importance of listening, truly listening, to the whispers of nature and the stories hidden within the rustle of leaves or the babbling brook. Days turned into weeks, and with each visit, Anwen's understanding deepened. She started to weave stories that not only entertained but also healed, stories that carried the essence of those she met, their hopes, dreams, and the wisdom they shared. Yet as her stories grew, so did a challenge. Not all were ready to hear or believe in the magic of her tales. Some dismissed them as mere fancies, and others, fearful of change, resisted the comfort her words promised. One evening, while contemplating by the soft glow of her fireplace, Anwen realized that the challenge was not to convince or change others, but to continue sharing with an open heart, trusting that her stories would find those who needed them most. And so, with the mirror of echoes by her side, and the support of her newfound friends, Anwen embraced her path. She traveled beyond the village, her tales lighting the way like lanterns in the night, touching the hearts of many and reminding them of the magic that lay within the ordinary. As the seasons changed, so did Anwen, growing into the storyteller she was always meant to be. Her journey was not just one of discovery, but of transformation, where she learned that the greatest stories were woven not from the threads of imagination alone, but from the tapestry of life itself. And in the quiet moments, when the world was still and the fire crackled softly, Anwen would gaze into the mirror of echoes, grateful for the unexpected gift that had set her on this wondrous path, a path where every ending was but a new beginning. And so the village continued to thrive, its stories forever intertwined with the magic of Anwen's heart, and the mirror reflected not just her journey, but the countless others it had touched along the way. Story 42. In the quaint village of Eldergrove, nestled between rolling hills and a lush, whispering forest, there existed tales of a hidden world known only to the wind and the leaves. The villagers spoke of this realm in hushed tones, a realm protected by ancient forces and accessible only to those whose hearts were pure and intentions sincere. This story, however, is not just about the hidden world, but about a young girl named Ryla, who, through an unexpected journey, discovered more about herself than she ever imagined. Lyla was a girl of gentle spirit and boundless curiosity. Her days were spent exploring the fields and woods surrounding the village, her imagination painting vibrant stories across the canvas of her mind. She had an affinity for nature that ran deeper than most. It was as if the rustle of leaves and the songs of birds spoke to her in a language only she could understand. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with strokes of amber and rose, Lyla stumbled upon something peculiar. She was wandering through the forest, her pockets filled with acorns and her cheeks flushed with the chill of the evening air, when she noticed a flicker of light dancing between the trees. It was not the golden glow of the setting sun, but something softer and more elusive, like the shimmer of a star fallen to earth. Her heart skipped with a thrill of discovery as she followed the light deeper into the forest. The air grew denser with a fragrant blend of pine and earth, the ground beneath her feet cushioned by a thick carpet of fallen leaves. As she walked, the light seemed to grow brighter, leading her to a clearing she had never seen before. In the center of the clearing stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching out like the arms of a wise old sentinel. At its base, nestled among the roots, was a small, ornate box, crafted from wood that glowed with an inner luminescence. Lyla approached it with a mixture of awe and trepidation, her fingers tingling as she traced the intricate carvings that adorned its surface. Gently, she lifted the lid, revealing a delicate, silver locket nestled within. The locket was unlike anything she had ever seen, its surface engraved with swirling patterns that seemed to shift and dance in the light. As she held it in her hand, she felt a warmth spreading through her, a sensation both comforting and exhilarating. With a soft click, the locket opened to reveal a tiny sparkling gem. The gem pulsed with a gentle radiance, casting a soft glow that enveloped Lyla like a warm embrace. Instinctively, she closed her eyes, and in that moment, she felt herself being drawn into a world unlike any she had known. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself standing in a place that seemed to exist both within and beyond the forest. The trees here were taller, their leaves shimmering with a luminescent sheen, and the air was filled with the sweet fragrance of blooming flowers. A gentle breeze whispered through the branches, carrying with it a melody that was both familiar and new. In this enchanted realm, Lyla felt a sense of belonging, as if she had finally found a piece of herself that had been missing. As she wandered through the forest, she encountered creatures of wondrous beauty. Deer with coats that glistened like moonlight, birds with feathers that shimmered in every color of the rainbow, and butterflies that danced on the air like living jewels. But it was not just the beauty of this world that captivated her. It was the sense of kinship she felt with its inhabitants. The creatures greeted her with warmth and curiosity, their eyes reflecting an understanding that transcended words. In their presence, Lyla felt a profound connection, a reminder of the harmony that existed between all living things. As she explored this hidden world, she discovered that the locket she had found possessed a magic all its own. It allowed her to see the world through different eyes, to understand the language of the trees and the songs of the birds. It was a gift that deepened her appreciation for the natural world and the delicate balance that sustained it. Yet, as with all magical journeys, Lyla's adventure was not without its challenges. The hidden world, she learned, was in peril. A shadow had fallen over the land, threatening to upset the harmony that had existed for centuries. The creatures spoke of a darkness that was spreading, a force that sought to consume the light and beauty of their realm. Determined to help, Lyla set out to uncover the source of this darkness and restore balance to the land. She was guided by a wise fox named Thistle, whose eyes sparkled with the wisdom of ages. Thistle became her steadfast companion, offering guidance and companionship as they journeyed deeper into the heart of the forest. Their path was fraught with obstacles, but Lyla faced each challenge with courage and determination. Along the way, she learned valuable lessons about trust, friendship, and the power of hope. She discovered that even the smallest actions could have a profound impact, and that true strength came not from physical might, but from the kindness and compassion within one's heart. As they journeyed together, Lyla and Thistle forged a bond that transcended the boundaries of species and language. Through their shared experiences, they came to understand the importance of working together and supporting one another in times of need. Their quest led them to the heart of the forest, where they discovered the source of the darkness, a forgotten relic from a time long past, hidden deep within an ancient grove. The relic was a mirror, its surface tarnished and cracked, reflecting only sorrow and despair. Understanding that the mirror had once been a source of light and joy, Lyla realized that its power could be restored. With Thistle's guidance, she called upon the magic of the locket, using its light to cleanse the mirror and banish the darkness that had taken hold. As the mirror was restored to its former glory, the shadow that had plagued the land began to dissipate, replaced by a brilliant light that filled the forest with warmth and vitality. The creatures of the hidden world rejoiced, their melodies rising in a symphony of gratitude and celebration. With the balance restored, Lyla knew it was time to return to her own world. Though she felt a pang of sadness at leaving her newfound friends, she knew that the lessons she had learned would stay with her forever. As she bid farewell to Thistle and the other inhabitants of the hidden world, she felt a profound sense of peace and fulfillment. She had discovered not only the magic of the locket, but the magic that existed within herself, the magic of kindness, courage, and the unbreakable bonds of friendship. When Lyla returned to the village of Eldergrove, she carried with her the memories of her journey, along with the locket that had guided her. She shared her story with the villagers, who listened with rapt attention, their eyes wide with wonder. In the days that followed, Lyla found herself seeing the world in a new light. She noticed the beauty in the smallest of things, the way the sunlight danced on the surface of a stream, the vibrant colors of a sunset, and the gentle caress of the wind on her cheek. Her journey had changed her, not just in the ways she could see and understand the world, but in the way she lived her life. She became a beacon of kindness and compassion, inspiring others in the village to cherish the natural world and the connections they shared with one another. And so, the story of Lyla and the hidden world became a treasured tale in Eldergrove, passed down through generations as a reminder of the magic that existed within each of us. It was a story of hope, courage, and the enduring power of friendship, a story that would continue to inspire and enchant for years to come. And as the villagers gathered around the warmth of their fires, they would often find themselves looking to the forest, wondering if perhaps, just perhaps, there was a hidden world waiting to be discovered by those with hearts open to its magic. Story 43. In a quaint village nestled among rolling hills and emerald forests, there lived a young apprentice named Lyla. The villagers knew her by her gentle smile and the tiny bluebird that often perched on her shoulder. Lyla was learning the art of herbal magic from Elder Willow, a wise and kind-hearted mentor who knew the secrets of the forest and the whispers of the wind. One crisp autumn evening, as golden leaves danced in the twilight breeze, strange occurrences began to unsettle the peaceful village. The air was filled with an unusual melody that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere all at once. It was a hauntingly beautiful tune, like the soft strum of a harp mingling with the gentle rustling of leaves. Though it brought no harm, the melody lingered in the villagers' hearts, leaving them with a curious sense of wonder. Lyla, intrigued by the mystical music, decided to unravel its mystery. With Elder Willow's blessing, she set out on her quest, guided by her faithful bluebird companion, who chirped encouragingly. The pair wandered into the heart of the forest, where the melody grew stronger, weaving through the trees like a silken thread. As they ventured deeper, they came upon a clearing bathed in silver moonlight. In the center stood an ancient oak, its branches reaching out like welcoming arms. Lyla noticed something peculiar about this tree. Its bark shimmered softly, and tiny glowing creatures flitted between its leaves, casting a gentle glow upon the forest floor. "Ah, the luminous sprites," Lyla whispered to her bluebird, recognizing the magical creatures from Elder Willow's tales. The sprites were known to be shy but helpful, often leading travelers to hidden wonders and treasures. Lyla approached the oak reverently, her heart filled with a sense of awe and gratitude. "Dear luminous sprites," she called softly, "I seek the source of the enchanting melody that fills our village. Can you guide me?" The luminous sprites twinkled with delight, their light pulsing in a rhythm that seemed to echo the mysterious melody. They danced around Lyla, creating a path of light that led deeper into the forest. Following the trail, Lyla found herself at the entrance of a hidden glade. There, she discovered a beautiful ethereal harp woven from vines and moonbeams. It stood alone, its strings gently vibrating, crafting the melody that had captivated the village. Curious, Lyla examined the harp closely. She noticed a small inscription on its base, written in the flowing script of the forest folk. "Harmony of Hearts," it read. Lyla realized that the harp was not just a magical artifact, but a conduit for the emotions and wishes of those who listened to its song. Sitting beside the harp, Lyla pondered the meaning of its melody. She closed her eyes, allowing the music to wash over her, bringing clarity and understanding. The harp's song was a call for unity and compassion, a reminder of the bonds that held the village together. With newfound insight, Lyla decided to share this message with the villagers. She returned to the village, her heart light and her mind clear. The bluebird sang joyfully, echoing the harmony she felt within. Gathering the villagers in the town square, Lyla recounted her journey and the harp's message. She explained how the melody was a reflection of their own hearts, a reminder to cherish their connections and support one another through kindness and understanding. The villagers listened intently, their hearts touched by Lyla's words. As the moon rose high above, casting its gentle glow, they joined hands, creating a circle of unity and warmth. Together, they sang a simple song of friendship, their voices blending harmoniously under the starlit sky. From that night onward, the village thrived with renewed spirit and camaraderie. The strange melody no longer seemed mysterious, but rather a cherished part of their lives, a gentle reminder of the power of unity and love. As for Lyla, she continued her apprenticeship with Elder Willow, her heart full of gratitude for the wisdom she had gained. The luminous sprites often visited her, their playful lights dancing in her garden, a testament to the magical bond she had formed with the forest. And so, in the cozy village beneath the starry sky, the gentle mystery was resolved, leaving the villagers with a story of warmth and wonder to share by the fireside, as the melody of the harp played softly in their hearts. In a quaint village nestled among rolling hills and emerald forests, there lived a young apprentice named Lyla. The villagers knew her by her gentle smile and the tiny bluebird that often perched on her shoulder. Lyla was learning the art of herbal magic from Elder Willow, a wise and kind-hearted mentor who knew the secrets of the forest and the whispers of the wind. One crisp autumn evening, as golden leaves danced in the twilight breeze, strange occurrences began to unsettle the peaceful village. The air was filled with an unusual melody that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere all at once. It was a hauntingly beautiful tune, like the soft strum of a harp mingling with the gentle rustling of leaves. Though it brought no harm, the melody lingered in the villagers' hearts, leaving them with a curious sense of wonder. Lyla, intrigued by the mystical music, decided to unravel its mystery. With Elder Willow's blessing, she set out on her quest, guided by her faithful bluebird companion, who chirped encouragingly. The pair wandered into the heart of the forest, where the melody grew stronger, weaving through the trees like a silken thread. As they ventured deeper, they came upon a clearing bathed in silver moonlight. In the center stood an ancient oak, its branches reaching out like welcoming arms. Lyla noticed something peculiar about this tree. Its bark shimmered softly, and tiny glowing creatures flitted between its leaves, casting a gentle glow upon the forest floor. "Ah, the luminous sprites," Lyla whispered to her bluebird, recognizing the magical creatures from Elder Willow's tales. The sprites were known to be shy but helpful, often leading travelers to hidden wonders and treasures. Lyla approached the oak reverently, her heart filled with a sense of awe and gratitude. "Dear luminous sprites," she called softly, "I seek the source of the enchanting melody that fills our village. Can you guide me?" The luminous sprites twinkled with delight, their light pulsing in a rhythm that seemed to echo the mysterious melody. They danced around Lyla, creating a path of light that led deeper into the forest. Following the trail, Lyla found herself at the entrance of a hidden glade. There, she discovered a beautiful ethereal harp woven from vines and moonbeams. It stood alone, its strings gently vibrating, crafting the melody that had captivated the village. Curious, Lyla examined the harp closely. She noticed a small inscription on its base, written in the flowing script of the forest folk. "Harmony of Hearts," it read. Lyla realized that the harp was not just a magical artifact, but a conduit for the emotions and wishes of those who listened to its song. Sitting beside the harp, Lyla pondered the meaning of its melody. She closed her eyes, allowing the music to wash over her, bringing clarity and understanding. The harp's song was a call for unity and compassion, a reminder of the bonds that held the village together. With newfound insight, Lyla decided to share this message with the villagers. She returned to the village, her heart light and her mind clear. The bluebird sang joyfully, echoing the harmony she felt within. Gathering the villagers in the town square, Lyla recounted her journey and the harp's message. She explained how the melody was a reflection of their own hearts, a reminder to cherish their connections and support one another through kindness and understanding. The villagers listened intently, their hearts touched by Leela's words. As the moon rose high above, casting its gentle glow, they joined hands, creating a circle of unity and warmth. Together, they sang a simple song of friendship, their voices blending harmoniously under the starlit sky. From that night onward, the village thrived with renewed spirit and camaraderie. The strange melody no longer seemed mysterious, but rather a cherished part of their lives, a gentle reminder of the power of unity and love. As for Lyla, she continued her apprenticeship with Elder Willow, her heart full of gratitude for the wisdom she had gained. The luminous sprites often visited her, their playful lights dancing in her garden, a testament to the magical bond she had formed with the forest. And so, in the cozy village beneath the starry sky, the gentle mystery was resolved, leaving the villagers with a story of warmth and wonder to share by the fireside, as the melody of the harp played softly in their hearts. Story 44. In the heart of a serene, undulating valley, where the whispering winds carried tales of old and the stars blinked knowingly from a vast, velvety sky, lay the quaint village of Bramble Hollow. Nestled among lush emerald hills and kissed by the gentle glow of twilight, the village was a place where dreams were nurtured and stories were cherished. The villagers of Bramble Hollow were a kind and gentle folk, each with their own unique talents and quirks. But perhaps the most intriguing among them was a young girl named Lyla. Lyla had a heart as vast as the sky and an imagination that soared even higher. Her days were spent exploring the winding forest trails and her nights in the company of well-loved books and the comforting crackle of the hearth. One blustery autumn evening, as the leaves danced to an unseen melody and the air was thick with the scent of earth and spice, Lyla sat by her window, gazing out at the silvery moonlight that bathed the village. Her thoughts wandered to the tales of her grandmother, a wise woman who had once told her of hidden worlds and magical places, waiting just beyond the veil of the ordinary. It was in this moment of quiet contemplation that Lyla's eyes caught a glimmer from the corner of her room. Curiosity piqued, she turned to find a small, intricately carved wooden box she had never seen before. The box was adorned with delicate patterns of leaves and vines, and in its center lay a single, luminous opal that seemed to pulse with a gentle, otherworldly light. With a tender touch, Lyla lifted the lid, revealing a soft, shimmering fabric inside, a cloak unlike any she had ever seen. The cloak shimmered like stardust woven into a tapestry of twilight, its colors shifting and dancing with every movement. As her fingers brushed the fabric, a warmth spread through her, as if the cloak itself welcomed her touch. Determined to uncover the mystery of this magical garment, Lyla wrapped the cloak around her shoulders. In an instant, a gentle breeze swept through the room, and Lyla felt herself being drawn into a world that lay just beyond the edges of her reality. The room faded away, replaced by a vibrant forest, alive with colors and scents that defied description. The trees towered above her, their leaves whispering secrets in a language only the wind could understand. The ground beneath her feet was soft and welcoming, a carpet of moss and fallen leaves that cushioned her steps. As she ventured deeper into this enchanted realm, Lyla encountered creatures of all shapes and sizes. A family of curious foxes with eyes like liquid amber, a chorus of birds whose songs wove the very fabric of the air, and a gentle deer with antlers that glistened like frost-kissed branches. Each creature greeted her with a nod or a song, as if acknowledging her as one of their own. It was here, amidst the symphony of the forest, that Lyla met Finn, a sprightly squirrel with fur that shimmered like copper in the sun. Finn was a mischievous soul, forever darting between branches and leaves, his laughter like the tinkling of tiny bells. "Welcome, Lyla," Finn chattered, his eyes twinkling with delight. "We've been waiting for you. The forest has a task for you, if you're willing to accept." "A task?" Lyla asked, intrigued and eager to help. Finn nodded, his expression turning earnest. "The heart of our forest is in danger. Shadows have crept in, threatening to dim the light that nurtures our world, We need your help to find the source and restore the balance." Lyla's heart swelled with a mix of trepidation and determination. She had always longed for an adventure, and here it was, unfolding before her like the pages of a beloved story. With Finn as her guide, Lyla set off into the depths of the forest, the magical cloak swirling around her with each step. They journeyed through sun-dappled glades and over babbling brooks, the air rich with the scent of pine and the earthy sweetness of the forest floor. As they traveled, Finn shared tales of the forest's history, of the ancient magic that flowed through its roots and branches, binding all creatures in a delicate harmony. But the further they ventured, the more apparent it became that something was amiss. The trees grew sparse, their leaves tinged with an unnatural pallor. The air grew still, heavy with an oppressive silence that weighed upon Lyla's heart. It was in this desolate part of the forest that they encountered Eldon, a wise old owl with feathers as white as snow and eyes that held the wisdom of ages. Eldon perched upon a gnarled branch, his gaze steady and kind. "You've come far, young one," Eldon hooted softly. "The shadows are strong here, but so too is the light within you. Remember, true strength lies not in might, but in understanding and compassion." Buoyed by Eldon's words, Lyla pressed onward, her resolve unwavering. She and Finn journeyed to the heart of the forest, where the darkness gathered like a storm, swirling and pulsing with a life of its own. There, in a clearing surrounded by ancient oaks, they found the source of the shadow, a once vibrant tree, now twisted and blackened, its leaves withered and brittle. It was a sorrowful sight, a stark reminder of the balance that had been upset. Lyla approached the tree, her heart aching with empathy for its plight. She laid a gentle hand upon its trunk, feeling the coldness of the shadow that had taken hold. But beneath it, she sensed a flicker of warmth, a glimmer of the tree's former vitality. With Finn by her side, Lyla closed her eyes and focused on the warmth within. She envisioned the tree as it once was, full of life and light, its branches reaching skyward in joyful abandon. She poured all her love and hope into that vision, willing the shadow to retreat. Slowly, the darkness began to lift, like mist rising from a sunlit meadow. The tree shuddered, its branches stretching as if awakening from a long slumber. Color returned to its leaves, a vibrant green that shimmered in the dappled light. As the last of the shadows faded, the forest breathed a collective sigh of relief. The air was filled with the sweet scent of blossoms, and the sound of birdsong echoed joyfully through the trees. Eldon appeared once more, his eyes twinkling with pride. "You have done well, Lyla. The forest is grateful for your courage and kindness. Remember, the light within you is a gift to be shared with the world." Lyla smiled, her heart full of warmth and gratitude. She had discovered a strength within herself she never knew existed, a strength born of empathy and love. With the forest restored, Lyla and Finn returned to the edge of the enchanted realm. As she prepared to leave, the creatures of the forest gathered to bid her farewell, their eyes filled with gratitude and affection. Finn scampered up to her shoulder, his voice filled with warmth. "Thank you, Lyla. You've made a friend in the forest, and will always be here, just a heartbeat away." Touched by their friendship, Lyla wrapped the cloak around her once more, feeling the familiar warmth envelop her. The forest faded from view, and she found herself back in her room, the wooden box resting on her lap. The cloak lay across her shoulders, its magic now a part of her own. Lyla knew that the world was full of hidden wonders, and that the strength to make a difference lay within her heart. As she settled into bed, the gentle glow of the moonlight cast comforting shadows on the walls, and the soft rustle of the leaves outside lulled her into a peaceful slumber. In her dreams, she wandered once more through the forest, her spirit forever entwined with the magic of Bramble Hollow. And so, in the quiet stillness of the night, Lyla's heart swelled with the knowledge that she was never truly alone, that friendship and love could bridge the gap between worlds, and that the light of kindness could banish even the deepest shadow. Story 45. Story 46. Story 47. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Once upon a time, nestled between lush, rolling hills and the whispering babble of a crystal-clear brook, lay the quaint village of Meadowdown. This little village was known for its charming cobblestone streets, the scent of sweet lavender drifting from cottage gardens, and the gentle chime of bells from the old stone chapel at the village square. But beyond the common sights and sounds, Meadowdown held a secret known only to those who had the heart to discover it. In a small, ivy-clad cottage at the edge of the village lived a young girl named Clara. Clara was a kind-hearted soul, with hair the color of ripe chestnuts and eyes that sparkled like dew-kissed leaves. She was known throughout the village for her gentle nature and unwavering curiosity. Her days were filled with helping her neighbors, tending her garden, and dreaming of adventures beyond the horizon. One crisp autumn morning, as Clara wandered through the golden-hued forest that bordered Meadowdown, she stumbled upon an object unlike any she had seen before. It was a delicate, silver key, its surface intricately etched with swirling patterns that glinted in the dappled sunlight. Intrigued, Clara picked up the key, feeling a gentle warmth spread through her fingers as she held it. As she examined the key, a soft voice broke the gentle rustling of the leaves. "Ah, you have found it," the voice said, seemingly coming from nowhere and everywhere at once. Startled, Clara looked around until her eyes fell upon a small rabbit with fur as white as freshly fallen snow and eyes as blue as the summer sky. This was no ordinary rabbit, for it wore a tiny emerald-green waistcoat and a pair of spectacles perched upon its twitching nose. "Who are you?" Clara asked, her voice filled with wonder rather than fear. "My name is Thistle," the rabbit replied, adjusting his spectacles with a practiced paw. "I am the guardian of the Whispering Woods, and it seems you have found the Key of Whispers." Clara looked at the key in her hand, now understanding its significance. "What does the key unlock?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. Thistle hopped closer, his whiskers twitching with excitement. "The key unlocks the Door of Secrets, a magical portal that reveals the hidden wonders of the forest. But beware, only those with a pure heart and a wise mind can truly benefit from its magic." With Thistle guiding her, Clara embarked on a journey deeper into the forest. The path was lined with towering trees whose branches formed a canopy of vibrant reds and oranges, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. As they walked, Thistle shared stories of the forest's hidden magic, of creatures that sang to the moon and flowers that bloomed only under starlight. Their journey was not without challenges. At one point, they came upon a wide, rushing stream, its waters too deep and swift to cross easily. Clara paused, thinking deeply. Instead of attempting to force her way across, she noticed the pattern of stepping stones hidden just beneath the surface, revealed only to those who took the time to truly observe. With careful steps, Clara and Thistle made their way across the stream, their trust in each other growing with every challenge they faced. Along the way, they encountered other forest inhabitants who offered their unique wisdom. There was Luna, the wise old owl with feathers like moonlit shadows, who taught Clara the importance of patience and listening to the world around her. And there was Fern, the playful squirrel with a tail like a plume, who showed Clara the joy of laughter and the beauty of small, everyday wonders. Finally, after a journey filled with learning and laughter, they reached the Door of Secrets. It stood nestled between two ancient oak trees, its surface shimmering with a light all its own. Clara hesitated for a moment, feeling the weight of the key in her hand before turning to Thistle. "Are you ready?" he asked, his eyes twinkling with encouragement. Taking a deep breath, Clara nodded and inserted the key into the lock. As she turned it, the door swung open with a gentle creak, revealing a world of breathtaking beauty. A world where the trees whispered secrets of the ages, and the air was filled with a melody only the heart could hear. Clara stepped through, feeling a sense of peace and belonging wash over her. She had embarked on this journey with a heart full of curiosity and returned with a heart full of wisdom and wonder. She realized that the true magic of the key was not in the wonders it revealed, but in the journey itself and the friendships she had forged along the way. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Clara and Thistle made their way back to Meadowdown. The village welcomed them with open arms, its lights twinkling like stars in the gathering dusk. Clara placed the key in a special place in her garden, knowing its magic would always be there. ready to guide those who were willing to listen and learn. And every evening, as the village settled into the comforting embrace of night, Clara would share stories of her adventures, her voice a gentle melody that lulled the village to sleep. And so in the heart of Meadowdown, where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, Clara's story of discovery and wonder was whispered from generation to generation, a reminder that the true magic of life lies not in the destination, but in the journey itself. Story 52. In the vast tapestry of the cosmos, where stars shimmered like scattered diamonds on velvet, there existed a small, uncharted planet known to the galaxy as Lumina. It was a place where the sky blushed in hues of lavender and gold, and the air was sweet with the fragrance of blooming star lilies. Here, amidst floating isles of verdant green and serene lakes reflecting the galaxy's glow, a peculiar meeting was about to unfold. Aboard a starship crafted from the crystalline sands of her home planet, the young explorer Lyra soared through the galaxy with a heart full of curiosity. Lyra was a being from the planet Celestara, where the inhabitants were known for their luminous skin and their gentle, empathetic nature. Her mission was to map the uncharted territories of the universe, but more than anything, she longed to understand the diverse forms of life that inhabited it. Meanwhile, in the opposite corner of the galaxy, a creature named Thax was on his own journey. Thax hailed from the planet Terragru, a world of rugged terrains and constant storms. His species, the Gruels, were known for their resilience and strength, with skin like roughened stone and eyes that glowed like embers. Thax was tasked with discovering new sources of energy to sustain his storm-battered home. Fate, with its gentle hands, guided these two onto Lumina's surface on the very same day. Lyra, captivated by the planet's floating gardens, descended gracefully upon a patch of shimmering moss. Not far from her, Thax's sturdy craft landed with a gentle thud, its impact echoing softly through the air. Curiosity led Lyra to venture beyond her landing site, her delicate footsteps barely disturbing the ground beneath her. Thax, too, set out, his heavy gait a rhythmic counterpoint to the silence of the landscape. It wasn't long before their paths crossed, each taking in the sight of the other with a mix of wonder and uncertainty. Lyra's heart leapt at the sight of the unfamiliar creature. She had never seen a being so rugged, so grounded to the earth. Thax, in turn, was struck by Lyra's ethereal glow, her presence a soft light in the twilight of Lumina. "Hello," Lyra said, her voice a gentle melody carried by the breeze. "I am Lyra from Celestara. What brings you to this beautiful world?" Thax hesitated, his voice a deep rumble. "I am Thax from Terragru. I seek energy for my people. And you, what is your purpose here?" Lyra smiled, her eyes sparkling like the stars above. "I am an explorer, eager to learn and share stories of the worlds I visit." Their initial conversation was tentative, as each struggled to understand the other's intentions. Misunderstandings arose, as Thax's straightforward manner sometimes clashed with Lyra's more nuanced expressions. But beneath the surface of their differences, a seed of friendship began to take root. Days turned into weeks as they explored Lumina together. They encountered many wonders: a lake whose waters sang a melody as it rippled, trees that whispered ancient secrets in the wind, and creatures that danced in beams of starlight. Through each adventure, they learned more about one another. One evening, as the sky blazed with the colors of an impending cosmic storm, they took shelter in a cavern adorned with crystals that glowed softly in the dim light. It was here, in the safety of the cavern, that they shared stories of their worlds. Lyra spoke of Celestara, of its tranquil meadows and the gentle harmony of its people. She spoke of her longing to bring understanding and peace to every corner of the galaxy. Thax listened intently, his heart warming to her vision. In turn, Thax shared tales of Terragru, of the mighty storms that shaped their lands and the strength his people drew from the earth. He spoke of their resilience and the hope that one day they would find a way to calm the tempests that ravaged their home. Lyra listened, her empathy bridging the gap between their worlds. As they shared, the storm outside raged on, its winds howling like a distant symphony, yet within the cavern, a calm warmth enveloped them. The misunderstandings that had once stood between them began to dissolve, replaced by a mutual respect and growing friendship. Their journey was not without challenges. There were moments when Lyra's gentle approach seemed ill-suited to the rugged terrain, and times when Thax's strength alone could not solve a problem. But each time, they found a way to support one another. Lyra's wisdom often provided solutions when brute force failed, and Thax's unwavering determination bolstered their spirits when they faltered. One day, they stumbled upon a mysterious grove bathed in a soft, otherworldly light. In the center was a pool that shimmered with an energy unlike anything they had seen. It was the energy Thax had been seeking, and Lyra marveled at its beauty, sensing its potential to heal and nurture. As they approached, the energy responded to their presence, swirling around them like a gentle embrace. It was then that they realized their bond, forged through trials and understanding, had unlocked something profound. The energy was a gift, born from their friendship and trust. Together, they devised a way to harness it, creating a conduit that would allow Thax to transport this precious resource back to Terragru. It was a moment of triumph, a testament to their journey and the power of unity. As their time on Lumina drew to a close, they stood side by side on a hill overlooking the planet's breathtaking expanse. The lavender sky above was a canvas painted with the first stars of evening, and the air was filled with the soft rustle of leaves. "Thank you, Lyra," Thax said, his voice filled with gratitude, "for showing me that strength is not just in the body, but in the heart." Lyra smiled, her eyes reflecting the starlight. "And thank you, Thax, for teaching me that resilience and hope can weather any storm." With hearts full and paths intertwined, they bid farewell to Lumina, knowing their friendship would span the galaxies. As they departed, the planet seemed to glow a little brighter, a beacon of the bond they had forged. And so, amidst the vastness of the cosmos, two unlikely companions discovered the true meaning of friendship. It was a bond that transcended stars and worlds, a gentle reminder that, in the end, it is our connections that light the way through the universe. Story 53. Once upon a time, in a galaxy teeming with countless stars and planets, there existed a quaint little world known as Luminara, where the skies were forever brushed with hues of lavender, and the rivers shimmered like liquid silver under the twin moons. Luminara was a planet of peace, where its inhabitants, the gentle lumens, lived in harmony with the lush landscapes, tending to the bioluminescent flora that glowed softly through the night. In a small village nestled between the rolling hills of Luminara, there lived a lumen named Taro. Taro was known for his kind heart and gentle spirit, always finding joy in the simple act of nurturing the glowing gardens that illuminated his village. His silvery skin glistened like the dewdrops that adorned the leaves each morning, and his eyes sparkled with the warmth of 1,000 suns. One starry evening, as Taro tended to the radiant flowers in his garden, a strange, metallic sound echoed through the skies. Looking up, Taro saw a small spaceship, unlike any he had seen before, descending through the lavender clouds. It landed with a soft thud in the clearing just beyond the village. Curiosity twinkling in his eyes, Taro made his way to the clearing, where he found a peculiar being emerging from the spaceship. This newcomer was unlike any creature of Luminara. With scales that shimmered like the night sky and eyes that glowed with a soft, ethereal light, the being looked around with a mixture of confusion and awe. It was a traveler from a distant planet called Etheria, where the skies were perpetually dark and the stars themselves were said to be alive. The Etherian introduced itself as Nira, its voice a gentle melody that resonated deep within Taro's heart. But where Taro saw an opportunity for friendship, the villagers saw an intruder, and their usual warmth was replaced by caution and misunderstanding. They whispered among themselves, wary of the newcomer who seemed so different from them. Sensing the unease, Nira felt a pang of loneliness, a feeling that was all too familiar. Back on Etheria, Nira had often felt out of place among its own kind, who were more interested in the mysteries of the cosmos than in forming bonds of friendship. Here on Luminara, it seemed that the stars had played a cruel trick, bringing it to a world where it was once again an outsider. But Taro, with his heart full of compassion, approached Nira with a gentle smile. "Welcome to Luminara," he said warmly, his voice as soothing as the whispering wind. "I am Taro, and I would be honored to show you our world." Nira nodded, grateful for the kindness in Taro's eyes, and together they walked through the village, with Taro pointing out the wonders of Luminara, the glowing flora, the crystal-clear streams, and the vibrant creatures that roamed the land. As they wandered, Taro shared stories of the Lumens' traditions and the history of their peaceful planet. Despite the initial misunderstandings, Taro and Lyra found themselves drawn to one another's company, discovering a shared love for the beauty of the universe. As days turned into weeks, they spent their time exploring the hidden corners of Luminara, each adventure bringing them closer together. One day, while venturing into the heart of the luminescent forest, Taro and Lyra stumbled upon an ancient tree, its branches reaching high into the sky, adorned with blossoms that glowed with a gentle, golden light. It was said that this tree held the wisdom of the ages, and those who sat beneath its boughs could hear the whispers of time itself. Feeling a sense of reverence, Taro and Lyra sat beneath the tree, and as they listened to the soft rustling of leaves, they shared their deepest hopes and fears. Taro spoke of his dream to one day plant a garden so magnificent that it would light up the entire village, while Lyra shared its longing to find a place where it truly belonged. In that moment, beneath the ancient tree, they realized that despite their differences, they were kindred spirits, both searching for a place in the universe where they could be themselves. They understood that friendship was not about being the same, but about accepting and celebrating each other's uniqueness. Soon after, a challenge arose that would test the strength of their newfound friendship. A powerful storm swept across Luminara, threatening to destroy the village and the glowing gardens that Taro cherished. The villagers, caught in the storm's fury, struggled to protect their homes and livelihoods. Seeing the fear in the villagers' eyes, Lyra knew it had to help. Drawing upon the celestial energy of its home planet, Lyra conjured a protective barrier around the village, using its own strength to shield the lumens from the storm's wrath. But the effort was draining, and Lyra's light began to flicker and fade. Without hesitation, Taro rushed to Lyra's side, offering words of encouragement and support. "You are not alone, my friend," he whispered, taking Lyra's hands in his own. "Together, we can weather any storm." With Taro's unwavering faith and the villagers' newfound trust, Lyra found the strength to hold the barrier until the storm passed. When the skies finally cleared, the villagers emerged from their homes, grateful for Lyra's selfless act of bravery. The storm had brought them closer, and the villagers, realizing their previous misunderstanding, welcomed Lyra with open arms, embracing it as one of their own. Taro's garden, though battered by the storm, was saved, and as he replanted the glowing flowers, Lyra was there by his side, their shared laughter echoing through the rolling hills. In the days that followed, Taro's dream came to life. Together with Lyra and the villagers, they planted a garden so radiant that it lit up the entire village, a symbol of unity and friendship that shone brightly under the twin moons of Luminara. As the two friends sat beneath the ancient tree once more, surrounded by the blossoms of their labor, they knew that their bond was unbreakable, forged in the fires of challenge and strengthened by the light of understanding. And though their journey had begun with misunderstanding and uncertainty, it had blossomed into a friendship that transcended the stars. In the gentle glow of the garden, Taro and Lyra found what they had been searching for all along, a place where they truly belonged, not defined by where they came from, but by the love and acceptance they shared. And so, under the watchful eyes of the universe, they knew they would never be alone again. And thus, the tale of Taro and Lyra became a cherished story on Luminara, a reminder that true friendship knows no bounds, and that even the most unlikely companions can find harmony in the most unexpected of places. Story 54. Once upon a dusky eve, in the quaint village of Willowtree, strange happenings began to unfold. The townsfolk, who usually spent their evenings gathered around crackling hearths swapping tales, found their firesides mysteriously extinguished one by one. Young Rowan, an inquisitive lass with sparkling eyes, was the first to notice this oddity. As she gazed out her window that night, she saw the cheery glow of firelight winking out in house after house. The next morning, Rowan set out to investigate, her worn boots crunching through the fresh snowfall. She knocked on the door of her dear friend Hazel, a kindly elder renowned for her wisdom. "Good morrow, Rowan," Hazel greeted with a warm smile. ushering the girl inside to her cozy cottage. "What brings you out on such a frosty day?" Rowan explained the bizarre occurrence, and Hazel's brow furrowed in thought. "How peculiar. Let me consult my magical companions. They may have insight we lack." With a wave of her gnarled oak staff, Hazel summoned her faithful friends, a sprightly pixie named Glow, a wise old gnome named Mosscap, and a radiant fairy called Lumina. "Our fires too have been snuffed," Glow lamented, her gossamer wings drooping, "and our lanterns sputter and fade." "A strange chill seems to have settled over the land," rumbled Mosscap, stroking his long beard, "almost as if the very light itself is being drained away." Lumina floated closer, her golden tresses shimmering. "I sense a dark presence lurking in the shadows of the bird oak grove. Perhaps the answer lies there." Hazel nodded solemnly. "Then to the grove we must venture. Stay close, my friends, and keep your wits about you." With Rowan in tow, the unlikely band made their way through the silent, snow-hushed forest. An unnatural gloom hung in the air, the shadows seeming to pool and writhe. Rowan shivered, drawing her cloak tighter. At last, they reached the twisted boughs of the ancient bird oak. A faint, sickly miasma seeped from a crevice in the trunk. Mosscap inspected it closely, his wise eyes narrowing. "Aha! I've found the source of the darkness," he proclaimed. "A penumbra sprite, a mischievous creature that feeds on light itself. It must have taken root within this oak." "But how do we banish it?" Rowan asked anxiously. "Surely such a being of shadow will not yield easily." Lumina's radiant form brightened with determination. "Leave that to me, young one. We fairies may be delicate, but our light burns ever brilliant and true." With those words, she drifted forward and hovered before the crevice. Drawing a deep breath, Lumina began to glow with a warm, golden aura. The radiance intensified until it shone like a tiny sun, banishing every wisp of darkness from the ancient oak's hollows. A piercing shriek rent the air as the penumbra sprite was driven out, recoiling from the purifying light. It writhed and contorted, finally dissipating like a puff of oily smoke on the winter breeze. As the last of the shadows melted away, Rowan felt warmth and cheer return to the forest. In windows all across Willow Tree, flickering firelight began to glow once more. That night, the village square bustled with joyous celebration. Townsfolk gathered around great bonfires, singing songs of gratitude for the return of light, and sharing tales of Rowan's bravery long into the wee hours. And whenever the embers danced and shadows stretched long across the snowy ground, Rowan would smile and remember the wise friends who had helped banish the darkness from their cherished home. Story 55. Story 56. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the gentle rustling of leaves sang lullabies to the moon, there was a small, unassuming glade that the villagers of Elderglen rarely traversed. It was a place of serene beauty, where the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of honeysuckle, and the ground was carpeted with soft moss that glimmered like emerald velvet under the sunlight. This glade was the gateway to a hidden world, known only to those with the purest of hearts and sharpest of eyes. One such heart belonged to a young girl named Lyra. With hair that tumbled like cascades of sunlight and eyes as bright and curious as a robin's, Lyra was the kind of child who saw magic in the mundane. She lived with her grandmother, a wise woman who spun tales of wonder by the fireside, her voice weaving threads of enchantment that captivated young Lyra's imagination. It was from these tales that Lyra learned of the Enchanted Glade, a place her grandmother described as a realm of endless possibilities, where the boundaries between reality and dreams blurred like the morning mist. One crisp autumn morning, when the world was painted in hues of amber and gold, Lyra set off into the woods with a heart full of adventure. She followed the winding path, her feet crunching through a carpet of fallen leaves, until she reached the glade. There, the air was different, thicker, almost palpable, with the promise of secrets waiting to be unveiled. As she stepped into the clearing, the glade seemed to sigh, welcoming her into its embrace. In the center of the glade stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches stretching toward the sky like the arms of an old guardian. Nestled in its roots was a peculiar object, a small, intricately carved wooden box. Lyra felt an irresistible pull toward it, as if the box itself was whispering her name. She knelt beside it, tracing the elaborate patterns with her fingertips. The wood was warm and alive under her touch, humming with a gentle energy that resonated with her very soul. With a soft click, the box opened, revealing a shimmering stone, no larger than a robin's egg. It pulsated with a faint, ethereal glow, casting delicate patterns of light across Lyora's face. As she held it in her palm, she felt a rush of warmth and a sense of profound peace. It was as though the stone was a conduit, connecting her to the very heart of the forest. Lyra knew, instinctively, that this was no ordinary stone. It was the heart of the woods, a fabled treasure her grandmother had often spoken of. A stone said to hold the power to bridge worlds and bring forth the hidden wonders of nature. Yet with such power came responsibility, for the heart was also a guardian of balance, a keeper of harmony between the seen and unseen. As Lyra held the heart, the world around her shifted subtly. The glade seemed to come alive, the leaves whispered secrets, the flowers turned their faces toward her, and the very air vibrated with anticipation. She realized that she was now a part of something greater, a guardian of the glade, entrusted with the care of its mysteries. Her first challenge came in the form of a shadow that crept into the forest, a blight that threatened to suffocate the vibrant life within. The trees began to wither, their leaves turning to ash, and the air grew heavy with sorrow. Lyra, with the heart clutched to her chest, felt the forest's pain as if it were her own. Determined to save her beloved woods, Lyra embarked on a journey to seek the source of the shadow. Guided by the whispers of the heart, she ventured deeper into the forest than ever before. The path was fraught with obstacles, tangled underbrush that snagged her clothes, murky bogs that threatened to swallow her whole. But Lyra pressed on, her resolve as unyielding as the ancient trees. Along her journey, she encountered a curious creature, a fox with fur as silver as moonlight, and eyes that twinkled with mischief. His name was Reuven, and though he appeared sly, there was a kindness in his gaze that put Lyra at ease. Reuven offered his aid, his nimble paws guiding her through the treacherous terrain. Together they formed an unlikely friendship, one forged in shared purpose and mutual respect. As they journeyed deeper into the heart of the forest, Lyra learned to listen, not just with her ears, but with her heart. She discovered the language of the woods, the songs of the streams, and the stories etched into the bark of ancient trees. The heart revealed to her the interconnectedness of all things, the delicate web of life that bound every creature to the land they called home. It was this wisdom that led them to the source of the shadow, a dark, twisted entity born of imbalance and greed. It sought to consume the heart, to wield its power for its own ends, and in doing so threatened the very fabric of the forest. Lyra understood then that true strength lay not in power, but in harmony. With Reuven by her side, she faced the entity, her heart filled with the light of the heart. She spoke not with words, but with the essence of the forest itself, extending a hand not in conflict, but in understanding. The shadow hesitated, its dark tendrils quivering in uncertainty. In that moment, Lyra saw the truth. It was not a creature of malice, but of sorrow, born from the neglect and forgotten dreams of those who had once cherished the woods. She reached out with compassion, offering the shadow a place within the balance of the forest. Slowly the shadow began to dissolve, its darkness giving way to light. Where once there was despair, there was now hope, a new beginning woven into the tapestry of the glade. The forest breathed a sigh of relief, its life force restored, its harmony renewed. With the threat vanquished, Lyra and Reuven returned to the glade, where the ancient oak stood proud and strong. The heart of the woods glowed warmly in Lyra's hand, a testament to her courage and compassion. She knew that she was not just a guardian of the glade, but a part of its eternal story, a story of friendship that defied expectations, of wisdom that overcame adversity, and of a journey that transformed a young girl into a true caretaker of the earth. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of twilight, Lyra nestled the heart back into its wooden box, returning it to the roots of the oak. She understood now that the heart was not hers to keep, but to protect and cherish, just as she cherished the friendships and lessons she had gained. With a heart full of gratitude, Lyra and Reuven bid farewell to the glade, their bond stronger than ever. As they walked back through the whispering woods, the forest seemed to hum with contentment, its leaves whispering a gentle song of thanks. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Lyra returned home to her grandmother, who welcomed her with open arms and a knowing smile. Together, they sat by the crackling fire, the warmth enveloping them like a tender embrace. As Lyra recounted her adventure, her grandmother listened with eyes that sparkled with pride and love. In the quiet of the night, as the stars twinkled like diamonds in the velvet sky, Lyra drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the magic of the woods and the promise of new adventures yet to come. For she knew that as long as there were stories to tell and hearts to guide, the world would always hold a place for those who dared to see beyond the ordinary into the extraordinary realms of wonder and possibility. Story 50. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, where stars shimmered like scattered diamonds across a velvet sky, lay a vibrant planet called Verdantia. Known for its lush emerald landscapes and gentle rolling hills, Verdantia was home to the Verdantii, a race of beings with skin that mirrored the deep green of their surroundings. The Verdantii were peaceful creatures, thriving in harmony with nature, their hearts as open as the endless sky above them. On a day when the sun painted the horizon with strokes of amber and rose, a peculiar event unfolded. A small, glimmering spacecraft descended from the heavens, its hull reflecting the colors of the sky. It landed softly in a meadow, its entrance hatch opening with a gentle hiss. From the vessel emerged a being unlike any the Verdanti had seen before. This visitor was from the planet Crystallon, known for its shimmering ice cities and the ethereal beings who dwelled there, the Crystalli. The Crystalli were beings of light and crystal, their bodies refracting the light in a dazzling array of colors. This particular Crystalli, named Lyra, stood cautiously at the edge of the spacecraft, her crystalline form catching the setting sun's rays in a spectacular display. Nearby, a young Verdanti named Joran watched with curiosity from the cover of a leafy thicket. Joran was known among his people for his boundless curiosity and gentle spirit. Seeing Lyra, he felt a mix of wonder and apprehension. Gathering his courage, he stepped forward, his movements slow and deliberate, so as not to startle the visitor. "Greetings," Joran called softly, his voice as soothing as the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. "Welcome to Verdantia." Lyra turned, her eyes wide with surprise, the colors within her shifting like a kaleidoscope. "Hello," she replied, her voice a melodic chime. "I am Lyra, from Crystallon." As they began to converse, it quickly became apparent that their differences extended beyond mere appearance. Lyra's world was one of precision and logic, where emotions were often subdued beneath layers of crystalline perfection. Verdantia, in contrast, was a world of feelings and intuition, where the heart guided the hands as much as the mind did. Their initial attempts at communication were fraught with misunderstandings. When Joran spoke of the warmth of the sun and the joy of feeling the earth beneath his feet, Lyra struggled to comprehend. To her, warmth was a rare luxury, and the concept of feeling connected to the ground was foreign. Conversely, when Lyra described the way light danced through the crystal towers of her home, Joran found it challenging to envision such a place, where everything was as bright and hard as diamond. Despite these challenges, a bond began to form between them, woven together through their shared curiosity. They spent their days exploring the verdant fields and whispering forests, learning from one another. Joran taught Lyra to appreciate the simple joys of a sunlit morning and the rustling symphony of leaves. In return, Lyra shared stories of her ice-clad world, painting vivid pictures with her words that brought a touch of Crystallon to Verdantia. One afternoon, as they wandered through a meadow awash in wildflowers, a sudden storm rolled in from the distant mountains. The sky turned a deep, stormy gray, and rain began to fall in heavy sheets. The wind howled, bending the trees and sending ripples across the fields. Joran, accustomed to such weather, found shelter beneath a great, spreading tree. He beckoned to Lyra, who hesitated, her crystalline form not built to withstand the force of the storm. Seeing her reluctance, Joran reached out, offering his hand. "Trust me," he said, his eyes warm with reassurance. With a flicker of uncertainty, Lyra took his hand, and together they made their way to the shelter of the tree. There, as rain drummed a steady rhythm on the leaves above, Joran shared stories of storms past, of how they would pass and leave the world renewed and vibrant. Lyra listened, feeling the warmth of his words seep into her being. In that moment, she understood something new, the strength that came from sharing burdens, the comfort of companionship. It was a lesson her world had never taught her, but one that Verdantia offered freely. As the storm subsided and the sun broke through the clouds, painting the world in shades of gold and silver, Joran and Lyra emerged from their shelter. The air was fresh and crisp, carrying the scent of rain-kissed earth. Together, they walked through the glistening meadow, their steps in harmony. In the days that followed, their friendship deepened. They learned to see beyond their differences, finding strength in their diversity. Joran marveled at Lyra's ability to bring light into the darkest of places, while Lyra cherished Joran's endless capacity for wonder and his unwavering kindness. Through shared challenges and moments of mutual support, they discovered the true meaning of friendship, a bond that transcended worlds and differences, a connection that was as enduring as the stars themselves. And so, in the heart of the cosmos, under the vast canopy of the universe, a Verdantia and a Crystali stood side by side, their friendship a testament to the power of understanding and the beauty of embracing the unknown. Together, they learned that while they came from different worlds, their hearts beat in harmony, united by a shared journey and the discovery of a friendship that would last a lifetime. As the sun set on another day, casting long shadows across the land, Joran and Lyra sat side by side on a hillside, watching as the stars began to twinkle in the deepening sky. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the faint scent of blooming night flowers. It was in this serene moment that they both realized how much they had grown, not just in understanding, but in spirit. Joran, Lyra began, her voice a gentle melody in the quiet evening. I never imagined I would find such warmth and acceptance so far from home. You've taught me that there's so much more to the universe than I ever knew. Joran smiled, his eyes reflecting the starlight. And you've shown me the beauty in things I've never seen, Lyra. Our worlds may be different, but our hearts are not. They sat in companionable silence for a while, watching the stars dance across the sky. It was a silence filled with unspoken words and shared understanding, a testament to the bond they had forged. In time, Lyra knew she would have to return to Crystalon. Her people would be waiting, eager to hear tales of her journey. But she also knew that part of her heart would remain on Verdantia, among the gentle hills and the friends she had found. When the day came for her departure, Joran accompanied her to the spacecraft, the grass whispering beneath their feet. At the threshold of the ship, they paused, a bittersweet moment hanging in the air. Promise you'll come back, Joran said, his voice a mix of hope and longing. Lyra nodded, her eyes bright with emotion. I will, Joran, and until then, I'll carry the warmth of Verdantia with me. With a final embrace, Lyra stepped into the ship, the hatch closing behind her with a soft hum. As the spacecraft lifted into the sky, Joran watched, his heart full of gratitude for the friendship that had enriched his life. And so, beneath the endless stars, a promise was made, a promise of return, of continued friendship, and of the enduring bond between two unlikely companions from different worlds. As the spacecraft disappeared into the heavens, Joran knew that no matter the distance, their friendship would remain a guiding light, as constant and as brilliant as the stars above. For in the vast tapestry of the universe, there are no strangers, only friends yet to be met, and journeys yet to be shared. And it was this understanding that would lead Lyra and Joran back to one another, time and time again, across the stars and through the ages. Story 58. Story 59. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the whispers of time brushed through the leaves and the sunlight danced in dappled patterns on the forest floor, there lived a community of creatures whose lives were woven together like the roots of the towering trees. This forest, known only to those who listened to the secrets of the earth, was a sanctuary where magic and reality intertwined as naturally as the rivers flow. The creatures of this forest were gentle beings, each unique yet connected by the threads of their environment. There was Silva, the wise old owl, whose feathers shimmered like silver under the moonlight, and whose eyes held the knowledge of countless seasons. Her perch was an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching high above the canopy, offering a vantage point from which she could observe the world below. Beneath her, nestled in the soft moss that blanketed the forest floor, was a family of rabbits. The youngest among them, a curious little one named Thistle, was known for his playful spirit and boundless curiosity. His fur was the color of autumn leaves, and he moved with a nimbleness that spoke of his youth and his wonder for the world. Every year, as spring whispered its promise of renewal, the forest came alive with a symphony of sights and sounds. The babbling brook that wound through the trees became a ribbon of laughter, its banks adorned with clusters of wildflowers that swayed in the gentle breeze. The air was sweet with the fragrance of blooming honeysuckle, and the sunlight, warm and golden, filtered through the canopy in soft beams that kissed the earth. This particular spring, however, brought with it a peculiar phenomenon. As the first rains of the season fell, their droplets seemed to glisten with an ethereal glow, casting a rainbow of colors across the forest. It was said among the creatures that these were not ordinary rains, but the tears of joy from the spirit of the forest, celebrating the harmony and balance that had been preserved through the ages. Silva, with her keen wisdom, gathered the creatures for a meeting beneath her oak. The air was filled with anticipation as they assembled, each eager to hear the owl's insights. Her voice, when she spoke, was soft yet resonant, like the rustle of leaves in a gentle wind. "Dear friends," she began, "these magical rains are a gift, a reminder of our bond with this forest, but they are also a call to action. We must ensure that our home remains in balance, that we nurture and protect the delicate harmony that sustains us all." The creatures nodded in understanding, their hearts swelling with a shared sense of purpose. Thistle, ever curious, tilted his head and asked, "But how do we do that, Silva?" With a kind smile, Silva replied, "By listening to the wisdom of our ancestors and the whispers of the forest. We must remember that every action has an echo. The way we care for our home today will shape the world for the generations to come." As the days passed, the creatures set about their tasks, each contributing in their own way to the health of their shared home. The squirrels, with their swift movements and keen eyes, gathered seeds and nuts, ensuring that new life would sprout in the coming seasons. The deer, graceful and watchful, pruned the underbrush, allowing sunlight to reach the seedlings, struggling towards the sky. Even the brook, with its ceaseless flow, played its part, carrying nutrients across the land and quenching the thirst of all who dwelled nearby. The forest thrived under the care of its inhabitants, the magic of the rain seeping into every root and branch, every feather and paw. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed with the colors of twilight, Thistle sat beneath Silva's oak, his eyes wide with wonder at the day's events. The forest was a symphony of chirping crickets and croaking frogs, their melodies a lullaby that wrapped around him like a warm blanket. "Silva," he said, his voice soft yet filled with awe, "I've learned so much. The forest is full of stories, isn't it?" "Indeed it is, little one," Silva replied, her eyes twinkling like stars. "And you are a part of this story. Remember, wisdom is not just knowing the past, but nurturing the future." Thistle nodded, his heart filled with a sense of belonging. As he nestled against the soft moss, his eyes grew heavy with sleep. The forest, with its ancient magic and timeless wisdom, cradled him in its embrace, whispering promises of dreams yet to come. And so the ancient forest continued to thrive, its creatures living in harmony with the land and each other. Through their gentle care and shared wisdom, the balance was preserved, and the magical rains of spring became a cherished legend, passed down through the generations. As the moon rose high above, casting its silver glow across the land, the forest sighed in contentment. For in this hidden world where magic and reality danced together, the heart of nature beat strong and true, a testament to the power of friendship, wisdom, and the enduring beauty of life. Story 60. Once upon a time, in a cozy village nestled among rolling hills and whispering forests, strange things began to happen. It started small, a misplaced book here, a mysteriously unraveled knitting project there. Villagers woke to find their gardens gently rearranged, or household objects swapped between neighbors' homes. The occurrences were odd but harmless, sparking more curiosity than concern. Young Emma loved a good puzzle, so she paid close attention, determined to get to the bottom of these quirky happenings. With her ever-present notebook and a keen eye for detail, she spent hours observing and documenting every inexplicable event. One crisp autumn morning, Emma woke to find her bedroom subtly redecorated, her stuffed animals lined up in size order, her books color-coded on the shelf. She gasped in delight, recognizing the telltale signs of mischievous magic at work. "Brownies!" she exclaimed to her cat Jasper, who regarded her with wise, golden eyes. In the legends, brownies were shy household sprites who craved order and loved to lend a hand with chores and tidying up when the mood struck them. Determined to meet these elusive creatures, Emma stayed up late into the night, snuggled under her quilt with Jasper keeping watch. Just as the moonlight filtered through her curtains, she spotted a flicker of movement. 3 tiny figures emerged from the shadows, their wispy forms glowing with an inner light. "Oh, you startled us," one brownie said, wringing his hands. "We were just trying to help." Emma beamed. "Thank you, I could use a bit of extra tidying. But please, don't be frightened. I've always wanted to meet brownies. I'm Emma, and this is Jasper." The brownies visibly relaxed at her warm welcome. Over bowls of warm milk and fresh-baked cookies, they became fast friends. Emma learned their names were Willow, Oak, and Bramble, and they simply couldn't resist using their magic to spread a little extra order and coziness wherever they went. From then on, Emma shared her home with the 3 brownies, trading stories and listening to their sage brownie wisdom late into the night. Though the rest of the village never saw them, Emma's friends and family noticed her renewed zest for life, her homework completed ahead of schedule, and an ever-present glow of contentment. When asked her secret, Emma would simply smile and say, "I have some very helpful friends." The strange occurrences continued, bringing more curiosity and wonder than fright to the village. Sometimes the simplest magic is recognizing the extraordinary in the ordinary and keeping an open heart and mind to life's delightful little mysteries. 61. Once upon a time, in a village nestled between rolling hills and whispering forests, there lived a curious young girl named Lyra. Her eyes were the color of the morning sky, and her heart was as vast as the ocean. Lyra spent her days exploring the meadows and woods around her home, but her dreams were filled with places she had yet to discover. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced in the gentle breeze, Lyra stumbled upon an ancient map tucked inside an old book in her grandmother's attic. The map was unlike any she had seen, with swirling lines and shimmering ink that seemed to change color in the light. At its center was a place called the Enchanted Hollow, a realm rumored to be filled with wonder and magic. With a spark of excitement in her heart, Lyra decided she would find this mysterious place. She packed a small satchel with her favorite blanket, a loaf of bread, and a flask of warm tea. As she stepped outside, the morning sun painted the sky in hues of pink and gold, and she could feel the promise of adventure in the crisp air. Lyra followed the map's winding path through towering trees and across babbling brooks. The forest was alive with the rustling of leaves and the songs of birds, creating a symphony that carried her forward. As she ventured deeper, she encountered a peculiar creature, a fox with fur as white as snow and eyes that gleamed like emeralds. The fox greeted her with a nod and, sensing her quest, offered to guide her through the forest. Together, they traversed paths cloaked in mist and fields carpeted with wildflowers, their colors vivid against the earth. The fox led Lyra to a clearing where the air was sweet with the scent of honey, and a gentle stream sparkled under the sun's golden rays. Here, the fox pointed to a small, hidden trail that seemed to disappear into the earth itself. With a grateful heart, Lyra thanked her new friend and ventured down the trail. The path led into a tunnel of vines and twinkling lights, and as she walked, the air shimmered with a gentle hum, like the whisper of a lullaby. The tunnel opened into the Enchanted Hollow, a place that seemed to exist just between a dream and reality. The hollow was a world of wonders. Trees with trunks of silver leaves stretched up to the sky, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. Flowers with petals of iridescent colors glowed softly, and the ground was covered in moss that felt like the plushest carpet beneath Lyra's feet. Streams of crystal-clear water wound through the landscape, their gentle babble a soothing melody. As she explored, Lyra met creatures she had only ever dreamed of. There were butterflies with wings like stained glass windows, glowing softly in the dim light. She watched as a family of gentle deer with antlers adorned in soft ferns grazed nearby, their presence serene and calming. But the most wondrous creature she encountered was a small, luminescent being called a starling. It hovered in the air, its wings twinkling like the night sky, and spoke in a voice as soft as a summer breeze. The starling told Lyla of the heart of the hollow, a place where wishes were whispered and dreams were born. With the starling as her guide, Lyla traveled to the heart of the enchanted hollow. There she found a pool of water so clear and still that it reflected the world above like a perfect mirror. The starling encouraged her to look into the pool and whisper her heart's deepest wish. Lyla closed her eyes, and with a heart full of gratitude and wonder, whispered her wish for courage and the strength to explore the unknown. As her words floated into the air, the pool shimmered, and a warmth spread through her, filling her with a sense of peace and confidence. With her journey nearly complete, Lyla realized it was time to return home. She bid farewell to her new friends, each one leaving her with a token of their world, a silver leaf, a tiny fern, and a single glowing petal. As she retraced her steps through the forest, the fox rejoined her, leading her back to the edge of her village. Under the light of the setting sun, Lyla returned home, her heart brimming with stories and newfound courage. She tucked the tokens from the hollow into her satchel, reminders of her journey and the friends she had made. As she drifted off to sleep that night, the wind carried the scent of the forest through her window, and the stars outside twinkled with a familiar glow. Lyla knew that whenever she needed courage, she only had to close her eyes and remember her journey to the enchanted hollow, where magic and dreams lived in harmony. And so, with a heart full of wonder and the whisper of the hollow in her dreams, Lyla slept peacefully, ready for whatever adventures awaited her in the days to come. Story 62. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and vibrant meadows, where the air was always infused with the sweet scent of blooming lilacs, there lived a gentle young woman named Clara. Clara was known for her kindness and her deep love for the woods that surrounded her home. Every morning she would wander through the forest, her senses alive with the whispering leaves and the song of the brook that wound its way through the ancient trees. Yet, despite her love for the world around her, Clara felt a heaviness in her heart, an uncertainty about the changes that life seemed to be whispering on the breeze. She cherished the familiar patterns of her days, the way the morning sun painted golden streaks on her kitchen floor, the comforting chatter of her neighbors, and the steady rhythm of village life. The thought of anything disrupting this brought a shiver of apprehension. One late afternoon, as Clara sat by the brook, dipping her fingers into the cool, flowing water, she noticed something unusual. A tiny, luminescent butterfly, unlike any she had seen before, fluttered down to rest on her hand. Its wings shimmered with an iridescent glow, shifting colors like the sky at dusk. Clara watched, mesmerized, as the butterfly fanned its wings, casting a soft, magical light around them. "Hello," came a gentle voice, startling Clara slightly. She looked around, but the woods were empty, save for the rustling leaves and the babbling brook. "Down here," the voice said. Clara blinked in surprise, realizing the voice was coming from the butterfly itself. "Oh my," she whispered, her heart fluttering with the unexpected magic of it all. "I am Lumi," the butterfly introduced, its voice as soft as a whispering breeze. "I've come to help you see the beauty in change." Clara hesitated, unsure. "Change frightens me," she confessed, her voice barely above a murmur. "Everything seems so uncertain and vast." Lumi nodded understandingly, its wings glinting in the fading light. "Change can be daunting, but it is also the canvas upon which new beginnings are painted. Would you allow me to guide you?" Though hesitant, something in Lumi's presence soothed Clara's fears, and she nodded. "Yes, I'd like that." With a gentle flutter, Lumi led Clara deeper into the woods than she had ever ventured before. The forest air was rich with the scent of pine and earth, and the ground beneath her feet was a tapestry of fallen leaves, soft and inviting. Clara felt a quiet strength in the ancient trees, their branches forming a cathedral of green above her. As they walked, Lumi spoke softly of the magic woven into the fabric of the world, a magic that thrived on change and growth. Clara listened, her heart opening to the possibilities she had never dared to consider. In a clearing, bathed in the soft glow of twilight, Lumi paused and gestured with its delicate wings to a cluster of wildflowers. "Look closely, Clara," it encouraged. Clara knelt down, her fingers brushing against the petals that seemed to hum with a quiet energy. "What is it?" she asked, sensing something wondrous just beyond her understanding. "These flowers," Lumi explained, "are like moments of change. They bloom with the promise of transformation, revealing colors and patterns unseen before. Each one is unique, yet all are part of the same cycle." Clara watched in awe as the flowers began to shift, their hues blending and changing before her eyes. She felt a warmth spread through her, a gentle acceptance of the changes she had feared. As the colors danced, she realized that change was not something to be fought against but embraced, for it was through change that beauty and wisdom unfolded. Feeling lighter, Clara rose to her feet, a newfound calm settling within her. "Thank you, Lumi," she said softly. "I think I'm beginning to understand." Lumi alighted on her shoulder, its presence a comforting weight. "Remember, Clara, you are never alone. Friends and loved ones are like stars in the night sky, guiding you through the darkness." With Lumi's words echoing in her heart, Clara returned to the village, her steps sure and steady. She found her friends waiting, their faces illuminated by the warm glow of lanterns as they gathered to share stories and laughter. As the evening wore on, Clara felt the gentle support of her friends, each one a beacon of kindness and understanding. She realized that her own growth was mirrored in their companionship, each moment of change a new thread in the tapestry of their shared lives. In the days that followed, Clara embraced the changes that came her way, her heart open to the magic of possibility. She discovered that within her was a strength she had never known, a resilience born of the gentle guidance of a tiny butterfly and the love of those who surrounded her. And so, in the quiet of the forest and the warmth of her village, Clara found her peace. She learned that the beauty of personal discovery was not in resisting change, but in welcoming it with an open heart, trusting in the magic of transformation and the friends who walked the journey beside her. Under the starlit sky, as the village drifted into slumber, Clara lay in her bed, the soft rustle of leaves whispering through her window. She smiled, her heart full and content, knowing that the beauty of life lay in its ever-changing dance, a dance she was now a willing part of. And as she closed her eyes, she felt the gentle flutter of Lumi's wings, a reminder that she was never truly alone. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. In the heart of the ancient verdant wood forest, where the trees whispered secrets older than time itself, lay a hidden world unknown to most. This forest thrived under the gentle guardianship of creatures both seen and unseen, each playing a role in the delicate balance of nature. The air was perpetually infused with the heady scent of moss and pine, and the gentle rustle of leaves in the breeze sounded like the forest's own quiet symphony. At the center of this lush wilderness was a particularly grand oak, known as the elder tree. Its vast branches stretched towards the sky, and its roots delved deep into the earth, connecting it to all the life surrounding it. This venerable tree was the heart of the forest, a living repository of wisdom and magic. It was said that the elder tree had witnessed the changing of countless seasons, each one leaving its mark in the rings of its trunk. As spring unfurled her emerald banners across the landscape, a gathering began beneath the oak's expansive canopy. This was a time of renewal and celebration, marking the beginning of another cycle of growth and abundance. Creatures of every kind convened here, the nimble-footed deer with their gentle eyes, the wise old owls with feathers as soft as the dusk, and the industrious squirrels, their fur a flash of russet among the greenery. Even the tiniest of beings, like the glittering dragonflies and the industrious ants, found their place in this circle of life. Among these creatures was a young fox named Rowan. With fur as bright as autumn leaves and eyes the color of amber, he was known for his curiosity and kindness. Rowan had grown up hearing the stories of the elder tree and the magic that pulsed throughout the forest, and he dreamed of understanding the mysteries that lay hidden within the woods. On this particular day, the air was alive with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the distant song of the river winding its way through the forest. Rowan found himself seated at the foot of the elder tree, listening intently to the stories being shared. The forest elders, wise creatures who had lived through many seasons, spoke of the importance of harmony and balance, of how every creature, no matter how small, contributed to the whole. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting a warm, golden light across the forest floor, an unexpected visitor arrived. It was Zephyr, a gentle spirit of the wind, who often roamed the skies and danced among the treetops. Zephyr's presence was as light as a whisper, and whenever he appeared, the leaves would shimmer and sway, as if greeting an old friend. "Rowan," Zephyr called softly, his voice barely more than a breeze, "come walk with me." Intrigued, Rowan rose to his paws and followed the wind spirit. They moved through the forest, Zephyr guiding him with a playful gust here, a gentle nudge there. The world around them seemed to come alive with vibrant colors and sounds, the call of a distant owl, the trickle of a nearby brook, the soft crunch of leaves underfoot. As they wandered deeper into the woods, Zephyr began to share stories of the seasons and the magic they carried. "Each season brings its own gifts," Zephyr explained. "Spring brings renewal and hope, summer warmth and abundance, autumn wisdom and reflection, and winter rest and resilience. The forest thrives because each season knows its place and purpose." Rowan listened intently, his heart swelling with understanding. He realized that just as the seasons worked together, so too did the creatures of the forest, each with their own role to play in maintaining the harmony of their home. Their journey led them to a clearing where the ground was carpeted with soft, fragrant moss and the sky above was a canvas of twinkling stars. Here Zephyr paused, allowing Rowan to take in the beauty of the world around him. "Remember this, young Rowan," Zephyr continued, his voice gentle and wise. "True strength lies not in power or force, but in understanding and cooperation. The forest flourishes because its inhabitants work together, respecting the balance of nature." Rowan nodded, feeling the truth of Zephyr's words resonate deep within him. He understood now that his own small acts of kindness and curiosity could contribute to the greater good of the forest. He felt a renewed sense of purpose, ready to play his part in this intricate dance of life. As Zephyr prepared to depart, he left Rowan with one final message. "Cherish the stories of the elders, for they are the threads that weave the tapestry of our world. Pass them on, and you will keep the magic of the forest alive for generations to come." With that, Zephyr took to the skies once more, a gentle breeze rustling through the treetops. Rowan watched him go, feeling a serene sense of peace settle over him. He knew that he was part of something much larger than himself, a timeless cycle of life and magic. Returning to the elder tree, Rowan rejoined the gathering of creatures, his heart full of newfound wisdom. As the stars twinkled above and the night wrapped the forest in its tranquil embrace, the stories continued to be shared, each one a testament to the enduring harmony of the natural world. And so, under the watchful gaze of the elder tree, the forest thrived, a sanctuary of life and wonder, where creatures great and small lived in balance with the seasons and with one another. Rowan, with his bright eyes and gentle heart, became a guardian of the forest's secrets, ensuring that the wisdom of the past would light the path for all who followed. In the quiet of the night, as the last embers of the day faded into darkness, a sense of comfort and resolution settled over the forest. It was a place where magic and reality entwined, a haven of peace and possibility, forever cradled in the arms of nature. Story 66. Story 67. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees murmured secrets to the wind, stood the quaint village of Luminara. This village was known for its cozy cottages with thatched roofs, winding cobblestone pathways, and gardens that shimmered with dewdrops like tiny stars. Every evening, the villagers gathered around the great fire pit in the town square, sharing stories under the blanket of twilight, while the scent of blooming night jasmine filled the air. One such evening, as the sun melted into the horizon, a peculiar event stirred the peaceful rhythm of Luminara. A soft, tinkling sound, like that of distant chimes, echoed through the village. It was gentle yet persistent, and no one could quite pinpoint its source. The sound seemed to float on the breeze, sometimes coming from the old well, other times drifting from the boughs of the ancient oak that stood proudly in the center of the square. At first, the villagers thought it to be the playful wind, but as days turned into a week, their curiosity grew. The sound was soothing, almost like a lullaby, but its mystery beckoned for an explanation. Determined to uncover the source, the villagers called upon their resident wise woman, a gentle soul named Marin, known for her deep understanding of the magical and mundane alike. With her hair as silver as moonlight and eyes as bright as the morning sky, Marin was a beloved figure in Lumina Hollow. She listened to the villagers' concerns with a kind smile and promised to look into the matter. The very next morning, with the first light of dawn, Marin set out to investigate, accompanied by her faithful companion, Bramble, a sprightly squirrel with a bushy tail and a penchant for acorns. Together they wandered through the village, Marin humming softly to herself, while Bramble chattered excitedly, darting here and there. As they approached the old well, the sound grew clearer, a gentle tinkling that seemed to resonate from within its moss-covered stones. Marin leaned closer, her ear to the cool, damp surface, and closed her eyes, listening intently. "Ah, it's a melody," she murmured, recognizing the rhythmic pattern. "But what could be singing from the depths of this well?" Bramble tilted his head, his tiny eyes filled with curiosity. "Maybe it's the water sprites," he suggested, his voice a whisper on the wind. Marin chuckled softly, patting Bramble on the head. "Perhaps, my dear friend, but let's see if we can find more clues." They continued their exploration, following the sound as it danced through the village. It led them to the ancient oak, its branches stretching wide like protective arms over the square. Marin ran her fingers over the bark, feeling the pulse of life within the tree. "There's magic here," she said softly, sensing the gentle hum of energy that enveloped the oak. "But it feels different." As they pondered, a rustling above caught their attention. From the depths of the oak's leafy canopy emerged a creature no larger than Bramble himself. It was a delicate being, with wings that glimmered like stained glass in the sunlight. A gentle glow surrounded it, casting a warm light on Marin and Bramble below. "Greetings, wise Marin," the creature said, its voice as soft as the chiming sound that had puzzled the village. "I am Lyra, a guardian of this oak." Marin bowed her head in respect. "Greetings, Lyra. We've been curious about the beautiful music we hear throughout our village. Could it be your doing?" Lyra nodded, her wings fluttering gently. "Indeed it is. I sing to the trees and the wind to keep the balance of magic in these woods, but I sense that my song has traveled further than intended." Marin smiled warmly. "It has become a mystery to us, one that brought much wonder and joy, yet we were eager to understand its source." Lyra's light flickered with happiness. "I am glad my song has brought joy. I shall adjust my melody so it rests more quietly upon the woods." Before Marin could respond, Bramble chirped. "But Lyra, why did the song change? It was never heard before." Lyra's glow dimmed slightly, a hint of bashfulness in her expression. "Oh, it was a new tune I've been practicing. I did not realize it would carry so far." Marin laughed, a sound as gentle as a breeze rustling through leaves. "Your song was a gift to us, even as it was a surprise. Thank you, Lyra, for sharing your magic with Lumina Hollow." With a graceful nod, Lyra promised to visit the village more often, her songs weaving joy and tranquility into the fabric of the village life. As she fluttered back into the branches, the air felt lighter, filled with a sense of camaraderie and shared understanding. Marin and Bramble returned to the village square, where the villagers awaited eagerly. Marin recounted their adventure, her words painting a vivid picture of Lyra and her enchanting melody. The villagers listened in awe, their hearts warmed by the tale of friendship and the gentle spirit of the woods. As night embraced Lumina Hollow, the villagers gathered once more around the great fire pit. The strange chimes had transformed into a cherished memory, a gentle reminder of the magical world that embraced their village. With hearts at ease and minds at peace, they settled into their homes, the night wrapping them in its comforting embrace. And so, under a canopy of stars, Lumina Hollow returned to its tranquil slumber, the whisper of Lyra's song a soft, soothing lullaby that cradled the village in dreams as sweet as the scent of night jasmine. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang ancient lullabies and the streams hummed a gentle tune, a small village lay cradled within a verdant valley. The village was called Lumin's Hollow, named after the soft, ethereal glow that seemed to hang in the air like a constant twilight, casting everything in hues of lavender and gold. It was a place of simple joys, where laughter echoed through cobblestone streets and the scent of freshly baked bread wafted from every window. The people of Lumin's Hollow lived peacefully, tending to their gardens and weaving tales by the fireside. But what made this village truly remarkable was a secret known only to a few, a hidden world within the forest, a realm where the ordinary and the extraordinary danced in harmony. It was said that deep within the woods, past the ancient oak that stood like a sentinel, lay a portal to this enchanted world, guarded by creatures of light and shadow. In this village lived a young girl named Seraphine, with hair the color of moonlight and eyes as bright as the morning star. She was known for her boundless curiosity and a heart as open as the skies above. Seraphine often wandered the woods, her feet as familiar with the forest paths as a bird is with the wind. Her grandmother, wise and kind, often shared stories of the hidden world, tales spun from dreams and whispers, of creatures who spoke in riddles and streams that sang in harmony with the stars. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky donned its sapphire cloak, Seraphine sat by the fireside, her grandmother's voice weaving magic into the night. The old woman spoke of the prism stone, a magical object said to reside in the hidden world, capable of revealing one's true self and granting the deepest of desires. It was a tale Seraphine had heard many times, yet it never failed to stir a yearning deep within her soul. "Remember, dear heart," her grandmother would say, "the prism stone is not just a treasure to behold, but a journey to be lived. Those who seek it must do so with an open heart and a spirit willing to embrace the unknown." That night, as the village slumbered under a blanket of stars, Seraphine lay awake, the story echoing in her mind. Her heart thrummed with a quiet determination, a longing to discover the hidden world and witness the prism stone's magic for herself. And so, with the first light of dawn, Seraphine set out on her journey, her steps guided by the soft whispers of the forest. The path through the woods was dappled with sunlight, the air sweet with the scent of wildflowers. As she walked, Seraphine felt a gentle tug, an invisible thread pulling her towards the ancient oak, its branches stretching towards the sky like arms in eternal supplication. The tree stood tall and wise, its bark etched with runes that glimmered faintly in the morning light. With a heart full of hope and a mind open to possibilities, Seraphine placed her hand upon the tree. To her amazement, the runes began to glow, a soft luminescence that spread across the bark like ripples on a pond. The air shimmered, and with a whisper of wind, a portal opened before her, revealing a world bathed in iridescent light. Stepping through the portal was like entering a dream. The hidden world was a tapestry of colors and sounds, a symphony of nature's wonders. Trees with leaves of silver and gold swayed gently, their trunks adorned with blossoms that sang with the voices of 1,000 birds. Streams of crystal-clear water wound through the landscape, their surfaces dancing with rainbows. Seraphine wandered deeper into this enchanted realm, her senses alive with the beauty around her. It wasn't long before she encountered her first companion, a creature as curious as herself. It was a fox, its fur a vibrant red that shimmered in the light, its eyes a deep, knowing amber. The fox approached with a cautious grace, its tail flicking like a brush, painting the air with curiosity. "Hello," Seraphine greeted softly, kneeling to meet the fox's gaze. "I am Seraphine. I'm searching for the prism stone." The fox tilted its head, a gesture both thoughtful and inquisitive. "The prism stone," it replied, its voice a gentle rustle like leaves in the breeze. "A treasure sought by many, found by few. Why do you seek it, young wanderer?" Seraphine pondered the fox's question, her heart speaking before her mind. "I wish to understand myself, to see the world with new eyes, and to help my village with whatever wisdom I might gain." The fox regarded her for a moment, its eyes reflecting the forest's quiet wisdom. "Very well," it said finally. "I will guide you, but remember, the journey is as important as the destination." Together they ventured further into the hidden world, the forest unfolding like a story with every step. Along the way, they met other creatures, an owl with feathers of starlight, a rabbit with eyes like pools of moonlit water, and a deer whose antlers glimmered with the essence of twilight. Each joined their journey, drawn by Seraphine's pure heart and the promise of the adventure ahead. As they traveled, the companions shared stories and songs, each revealing a piece of the world's magic. The owl spoke of the stars and their ancient wisdom, the rabbit of the earth's gentle embrace, and the deer of the balance between light and shadow. Through their tales, Seraphine began to understand the interconnectedness of all things, the delicate threads that wove the fabric of life. Days passed in a harmonious cadence, the journey a dance of discovery and friendship. Yet as they neared the heart of the hidden world, the path grew more challenging. The forest thickened, shadows deepening, as if testing Seraphine's resolve. Doubt flickered within her like a candle in a storm, but her companion's presence was a steady flame, guiding her through the darkness. One evening, as the sun dipped low, painting the sky in shades of fire and amethyst, the group arrived at a glade, its center dominated by a pool of still, glassy water. In its depths lay the prism stone, a gem of indescribable beauty, its facets catching the light and refracting it into a spectrum of color that danced across the glade like a living rainbow. Seraphine approached the pool with reverence, her heart a symphony of hope and wonder. As she gazed into the water, she saw her reflection, the girl she was and the woman she was becoming. The prism stone glimmered beneath the surface, its light merging with her own, revealing not just her face, but her essence, her dreams, her fears, her boundless potential. In that moment of clarity, Seraphine understood the true magic of the prism stone. It was not a treasure to be possessed, but a mirror of the soul, a guide to self-discovery and transformation. She realized that the journey itself had granted her the wisdom she sought, the friendships she forged, a testament to the power of kindness and understanding. With a heart full of gratitude, Seraphine turned to her companions, her voice a soft melody of joy. "Thank you," she said, her eyes shining with the light of 1,000 stars. "Thank you for guiding me, for teaching me, for being my friends." The fox, the owl, the rabbit, and the deer gathered around her, their presence a comforting embrace. "You have found what you sought, young wanderer," the fox said, its voice a gentle caress. "Remember this journey, and carry its lessons with you always." With a final lingering look at the prism stone, Seraphine turned back towards the portal, her steps light with newfound purpose. As she crossed into the familiar embrace of the whispering woods, she felt a change within her, a quiet strength, a deeper understanding of herself and the world. Returning to Lumen's Hollow, Seraphine found the village as she had left it, nestled in its valley beneath the twilight sky. Yet, everything felt different, imbued with a richness and depth she had not noticed before. She shared her journey and its lessons with the villagers, her stories weaving a tapestry of hope and possibility. The village thrived, its people united by the knowledge that magic was not confined to distant realms, but lived within every heart, every friendship, every moment of kindness and courage. And as the years passed, Seraphine's tale became a part of the village's lore, a reminder that the greatest journeys are not measured by distance, but by the heart's capacity to grow and embrace the unknown. In the quiet of the evening, as the stars blinked awake and the forest whispered its eternal song, Seraphine would often sit by her grandmother's side, sharing tales of the hidden world, of the creatures who had become her friends, and the magic of the prism stone. And though her hair turned silver with time, her eyes retained the sparkle of that young girl who once stepped into the unknown, guided by the gentle hand of wonder. And so, the story of Seraphine and the prism stone became a part of Lumen's Hollow, a testament to the power of friendship, the beauty of discovery, and the enduring magic of the heart. Under the watchful gaze of the ancient oak, the village thrived, a beacon of light and love in the heart of the whispering woods. As the village slumbered, cradled in the embrace of the forest, the hidden world remained, a secret known to those with the heart to seek it, a reminder that within every ending lies the promise of a new beginning. And in that truth, the village found peace, nestled beneath a sky that sang with the light of 1,000 stars, each a promise of dreams yet to be discovered. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. In a quaint and quiet village nestled between rolling emerald hills and shimmering streams, there lived a gentle soul named Lyra. Her days were filled with the simple joys of tending to her garden, where sunflowers nodded lazily in the breeze and the scent of lavender hung sweetly in the air. Lyra had often felt a whispering call from the past, a gentle nudge that tugged at the edges of her consciousness. Her grandmother, a wise woman who seemed to know the secrets of the earth and sky, had once shared stories of their ancestors, guardians of an ancient legacy that had long been forgotten. These tales, softly spoken beside the warmth of the kitchen hearth, painted pictures of wondrous artifacts imbued with magic and meaning. One golden morning, as the first rays of dawn kissed the dewdrops on her garden leaves, Lyra discovered a curious object half buried in the soil. It was a small, intricately carved box of warm mahogany, its surface etched with symbols that seemed to dance in the light. Her heart skipped with a sense of familiarity, as if the box had been waiting for her all along. With gentle care, she brushed away the earth and opened the box. Inside lay a delicate necklace, its pendant a translucent stone that shimmered like captured starlight. As her fingers traced the cool surface, a warm glow enveloped her, and she felt a connection to something far greater than herself. It was as if the voices of her ancestors whispered through the ages, guiding her toward an understanding that had eluded her until now. Eager to uncover the story behind this enchanting find, Lyra sought the wisdom of the village elder, a kind-hearted sage named Tavian, known for his deep knowledge of the old ways. His cottage was a haven of serenity, filled with the comforting aroma of herbs and the soft, flickering light of candles. Tavian listened intently as Lyra recounted her discovery, nodding with a knowing smile. "Ah, my dear," he said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "You have found the Heartstone, a symbol of unity and strength passed down through generations. It holds the essence of our heritage and the wisdom of those who came before us." The elders shared tales of their ancestors, a community bound by friendship and harmony, who revered the natural world and lived in balance with its rhythms. The Heartstone, he explained, was a reminder of their values, kindness, courage, and the enduring power of love. As Lyra listened, she felt a deep sense of belonging, as if the threads of her life were weaving into a tapestry that spanned across time. The lessons of her ancestors resonated within her, teaching her that true strength lies in the bonds we forge and the love we share. With newfound clarity, Lyra returned to her garden, the Heartstone resting warmly against her chest. She began to see her world through different eyes, the vibrant colors of the flowers, the gentle rustle of the leaves, the symphony of birdsong that filled the air. Each moment was a gift, a reflection of the legacy she now carried forward. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of rose and gold, Lyra sat beneath the old willow tree, its branches swaying softly in the evening breeze. She felt at peace, embraced by the gentle glow of the Heartstone, a beacon of the love and wisdom that flowed through her veins. In that tranquil moment, she understood that the journey of discovery was not just about uncovering the past, but about embracing the present with gratitude and grace. The legacy of her ancestors was alive within her, a guiding light that would illuminate her path and inspire others to seek the beauty in their own stories. And so, with the stars twinkling like distant ancestors watching over her, Lyra closed her eyes, her heart full and content. She had found her place in the world, a place of connection, understanding, and endless possibilities. As she drifted into a peaceful slumber, she knew that the legacy of the Heartstone would continue to glow brightly, a timeless testament to the enduring power of love and unity. Story 76. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Whimsy Hollow, where the lanes were cobbled with candy stones and the rooftops shimmered like rainbow scales, there lived a peculiar family of hedgehogs known as the Twiddlepuffs. The Twiddlepuffs were no ordinary hedgehogs. Each member of the family had a unique magical trait. Fizz, the youngest, could make flowers bloom with a sneeze, while his sister, Tilly, had a giggle so infectious that it could make even the grumpiest of frogs join in a chorus of laughter. Their home was a delightful burrow nestled beneath a towering lollipop tree, where the air always smelled of mint and honey. Inside, the walls were lined with shelves of shimmering trinkets, each one a memento of adventures past. The fireplace crackled softly, its flames dancing a merry jig, while the scent of freshly baked acorn pie wafted through the air, inviting and warm. One sunny morning, as the dew still clung to the grass like tiny jewels, a peculiar event unfolded in Whimsy Hollow. The village's magical fountain, known for its sparkling waters that granted the most joyful dreams, had suddenly stopped flowing. The fountain, crafted from glistening crystal and adorned with carvings of playful otters, stood silent, its usual melody of tinkling waters replaced by an ominous hush. The villagers gathered around, their faces a mix of concern and curiosity. Among them was the wise and whimsical Mayor Pippin, a rabbit with spectacles perched precariously on his twitching nose and a waistcoat filled with pockets of peculiar odds and ends. "We must solve this riddle," declared Mayor Pippin, peering at the fountain with a thoughtful frown. "For without our dream water, the nights will grow restless and the dreams mundane." Fizz and Tilly, always up for an adventure, volunteered to help. With a spark of determination in their eyes, they set off on a quest to uncover the mystery. Their first stop was the cozy cottage of Granny Wobble, an elderly turtle with a pant for storytelling and a fondness for treacle. "Ah, yes," Granny Wobble mused, adjusting her spectacles with a slow, deliberate motion. "The fountain's heart is a crystal teardrop, known to be enchanted. It is said to be the source of its magic." "But where has the crystal gone?" Tilly asked, her eyes wide with wonder. "To find the crystal," Granny Wobble continued, "you must follow the path of the moonbeams, for they will lead you to the enchanted grove where whispers of old magic dwell." With Granny Wobble's cryptic advice in mind, Fizz and Tilly set off towards the edge of Whimsy Hollow, where the trees intertwined like old friends whispering secrets. As night fell, the moon cast a silvery glow across their path, illuminating a trail of moonbeams that danced like ribbons in the night. The journey was filled with delightful surprises. Along the way, they encountered Whisk the squirrel, who was renowned for his incredible juggling skills. Whisk joined them on their quest, juggling acorns and pine cones with such flair that it lifted their spirits and added a touch of whimsy to their travels. Eventually, the trio arrived at the Enchanted Grove, a place where the air shimmered with possibilities, and the trees whispered in a language only the heart could understand. In the heart of the grove stood a magnificent tree, its bark etched with ancient runes that glowed softly. Just as they approached, a small, mischievous sprite named Glimmer appeared, her wings sparkling like diamond dust. "I know what you seek," she chimed, her voice like the tinkling of tiny bells. The crystal teardrop was borrowed by the wind, who wished to compose a melody unlike any other. "Can we get it back?" Fizz inquired, his nose twitching with excitement. "Of course," Glimmer giggled. "All you need is a song of friendship, for the wind loves nothing more than the harmony of kindred souls." And so, beneath the canopy of the Enchanted Grove, Fizz, Tilly, and Whisk began to sing. Their melody was a lilting tune that spoke of laughter and dreams, of adventures shared and dreams fulfilled. The wind, who had been listening from afar, was so moved by their song that it returned the crystal teardrop, placing it gently in Fizz's tiny paws. With the crystal in hand, the trio made their way back to Whimsy Hollow, where a crowd of villagers greeted them with cheers and hugs. Mayor Pippin beamed with pride as he placed the crystal back in the fountain, and with a joyous gurgle, the waters began to flow once more, sparkling like 1,000 stars. That night, as the village drifted into slumber, the dreams that visited each villager were more vibrant and joyful than ever before. And as for Fizz and Tilly, they snuggled into their cozy burrow beneath the lollipop tree, the warmth of friendship and adventure weaving through their dreams like a gentle lullaby. And so, in the heart of Whimsy Hollow, where magic and laughter danced hand in hand, the Twiddlepuffs slept soundly, knowing that the world was just a little bit brighter because of their journey. And as the moon cast its silvery glow over the village, the fountain sang its familiar song, a melody of dreams and delight that carried through the night, whispering promises of more whimsical adventures to come. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. In the quiet village of Meadowbrook, nestled between rolling hills and whispering woodlands, a gentle breeze often carried the scent of sweet lavender and the soft hum of wild bees. The villagers, with their simple lives and kind hearts, were accustomed to the mysteries of the natural world. It was said that the land itself was imbued with a magic that was as old as the stars, a magic that whispered to those who listened closely. In this village lived a young girl named Isla. She had eyes the color of the summer sky and hair that danced like the sunlit waves of the nearby river. Isla was known for her curious heart and her gentle spirit. Her days were spent exploring the fields and forests around Meadowbrook, always searching for the wonders that lay hidden in the shadows of the trees and the songs of the streams. One crisp autumn morning, as golden leaves tumbled from the trees and the air was filled with the earthy scent of harvest, Isla set out on a new adventure. She followed the path along the riverbank, her feet crunching on the carpet of leaves, until she reached the edge of the enchanted wood. This was a place of legends where the sunlight danced through the canopy, casting dapples of light on the forest floor, and the air was alive with the whispers of ancient secrets. As she ventured deeper into the wood, Isla noticed a faint glimmer among the roots of an old oak tree. Curiosity piqued, she knelt down and gently brushed away the leaves and soil. There, nestled among the gnarled roots, lay an object unlike any she had seen before. It was a small, intricately carved wooden box, its surface etched with delicate patterns of leaves and stars that seemed to shimmer with an inner light. Isla lifted the box, feeling its warmth against her palms, and carefully opened it. Inside, resting on a bed of soft moss, was a tiny silver key. It was exquisitely crafted, with intricate designs that spiraled down its length, and a gemstone embedded in its handle that glowed with a soft, ethereal light. Isla felt a flutter of excitement and wonder. She knew at once that this key was no ordinary object. It was a doorway to something extraordinary. With the key tucked safely in her pocket, Isla continued her journey through the enchanted wood. The forest seemed to come alive around her, the birds singing sweet melodies and the leaves whispering secrets of times long past. As she wandered, she felt a growing sense of connection with the world around her, as if the key had unlocked not just a mystery, but a part of her own heart. The sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows across the forest floor, when Isla came upon a clearing she had never seen before. In its center stood an ancient stone archway, covered in ivy and moss, its surface etched with the same patterns that adorned the wooden box. Isla's heart quickened as she realized the key in her pocket was meant for this very place. Taking a deep breath, she approached the archway and inserted the key into a hidden lock. With a gentle turn, the key clicked and the archway shimmered with light. A soft, inviting glow filled the clearing, and a doorway appeared within the arch, revealing a lush, vibrant world beyond. Stepping through the archway, Isla found herself in a breathtaking garden, filled with flowers that glowed with an inner light, their petals shimmering in every color of the rainbow. The air was filled with the sweet scent of blossoms and the gentle hum of bees, and a stream of crystal-clear water wound its way through the garden, its surface sparkling in the sunlight. In the heart of the garden stood a magnificent tree, its branches reaching high into the sky and its trunk wide and sturdy. Isla felt drawn to it, as if it were calling to her. As she approached, she noticed a figure seated beneath its boughs. It was a boy, about her age, with hair as dark as the night and eyes that glimmered like stars. The boy looked up as she approached, a warm smile lighting up his face. "Welcome, Isla," he said, his voice gentle and kind. "I am Kai. This garden is a special place, hidden from the world but connected to it in many ways. It is a place of peace and discovery, where the heart can find what it truly seeks." Isla felt a sense of awe and wonder as she listened to Kai. She sensed that he, like the garden, was a part of the magic that surrounded them. She spent the afternoon exploring the garden with him, discovering its many wonders and secrets. They found a pond where colorful fish danced beneath the surface and a grove of trees that sang with the wind. Everywhere they went, the garden seemed to come alive with joy. As the sun began to set, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Isla and Kai returned to the great tree. They sat together beneath its branches, watching as the stars began to twinkle in the evening sky. "This garden reflects the magic of the world," Kai explained softly. "It shows us the beauty that lies within and around us, the connections we share with all living things. And it reminds us that we are never truly alone, for we are all part of something greater." Ela felt a warmth spread through her heart, a sense of belonging and peace. She realized that the key she had found was not just a key to a hidden world, but a key to understanding herself and her place in the world. She had discovered a friendship that defied expectations, a connection that transcended the ordinary. As the night deepened, Ela knew it was time to return to Meadowbrook. She promised Kai she would visit again, and he gave her a small pendant shaped like a leaf, a token of their friendship and a reminder of the magic they shared. With the pendant around her neck and the key safely in her pocket, Ela stepped back through the archway, emerging once more into the enchanted wood. The forest was quiet now, bathed in the soft glow of moonlight, and the path home seemed to welcome her with open arms. As she walked back to the village, Ela felt changed. She carried with her the lessons of the garden and the warmth of her new friendship. She knew that the magic of the world was not something to be found, but something to be embraced and shared. When Ela finally reached her home, the village was still and peaceful, the stars shining brightly overhead. She climbed into bed, the pendant resting against her heart, and drifted into a deep, restful sleep, her dreams filled with the wonders of the garden and the gentle laughter of her new friend. From that day forward, Isla's adventures in the enchanted wood became a cherished part of her life. She often visited the garden, each time discovering new marvels and deepening her friendship with Kai. And in the quiet moments, when the world was still, she would hold the pendant and remember the lessons of the garden. That true magic lies in the connections we make and the love we share. And so, in the village of Meadowbrook, under the watchful gaze of the stars, Ela lived her life with an open heart and a spirit full of wonder, ever mindful of the magic that surrounded her and the friendship that had unlocked her world. Story 80. Story 81. In a galaxy where stars shimmered like scattered gems in a velvet sky, the planet of Luminara glistened with ethereal beauty. Its crystalline forests and azure rivers were home to the Luminae, a gentle species known for their bioluminescent skin that glowed in hues of calming blues and greens. Among them was a young Luminae named Ori, whose heart was as bright as her skin. Ori loved to wander the forests at dusk when the world was bathed in twilight, and the symphony of night creatures began their serenade. On one such evening, as the soft breeze carried the scent of blooming starflowers, Ori stumbled upon a curious sight, a small, silver spaceship nestled awkwardly among the towering crystals. Its metallic surface reflected the moonlight, casting a silvery glow over the clearing. Cautiously, Ori approached, her glow intensifying with both curiosity and apprehension. Suddenly, the ship's door hissed open, and out tumbled a being unlike any she had ever seen. He was short and stout, with a shell-like exterior that shimmered with a spectrum of colors under the moonlight. His large eyes blinked in surprise as he noticed Ori, and he raised a hand, a universal gesture of peace. "Greetings," he said, his voice resonating like the gentle hum of wind chimes. "I am Kor from the planet Terracor. My ship has malfunctioned, and I seem to be stranded." Ori, her heart filled with compassion, nodded and responded, "Welcome to Luminara, Kor. I am Ori. Please, let me help you." Despite their initial awkwardness, a bond began to form between them. Ori led Kor through the forest, explaining the wonders of her world, while Kor shared tales of his home, a planet where dense jungles intertwined with vast oceans. They talked late into the night, their voices blending with the whispers of the forest. Yet, their friendship was not without its challenges. One day, as they explored the crystal caverns, Kor accidentally toppled a delicate formation, causing a cascade of shimmering shards. Ori's glow dimmed with dismay, and a silence fell between them. "I am sorry," Kor said, his voice tinged with regret. "On Terracor, such formations are durable. I did not realize." Ori, though initially upset, saw the genuine sorrow in Kor's eyes. She realized that understanding and forgiveness were far more precious than any crystal. "It's all right, Kor," she said softly. We all make mistakes. Let's fix it together. With patience and teamwork, they began to gather the fallen shards, piecing them back into a semblance of their former beauty. As they worked, they laughed and shared stories, their bond growing stronger with each shard they placed. One evening, a fierce storm swept across Luminara, its winds howling through the trees. The rain fell in torrents, turning the forest paths into rivers. Ori and Kor took shelter in a small cave, their hearts pounding with the storm's fury. In the dim light of the cave, Ori's glow cast a gentle radiance, and Kor's shell shimmered with a calming iridescence. As they huddled together, Ori noticed Kor shivering. Without hesitation, she wrapped her arms around him, sharing her warmth. "Thank you, Ori," Kor whispered, his voice steadying with comfort. "Your kindness is a beacon in this storm." "You've been a wonderful friend, Kor," Ori replied, her voice a soft lullaby amidst the tempest. "Together, we can weather any storm." As the storm raged outside, they shared stories of courage and resilience, finding solace in each other's company. In that moment, they understood that true friendship was not just about sharing the good times, but also standing by each other through the challenges. When the storm finally passed, the world outside was transformed. The air was crisp with the scent of rain, and the forest sparkled with droplets like diamonds on emerald leaves. Ori and Kor stepped out into the fresh dawn, their hearts light with renewed camaraderie. Together, they ventured back to the clearing where Kor's spaceship awaited. With Ori's help, Kor had managed to repair the ship, its silver surface gleaming with promise. Yet, as they stood before it, a bittersweet feeling lingered in the air. "You'll always have a place in my heart, Kor," Ori said, her glow reflecting the morning light. "And you in mine," Kor replied, his shell shimmering with gratitude. "Though I must return to Terracor, our friendship will span the stars." With a final, heartfelt embrace, they parted ways, Kor boarding his ship and Ori waving from the ground as the vessel rose gracefully into the sky. The ship's thrusters ignited, leaving a trail of shimmering light that danced across the heavens. As the stars began to twinkle in the evening sky once more, Ori felt a sense of peace. She knew that the bond she shared with Kor was unbreakable, a testament to the power of understanding, forgiveness, and shared adventures. And so, under the starlit canopy of Luminara, Ori continued her twilight wanderings, her heart aglow with the warmth of newfound friendship, a light that would guide her through any darkness, just as she had been a beacon for Kor. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Here is a bedtime story about personal growth and magical transformation. Once upon a time, deep in an enchanted forest, there lived a young deer named Willow. Willow was a gentle and kind creature, but she struggled with fears that held her back from embracing her true self. Every spring when the flowers bloomed, Willow felt a stirring inside, a yearning for something more. But the familiar paths and shady glades felt so safe and comfortable. Even though her spirit longed to explore the mysteries beyond the forest's edge, her hooves felt rooted to the ground. Willow's best friend, a wise old oak tree named Oakley, could sense her inner turmoil. "Dear Willow," he said one sunny morning as she grazed near his sturdy trunk, "I see the questions shining in your eyes. Why do you resist the call to journey forth and discover what wonders await?" "Oh, Oakley," Willow sighed, nestling under the shelter of his broad canopy. "I know there is so much to see and experience out there, but I'm afraid of what lies beyond the safety of our forest home. What if I get lost or hurt? What if I'm not ready?" Oakley's leaves rustled with a gentle, reassuring laugh. "My sweet friend, you were born ready. The metamorphosis you seek is already unfolding within you, just as my buds unfurl into leaves each spring. All you need is courage to spread your wings." Willow blinked in surprise as she looked down at her slender legs. Where there had once been spindly fawn limbs, now emerged graceful shafts of pure light, tipped with dainty golden hooves. Her body began to emanate a soft, warm radiance, like sunbeams filtering through the trees. "What's happening to me?" she gasped with a mixture of wonder and trepidation. "You're becoming your truest self, Willow," Oakley explained, "a beautiful forest spirit who shines her inner light to illuminate the world." Over the next few days and weeks, Willow's transformation blossomed at an unhurried pace, much like the wildflowers carpeting the sun-dappled meadows in their vibrant colors. Her friend Oakley, ever a steady and patient presence, offered boundless wisdom and encouragement. Soon Willow felt an unmistakable sense of confidence and freedom welling up inside her luminous being. One misty dawn, she turned to Oakley with a smile. "I'm ready to explore what lies beyond our forest home," she announced. "Then you must follow your heart, my glowing friend," Oakley replied. "But remember, you can always return here to be revitalized by the strength and serenity of these timeless woods." And so Willow's magical journey of discovery began. Along the way, she encountered many new faces and fascinating lands. There were gorgeous sunlit meadows, rolling hills that brushed the bellies of billowy clouds, and craggy snow-capped peaks that took her breath away. In each new realm, Willow met allies who became treasured friends, like Zephyr, the playful wind sprite whose tickling breezes raised laughter from the deepest wellsprings of joy, or Ruby, the dragon pup, still mastering her fire breath but overflowing with fierce warmth and loyalty. There were challenges, too, from rushing rivers to cross and winding caves to navigate. Whenever Willow felt her inner light wavering, she remembered Oakley's wisdom and drew strength from the radiant truth of who she was. Though her outer journey eventually looped back to the enchanted forest of her birth, Willow remained ever changed. Her fearful roots loosened, replaced by an expansive sense of wonder. She glowed with a serene confidence born from listening to her heart's call. Most importantly, Willow shared her hard-won gifts with all she encountered, leaving a trail of illumination and uplifting hope. For she realized that, like her, every being in existence had an essential light to uncover and shine forth through embracing their personal metamorphosis. To this day, you can find Willow still journeying and exploring the vast mystical lands and skies, her path ever forward as a luminous forest spirit. She delights in using her light to reveal unseen beauty and warm the souls of any who feel lost or afraid to blossom into their fullest, most magical selves. Story 85. Once upon a time, nestled deep within the heart of a vast and ancient forest, there lay a village unlike any other. This village, known as Luminara, was a place where the air was always sweet, with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the gentle rustle of leaves whispered secrets of old to anyone who cared to listen. Each cottage was quaintly adorned with climbing ivy and surrounded by vibrant gardens, creating a tapestry of colors that danced in the golden light of the setting sun. In this enchanting village lived a young girl named Anwen. Anwen was known for her boundless curiosity and the sparkle of wonder that never left her hazel eyes. She spent her days exploring every nook and cranny of Luminara, often accompanied by her faithful companion, a clever little squirrel named Thistle. Together, they would venture into the heart of the forest, where the sunlight filtered through the canopy like streams of liquid gold, and the ground was a plush carpet of moss and fallen leaves. One crisp autumn morning, as the world was painted in hues of amber and rust, Anwen and Thistle embarked on a journey to the farthest edge of the forest, where the trees grew tall and wise, their branches reaching out like ancient arms. It was said among the villagers that beyond those trees lay a hidden world, a place where magic was as natural as the air they breathed. Anwen's heart danced with excitement at the thought of discovering this realm. As they wandered deeper into the forest, Anwen noticed a peculiar glimmer beneath a pile of freshly fallen leaves. With a gentle brush of her hand, she uncovered an exquisite pendant, its surface shimmering with an iridescent light that seemed to pulse with a life of its own. The pendant was shaped like a teardrop, and within it swirled a myriad of colors, like the northern lights captured in a single drop of dew. "Look, Thistle," Anwen whispered, cradling the pendant in her palm. "It's beautiful." Thistle chittered softly in agreement, his small eyes reflecting the pendant's glow. Anwen felt an inexplicable pull towards the pendant, as if it held secrets waiting to be unveiled. She slipped it around her neck, feeling its warmth spread through her like a gentle summer breeze. As they continued their journey, Anwen felt a strange sensation, as though the forest itself was awakening to her presence. The leaves rustled with a language she could almost understand, and the path seemed to unfold before her, guiding her steps. It wasn't long before they reached the heart of the forest, where the trees formed a natural archway, their branches entwined like the fingers of old friends. Anwen paused at the threshold, her heart pounding with a mixture of anticipation and trepidation. "Do you think this is the entrance, Thistle?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Thistle nodded, his tiny tail flicking with excitement. Together, they stepped through the archway and into a world that defied all imagination. Beyond the archway lay a realm of breathtaking beauty, where the air was filled with the sweet melody of birdsong and the faint tinkling of unseen bells. The sky was a tapestry of swirling colors, painting the world in a perpetual twilight that shimmered with magic. Here the flowers glowed with an inner light, and streams of crystal-clear water wound their way through fields of emerald grass. As Anwen and Thistle explored this hidden world, they encountered creatures that seemed to have stepped out of a dream. Gentle deer with antlers adorned with flowering vines, iridescent butterflies that danced in the air like living jewels, and wise old owls with eyes that held the wisdom of ages. It was in this magical setting that Anwen met Lyra, a kind-hearted fairy with wings that shimmered like sunlight on water. Lyra was perched upon a toadstool, her delicate wings fluttering as she watched them with a curious smile. "Welcome to the Glade of Whispers," Lyra said, her voice as soft as a breeze through the leaves. "We have been waiting for you, Anwen." Anwen blinked in surprise. "You know my name?" Lyra nodded, her eyes twinkling with a light of their own. "The forest speaks of you, young seeker. It senses your heart's desire to understand its mysteries." Anwen felt a warmth spread through her chest at Lyra's words. "I've always felt drawn to the forest," she admitted. "It's like it holds secrets just waiting to be discovered." Lyra's smile widened. "Indeed it does, and you, Anwen, have found the pendant of verity, a magical object that reveals the truth within all things." Anwen glanced down at the pendant, its colors swirling with a gentle luminescence. "What do you mean by reveals the truth?" "The pendant of verity has the power to see beyond appearances," Lyra explained, her voice like the soft rustle of leaves in the wind. "It can unveil the true nature of things, allowing you to understand the world and yourself more deeply." Anwen's heart leapt with curiosity. "How do I use it?" "By listening," Lyra replied simply. "Listen with your heart, and the pendant will guide you." Encouraged by Lyra's gentle wisdom, Anwen placed her hand over the pendant and closed her eyes, focusing on the rhythmic pulse of its light. As she listened, she felt a shift within herself, as if a door had opened to a deeper understanding. In the days that followed, Anwen and Thistle explored the Glade of Whispers, discovering its many wonders and mysteries. With each new encounter, Anwen learned to see beyond the surface, to understand the heart of the creatures and the forest itself. She discovered that the world was a tapestry of interconnected lives, each thread woven with care and purpose. Through her journey, Anwen formed a bond with Lyra, and together they shared stories and laughter beneath the starlit sky. Lyra taught Anwen the language of the forest, the songs of the wind, and the secrets of the streams. In return, Anwen shared tales of her village, of the people she loved, and the beauty of the world beyond the forest. One evening, as the twilight deepened into a velvety night, Lyra revealed to Anwen a hidden grove within the glade. There, the trees formed a circle around a shimmering pool of water, its surface reflecting the stars like 1,000 tiny lanterns. "This is the pool of reflection," Lyra said, her voice a soft song. "It holds the memories of the forest, the stories of those who have come before. With the pendant of verity, you can glimpse these memories and learn from them." Anwen knelt beside the pool, her heart filled with a mixture of awe and reverence. She leaned over the water, and as she gazed into its depths, the pendant began to glow with a gentle light. Images danced across the surface, scenes of joy and sorrow, of friendship and courage. Through the memories, Anwen saw the stories of those who had walked the forest paths before her. She witnessed their triumphs and challenges, their moments of kindness and bravery. Each story touched her heart, weaving a tapestry of understanding and compassion. As the final image faded, Anwen felt a profound sense of connection to the world around her. She realized that her journey was not just about discovering the magic of the forest, but about understanding the magic within herself. With this newfound wisdom, Anwen returned to Luminara, her heart forever changed by the wonders of the hidden world. She shared her experiences with the villagers, inspiring them to look beyond the surface and see the beauty and truth in all things. As the seasons turned, Anwen continued to visit the Glade of Whispers, her bond with the forest and its inhabitants growing ever stronger. The pendant remained a cherished reminder of her journey, a symbol of the wisdom she had gained and the magic that lived within her heart. And so, under the watchful gaze of the ancient trees and the twinkling stars, Anwen's story became a part of the forest's tapestry, a tale of friendship, discovery, and the transformative power of seeing the world with eyes of wonder and a heart of truth. As the years passed, Anwen's once youthful curiosity matured into a profound wisdom that was respected and cherished by the villagers of Luminara. She became known as the Story Keeper, for her ability to weave the tales of the forest into lessons that taught love, empathy, and understanding. The children of the village would gather at her feet by the warm glow of the hearth, eyes wide with wonder as she recounted the stories of her adventures in the Glade of Whispers. Each story carried with it a gentle lesson, a reminder that true magic was not found in grand gestures or spells, but in the quiet moments of connection and compassion. One winter's eve, with snowflakes cascading gently from the sky, Anwen felt a familiar tug at her heart, a call from the forest that she could not ignore. With Thistle by her side, now older and wiser, she made her way through the snow-draped trees to the familiar archway of the Glade of Whispers. Lyra awaited her there, her wings shimmering with a soft, silvery glow that mirrored the moonlight. "Welcome back, dear friend," she greeted, her voice a melody of warmth and joy. Anwen smiled, her heart swelling with the familiarity of their friendship. "It's good to be home," she replied, her voice a whisper in the stillness of the winter night. As they walked together through the glade, Lyra shared news of the forest, of new life and the changes that time had wrought. Anwen listened with a heart full of gratitude, her love for this hidden world as strong as ever. "Anwen," Lyra said softly, pausing beneath a towering oak, "the forest has a gift for you, a token of gratitude for all that you have given to us." Curious, Anwen followed Lyra to the pool of reflection, where the water lay still and silent beneath a blanket of snow. As she approached, the pendant around her neck began to glow, casting a gentle light upon the surface of the pool. With a soft murmur, the water parted, revealing a small, intricately carved box that shimmered with the iridescence of the pendant. Anwen reached out, her fingers brushing against the smooth wood, and she felt a warmth spread through her, a sense of peace and fulfillment. "This is the box of echoes," Lyra explained, her voice filled with reverence. "It holds the echoes of your heart, the memories and wisdom you have gathered on your journey. It is a reminder that your story is woven into the very fabric of the forest." Tears of gratitude filled Anwen's eyes as she accepted the box, feeling the weight of its significance. She knew that her journey had come full circle, that the magic of the forest was now a part of her, as she was a part of it. With the box in hand, Anwen returned to Luminara, her heart filled with a sense of purpose and belonging. She continued to share her stories, her wisdom growing with each passing season, her love for the village and the forest as enduring as the stars in the night sky. And so, the tale of Anwen and the Glade of Whispers became a cherished part of Luminara's history, a story passed down through generations, reminding all who heard it that magic was not just something to be found, but something to be lived, in every act of kindness, every moment of understanding, and every thread of connection that bound their hearts to the world around them. As the years turned to decades, Anwen's legacy endured, her stories becoming a source of inspiration and guidance for the villagers of Luminara. Her presence was felt in the gentle rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, and the songs of the forest creatures that continued to thrive in the hidden world she had discovered. The villagers often spoke of the Story Keeper with fondness and admiration, recounting her tales by the fireside during long winter nights and beneath the starry sky on warm summer evenings. Anwen's stories became a bridge between generations, a reminder of the power of love, friendship, and the indomitable spirit of exploration. Children who had grown up listening to Anwen's stories would often venture into the forest themselves, guided by the lessons she had imparted. They would seek the archway to the Glade of Whispers, their hearts filled with the same wonder and curiosity that had once guided Anwen on her journey. Although the forest remained a place of mystery and magic, Anwen's wisdom had taught the villagers to respect and cherish its secrets, to walk its paths with reverence and gratitude. The bond between the village and the forest grew stronger with each passing year, a testament to the enduring legacy of the young girl who had once listened to the whispers of the trees. Anwen herself continued to visit the Glade of Whispers, her friendship with Lyra deepening with each encounter. Together, they would sit by the pool of reflection, sharing stories and laughter as the stars twinkled above them like 1,000 tiny lanterns. One evening, as the forest was bathed in the silver light of the moon, Lyra placed a gentle hand on Anwen's shoulder. "You have given so much to the forest, dear friend," she said, her voice filled with warmth and gratitude. "Your heart has touched the lives of all who dwell here." Anwen smiled, her eyes reflecting the stars above. "The forest has given me more than I could ever repay," she replied softly. "It has taught me to see the beauty and magic in every moment, to cherish the connections that bind us all." Lyra nodded, her wings shimmering in the moonlight. "Your story is woven into the very fabric of the forest, Anwen. It will continue to inspire and guide those who come after you." With a heart full of gratitude, Anwen returned to Luminara, her spirit forever intertwined with the magic of the forest. The pendant around her neck, the box of echoes in her hand, were cherished reminders of her journey, symbols of the wisdom and love that had shaped her life. As the years passed, Anwen grew older, her hair turning silver like the moonlit sky, her eyes still shining with the same wonder and curiosity that had defined her youth. She remained a beloved figure in the village, her stories a source of comfort and inspiration for all who heard them. Eventually, Anwen's journey came to a gentle close, her spirit at peace with the world she had come to love so deeply. Her passing was marked by a quiet reverence, a celebration of a life well lived, a story well told. The villagers of Luminara gathered by the hearth, their hearts filled with gratitude for the storykeeper who had shared her wisdom and love with them. They spoke of Anwen's legacy, of the magic and beauty she had brought into their lives, and the lessons she had imparted. As the years turned to centuries, Anwen's story continued to be told, a timeless tale of friendship, discovery, and the transformative power of seeing the world with eyes of wonder and a heart of truth. And somewhere deep within the heart of the ancient forest, the Glade of Whispers remained, a hidden world where magic was as natural as the air they breathed, a place where the spirit of Anwen lived on, in the gentle rustle of leaves, the whisper of the wind, and the songs of the forest creatures that continued to thrive in its embrace. Story 86. Story 87. Once upon a time, deep within an ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Willow. The towering trees that surrounded her humble cottage seemed to whisper secrets of a world unseen, hidden from the eyes of those who could not hear the language of nature. One crisp autumn morning, Willow ventured into the heart of the woods, her bare feet crunching on the carpet of fallen leaves. As she wandered deeper, a strange warmth enveloped her, like the embrace of an old friend. Suddenly, a glimmer of light caught her eye, and she gasped in wonder. Nestled among the gnarled roots of a mighty oak lay a peculiar acorn, shimmering with an otherworldly radiance. Willow reached out, her fingers tingling with anticipation, and the moment she touched the acorn, the world around her transformed. The trees stretched skyward, their branches intertwining to form a verdant canopy. Streams of sunlight filtered through, casting dappled patterns on the mossy ground. Willow spun in awe, her eyes wide with delight, for she had stumbled upon the hidden realm of the forest spirits. A gentle voice beckoned her forward, and she followed the melodic sound to a clearing where a magnificent oak tree stood tall and proud. At its base sat a wizened old woman, her face carved with lines that spoke of centuries of wisdom. "Welcome, dear child," the woman said, her eyes twinkling like stars. "You have been chosen to bear witness to the wonders of this ancient realm." Willow listened, entranced, as the woman revealed the secrets of the acorn's magic. It was a conduit, a gateway to a world where the boundaries between dreams and reality blurred, where the very essence of nature danced in harmony with the rhythms of life. From that day forth, Willow became the guardian of the acorn, tasked with protecting the delicate balance between the seen and unseen worlds. With each adventure, she learned invaluable lessons about courage, compassion, and the profound beauty that thrived in even the smallest of things. One day, as Willow wandered through the enchanted forest, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight. A tiny creature with wings like gossamer, fluttering helplessly on the ground. As she drew closer, she recognized the creature as a sprite, one of the mischievous but kind-hearted beings that inhabited the realm. "Please help me," the sprite cried, its voice like the tinkling of silver bells. "I've lost my way, and without my wings, I cannot return home." Willow's heart ached for the little sprite, and she vowed to aid her newfound friend. Together, they embarked on a journey through the twisting paths and secret glades, encountering wondrous beings and unraveling riddles that tested their courage and wit. Along the way, they forged an unbreakable bond, defying the expectations of those who believed sprites and humans could never be true friends. Willow learned the value of empathy and the strength that lies in unity, while the sprite discovered the boundless potential of unwavering loyalty. Their quest led them to the heart of a mysterious glade, where a crystalline pool shimmered under the dappled light. As the sprite dipped her weary wings into the enchanted waters, a miraculous transformation took place. Her gossamer wings unfurled, shimmering with renewed vigor, and she took to the skies once more, her laughter like a gentle rain upon the leaves. With a heavy heart, Willow bid farewell to her friend, but the sprite made her promise to return, for their destinies were intertwined forevermore. And so, Willow continued her journey as the guardian of the acorn, her steps lighter and her heart fuller, forever changed by the power of friendship and the magic that dwelled within the hidden realm. Years passed, and Willow grew into a wise and gentle woman, her eyes reflecting the depths of the ancient forest. One fateful day, as she wandered the familiar paths, she stumbled upon a clearing she had never seen before, its existence a mystery even to her. In the center of the glade stood a towering oak, its branches reaching skyward like gnarled fingers grasping at the heavens. Willow felt an inexplicable pull toward the tree, as if answering a call that echoed through the very fibers of her being. As she approached, she noticed a peculiar sight, a door carved into the trunk, its intricate patterns whispering of secrets long forgotten. Without hesitation, Willow reached out and turned the knob, her heart pounding with anticipation. What greeted her on the other side was a sight beyond her wildest dreams. A vast underground cavern stretched before her, its walls adorned with glowing crystals that cast ethereal radiance upon the scene. In the center, a magnificent waterfall cascaded into a crystal-clear pool, its waters shimmering with otherworldly hues. Willow ventured forth, her footsteps echoing in the cavernous space, and as she drew nearer to the pool, she felt a profound sense of peace wash over her. It was as if the very essence of the hidden realm had been distilled into this sacred place, a convergence of all the magic and wonder she had witnessed throughout her life. Overcome with reverence, Willow knelt at the water's edge and gazed into the depths of the pool. What she saw reflected back at her was not her own face, but a kaleidoscope of images, memories of her adventures, the friends she had made, and the lessons she had learned along the way. In that moment, Willow understood the true nature of her journey. The acorn had been a catalyst, a key that unlocked the hidden realms within herself, enabling her to grow and transform in ways she could never have imagined. As she rose to her feet, Willow felt a profound sense of purpose, a calling to share the wisdom and magic she had discovered with others. From that day forth, she became a beacon of hope and wonder, guiding those who sought solace and understanding toward the hidden realms that existed within their own hearts and souls. And so, the tale of Willow and the enchanted acorn became a cherished legend, passed down through generations. It was a story of friendship, courage, and the transformative power of embracing the magic that lies within us all, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, there is always light to be found in the most unexpected of places. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. The Whispering Woods and the Lantern of Luminara. In the small village of Amberley, nestled at the edge of the Whispering Woods, tales of enchantment and mystery were as old as the trees themselves. The woods were a place of wonder, where the air was thick with secrets and magic lingered in the rustling leaves. Yet it was also a place avoided by many, for deep within its heart lay a hidden world, known only to those with the courage to seek it. The village was a cozy cluster of thatched roof cottages, surrounded by fields of lavender that swayed gently in the breeze, filling the air with a soothing fragrance. The villagers were kind and simple folk, their days marked by the rhythm of the seasons and the quiet pleasures of rural life. In one such cottage lived a young girl named Lyra. She had hair the color of autumn leaves and eyes that sparkled with curiosity. Lyra was known for her gentle nature and the way she seemed to understand the whispers of the wind and the songs of the birds. She often spent her afternoons wandering the edges of the whispering woods, listening to the stories the forest had to tell. One cool autumn evening, as the setting sun painted the sky in hues of orange and pink, Lyra sat at her window, gazing out at the woods. Her heart longed for adventure, and she felt a pull towards the trees, as though they were calling her name. "Lyra," her mother called from the kitchen, "come help me with supper." Lyra reluctantly tore her gaze from the window and joined her mother. As they prepared the meal, her mother spoke of the coming winter and the preparations they must make. But Lyra's mind drifted back to the woods, to the stories of hidden worlds and magical beings that her grandmother used to tell. That night, as the village lay quiet under a blanket of stars, Lyra lay awake in her bed, listening to the gentle rustle of the leaves outside. Unable to resist the call of adventure any longer, she quietly slipped out of bed, wrapped a warm cloak around her shoulders, and tiptoed out of the cottage. The moon cast a silvery glow over the landscape as Lyra made her way towards the whispering woods. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth. As she entered the woods, the trees seemed to lean in, welcoming her into their embrace. The deeper she ventured, the more the forest came alive. The leaves whispered secrets, and the branches formed intricate patterns against the sky. Lyra felt a sense of wonder and awe, as though she were stepping into a dream. After walking for what felt like hours, Lyra came upon a clearing bathed in moonlight. In the center stood an ancient oak tree, its twisted branches reaching towards the heavens. Beneath the tree lay a small, flickering light, like a star fallen to earth. Curious, Lyra approached the light and discovered it was a lantern, crafted from delicate glass and metal, its surface etched with intricate patterns. The lantern glowed with a soft, warm light that seemed to pulse with life. As she reached out to touch it, a voice, gentle and melodic, echoed through the clearing. "The lantern of Luminara," it said, "a beacon for those who seek the hidden world." Lyra looked around, but saw no one. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice barely a whisper. The voice replied, "I am the spirit of the forest, and I have watched over these woods for centuries. The lantern is a gift for those with pure hearts and the courage to seek the truth." Lyra felt a thrill of excitement mixed with apprehension. She had heard of the lantern of Luminara in her grandmother's tales, a magical object that could reveal the hidden world within the whispering woods. "Will you accept the lantern and embark on a journey of discovery?" the voice asked. Lyra nodded, her heart pounding with anticipation. "Yes, I will." As she lifted the lantern, its light grew brighter, illuminating the clearing with a warm, golden glow. The air shimmered, and the world around her seemed to shift and change. The trees swayed gently, their leaves whispering secrets in a language she couldn't quite understand. With the lantern in hand, Lyra began her journey deeper into the woods. The path before her was bathed in light, and she felt a sense of peace and purpose guiding her steps. As she walked, Lyra encountered creatures she had only heard of in stories. A family of fireflies danced around her, their tiny lights twinkling like stars. A wise old owl perched on a branch, its eyes gleaming with wisdom. And a gentle deer with antlers like branches nodded in greeting as she passed. Each encounter filled her with a sense of wonder and belonging, as though she were part of a world she had always known in her heart. The forest seemed endless, a labyrinth of trees and shadows, but Lyra felt no fear. The lantern's light guided her, and she trusted in its magic to lead her to the hidden world. As she journeyed deeper, the air grew cooler and the shadows longer. The forest was silent now, save for the gentle rustle of leaves. Lyra felt a sense of anticipation, as though she were on the brink of discovering something extraordinary. Finally, she reached a glade where the moonlight danced upon a shimmering pool. The water was as clear as glass, reflecting the stars above. At the center of the pool stood a small island, and on it, a stone altar, ancient and weathered by time. Lyra approached the water's edge, her reflection rippling in the surface. The lantern's light cast a golden glow over the pool, revealing a path of stepping stones that led to the island. With each step, Lyra felt the weight of the forest's magic surrounding her, a tangible presence that filled her with awe. When she reached the altar, she placed the lantern upon it, the light casting intricate patterns over the stone. In that moment, the air shimmered, and a figure appeared before her, ethereal and radiant. It was the spirit of the forest, its form shifting like the wind through the trees. "Welcome, seeker of truth," the spirit said, its voice a melody of the earth. "You have come far, guided by the light of Luminara. What do you seek?" Lyra took a deep breath, her heart filled with the courage of her journey. "I seek to understand the world hidden within these woods, to learn its secrets and share its wonders." The spirit smiled, its light flickering like the lantern. "You have shown courage and kindness, and the forest has embraced you as one of its own. The hidden world is within you, a place of wisdom and magic that can only be found by those who seek with an open heart." As the spirit spoke, Lyra felt a warmth spreading through her, a connection to the forest and all its creatures. She understood now that the hidden world was not a place to be found, but a state of being, a way of seeing the world with wonder and love. "You are part of the forest, Lyra," the spirit said, "and its magic will be with you always. Go forth and share its light with the world." With those words the spirit faded, leaving Lyra standing by the altar, the lantern's light still glowing brightly. She returned to the village, her heart filled with the magic of the whispering woods. She knew that her journey had changed her, that she carried the hidden world within her. And so, Lyra became a storyteller, sharing the tales of her adventures with the villagers. Under her guidance, they learned to see the magic in the everyday, to find wonder in the world around them. The Whispering Woods remained a place of mystery and enchantment, a source of inspiration for all who dared to listen to its whispers. And Lyra, with the lantern of Luminara as her guide, continued to explore its secrets, her heart forever open to the magic of the hidden world. Story 91. Story 92. Once upon a time, nestled in the heart of an ancient forest, there lay a little village named Willow Glen. The village was surrounded by trees so tall that their tops seemed to brush the clouds, and every morning the air was filled with the sweet scent of pine and the gentle rustle of leaves whispering secrets to the wind. The villagers were kind-hearted folk, living in harmony with nature and each other, in cottages that seemed to have sprouted from the earth itself. In this peaceful hamlet lived a young girl named Ryla. Lyla was known for her curiosity and her penchant for adventure. Her hair was like spun gold, catching the sunlight in a halo around her head, and her eyes sparkled like the clear blue lake that lay on the village's outskirts. Lyla's best friend was a gentle, wise old tortoise named Thistle. Thistle had a shell that glistened like polished stone, and he carried with him the wisdom of the ages, speaking in a slow, deliberate manner that always seemed to calm the winds and hush the forest creatures. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves turned to hues of amber and gold, Lyla and Thistle set out on their usual walk along the forest path. The air was cool and invigorating, filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. Lyla loved this time of year, when the world seemed to be painted in shades of warmth, and the forest was alive with the songs of migrating birds preparing for their long journey south. As they walked, Lyla noticed something unusual. A faint glimmer caught her eye from beneath a pile of leaves. Curiosity piqued. She knelt down and brushed the leaves aside, revealing a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was adorned with patterns of swirling vines and flowers, and at its center was an emblem of a tree with deep roots and flourishing branches. "Thistle, look at this!" Lyla exclaimed, her voice tinged with wonder. "What do you think it is?" Thistle regarded the box with his wise old eyes, blinking slowly. "It seems to be a very special box, Lyla. Perhaps it holds a secret waiting to be discovered." With trembling fingers, Lyla opened the lid, and inside she found a delicate silver key, its bow shaped like a tiny, intricate tree. The key gleamed in the dappled sunlight, and Lyla felt a strange warmth spreading through her as she held it. She sensed that this key was no ordinary object. It was imbued with magic. "What do you suppose it unlocks?" Lyla mused aloud, her imagination already conjuring images of hidden doors and secret worlds. "There is only one way to find out," Thistle replied, ever the voice of calm reason. "We must search and see what lies ahead." And so began their journey, a quest to uncover the mystery of the silver key. Lyla and Thistle wandered through the forest, following paths both familiar and new. The trees whispered encouragement as they passed, and the forest seemed to guide them with a gentle hand. As the afternoon sun dipped lower in the sky, casting long shadows across their path, they reached a part of the forest that Lyla had never seen before. It was a grove of ancient oaks, their trunks thick and gnarled, their branches twisting and reaching toward the heavens like the arms of giants. In the center of the grove stood a massive tree, larger than any Lyla had ever encountered. Its bark was a deep, rich brown, and it exuded a sense of timelessness and majesty. Lyla approached the tree, drawn by an invisible force. As she laid her hand on its trunk, she felt a gentle thrumming beneath her fingers, as if the tree had a heartbeat of its own. "Do you feel that, Thistle?" Lyla whispered, her voice filled with awe. Thistle nodded slowly. "This tree is ancient and wise, Lyla. It holds many secrets within its bark." Just then, Lyla noticed something extraordinary. Set into the trunk of the tree was a small, ornate lock, crafted in the same style as the key she held. Her heart raced with excitement as she inserted the key and turned it. There was a soft click, and the lock fell away, revealing a hidden door. With bated breath, Lyla pushed the door open, and she and Thistle stepped inside. They found themselves in a hidden world, a place of wonder and magic. The air was filled with the scent of wildflowers and the gentle hum of bees. Sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting patterns of light and shadow on the forest floor. Before them lay a path lined with flowers of every color imaginable, their petals glistening like jewels. The path wound its way through the trees, leading deeper into this enchanted realm. As they walked, Lyla marveled at the beauty around her. She saw butterflies with wings that shimmered like rainbows, and birds whose songs were as sweet as the finest melodies. The forest creatures here were unlike any she had seen before, gentle and curious, coming close to greet her and Thistle with friendly eyes. "It's as if this place is waiting for us," Lyla said, her voice filled with wonder. "Yes, Lyla," Thistle agreed. "I believe this world has been hidden away, waiting for someone who possesses both the key and the heart to appreciate its wonders." The path led them to a clearing where a crystal-clear spring bubbled forth from the earth. The water sparkled in the sunlight, and as Lyla and Thistle approached, they saw their reflections gazing back at them, smiling and serene. "This place is magical, Thistle. I feel different here," Lyla said, her voice soft with emotion. "Perhaps it is the magic of the forest, or perhaps it is the magic within you that is awakening," Thistle replied with a knowing smile. They spent the afternoon exploring this hidden world, discovering its secrets and marveling at its beauty. As the sun began to set, painting the sky with hues of pink and gold, Lyla and Thistle made their way back to the door in the ancient tree. "Do you think we can return here?" Lyla asked, a note of longing in her voice. "I believe so, Lyla," Thistle said. "As long as you hold the key and the desire in your heart, this place will remain open to you." With a final glance at the enchanted forest, Lyla and Thistle stepped through the door and back into their own world. The door closed softly behind them, the lock once again hidden from view. As they walked home, the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, and Lyla felt a deep sense of peace and contentment. She knew that she had discovered something truly special, a place where magic and wonder flourished, a hidden world that had awakened something within her. From that day on, Lyla and Thistle often returned to the enchanted forest, each visit bringing new discoveries and deepening their friendship. The hidden world became a place of refuge and joy, a reminder of the magic that lay within the natural world and within themselves. And as the years passed, Lyla grew into a wise and compassionate young woman, her heart forever touched by the magic of the forest and the gentle wisdom of her dear friend Thistle. She learned that the greatest treasures were not always those that could be seen or touched, but those that lay within the heart, waiting to be discovered. And so, in the quiet village of Willow Glen, beneath the ancient trees and the starry sky, Lyla found her own kind of magic, a magic that would stay with her always, as warm and comforting as a crackling fire on a cold winter's night. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. In the heart of a lush, whispering forest, where the trees seemed to hum gentle lullabies with the wind, lay a quaint village known as Willowbark. It was a place where magic danced lightly on the air, mingling with the scent of wildflowers and warm, earthy moss. The cottages, with their thatched roofs and colorful gardens, nestled snugly against the hillside, each one surrounded by a low stone wall that seemed to hug the homes gently. In this serene village lived a thoughtful young girl named Clara. She had a keen eye and a curious heart, always noticing the little things others might miss. Her days were filled with adventures and discoveries, but lately something peculiar had been happening. Each morning the villagers awoke to find their garden gates mysteriously open, tools scattered about, and sometimes even small trinkets missing. The villagers were puzzled but not alarmed, for they knew their village was a safe and gentle place. Still, they were curious, and so they turned to Clara, hoping she might unravel the mystery. With a nod and a determined glint in her eyes, Clara promised to investigate. She started her quest by visiting the gardens at dusk, just as the sun dipped below the horizon, leaving streaks of coral and lavender in the sky. The air was cool and sweet, carrying the scent of honeysuckle. Clara crouched by the hedges, her notebook in hand, and waited patiently. As the moon rose, casting silver beams across the village, Clara noticed something unusual. From the corner of her eye, she saw a soft glow weaving through the gardens. It wasn't the light of fireflies which flickered gently above her, but something more deliberate. She followed it quietly, her footsteps muffled by the soft grass. To her surprise, Clara discovered a small group of creatures, no taller than her knee, with shimmering wings and bright, curious eyes. They were busy at work, tending to the gardens with care, though their methods were a bit chaotic. Clara watched as they rearranged stones, polished leaves with tiny cloths, and gathered forgotten trinkets into neat piles. "Hello there," Clara called softly, not wanting to startle them. The creatures paused, their wings fluttering like the pages of a book caught in a breeze, and then they turned to face her. "We mean no harm," one of them spoke, its voice like the tinkling of a bell. "We are the Glimmerfolk, caretakers of the night." Clara smiled warmly, her heart filling with understanding. "But why open the gates and scatter things about?" she asked gently. The Glimmerfolk exchanged glances, their eyes twinkling in the moonlight. "We were trying to help," explained another, its voice soft and melodic. "But we did not understand the ways of your village. We thought the tools were to be used, and the gates should breathe with the gardens." Clara chuckled softly, touched by their sincerity. "Your intentions are kind," she assured them, "but perhaps we can learn from each other. I could show you how we tend our gardens, and you can teach me the ways of the night." And so began a delightful exchange of knowledge. Each evening, as the stars blossomed in the sky, Clara and the Glimmerfolk worked together. The creatures taught Clara about the secret language of plants and the songs of the earth, while Clara explained the villagers' ways, showing them how to care for the gardens in harmony with the day. As the days passed, the mystery of the open gates was resolved, and the village thrived with newfound magic. The Glimmerfolk, now understanding the balance between night and day, helped the gardens flourish in ways the villagers had never imagined. Flowers bloomed with vibrant colors, and the air was filled with a melody of nature's own making. The villagers, grateful for Clara's wisdom and the Glimmerfolk's friendship, held a small celebration under the twinkling stars. There was laughter and joy, a gentle reminder that misunderstandings could be mended with kindness and cooperation. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Willowbrook continued to be a place where magic and harmony danced hand in hand, a cozy haven where mysteries were welcomed as friends and solved with the warmth of understanding. As Clara lay in bed that night, her heart full of contentment, she knew that the world was a little brighter and a little more magical, thanks to the friends she had found. And as she drifted into dreams, the village slept peacefully, cradled in the gentle arms of the forest, where the trees sang their lullabies to the stars above. Story 96. Story 97. Once upon a time, in the vast expanse of the universe, where stars twinkled like a million lanterns in the velvet sky, there were two distant planets, each with its unique inhabitants. One was the lush, emerald-covered planet of Verdantia, home to the gentle Verdantians, creatures resembling elegant deer with shimmering leaf-like antlers that glowed softly in the moonlight. The other was the arid, rust-colored world of Farum, inhabited by the Ferites, sturdy beings with metallic skin and eyes that sparkled like polished gemstones. Despite the vast distance separating their worlds, a series of cosmic events had aligned to bring together two unlikely companions. From Verdantia came Lyra, a curious and kind-hearted Verdantian, whose antlers glowed with the soft light of 1,000 tiny stars. From Farum came Zeph, a resourceful and resilient Ferrite, whose metallic skin gleamed like polished copper. Their meeting was not by chance, but by the workings of an ancient interstellar tradition known as the Convergence, a rare event when the gravitational forces of their planets aligned perfectly, creating a temporary bridge of shimmering light connecting the two worlds. It was said that during the convergence, those who dared to cross the bridge would gain wisdom and insight beyond their wildest dreams. Lyra, with her adventurous spirit, and Zeph, driven by a desire to understand the universe beyond his own world, both embarked on this mystical journey. They met at the bridge's midpoint, where the air was thick with shimmering particles of stardust, and the silence was punctuated only by the gentle hum of cosmic energies. At first, their encounter was marked by misunderstanding. Lyra, with her gentle grace and ethereal presence, found Zeph's sturdy metallic form intimidating. Meanwhile, Zeph, accustomed to the harsh conditions of Farum, mistook Lyra's delicate appearance for fragility. They exchanged polite, cautious greetings, both unsure of what to make of the other. Their initial attempt to communicate was fraught with confusion. Lyra spoke in soft, melodic tones, her words like a gentle breeze rustling through leaves, while Zeph's voice had the resonance of deep, rolling thunder. Each struggled to understand the other's language, and their efforts were met with awkward silences and hesitant gestures. But the Bridge of Light was a place of magic, and its energies soon worked to bridge not just the gap between their worlds, but between their hearts. As they journeyed further across the bridge, facing the challenges of the unknown together, they began to learn each other's ways. One night, as they rested beneath a canopy of stars that shone brighter than any they had ever seen, Lyra shared the stories of her ancestors, tales of harmony and growth among the forests of Verdantia. Her antlers glowed softly, casting a gentle light that enveloped them both. Zeph listened intently, his eyes reflecting the light like mirrors, and in that moment he saw not fragility, but a strength that was gentle and enduring. In return, Zeph spoke of Farum, of the resilience required to thrive in its harsh landscapes. He described the beauty he found in the patterns of rust on ancient stones, and the way the sun set the sky ablaze with fiery hues. As he talked, Lyra began to see the world through his eyes, recognizing the strength and beauty in the starkness he described. Their bond deepened as they faced shared challenges. The bridge was not without its trials, and they encountered storms of cosmic energy that threatened to sweep them away. In those moments, they leaned on each other for support, Lyra's wisdom guiding them through the storm's chaos, and Zeph's strength anchoring them against its force. Through these trials, they found comfort in each other's presence. Lyra discovered that Zeph's solid form was a source of warmth and protection, while Zeph found solace in Lyra's gentle light, which calmed his heart and soothed his spirit. As the convergence drew to a close and the bridge began to fade, Lyra and Zeph stood at its end, looking back at the journey they had shared. They had come to understand that friendship was not about sameness, but about embracing each other's differences and finding strength in unity. With a newfound appreciation for their own worlds and each other's, they prepared to return to their planets. As they parted, they exchanged a promise to carry the lessons they had learned into their lives. ensuring that the bridge of light would remain, not in the sky, but in their hearts. And so, under a sky ablaze with the fading glow of the convergence, Lyra and Zeph returned to their homes, forever changed by the friendship they had forged among the stars. Though they were separated by the vastness of space, they knew that their bond would endure, shining brightly like the stars above, a testament to the power of understanding and the magic of friendship. Story 98. In a lush and verdant valley kissed by the gentle glow of twilight, nestled amongst rolling hills and whispering streams, lay the village of Bramblebrook. It was a place untouched by the rush of the outside world, where the air was perpetually sweet with the scent of honeysuckle and lavender. The cobblestone paths wound gracefully between quaint, thatched-roof cottages, each adorned with vibrant flower boxes overflowing with blooms of every imaginable hue. The heart of Bramblebrook was its market square, a lively yet serene hub where villagers gathered to exchange goods, stories, and laughter. In the center stood a grand old oak tree, its branches stretching wide, offering shade and a sense of timelessness. Beneath this ancient tree sat an equally ancient bench, worn smooth by countless tales told and secrets shared. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of peach and gold, a peculiar event began to unfold. The villagers noticed that the twinkling lights of the fireflies, which usually danced merrily in the dusk, were nowhere to be seen. Instead, a soft, shimmering mist curled through the air, weaving its way like a silken ribbon through the village. The villagers, though curious, were not alarmed, for they were accustomed to the mysterious wonders of their magical world. However, the absence of the fireflies was indeed unusual, and so they turned to their beloved friend and guide, an elderly woman named Anwen, known for her wisdom and gentle spirit. Anwen lived in a cozy cottage at the edge of the village, surrounded by a garden brimming with herbs and wildflowers. Her presence was as calming as a lullaby, and her eyes twinkled with the knowledge of 1,000 stars. The villagers approached her with their concerns, and she listened intently, nodding as they spoke. "It seems we have a little mystery on our hands," Anwen said with a soft chuckle, her voice like the rustle of leaves. "Fear not, for mysteries are like puzzles, and every puzzle has its pieces." Intrigued, a small group of villagers offered to assist Anwen in uncovering the puzzle's solution. Among them was a young boy named Finn, whose curiosity was as boundless as the sky, and a thoughtful girl named Ryla, who had a knack for noticing the smallest of details. Together, they formed a merry band, ready to explore the strange happenings. Anwen suggested they begin their exploration at the edge of the village, where the forest of Eldergrove began. Eldergrove was a magical place, home to many wondrous creatures, some known and some yet to be discovered. As the group made their way into the forest, the air filled with the soft sounds of crickets chirping and leaves whispering secrets. Finn and Ryla, walking side by side, marveled at the beauty around them. The trees were wrapped in moonlight, their leaves shimmering like silver coins. They caught sight of a family of rabbits peeking curiously from their burrows, and a pair of owls hooting softly from a high branch. "Look," Elis, pointing to the ground where faint, glowing footprints appeared, leading deeper into the forest. Anwen, following their gaze, smiled knowingly. "We are on the right path," she said. "These are the tracks of the glow mice, gentle creatures who often know more than they let on." With renewed determination, they followed the luminous trail, which led them to a clearing bathed in the light of the crescent moon. There, amidst the clover and wild thyme, they found a gathering of glow mice, their small forms aglow with a soft, golden light. The glow mice chattered excitedly at the sight of the villagers, their tiny voices like the tinkling of bells. Anwen knelt down, her gentle presence calming the creatures, and asked them about the missing fireflies. The leader of the glow mice, a wise old creature with whiskers as white as snow, stepped forward. "The fireflies have taken shelter in the Whispering Cavern," he explained, drawn by a strange song that echoes through the night. "A song?" Finn echoed, his eyes wide with wonder. "What kind of song?" "It is a melody both beautiful and enchanting," the glow mouse replied. "But it is not of this world, and it unsettles the fireflies, drawing them away from their dance." The group thanked the glow mice for their help and set off towards the Whispering Cavern, a place known for its echoes and mysterious acoustics. As they approached, the air grew cooler, and the sound of the strange melody reached their ears, a haunting yet lovely tune that seemed to weave its way into their very souls. At the entrance of the cavern, they paused, listening intently. The song was indeed captivating, like the gentle lapping of waves upon a shore, and it seemed to come from deep within the heart of the earth. Onwin, ever wise, suggested they proceed with care. "Let us find the source of this melody," she said, "for it may hold the key to our mystery." With lanterns casting warm pools of light, they ventured into the cavern. The walls glimmered with crystals, capturing the light and reflecting it in a dazzling display. The melody grew stronger, guiding them deeper, until they reached a vast chamber where a small, luminous pool lay at its center. Hovering above the pool was a creature unlike any they had ever seen, a spirit of the water, its form shifting like liquid moonlight. It sang softly, its voice the very essence of tranquility. The spirit noticed the villagers and paused, its song fading into silence. "Welcome, kind travelers," it spoke, its voice echoing softly. "I did not mean to trouble the fireflies. I sang to remember my home, far beyond the stars." Anwin stepped forward, her heart full of compassion. "We understand," she said gently. "Perhaps you might share your song with the world above, where all can hear and join in your melody." The spirit considered her words, its form shimmering with thought. "That would be lovely," it replied at last, "to sing under the open sky, where the moon and stars can hear my song." With the villagers' encouragement, the spirit rose from the pool, its song swelling once more, this time with joy and gratitude. Together, they returned to the village, where the spirit's melody filled the air, a harmonious blend with the night. The fireflies, drawn by the new harmony, returned to their dance, their lights twinkling like stars fallen to earth. The villagers gathered in the market square, their hearts lifted by the beauty of the night. And so the mystery was resolved, not through force or fear, but with understanding and kindness. The spirit found a new home in Bramblebrook, where it sang each night, accompanied by the fireflies, the glow mice, and the whispers of the ancient oak. As the villagers retired to their homes, the world outside their windows was a symphony of light and song. Finn and Ryla, nestled beneath warm quilts, closed their eyes, their dreams filled with the magic of the night. And in the heart of Bramblebrook, beneath the starlit sky, the spirit sang on, its melody a gentle promise of peace and wonder, weaving through the dreams of all who listened. Story 99. Once upon a time, nestled in a serene valley surrounded by lush emerald hills, lay the quaint village of Willowbark. In this village, ivy-clad cottages stood under the watchful embrace of towering oak trees, their branches whispering ancient secrets to the winds. Among these cottages, at the end of a winding cobblestone path, was the home of a young woman named Eleanor. Eleanor had always been a creature of habit, finding comfort in the routines that shaped her days. She knew every stone in the path she walked, every note of the birdsong that greeted her at dawn. Yet, as the seasons began to shift from the vibrant energy of summer to the gentle embrace of autumn, Eleanor felt a growing unease, a restlessness she could not quite name. The familiar patterns of her life seemed to stifle rather than soothe, and she found herself yearning for something just beyond her reach. One crisp morning, as the first golden leaves tumbled from the trees like coins from a treasure chest, Eleanor set out for a walk in the nearby forest, seeking solace in the rustling leaves and soft earth. The forest was a tapestry of colors, the air rich with the scent of pine and the earthy perfume of fallen leaves. As she wandered deeper into the woods, she came upon a sight that made her heart pause. A small, glistening pond, its surface a mirror reflecting the world above. Drawn to its tranquil beauty, Eleanor knelt at the water's edge. As she gazed into the pond, a gentle ripple disturbed its surface, and from its depths emerged a curious creature. It was a small, luminous fish with scales that shimmered like 1,000 rainbows. The fish spoke, its voice a soft melody that seemed to echo in Eleanor's mind. "Greetings, Eleanor," the fish said with a gentle nod. "I am the keeper of waters. You have come seeking change, have you not?" Eleanor blinked in surprise, her heart fluttering like the wings of the butterflies that danced around her. "I suppose I have," she replied, her voice barely a whisper, "but I do not know what it is that I seek." The Keeper of Waters glided closer, its eyes wise and knowing. Change is a river, ever-flowing, ever-changing, it said. It can be daunting, yet it is the essence of life. Embrace it, and you will discover your true self. As these words settled in her heart, the pond began to shimmer with a warm, golden light. Eleanor felt a gentle warmth spread through her, and when she looked around, she found herself no longer alone. The forest had transformed, and standing beside her were creatures of the wood, the spirited fox, the wise owl, and the playful squirrel, all friends she had known since her childhood. Each creature spoke in turn, their voices weaving a tapestry of encouragement and support. The fox, with eyes like amber, spoke of courage and the joy of exploration. The owl, perched with grace, shared wisdom and the importance of patience. The squirrel chattered about the delight found in small wonders and the magic of discovery. With each word, Eleanor felt a growing sense of peace and possibility. She saw her life not as a series of fixed patterns, but as a journey filled with endless potential. She realized that change was not something to be feared, but a path to new adventures and self-discovery. In gratitude, Eleanor thanked the Keeper of Waters and her woodland friends. As she rose to leave, the pond's light faded, and the forest returned to its familiar form. Yet within Eleanor's heart, a transformation had begun, a spark of courage and curiosity that would guide her forward. Returning to Willowbrook, Eleanor found that the world around her seemed more vibrant, more alive. She welcomed the changing seasons, each day an opportunity to learn and grow. She embraced new experiences, finding joy in the unexpected and strength in her newfound resilience. And so, in the gentle embrace of autumn, Eleanor discovered the beauty of personal growth and magical transformation. With the support of her friends and the wisdom of the Keeper of Waters, she learned that life, like the shimmering pond, was a mirror reflecting the endless possibilities within her. In time, Eleanor became a beacon of inspiration for others in Willowbrook, her story a reminder that change, though challenging, can lead to the most wondrous discoveries. And as the stars twinkled above the village each night, the gentle hum of the forest sang a lullaby of hope and transformation, a song that carried the promise of new beginnings for all who dared to dream. Once, in the quaint village of Willowbrook, nestled between whispering woods and meandering streams, there lived a young girl named Lyla. Her spirit was as bright as the morning sun, and her curiosity as deep as the night sky. Lyla lived with her grandmother, Esme, in a cozy cottage at the edge of the village. Their home was filled with the warmth of laughter and the scent of fresh herbs drying by the fireplace. One crisp autumn morning, as leaves painted the ground in shades of amber and gold, Lyla set off to explore the woodland paths she'd wandered since she was a tiny child. The forest, with its towering oaks and singing bird life, was a world of secrets and whispers, where every rustle of leaves suggested a hidden tale. While meandering through the familiar trails, Lyla stumbled upon a small, peculiar object, partially buried beneath a tangle of roots. It was a thimble, seemingly ordinary, yet it shimmered in the dappled sunlight with a gentle, iridescent glow. Intrigued, she slipped it onto her finger, and at that very moment, a soft, melodious chime filled the air, as if the forest itself was humming a welcoming tune. Unbeknownst to Lyla, this was no ordinary thimble. It held a secret, the ability to reveal the true nature of things. As she wandered deeper into the woods, she noticed subtle changes around her. Leaves sparkled with a gloss of hidden patterns, and stones beneath her feet whispered stories of ancient times. Every creature she encountered seemed to gaze at her with knowing eyes, as if acknowledging her newfound gift. Curious and a little overwhelmed, Lyla returned to her grandmother, seeking guidance. Esme, with wisdom etched into her gentle smile, listened intently. "Ah, my dear," she said, "you found the thimble of truth. It chooses its bearer and unveils the unseen. But remember, with great insight comes great responsibility." Emboldened by her grandmother's words, Lyla decided to explore her village through the lens of her magical thimble. She soon discovered that the baker's cat, often seen lounging lazily by the window, was actually a guardian of the village's dreams, protecting them from nightmares. The ancient oak in the village square was a keeper of time, its roots entwined with memories of generations past. But it was not long before Lyla faced a challenge that would test her wisdom. The village had long suffered from a mysterious ailment affecting the crops, causing them to wither before the harvest. The villagers, though kind and hard-working, were at a loss, and fear of famine loomed. Determined to help, Lyla ventured to the heart of the forest, accompanied by her two closest friends. Oliver, a mischievous squirrel with a heart of gold, and Tamsin, a wise old turtle who had seen more seasons than anyone could count. Oliver, with his nimble paws, would dart about, gathering clues, while Tamsin, with her steady pace and thoughtful nature, provided counsel. As they journeyed deeper, the forest grew denser. Shadows stretched long, and the air was thick with the scent of pine and earth. Lyla felt the thimble warm upon her finger, guiding her steps to a hidden glen bathed in silvery moonlight. In the center stood an ancient willow, its branches drooping low, whispering secrets in the night breeze. Lyla approached, feeling a pull in her heart. She placed her hand upon the willow's gnarled trunk, and the thimble vibrated with a gentle hum. Suddenly, images flooded her mind, of the village, of the crops struggling under a strange, unseen weight. And then she saw it, the source of the ailment. A tangled web of forgotten promises and neglected kindnesses, woven over years, had settled like a shadow over the fields. Understanding dawned upon Lyla. The solution was not in force or confrontation, but in healing the bonds between people, in nurturing the goodwill that once flourished. She shared her vision with Oliver and Tamsin, who nodded in agreement, their eyes shining with shared purpose. Returning to the village, Lyla and her companions gathered the villagers. With gentle words, she spoke of the need to rekindle the connections between them, to share their hopes and dreams, to support one another with open hearts. The villagers, inspired by Lyla's wisdom and the sincerity in her voice, came together. They shared meals, exchanged stories, and worked the fields as one community. Slowly the shadow lifted, and the fields began to thrive once more, vibrant and abundant. As the harvest festival approached, the village was filled with joy and gratitude. Lyla, with her magical thimble, had not only revealed the truth, but had also reminded them of the power of unity and kindness. That night, under a sky dusted with stars, Lyla sat with her grandmother by the crackling fire. The thimble, nestled in her palm, glowed softly, a testament to her journey and the wisdom she had gained. Esme, with a proud smile, whispered, "You have done well, my dear. You have seen with your heart and healed with your spirit." And so the village of Willowbrook thrived, its fields lush, its people united. Lyla, the girl with the thimble, continued to explore the wonders of her world, guided by the truth and bound by the love of her community. And as she drifted into dreams, the forest sang its lullaby, a gentle reminder of the magic that lay in every corner of life, waiting to be discovered. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling emerald hills and a shimmering, winding river, lived a young lad named Finn. With tousled auburn hair and eyes that sparkled like the morning dew, Finn was known throughout the village for his boundless curiosity and gentle heart. Finn often wandered to the edge of the village, where the whispering woods began. These woods were a place of legends, filled with tales of enchantment and wonder. The villagers spoke of it in hushed tones, for it was said to be a realm where the ordinary met the extraordinary. One golden afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky and painted the world in hues of amber and rose, Finn felt a tug at his heart, a call to explore the unknown depths of the whispering woods. Clad in his favorite cloak, as soft as the down of a fledgling bird, Finn set off with a sense of excitement bubbling within him. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth, mingled with a hint of something sweet and unnameable. As he ventured deeper, the trees stretched taller, their leaves whispering secrets to one another. Shafts of sunlight danced through the branches, creating patterns on the forest floor that seemed to guide Finn onward. Before long, Finn came upon a glade bathed in a gentle silvery light. In its center stood a tree unlike any he had ever seen. Its bark shimmered like mother of pearl, and its leaves were delicate as lace, whispering with the softest breeze. At the foot of this magnificent tree, a circle of toadstools formed a perfect ring, each cap a brilliant shade of violet. As Finn marveled at the beauty around him, a soft rustle caught his attention. Out from the underbrush hopped a creature so whimsical it seemed plucked from a dream. It was a rabbit, yet not quite. Its fur sparkled as if dusted with stardust, and its eyes twinkled with an intelligence that belied its small size. "Greetings, young adventurer," the rabbit said in a voice like the tinkling of tiny bells. "I am Thistle, keeper of the Whispering Woods. What brings you to our enchanted glade?" Finn, though surprised, felt a warmth in his heart at Thistle's gentle demeanor. "I seek to explore and learn, dear Thistle," he replied, his voice soft and sincere. "I wish to understand the wonders of this place." Thistle nodded, his whiskers twitching with delight. "Then you shall," he said, "but remember, true exploration requires courage and a willingness to see with more than just the eyes." With that, Thistle bounded away, leaving a trail of twinkling lights in his wake. Finn followed, his heart beating with a mix of anticipation and joy. The path wound through the woods, leading Finn to a series of gentle challenges. First, he encountered a brook, where stepping stones gleamed like polished gems. As he crossed, each stone played a note, creating a melody that filled the air with a tranquility that soothed his soul. Next, a clearing opened up before him, where flowers of every hue swayed in a harmonious dance. Finn paused, admiring their beauty, when a breeze carried their soft voices to him. "To find your path, you must listen to the whispers of your heart," they chimed, their petals brushing against him like a comforting embrace. Finally, Finn arrived at a misty meadow where the air shimmered with anticipation. There he met an elder turtle named Sage, whose shell was etched with stories of time long past. "Ah, young Finn," Sage greeted, his voice deep and resonant as a distant drum. "You have journeyed far and learned much, but tell me, what is it you seek most?" Finn pondered Sage's question, feeling the warmth of the sun and the coolness of the grass. "I seek to understand the courage within me," he answered, realization dawning in his eyes like the first light of dawn. Sage nodded, a wise smile gracing his features. "Then know this, dear child," he said. "Courage is not the absence of fear, but the strength to face the unknown with an open heart." With those words, the meadow began to glow softly, as if the very earth was smiling upon Finn. He felt a sense of peace and fulfillment, knowing that his journey had revealed the courage that had always resided within him. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with stars, Finn made his way back home, his heart a tapestry of wonder and newfound wisdom. The Whispering Woods had shared their magic with him, and he carried it in his heart, a gentle reminder of the beauty found in exploration and the courage to embrace the unknown. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Finn drifted into a slumber as deep and serene as the night itself, dreaming of adventures yet to come and the friendships formed along the way. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, where the trees wore robes of emerald leaves and the air was sweet with the scent of wildflowers, there lay the quaint village of Moonshadow Hollow. Each evening, as the sky unfurled its velvet blanket studded with shimmering stars, the village would settle into a serene hush. But lately, a series of peculiar occurrences had unsettled the quiet folk of Moonshadow Hollow. It began with the silver bell in the clock tower, a beloved fixture that had marked the passage of time for generations. One crisp autumn morning, the bell failed to chime. Instead, it emitted a soft, musical hum that lingered in the air. The villagers gathered beneath the tower, scratching their heads and pondering the mystery. At the heart of the village lived Mira, a kind-hearted young girl with eyes as bright as the moonlit sky and a mind as sharp as the north wind. Mira adored puzzles and mysteries, and this curious turn of events tugged at her heart like a gentle breeze pulling at a kite. Determined to uncover the truth, she set out with her faithful companion, a small, wise owl named Pippin, who perched on her shoulder, his feathers as soft as silk. Their first stop was to visit old Tomlin, the village clockmaker, whose workshop was a treasure trove of ticking clocks and gleaming gears. The gentle chime of tiny bells greeted them as they entered. Tomlin, with his spectacles perched on the tip of his nose, welcomed them warmly. "Ah, Mira, Pippin," he said, his voice a comforting rumble. "Here to solve our little mystery, are you?" Mira nodded, her eyes twinkling with curiosity. "Do you know why the bell is singing instead of chiming, Tomlin?" Tomlin stroked his beard thoughtfully. "The bell has been around for as long as I can remember. It's said to be enchanted, but its magic is woven into the heart of the village itself. Perhaps something is amiss within the woods." With this clue in mind, Mira and Pippin ventured deeper into the whispering woods. The forest was alive with the rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of the brook that wound its way through the trees. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, painting the forest floor with dapples of gold. As they walked, they noticed something strange. The animals seemed unusually quiet. The usual chorus of birdsong and chittering of squirrels was absent. Instead, a gentle stillness enveloped them, like a hush before a storm. Curious and a little concerned, Mira followed the brook to the glimmering glade, a clearing where the water pooled into a crystal-clear pond. Here, under the shade of an ancient oak, they found their friend, Elder Willow, a gentle dryad with hair like cascading vines and eyes that held the wisdom of ages. "Elder Willow," Mira called softly, "do you know what has quieted the forest?" The dryad turned to them, her smile as warm as the sun. "Ah, Mira," Pippin, "the forest has sensed an imbalance within its heart. The bell's song is a call for help, an echo of the magic that binds our home." Mira pondered this, her mind whirring like the gears in Tomlin's workshop. What could have caused this imbalance? Elder Willow gestured towards the pond. "Look closely, child, and you may find your answer." Mira knelt by the pond, her reflection mingling with the stars that danced upon its surface. As she peered into the depths, she saw something glinting beneath the water, a tiny, ornate key, intricately carved and shimmering with a faint glow. Pippin, ever observant, fluttered down to inspect it. A key in the pond? What could it unlock? Gently Mira retrieved the key, feeling its cool weight in her palm. It seemed to hum with a soft, magical energy. "Perhaps this is the key to our mystery," she mused. Returning to the village, Mira and Pippin made their way to the clock tower. The villagers had gathered once more, their expressions a mix of curiosity and hope. Mira held the key aloft, announcing her discovery. Tomlin stepped forward, inspecting the key with a craftsman's eye. "This key matches the music box in the clock tower," he said, eyes widening with realization. "I had forgotten about it. It was crafted to maintain harmony within the bell." With Tomlin's guidance, Mira climbed the winding stairs of the clock tower. The air was cool and filled with the scent of aged wood. At the top, nestled among the gears and cogs, was an ornate music box, its surface etched with swirling patterns of stars and moons. Carefully, Mira inserted the key into the music box. As she turned it, the box began to play a melody so sweet and pure, it seemed to fill every corner of the village. The bell joined in, its voice now resonating with perfect clarity, a harmonious counterpart to the music. As the final notes faded into the evening air, a gentle breeze swept through the village, rustling the leaves and carrying with it a sense of peace. The animals of the forest began to stir, their songs weaving once more into the fabric of the woods. Mira descended the tower, greeted by the smiling faces of her fellow villagers. Elder Willow, who had come to witness the resolution, nodded approvingly. "Balance has been restored, thanks to your keen mind and kind heart, Mira." The villagers celebrated with a small feast beneath the stars, sharing stories and laughter. As the night deepened, Mira sat beside the crackling fire. Pippin nestled close, his feathers warming in the glow. "Thank you, Pippin," Mira whispered, her voice soft with gratitude. "We solved the mystery together." Pippin hooted softly, a sound like a lullaby. "It was your heart that led the way, Mira." And so, with the mystery of the singing bell resolved, peace returned to Moonshadow Hollow. The village nestled once more into the embrace of the whispering woods, where magic and harmony danced hand in hand, and every night ended with the comforting chime of the silver bell. Once upon a time, nestled in a quaint village, where cobblestone paths wound through mossy green hills, there stood an ancient bookshop called the Rustling Pages. The shop was a treasure trove of stories, its shelves overflowing with dusty tomes and leather-bound volumes that whispered tales of far-off lands and forgotten times. The air inside was perpetually filled with the comforting aroma of old paper and ink, mingling with the faint scent of lavender from the garden outside. In this bookshop, a young girl named Clara spent her afternoons. Clara had a curious heart and an imagination as vast as the skies above the village. She loved to lose herself among the pages, discovering new worlds and meeting characters who felt like dear friends. Yet what Clara cherished most was her time spent with Mr. Whittle, the kind, bespectacled owner of the Rustling Pages. Mr. Whittle had been a fixture in the village for as long as anyone could remember, his gentle demeanor and twinkling eyes a source of comfort to all who entered his shop. One rainy afternoon, as droplets tapped a melodic rhythm against the window panes, Clara stumbled upon a peculiar book tucked away in a corner. Its cover was worn and unassuming, but when she opened it, she found its pages blank, save for a small, hand-drawn map. Curiosity piqued, she showed the book to Mr. Whittle. "Ah, you found the Book of Whispers," he said with a smile, his voice as warm and rich as hot chocolate on a cold day. "It's said to hold a secret, but only those with a true heart can uncover it." Intrigued, Clara decided to take the book home and study the map more closely. That night, as the village lay wrapped in the quietude of slumber, Clara sat by her bedroom window, the book open on her lap. She traced the lines of the map with her finger, feeling a tingling sensation as she did so. Suddenly, the room around her seemed to shimmer, and before she knew it, Clara was standing in a forest unlike any she had ever seen. The air was crisp and cool, carrying the scent of pine and earth. Sunlight filtered through the canopy above, casting dappled patterns on the forest floor. Birds chirped a gentle melody, and a brook babbled softly nearby. Clara felt a sense of wonder wash over her, but also a hint of uncertainty about this unexpected adventure. As she began to walk, Clara encountered a peculiar creature perched on a fallen log. It was a squirrel, but unlike any squirrel she had seen before. Its fur was a soft shade of lavender, and its eyes sparkled with an intelligence that seemed almost human. "Welcome, traveler," the squirrel chirped, its voice as light as a summer breeze. "I am Sylvie, guardian of the Whispering Woods. What brings you here?" Clara explained her discovery of the book and the map, her voice tinged with both excitement and bewilderment. Sylvie listened attentively, her bushy tail twitching thoughtfully. "The Book of Whispers has brought you here for a reason," Sylvie said. "Many seek its secrets, but few are chosen. You must journey to the heart of the forest to uncover what you seek. Fear not, for I shall accompany you." With Sylvie as her guide, Clara ventured deeper into the woods. They were soon joined by another unexpected companion, a wise old owl named Osric, who had a penchant for riddles and an encyclopedic knowledge of the forest's lore. His feathers were a patchwork of browns and whites, and his eyes gleamed with kindness. Together, the trio navigated the forest's winding paths, each step bringing them closer to the heart of the forest. Along the way, they encountered various creatures, each with their own stories and wisdom to share. There was a family of rabbits who spoke of the importance of community, a fox who taught them the value of patience, and a chorus of frogs who sang songs about the beauty of the present moment. As they journeyed, Clara found herself growing more attuned to the forest, her senses sharpening to the world around her. She felt a deep connection to the land and its inhabitants, a bond that seemed to strengthen with each passing moment. Eventually, the group arrived at a serene glade, bathed in the soft glow of twilight. At its center stood an ancient tree, its trunk wide and gnarled, its branches stretching skyward as if in silent prayer. Clara knew instinctively that they had reached the heart of the forest. "Here lies the secret of the Book of Whispers," Sylvie said, her voice barely a whisper itself. "But to uncover it, you must look within your own heart." Clara approached the tree, her heart beating in time with the gentle rustling of its leaves. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath, feeling the earth beneath her feet and the life that pulsed around her. In that moment of stillness, Clara understood. The secret was not a tangible thing, but a realization, a deeper understanding of herself and the world. She saw the importance of kindness, the strength in wisdom, and the magic in friendship. Her journey had been one of discovery, not only of the forest's wonders, but of the light within her own heart. When Clara opened her eyes, the glade seemed to shimmer with a newfound radiance. She turned to Sylvie and Osric, gratitude filling her words as she thanked them for their guidance and companionship. With a gentle smile, Sylvie nodded. "The forest is always here, as are we, should you ever need us again." As the first stars began to twinkle in the evening sky, Clara found herself back in her bedroom, the Book of Whispers resting quietly on her lap. She felt a warmth inside, a comforting glow that she knew she would carry with her always. And so, Clara's days of adventure were not confined to the pages of books alone, but lived on in her heart, a testament to the magic of discovery, friendship, and the gentle wisdom of the world around her. As she drifted off to sleep, the forest's melody lingered in her dreams, a lullaby of whispers guiding her into the night. Once upon a time, in a quaint little village nestled between rolling green hills and a placid, shimmering lake, there was a small cobblestone cottage that stood at the edge of an ancient forest. The cottage, with ivy clinging to its stone walls and a wooden door that creaked with age, belonged to a kindly old woman named Clara. Clara was known throughout the village not just for her herbal remedies and wisdom, but also for her stories about the world beyond the hills. One crisp autumn morning, as the leaves danced down from the trees in hues of gold and crimson, Clara discovered a peculiar item in her garden. It was a simple-looking, well-worn wooden spoon. But as she held it, she felt a gentle warmth spreading through her fingers, as if the spoon was alive with a soft, pulsing heartbeat. Intrigued, Clara brought the spoon inside her cozy kitchen, where the scent of fresh-baked bread mingled with the earthy aroma of drying herbs. She placed the spoon on her wooden table, and as she did, an astonishing thing happened. The spoon shimmered with a faint, luminescent glow, casting a gentle light that filled the room with a comforting warmth. Curious about the spoon's secret, Clara decided to take it to her dear friend Henry, the village's wise blacksmith. Henry, with his thick beard and twinkling eyes, was known for his knowledge of all things mysterious. As Clara entered his workshop, the clang of hammer on anvil rang out, mingling with the smell of hot metal and burning coal. Henry examined the spoon with a thoughtful gaze. "This," he said, "is no ordinary spoon. It is a spoon of stories, an ancient relic said to hold the tales of the world. It is said that when stirred in a pot, it can reveal the truths hidden in the depths of hearts and minds." Clara was fascinated. "But what should I do with it?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Henry smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "Perhaps it is time for a journey, Clara. A journey to discover what stories this spoon has to tell." Encouraged by Henry's words, Clara decided to embark on a journey into the heart of the ancient forest, where she had never ventured before. She packed a small satchel with her herbal remedies, the spoon, and a loaf of her crusty bread. As she stepped onto the forest path, the air was filled with the scent of pine needles and the distant chatter of birds. As Clara walked deeper into the forest, the trees seemed to whisper secrets, their branches swaying gently in the breeze. She followed a winding stream, its water sparkling under the dappled sunlight, until she arrived at a clearing where a gentle waterfall cascaded into a crystal-clear pool. In the clearing, Clara met a curious creature named Finn. Finn was a small, fluffy creature with a coat as soft as a cloud and eyes as bright as the morning sun. Finn was known in the forest for his playful nature and boundless curiosity. "What brings you here, Clara?" Finn asked, his voice like a soft melody. Clara smiled and showed Finn the wooden spoon, explaining its mystical properties. Finn's eyes widened with excitement. "Oh, we must discover its story. Let's stir the spoon in the pool's water and see what it reveals." With Finn's encouragement, Clara knelt by the pool and gently stirred the spoon in the water. As she did, the surface of the pool shimmered and began to swirl with colors, forming shapes and images that danced in the water's depths. To Clara's amazement, a story unfolded before them. It was a tale of a forgotten village, hidden deep within the forest, where a great oak tree stood as the heart of the community. The tree, however, had fallen into a deep slumber, its branches drooping with sorrow, causing the village to fade from memory. "The tree needs to awaken," Finn said, his voice filled with determination. "But how can we help?" Clara pondered, her mind racing through the stories and wisdom she'd gathered over the years. Then it struck her, a memory of a tale told by her grandmother about the power of laughter and joy, and how it could awaken even the deepest slumber. "Laughter!" Clara exclaimed. "We must bring laughter back to the tree." With renewed purpose, Clara and Finn set off to gather the creatures of the forest. They met with the chatty squirrels, the wise old owl, and the mischievous foxes, each eager to help. Together they devised a plan to hold a grand festival beneath the oak tree, filled with music, stories, and joy. As the sun began to set, casting a golden hue over the forest, the festival began. Clara, with her spoon of stories, told tales that made everyone laugh until their sides ached. Finn led games that had the squirrels and foxes dancing and the owl hooting with delight. As the laughter echoed through the forest, a magical thing happened. The great oak tree began to stir, its branches lifting towards the sky, leaves shimmering with vibrant life. The village, hidden in the tree's shadow, slowly reappeared, its people awakening with smiles and gratitude. Clara and Finn watched in awe as the tree, now filled with life and joy, stood proudly at the heart of the village once more. The grateful villagers thanked Clara, Finn, and all the forest creatures for their kindness and wisdom. As the stars twinkled overhead, Clara knew it was time to return home. The journey had changed her, filling her heart with the magic of friendship and the power of laughter. The spoon, now resting in her satchel, had shared its first story, but Clara knew there were many more tales waiting to be discovered. And so, with a warm heart and a gentle smile, Clara returned to her cottage by the lake, where the fire crackled softly in the hearth and the night embraced the village with a blanket of peace. And from that day on, Clara continued to share the stories of the spoon, spreading joy and wonder wherever she went, knowing that the simplest of objects could hold the most extraordinary secrets. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled amidst whispering woods and rolling hills, there was a young girl named Lyla. Her hair was the color of autumn leaves, and her eyes sparkled like the morning dew on a sunlit meadow. Lyla lived in a small cottage with her grandmother, a wise woman known by all as the keeper of old tales and forgotten lore. Every evening, after the sun had dipped below the horizon and the sky was painted with hues of lavender and rose, Lyla would sit by the crackling fireplace, eagerly listening to her grandmother's stories. These tales spoke of enchanted forests, hidden worlds beneath the earth, and magical objects that held the power to transform lives. One chilly autumn night, as the wind howled softly against the windows, Lyla's grandmother began a story about a peculiar object known as the Whispering Locket. This locket, her grandmother began, her voice a gentle murmur against the backdrop of the crackling fire, was said to have the power to reveal truths and guide those who listened with an open heart. Intrigued, Lyla asked, "Where is this locket now, Grandma?" Her grandmother smiled mysteriously, her eyes twinkling with secrets. Some say it lies hidden deep within the heart of the Whispering Woods, waiting for a worthy soul to discover it. That night, as Lyla lay in bed, the story of the Whispering Locket lingered in her thoughts, weaving itself into her dreams. She imagined the locket glowing softly beneath the canopy of ancient trees, whispering secrets of the world to those who dared to listen. With the dawn came a newfound determination. Lyla decided that she would embark on a journey to find the Whispering Locket. She felt a curious pull towards the woods, as if the very trees were calling her name with the rustle of their leaves. The next morning, with a knapsack filled with bread, cheese, and a canteen of fresh spring water, Lyla set off towards the Whispering Woods. The path was dappled with sunlight, and the air was filled with the scent of pine and earth. Birds chirped a cheerful melody, and squirrels scurried across the forest floor, pausing curiously to watch Lyla as she passed. As she ventured deeper into the woods, the light grew dimmer, filtered through the thick canopy of leaves overhead. The air was cooler here, carrying the faint scent of moss and damp earth. Lyla felt a tingling sense of excitement mixed with trepidation, for she knew she was entering a place where magic lingered in every shadow. Hours passed as Lyla wandered deeper into the woods, guided by intuition and the occasional whisper of the wind. She paused to rest beside a gentle brook that babbled over smooth stones, its water clear as crystal. Here, she met a peculiar friend, a small, golden fox with eyes as bright as amber. The fox approached Lyla with a cautious curiosity, its bushy tail flicking playfully. Lyla extended her hand, and to her delight, the fox nuzzled its nose against her fingers. "Hello there," Lyla said softly. "Are you a guardian of these woods?" The fox tilted its head, as if considering her words, then darted off a few paces, pausing to look back at her with an inviting gaze. It seemed to beckon Lyla to follow, and with a sense of wonder, she did. They journeyed together through the forest, the fox leading Lyla through hidden trails and secret glades. Along the way, Lyla marveled at the beauty around her, the delicate ferns that unfurled in the shade, the vibrant mushrooms that dotted the forest floor, and the symphony of birdsong that filled the air. As the sun began its descent, casting long shadows across the woodland, the fox led Lyla to a clearing bathed in the golden light of dusk. At the center of the clearing stood an ancient oak tree, its gnarled branches reaching towards the sky like the arms of a wise old sage. Nestled among the roots of this grand tree was a small moss-covered stone altar. Upon it rested a locket, its silver surface glinting in the fading light. Lyla's heart leaped with recognition. This was the whispering locket from her grandmother's tales. With a sense of reverence, Lyla approached the altar. The locket seemed to hum softly, resonating with a melody that only her heart could hear. She reached out and gently lifted the locket from its resting place, feeling its cool weight in her palm. As she held the locket, a soft voice echoed in her mind, warm and wise. "What truth do you seek, dear child?" Lyla closed her eyes, allowing the calm of the moment to wash over her. She thought of her grandmother, of the stories and wisdom she'd shared. She thought of her own place in the world, and the courage it took to seek the unknown. "I seek to understand my path," Lyla whispered, her voice blending with the gentle rustle of leaves. The locket pulsed gently, and Lyla felt a warmth spread through her, as if the very essence of the woods embraced her. Images danced before her mind's eye, her grandmother's loving smile, the friends she had yet to meet, and the adventures that awaited her beyond the horizon. In that moment, Lyla understood that the journey she had embarked upon was not just about finding the locket, but about discovering the strength and wisdom within herself. The locket had guided her, but it was her own heart that had shown her the way. With newfound clarity, Lyla opened her eyes and looked at the fox, who watched her with knowing eyes. She smiled, and the fox seemed to nod in approval, its tail flicking contentedly. As the stars began to twinkle in the sky, Lyla returned the locket to the altar, feeling a sense of gratitude and peace. The fox led her back through the forest, the path now familiar and welcoming. The journey home was filled with a quiet joy, the forest around her alive with the magic of the night. When Lyla finally emerged from the woods, the village was bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. Her grandmother was waiting by the garden gate, her eyes full of pride and love. "Did you find what you were looking for?" her grandmother asked, embracing Lyla warmly. "I did, Grandma," Lyla replied, her voice filled with the wisdom of her journey. "I found the whispering locket, but more importantly, I found myself." Her grandmother smiled, her heart full of understanding. Together, they walked back to their cozy cottage, where the fire crackled merrily in the hearth, casting a warm glow across the room. As Lyla lay in bed that night, she felt a deep sense of contentment. The forest had whispered its secrets, and she had listened with an open heart. Her dreams were filled with the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft glow of moonlight, a reminder that magic was everywhere, waiting to be discovered. And so, Lyla's story became one of many, passed down through generations as a tale of courage, friendship, and the timeless journey of self-discovery. In the quiet village by the Whispering Woods, the legend of the Whispering Locket lived on, inspiring those who dared to seek their own truths. As the night deepened, the village lay in peaceful slumber, the stars watching over all with their gentle light. And in the heart of the woods, the ancient oak stood sentinel, its branches whispering secrets to the wind, a reminder that the world was full of wonder for those who listened with their hearts. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, where the emerald canopies danced with the gentle breezes and the streams sang lullabies to the moss-covered stones, lived a young woman named Lyra. Lyra had always been content with the familiar rhythms of her life, the kind that came with knowing every trail by heart and every bird by its song. Yet a restlessness had begun to stir within her, like the first hints of autumn in the crisp air, whispering of change. The dawn of this new feeling left Lyra unsettled. She adored the predictable paths and the comforting rituals of her days. Change was like the sudden appearance of a storm cloud on a sunny afternoon, unexpected and unwelcome. She wandered deeper into the woods, seeking solace in the ancient trees that had seen countless seasons turn. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with hues of amber and rose, Lyra found herself by the edge of the enchanted glade. This was a place where magic was said to be woven into the very ground. The glade shimmered under the twilight, its wildflowers glowing faintly like stars fallen to earth. In the center stood an ancient oak, its branches reaching out like the arms of an old friend. As she approached, a soft voice floated on the breeze, gentle and kind. "Welcome, Lyra," it said, and from the shadows emerged a figure draped in robes that seemed to be spun from moonlight. It was Eliana, the wise guardian of the forest, known for her gentle guidance and serene presence. "Why do you seek the glade tonight?" Eliana asked, her eyes twinkling with the light of understanding that only years of watching and waiting could bring. Lyra hesitated, her voice a mere whisper. "I feel a change coming, and I fear it. I do not know what it means or what it will ask of me." Eliana nodded, her smile as warm as the hearth on a winter's night. "Change is the song of life, dear Lyra. It can be frightening, but it is also the melody that brings new harmonies." With a flick of her wrist, Eliana conjured a small, shimmering butterfly. Its wings were a cascade of colors, shifting and changing with each flutter. "This is the butterfly of transformation. It mirrors the magic within you, the growth that waits to unfold." Lyra watched as the butterfly danced in the air, its flight a gentle reminder of the beauty and transformation. She felt a strange comfort, a sense of kinship with the tiny creature. "Can I become like the butterfly?" Lyra asked, her voice a mixture of hope and wonder. "You already are," Eliana replied, "but to truly embrace it, you must journey into the depths of your heart, face the shadows and the light." With newfound courage, Lyra returned to the village where her friends awaited her by the fireside. There was Thorn, the ever-optimistic woodcarver, whose laughter could chase away the darkest clouds, and Mira, the healer, whose hands brought comfort and whose stories wove dreams. They listened as Lyra shared her encounter. Mira placed a gentle hand on Lyra's shoulder. "We are with you wherever this path leads," she said, her voice a balm to Lyra's anxious heart. Thorn nodded, his eyes bright. "Change is like carving a new figure from wood. It takes patience and care, but the result is always worth the effort." With her friends by her side, Lyra began to embrace the changes within. Each day she ventured a little farther, explored a little deeper. The forest seemed to respond to her courage, revealing hidden paths lined with blooms she'd never seen before, and streams that sang new songs. As the days turned into weeks, Lyra discovered a strength she never knew she possessed. Her fear of change melted away like morning mist under the sun. She realized that change was not something to be feared, but a journey to be embraced, a dance of creation and renewal. Returning to the enchanted glade one evening, she found Eliana waiting. "You have grown," the wise guardian said, her voice a gentle caress. "You now understand the magic that lives within you." Lyra smiled, her heart full of gratitude. "I do," she replied, "and I am ready to let it guide me." As the stars twinkled above, Lyra felt a peace she had never known, a quiet certainty that she was exactly where she needed to be. She had learned that change was not an ending, but a beginning, a beautiful unfolding of the self. With a final joyful flutter, the butterfly of transformation landed on her shoulder, its wings a brilliant tapestry of color. Lyra knew it was time to spread her own wings, to soar into the future with the wisdom she had gained. And so, under the watchful eyes of the ancient trees and the gentle glow of the moon, Lyra stepped forward into the embrace of her new life, her heart alight with the magic of personal discovery. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang softly to the rhythm of the wind, nestled a quaint village named Willowbark. It was a place where the sky stretched in hues of lavender and gold at dusk, and mornings were greeted with the gentle caress of mist. The villagers were warm-hearted, and each day was filled with the comforting hum of a community in harmony with nature. In this village lived a young woman named Anwen. Anwen was known for her gentle spirit and thoughtful nature, but she carried a burden within her heart, a fear of change. She found solace in routines, like the familiar path through the woods she walked each morning, the comforting scent of her grandmother's lavender-scented shawl, and the melodic chimes of the village clock tower marking the hours. However, the winds of change were blowing gently but persistently through Willowbark, whispering secrets of transformation that Anwen could not ignore. A new season was approaching, one that promised new beginnings, and Anwen found herself standing at the edge of this change, anxious and uncertain. One crisp autumn morning, while Anwen was wandering through the woods, she stumbled upon a peculiar sight, a ring of mushrooms glowing with a soft, ethereal light. It was a fairy ring, a rare and magical phenomenon that was said to appear only to those with open hearts and yearning souls. Drawn to its quiet luminescence, Anwen stepped closer, feeling a strange yet comforting warmth enveloping her. The ground beneath the fairy ring shimmered like stardust, and from it rose a gentle, wise spirit named Lyra. With eyes like sparkling dew and a voice as soft as the rustle of leaves, Lyra greeted Anwen warmly. "Fear not, dear Anwen," said Lyra, her presence as soothing as a lullaby. "For every change holds a promise of growth. The path of transformation is woven with threads of magic and wisdom, and you are not alone on this journey." Anwen, though hesitant, felt a flicker of hope kindling within her. She had heard tales of spirits guiding those in need, but never did she imagine experiencing such an encounter herself. Lyra extended a hand, inviting Anwen to join her on a walk through the woods, a journey that would mirror the transformations she feared. As they walked together, Lyra shared stories of the trees, each one unique, bending and stretching towards the sun, their colors shifting with the seasons, a reflection of the beauty and change. "Just as the trees embrace the changing winds," Lyra explained, "so too can you find strength in adapting to life's gentle turns." Along their path, they encountered an array of woodland creatures, an industrious squirrel gathering acorns, a family of deer moving gracefully through the underbrush, and a chorus of birds harmonizing with the breeze. Each creature, Lyra pointed out, had its own way of adapting to the shifting seasons, finding joy and purpose in the process. Anwen began to see the world around her with new eyes, noticing the subtle transformations in the forest, and in herself, with a sense of wonder rather than apprehension. The magic of the woods mirrored the magic within her, a quiet strength lying dormant, waiting to awaken. As twilight descended, painting the sky in soft shades of indigo, Anwen and Lyra returned to the fairy ring. There, Lyra offered a parting gift, a pendant shaped like a leaf, its surface shimmering with the colors of the forest. "This pendant will remind you of the magic that dwells within and around you," Lyra said, her voice a gentle breeze. "Remember, dear Anwen, that change is but a dance in the rhythm of life, and you are more than capable of moving to its tune." With gratitude in her heart, Anwen accepted the gift, feeling a newfound courage blooming within her. She knew that the path ahead would not always be easy, but she was ready to embrace the changes that life would bring, trusting in the wisdom she had gained. As Anwen made her way back to Willowbrook, the village lights twinkling like stars in the distance, she felt a comforting sense of peace. The change she once feared now seemed like a gentle unfolding, revealing layers of her own strength and potential. In the days that followed, Anwen shared her experience with the villagers, who were both enchanted and inspired by her tale. Her story became a beacon of hope, a reminder that within each of them lay the power to embrace change with grace and courage. And so, under the watchful eyes of the whispering woods and the gentle guidance of the spirit Lyra, Anwen and her village flourished, their hearts open to the beauty of transformation, forever connected by the magic of personal growth and discovery. Through the seasons and years, the village of Willowbrook continued to thrive, a testament to the enduring strength found in embracing the dance of life. Once upon a time, in the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed gentle lullabies and the streams giggled with joy, there was a quaint little village called Chuckleborough. The village was known far and wide for its peculiar inhabitants and their delightful quirks, each more charming than the last. In a cozy cottage with a roof made entirely of sunflower petals lived a sprightly gnome named Gimble. Gimble was known for his sparkling blue spectacles, which he wore even during moonlit nights, claiming they helped him see dreams better. He was a tinker of sorts, creating odd gadgets that made the villagers chuckle. His latest invention was a teapot that played a merry tune whenever it poured a cup of tea. Next door, in a house shaped like a giant mushroom, lived a plump, cheerful squirrel named Nibble. Nibble was no ordinary squirrel. He wore a tiny red vest and had a tail that seemed to have a mind of its own, often wagging to the rhythm of his laughter. Nibble was the village's storyteller, regaling the young and old with tales of faraway lands and magical creatures. One sunny morning, as the dew glittered like diamonds on the grass, Gimble and Nibble gathered with their friends in the village square. There was a buzz of excitement in the air, for today was the annual Chuckleborough Jamboree, a day filled with games, feasts, and contests of whimsy. But as the preparations were underway, a peculiar problem presented itself. A mysterious fog, tinged with a hint of lavender, had settled over the village overnight. It wasn't an ordinary fog, for it seemed to shimmer and shift, and the villagers soon discovered that anyone who entered it found themselves speaking in rhymes. While this was amusing at first, it quickly became problematic. How could they organize the jamboree when every instruction was transformed into a poetic riddle? Gimble, with a twinkle in his eye, declared that they must find the source of this magical mist. A fog that speaks in verse and song must have a story to which it belongs, he mused, adjusting his spectacles. Nibble, his tail wagging excitedly, agreed. Let us seek the fog's creator and make our village celebrations greater. And so, the quirky duo set off on an adventure, accompanied by their friends, a bashful hedgehog named Prickle, who always wore a jaunty little hat, and a wise old owl named Hoot, who loved to solve puzzles. Their journey led them through the heart of whispering woods, where the trees whispered secrets of the past. As they followed the trail of the lavender fog, they encountered a series of delightful surprises. First, they met a family of fireflies who danced in the air, spelling out messages in glowing letters. One said, "To find the source, follow the course, where the sunlight kisses the forest floor." Guided by this luminous clue, the friends arrived at a glade where the sunlight streamed through the canopy in golden beams. There they found a small, shimmering pond, the surface of which was alive with ripples that formed words and rhymes. At the edge of the pond sat a whimsical creature, a tiny, giggling sprite named Limerick. With hair like spun silver and eyes like twinkling stars, Limerick was the master of the fog. She explained, between fits of giggles, that she had accidentally spilled her rhyming elixir into the air while practicing her spells for the jamboree. Oh dear, what a funny mistake! I only wanted a rhyme or two to make," Limerick chirped, her laughter ringing like chimes. Gimble and Nibble, both chuckling at the serendipity of it all, assured her that all was well. "With a bit of wisdom and a dose of cheer, we'll turn this mishap into a wondrous affair," Gimble said. Together, the friends and Limerick devised a plan. Using Gimble's clever tinkering skills, they crafted a series of rhyming games and contests for the jamboree, turning the fog into a feature rather than a flaw. The villagers embraced the challenge with laughter and song, weaving verses into their daily chatter with ease. As the day of the jamboree dawned, the village square was alive with color and sound. The lavender fog, no longer a puzzle, danced around the villagers, carrying their rhymes on the breeze. Gimble's musical teapot played a merry tune, while Nibble spun tales that rhymed and delighted all. The highlight of the day was the grand rhyme-off, where villagers competed to create the most whimsical verses. Even Prickle, usually shy, joined in the fun, his rhymes earning him a hatful of applause. And Hoot, delighted by the linguistic creativity, judged the contest with wise and humorous comments. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over Chuckleborough, the villagers gathered around the fire for the closing ceremony. Limerick, grateful for the friends who had turned her mistake into magic, gifted each of them a vial of her rhyming elixir, with a wink and a promise of future fun. And so, with hearts full of joy and laughter, the villagers of Chuckleborough drifted into dreams, cradled by the gentle rhymes of the whispering woods. Gimble adjusted his blue spectacles one last time, content with the day's adventures, while Nibble's tail wagged happily in his sleep. For in Chuckleborough, even the quirkiest of problems could be solved with friendship, creativity, and a touch of whimsical magic. And they all lived happily ever after, in a world where rhymes danced on the breeze, and joy was found in the most unexpected places. In the heart of an ancient forest where the whispering pines reached toward a sky as vast as dreams, there existed a world often hidden from human eyes. A world where the air was rich with the scent of pine needles and the gentle rustle of leaves played a soothing melody. Sunlight filtered through a canopy so dense it seemed woven from emerald silk, danced upon the forest floor in dapples of gold. This was a place where creatures small and great lived in harmony, their lives woven together like the intricate patterns of a spider's web. Among them was a wise old tortoise named Tiberius, whose shell was mottled with the colors of earth and time. He had seen many seasons come and go, and his gentle nature was known far and wide. One crisp morning, as autumn began to paint the world in hues of amber and crimson, Tiberius made his slow, deliberate journey to the grand oak, a tree so ancient that its roots were said to cradle the very heart of the forest. It was here that the creatures gathered to share news and stories, and where Tiberius would offer his wisdom. The forest was alive with the sounds of preparation for the coming winter. Squirrels chattered energetically as they buried acorns beneath a blanket of fallen leaves, and the air was filled with the soft murmur of wind brushing through branches. A delicate mist hung in the air, wrapping the forest in a gentle embrace. As Tiberius approached the grand oak, he was greeted by a chorus of welcomes. There was Lyra, the clever fox with fur as bright as the morning sun, and a family of rabbits whose ears twitched with curiosity. High above, the birds looked down, their feathers ruffled into fluffy coats against the chill. "Good morning, friends," Tiberius rumbled, his voice deep and warm like the earth itself. "I have come to speak of the changing seasons and the magic they bring." The creatures settled around him, eyes bright with anticipation. Tiberius began to tell them of the magical phenomena that tied the forest to the rhythm of the seasons. He spoke of the gentle snowfall that would soon blanket the earth, insulating it, nurturing it, and how each snowflake was a tiny, perfect crystal, a gift from the winter sky. "But," he continued, "we must remember the balance. Just as the earth must rest beneath the snow, so too must we prepare and respect the cycles of nature." Lyra, the fox, nodded thoughtfully. "Tiberius, how do we ensure we live in harmony with these cycles?" Tiberius smiled, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "We listen, dear Lyra. The forest speaks to us if we take the time to hear its whispers. It tells us when to gather, when to conserve, and when to give back." As the morning sun climbed higher, warming the chill from the air, the creatures shared their plans for the upcoming winter. The rabbits had dug snug burrows lined with leaves, and the birds had fluffed their nests high in the trees. In the midst of their preparations, a young deer named Soren approached, his eyes wide with concern. "Tiberius," he said softly, "I've heard of a great storm that might come. What should we do?" The old tortoise regarded the young deer with kindness. "Ah, Soren, storms are a part of the cycle, too. They can be fierce, but they also bring renewal. We must find shelter when they come, and afterward, we will see how the forest renews itself." The creatures spent the day sharing stories and advice, weaving a tapestry of community and support. As twilight descended, painting the sky in shades of lavender and rose, Tiberius spoke once more. "Remember, dear friends, the forest thrives because of the balance we maintain. Our lives are intertwined with the seasons, and it is our duty to protect and cherish this harmony." As the creatures began to disperse, their hearts were lighter, and their minds filled with thoughts of the wisdom shared. They understood their place within the forest's grand design, and felt a renewed sense of belonging to the rhythm of life. That night, as the moon rose high and bathed the forest in its silvery glow, Tiberius found his way to a quiet spot beneath the stars. The air was crisp and clear, and the world seemed to hold its breath in anticipation of the first snowflakes. The old tortoise settled into his shell, his heart full of gratitude for the community that surrounded him, the lessons learned, and the beauty of the world that he called home. And as he drifted into a peaceful slumber, the first gentle flakes began to fall, a soft, magical touch upon the earth, a reminder of the cyclical dance of seasons, whispered through the quiet of the night. And so in the heart of the ancient forest, the lives of its creatures continued, bound together by friendship, wisdom, and the eternal magic of nature's embrace. In the heart of the whispering woods, where sunlight filtered through ancient, towering trees and cast dappled patterns on the soft forest floor, there nestled a quaint little village. The village was known as Willowbark, famous for its lush gardens and the gentle, melodic hum of the river that wound its way through the land. In Willowbark, the residents lived harmoniously with the magical creatures that dwelled in the forest. Among these creatures were the Fae, tiny beings with wings like gossamer, who tended to the flowers and whispered secrets to the wind. There were also the wise owls, who perched high above in their leafy abodes, watching over the village with kind, knowing eyes. One peaceful evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of orange and purple, an unusual event began to unfold. The villagers noticed that each morning the flowers in their gardens were blooming in peculiar patterns, spirals and stars, unlike anything they had seen before. The villagers were puzzled, for these flowers seemed to change their formations overnight, as if by some unseen hand. Among the villagers was a gentle-hearted girl named Lyra. Her curiosity was as boundless as the forest itself, and she had a knack for noticing the smallest details. Lyra loved the mysteries of the woods and often spent her days exploring its hidden paths and listening to the stories told by the forest creatures. Determined to uncover the mystery of the changing flowers, Lyra set out one misty morning, her heart full of excitement. She wandered through the village, her senses alive with the scent of fresh earth and the sound of leaves whispering in the breeze. As she approached the edge of the village, she was greeted by the soft, musical laughter of the Fae, who flitted around her like a shower of glittering rain. "Good morning, Lyra," sang a Fae with wings that shimmered like pearls. "What brings you to the woods today?" "Good morning, dear friends," Lyra replied with a smile. "I'm hoping to solve the mystery of the enchanted flowers. Have you seen anything unusual in the forest?" The Fae exchanged knowing glances, their eyes twinkling with mischief and delight. "Perhaps you should speak with Elderwise," suggested another Fae, her voice as gentle as a lullaby. "He knows many things and might have the answers you seek." Eager to visit Elderwise, the wise old owl, Lyra thanked the Fae and made her way deeper into the forest. The air was cool and fragrant with the scent of pine and wildflowers, and as she walked, the ground beneath her feet felt like a soft, comforting carpet of moss. Elderwise's home was a grand, ancient oak tree, its bark gnarled and wise, and its branches spreading wide like welcoming arms. Lyra approached the tree with reverence and called up into the leafy heights. "Elderwise, wise owl of the forest, may I speak with you?" From high above, a gentle hoot echoed through the branches, followed by the soft rustling of feathers. Elderwise descended gracefully, his eyes as deep and mysterious as the night sky fixed kindly upon her. "Ah, young Lyra," he said, his voice a warm, resonant melody. "What brings you to my tree this fine day?" Lyra explained the strange occurrences in the village gardens, her voice filled with wonder and a touch of concern. Elderwise listened intently, nodding his head with understanding. "Ah, the flowers," he mused, his gaze turning thoughtful. "I have heard whispers of a playful spirit who roams the woods at night. This spirit, known as the petal weaver, delights in creating beauty in the most unexpected ways." Lyra's eyes widened with intrigue. "The petal weaver? How fascinating! But why would this spirit visit our village?" Elderwise chuckled softly, a sound like the rustling of autumn leaves. "The petal weaver is drawn to places where love and harmony dwell. Your village, with its kind hearts and gentle ways, is a beacon to such a spirit. Perhaps it seeks to share its joy with you all." Lyra nodded, her heart swelling with warmth at the thought. "Thank you, Elderwise. I shall share this with the villagers. Perhaps we can find a way to welcome the petal weaver." With a grateful heart, Lyra made her way back to the village, her mind alive with ideas. As evening fell and the stars began to twinkle in the clear night sky, the villagers gathered in the square, eager to hear what she had discovered. Lyra shared Elderwise's wisdom, her voice soft and soothing as she spoke. "The petal weaver means us no harm. It seeks to share its joy and art with us. I believe if we welcome it with open hearts, we might come to understand its ways." The villagers nodded, their faces alight with understanding and acceptance. That night they decided to leave small gifts of appreciation in their gardens, tiny lanterns, delicate ribbons, and fragrant herbs, hoping to show the petal weaver their gratitude. As the moon cast its gentle glow over Willowbark, the petal weaver appeared, unseen by human eyes, but sensed in the gentle rustling of petals and the soft shimmer of moonlight on the flowers. It saw the villagers' gifts and felt their warmth and gratitude. The next morning, the village awoke to a wondrous sight. Each garden was a tapestry of breathtaking beauty, with flowers arranged in patterns that spoke of joy and friendship. The air was filled with a sense of magic and peace, and the villagers knew their hearts had made a new friend. From that day on, the petal weaver became a cherished part of Willowbrook's lore, its visits bringing delight and wonder to the village. And Lyra, with her gentle spirit and love for the mysteries of the world, continued to explore the forest, knowing that the greatest magic of all was the love and kindness shared among friends. As the fire crackled softly and the shadows danced on the walls, the tale of Willowbrook and the petal weaver lulled the village into a restful slumber, their dreams filled with the colors and fragrances of a world where magic and friendship intertwined like the petals of a never-ending blossom. Title: The Whispering Woods. In a quaint little village nestled between rolling green hills and a vast, shimmering forest, there lived a girl named Lyra. Her heart was as warm as the summer sun, and her curiosity was as boundless as the starry night sky. Lyra was known throughout the village for her gentle spirit and her love for the forest, which stood like a guardian beyond the village's edge, its leaves whispering secrets that only Lyra seemed to hear. Lyra's days were filled with wonder as she wandered through the village with her best friend, a clever fox named Finnegan. Finnegan had soft russet fur that gleamed in the sunlight and eyes that sparkled with intelligence and mischief. Together, they explored the hidden nooks and crannies of their world, always seeking the mysteries that lay just beyond their fingertips. One crisp autumn morning, as the scent of fallen leaves and wood smoke filled the air, Lyra and Finnegan set off on one of their many adventures. The forest, with its canopy of amber and gold, beckoned them with its enchanting allure. As they wandered deeper into the woods, the familiar path gave way to a trail neither had seen before, overgrown and winding like a forgotten dream. Curiosity tugged at Lyra's heart. "Shall we see where it leads, Finnegan?" she asked, her voice a soft melody in the quiet of the forest. Finnegan twitched his bushy tail in agreement, his eyes alight with excitement. Together they stepped onto the path, feeling the crunch of leaves beneath their feet and paws, the cool breeze whispering through the trees like a gentle lullaby. As they delved deeper, the forest seemed to change around them. The light grew softer, filtered through a veil of delicate branches. The air was filled with the earthy scent of moss and the distant, melodic calls of unseen birds. And then, quite suddenly, they found themselves standing before a grand ancient tree. Its trunk was wide and gnarled, its bark etched with the passage of time. From within its depths came a soft, glowing light, warm and inviting. Lyra approached the tree with reverence, her heart pounding with a sense of discovery. As she reached out to touch the bark, the light pulsed gently, and a soft, musical voice filled the air. "Welcome, seekers of truth," it said, resonating like a choir of distant stars. Startled, Lyra drew back, but Finnegan stood firm, his gaze fixed on the tree. "We've come to explore," Lyra said, finding her voice, "to understand the secrets of the forest." The tree's light shimmered in response, casting a gentle glow that seemed to wrap around them like a warm embrace. "You have found the heart of the Whispering Woods," the voice explained, "a place where the stories of the forest come to life, where the past and the future entwine." As the words washed over them, the world around Lyra and Finnegan began to change. The forest shimmered and shifted, revealing a hidden world teeming with magic and wonder. Creatures of all shapes and sizes appeared, their eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom and playful curiosity. There were tiny fairies flitting about on gossamer wings, their laughter like the tinkling of bells. Majestic stags with antlers that glowed like moonlight stood among the trees, watching with gentle eyes. Lyra felt a thrill of joy and awe. This hidden realm was a tapestry of life and magic, woven together by threads of light and shadow. She and Finnegan wandered through this enchanted world, marveling at its beauty, until they came upon a small clearing. In the center of the clearing stood a stone pedestal, upon which rested a small ornate box. Its surface was intricately carved with patterns that seemed to shift and change, catching the light and drawing the eye with their mesmerizing dance. Lyra approached the box, her fingers tracing the delicate carvings. "What is this?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The tree's voice answered, its tone gentle and wise. This is the box of echoes, a vessel of memories and dreams. It holds the stories of those who have come before and those yet to come. To open it is to embark on a journey of discovery and transformation. Lyra felt a flutter of excitement in her chest. She glanced at Finnegan, who nodded encouragingly, his eyes bright with anticipation. Taking a deep breath, Lyra lifted the lid of the box. A soft, golden light spilled forth, and the air was filled with the sound of distant music, like the echoes of a long-forgotten melody. Lyra and Finnegan leaned closer, drawn into the light, and found themselves swept away on a journey through time and space. They drifted through scenes of wonder and mystery, witnessing the lives of those who had walked the forest paths before them. They saw a young girl, much like Lyra, who had befriended a mischievous raccoon and discovered the secret of the singing stones. They watched as an elderly man, with hair as white as snow, found solace and wisdom among the trees, guided by the gentle touch of a wise owl. With each story, Lyra felt a connection, a thread binding her to the tapestry of life that stretched across time. She realized that every creature, every soul that had passed through the forest, had left an imprint, a story that was woven into the very fabric of the whispering woods. As the final echoes of the music faded, Lyra and Finnegan found themselves back in the clearing, the box of echoes glowing softly on its pedestal. The tree's voice spoke once more, filled with warmth and kindness. You have seen the stories of the past, and now it is time for you to shape the future. The whispering woods are yours to protect, to cherish, and to share with those who seek their magic. Lyra felt a deep sense of purpose, a newfound understanding of her place in the world. She knew that the forest held secrets beyond imagination, but it was also a living, breathing entity that needed love and care. With Finnegan by her side, she vowed to honor the stories of the past and to create new tales for the future. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Lyra and Finnegan made their way back to the village. The forest, once a place of mystery, now felt like a friend, a sanctuary filled with whispers of hope and dreams. From that day on, Lyra and Finnegan became the guardians of the Whispering Woods, sharing its magic with all who sought it. Their adventures became legends, stories shared around warm fires on cold winter nights. And as the stars twinkled in the velvet sky, the forest stood watch, its heart beating with the stories of those who had come before and those who would come after. For in the Whispering Woods, every soul was a part of the grand tapestry of life, woven together by love, friendship, and the timeless magic of the world. The tale of Lyra and Finnegan is a reminder that the world is filled with wonder and wisdom, waiting to be discovered by those with open hearts and curious minds. As you drift into slumber, may your dreams be filled with the magic of the Whispering Woods, where stories live and secrets dance in the light of the moon. In a quaint village nestled at the foot of the misty mountains, where the air was always sweet, with the scent of blooming wildflowers and the gentle hum of bees filled the lazy afternoons, there lived a young girl named Miri. Miri had a heart full of dreams and eyes that sparkled with the curiosity of 100 adventures yet to be told. Her favorite pastime was to sit on the porch of her cozy little cottage, gazing at the mysterious mountains that loomed like ancient sentinels, their peaks hidden beneath a perpetual veil of mist. One golden autumn morning, when the leaves were turning to shades of amber and the cool breeze carried a hint of the coming winter, Miri decided it was the perfect day for an adventure. She packed a small satchel with her favorite honey cakes, a flask of warm tea, and her mother's old map, though she knew it by heart, and set off towards the mountains with a skip in her step. The path to the misty mountains was lined with towering oak trees whose leaves whispered secrets to the wind. As Miri walked, the world around her seemed to hold its breath in gentle anticipation, the air thick with the kind of magic that only children and dreamers could truly sense. The further she ventured, the more the familiar village faded into a distant memory, replaced by the wonders of nature's untouched beauty. After several hours of weaving through the verdant forest, Miri emerged into a clearing where the mountains stood tall and proud before her. Here the mist was thick and cool, wrapping around her like a soft, silken cloak. It was here that she first met the whimsy wisp, a curious little creature that glowed with a soft, shimmering light. It fluttered around Miri, trailing sparkles in the air like a comet tail, its laughter like the tinkling of tiny bells. "Hello there," Miri greeted, her voice gentle and welcoming. "Are you a guardian of these mountains?" The whimsy wisp giggled, swirling around her with delight. "I am a friend to explorers like you," it chimed, its voice as light as the breeze. "Follow me if you dare, for there are wonders to behold and secrets to uncover." With her heart beating with excitement and wonder, Miri followed the wisp deeper into the mountains. The path was winding and sometimes steep, but the whimsy wisp was always there, its light guiding her through the mist. Along the way, they encountered a stream that sang as it danced over stones, its melody as soothing as the lullaby of a mother to her child. Miri paused to drink from the stream, its water crisp and refreshing, invigorating her spirit. As they climbed higher, the mist began to part, revealing a hidden valley bathed in golden sunlight. The valley was unlike anything Miri had ever seen, a place where colors seemed brighter and sounds more melodious. Here, trees bore fruits of every hue imaginable, and flowers bloomed in cascading waterfalls of color and scent. In the heart of this enchanted valley stood the grand oak, a tree so old and wise that it seemed to have witnessed the birth of time itself. Beneath the grand oak's sprawling branches, Miri found a gathering of creatures, none of which she had ever seen before. There was a fuzzle, a round, fluffy creature with fur that changed colors with its mood, a trillfin, a bird with iridescent feathers that sang in harmonies that echoed through the valley, and a gentle glimmerfox whose eyes sparkled like the first stars of evening. "Welcome, brave traveler," the grand oak's deep voice resonated through the air, warm and inviting. "You have come far and shown courage in the face of the unknown. What is it that you seek in this land of wonders?" Miri thought for a moment, her heart full of the beauty and magic surrounding her. "I seek to understand the world beyond my village," she replied softly. "To learn and grow, to see with my own eyes the miracles that lie beyond the familiar." The grand oak's leaves rustled approvingly, and the creatures gathered around her with smiles and nods. "You have shown courage, young one," the oak spoke, "for it takes a brave heart to step into the unknown. Know this, the world is full of wonders, and each step you take opens a new door to discovery." As the day wore on, Miri spent her time learning from the creatures, listening to their stories, and playing in the sun-dappled meadow. The fuzzle taught her how to weave crowns from the flowers that grew abundantly, while the trillfin sang songs that told tales of ancient times and distant lands. The glimmerfox, with its gentle gaze, showed her the beauty of stillness and reflection. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and purple, Miri knew it was time to return home. She bid farewell to her newfound friends, her heart full of gratitude and joy. The whimsy wisp once again became her guide, leading her safely back through the mountains, its light a comforting presence in the growing twilight. When Miri finally emerged from the mist and saw the warm glow of her village lights in the distance, she felt a peace settle within her. She had ventured into the unknown and returned with stories and wisdom that would forever be a part of her. As she curled up in her bed that night, the soft quilt pulled up to her chin, Miri closed her eyes with a smile. She knew that the world was vast and full of wonders waiting to be discovered, and she would face them all with courage and an open heart. And so, with dreams of shimmering valleys and starry-eyed creatures, Miri drifted into a restful sleep, her spirit as light and free as the whimsy wisp that had led her to her adventure.